Many children, many blessings, multiple heroines leveling up, invincible, pretending to be weak to catch the strong high martial arts. In the world of high martial arts, many children bring many blessings. The school beauty senior happily receives twins. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System. Lin Qiye, your comprehensive assessment for the college entrance examination has been generated. Genetic potential, 5. Mental acuity, 59. Physical fitness, 50. Overall assessment, failing. Conclusion, does not meet the admission standard for the Public Martial Arts University of the Taurus, 0755-star system. According to the Graduation Pathway Act, you have the following two options. 1. Apply to a private university at your own expense. 2. Accept the graduation placement provided by the star system government, effective immediately. Take your time to consider this or discuss it with your family. Lin Qiye emerged from his homeroom teacher's office, letting out a deep sigh. His genetic potential had only been developed to 5, far from the minimum standard of 7 required by public universities. In essence, he was merely an ordinary individual. He had initially believed that traversing into an era of interstellar martial arts would allow him to cultivate martial skills and achieve an extraordinary life as a warrior. Yet, with average talent and a failed martial arts examination, he was now faced with the stark reality of graduation in this era of martial prowess. Failing the college entrance examination essentially severed one's ties to the martial arts world. The alternative was to apply for private universities, but Lin Qiye's family lacked the financial means for such an endeavor. Upon returning home, his father sighed deeply and hoarsely remarked, "We simply cannot afford this expense. You have 3 younger siblings who also need to be educated." Lin Qiye couldn't help but interject, "But their high school education is free." His mother interrupted, "There's nothing wrong with accepting a placement job. Look at your 2nd and 4th brothers. They graduated from high school and took placements, and the government arranged for them to have decent partners. Now, they each have 3 children, and their fertility allowance exceeds their salaries. Their lives are stable." Lin Qiye fell silent. His brothers indeed had stable jobs as farm managers. Though labeled as managers, they were essentially modern-day farmers, operating machinery to cultivate and harvest crops in this agricultural region. Such jobs represented the primary pathway for most ordinary individuals. However, Lin Qiye was unwilling to resign himself to such a predetermined fate. He envisioned a life of farming, marrying, raising children, collecting subsidies, and nurturing them until adulthood, a monotonous cycle that would persist until death. His parents were akin to those who had borne 10 children, continuing to procreate. Lin Qiye was merely the 7th child. When an 11th child arrived, would they name him Lin 11 or Lin 11 Lang? As a traveler from Earth, he could not accept such a life. In this flourishing era of martial arts, he yearned to explore the world, to cultivate martial skills and attend a martial arts university. These were vistas he had never encountered before. He harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps, in university, he could successfully ascend to become a warrior. That would herald an entirely different existence. It was said that upon becoming a warrior, one might have the opportunity to join an interstellar exploration team and become a pioneer. The Taurus 0755-star system had once been an uncharted realm that it was only after the arrival of the first batch of pioneers 500 years ago that it began to flourish into its current state. Even the lowest-ranked warriors among those pioneers became the heads of today's affluent families, governing regions akin to local emperors, their names etched into the annals of the 0755-star system's history. Lin Qiye naturally aspired for such an opportunity. Even if it meant taking out loans for a private university, he was determined to give it a try. The Galactic Empire encouraged those who failed the college entrance exam to take out loans for private universities. The registration fee was 100,000 credit points, followed by annual payments of 100,000 credit points. Though the chances of ascending to become a warrior after attending a private university were slim, official data indicated only a 10 success rate. It was still significantly higher than the 0.79 chance of securing placement work. The financial burden ranged from 500,000 to 1 million credit points. Seeing Lin Qiye still in contemplation, his father couldn't help but add, "Isn't the neighbor's 5th child a graduate from a private university?" Despite practicing some swift wind kick, he still couldn't graduate. Now he's delivering for Hummingbird Express. The fundamental law of the empire stipulates that the rights of adult citizens to choose their paths are inviolable, and parents have no authority to interfere. This is not merely a matter of human rights, but a mechanism to enable each component to swiftly detach from their original families and integrate into the vast machinery of society. Once the college entrance examination concludes, the fertility subsidies cease and parental responsibilities come to an end. This is precisely why parents only offer guidance. Lin Qiye sighed and replied, "All right, I will think about it." His parents were not wrong that if he could not ascend to become a warrior, merely being a prospective one would only render him slightly superior to an ordinary individual. He might even fare worse than many. Graduating from a private university would eliminate eligibility for government placement work. Without such connections, he would be relegated to the job market, where the most abundant positions were security guards, couriers, and food delivery workers. That night, Lin Qiye lay in bed, gazing at the virtual nightscape outside his window. Should he accept the status quo with stability or dare to shoulder nearly $1 million in debt? At that moment, a grand mechanical voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Detected that the host has reached the age of 18, binding the fortune of many children's system. Binding successful. The more you reproduce, the stronger your bloodline. The quantity and quality of your offspring will directly enhance your own abilities. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? After being single for 18 years, the system had finally arrived? Chapter 2. Blessings of many offspring. Lin Qiye confirmed once more that the system had indeed arrived. After some investigation, he began to grasp the essence of this system. By procreating, he could enhance his own strength. The more formidable his partner, the stronger their offspring would be, thereby yielding a greater augmentation for himself. The more children he had, the more significant the enhancement. With a fervent fist pump, Lin Qiye excitedly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned an array of women surrounding him, each cradling not one, not two, but a multitude of children. The following morning, as his younger siblings departed for school, Lin Qiye sat at breakfast with his parents. "Qiye, have you made up your mind?" Lin's father inquired with a somewhat hoarse voice, having prepared for the worst. Ready to utter the phrase, "We support your choice." There was no alternative. Unlike the bygone era, parents no longer held the reins of authority. According to the empire's fundamental laws, obstructing a child's choices was a criminal offense, punishable by law, unless one was a martial artist. Thus, all they could do was extend their blessings. Lin Qiye pulled out a chair and calmly declared, "Dad, Mom, I've made my decision. I will not attend a private university. I choose to accept the graduation placement." Lin's mother abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with surprise and delight. "Really? Qiye, have you truly come to this conclusion?" A long-lost smile crept onto Lin's father's taut face. Lin's mother, beaming, exclaimed, "Excellent. This is the right choice. The placement offers stability, and the government arranges everything meticulously. This is the true path to a fulfilling life." In their eyes, their son had finally come to his senses, unclouded by the illusory dreams of martial prowess. Accepting placement meant a stable job, a compatible partner, and a continuous flow of child-rearing subsidies. Ordinary individuals ought to follow the trajectory of ordinary lives, for therein lies true happiness. Let us confirm your placement on the personal terminal. The sooner this is handled, the better your choice of partner, Lin's mother urged. Nodding, Lin Qiye activated the personal terminal on his wrist. Upon clicking Graduation Placement Application, the placement process commenced instantly. Citizen Lin Qiye, ID. Do you accept the graduation placement? Yes. The system is matching positions based on your comprehensive evaluation. Match successful. Placement position, Farm Manager, Grain District 16. Farm 939. Position description. This role aims to operate and monitor a semi-automated agricultural production system, ensuring the healthy growth of crops, such as high-energy nutritional grains, specialty economic crops, medicinal herbs, etc., within the designated responsibility area, periodic maintenance, and efficient harvesting. You are required to ensure the daily operation of agricultural machinery. Conduct preliminary assessments of basic malfunctions, report them, and assist in maintaining the ecological stability of the farm, providing reliable food and essential resources for the citizens of the galaxy. Lin Qiye shook his head in resignation. Indeed, this was the most common position available. Like his second and fourth brothers, he would become a farm manager. His mother smiled and remarked, "Being a farm manager is good. Although the work is demanding, the holidays are long, allowing more time to spend with family and children." Lin Qiye merely sighed. A farmer was a farmer. His acceptance of placement was not focused on the job arrangement, but rather on the subsequent arrangement regarding a partner. Position confirmed. The system is now matching you with potential partners. The candidate pool has been generated. Please select from the following 3 candidates for the first round of meetings. 3 female profiles appeared on the display. Candidate A, Li, age, 20, education, public high school graduate, comprehensive assessment, average debt status, none, matching fee, 0 credit points, profile, gentle disposition, strong family values. Aligns with expectations for family life. Candidate B. Wang Fong, age, 20, education, public high school graduate, comprehensive assessment, average debt status, none, matching fee, 0 credit points, profile, lively and cheerful, strong family values. Aligns with expectations for family life. Candidate C. Bai Mushi, age, 28, education, 3rd private martial arts academy in the Grain District, not graduated, status, aspiring martial artist, comprehensive assessment, excellent debt status, total tuition loan of 900,000, requiring the male partner to jointly bear half upon matching, i.e., for 150,000 credit points. Matching fee, 0 credit points, profile, possesses a foundational understanding of martial arts, strong desire for progeny. Lin's parents leaned in to take a look. Upon seeing the first two options, smiles graced their faces. Both Li and Wang Fong were commendable choices. Indeed, at 20 years old, they are in prime childbearing age. However, when they noticed Lin Qiye selecting the third option, they hastily intervened. "Qiye, don't make a rash choice." Lin Qiye, however, merely shook his head. "I think it's worth discussing further." Although Bai Mushi was indeed beautiful, the 900,000 in debt was a significant burden. "Son, are you foolish?" his mother exclaimed in shock and confusion. "Do you realize what 900,000 entails? Your job only pays 3,000 credit points a month. Even if you live frugally, it will take you 30 years to repay." His father could no longer contain his frustration. "Don't be misled by the notion that you'll only be responsible for half. You will already be a family. And that 900,000 will undoubtedly become a shared burden. Furthermore, this woman is 28, 8 years past the ideal age for childbearing. She is merely an aspiring martial artist. Controlling such a woman is impossible. In the partner market, she is considered a tough sell. You must be mad to consider this. Qiye, listen to your mother. Aspiring martial artists from private universities tend to be quite ambitious. She won't be content living with you. She'll be preoccupied with her training and aspirations to become a genuine martial artist. Eventually, she will find ways to extract money from you, draining your small family to support her ambitions. In the end, you'll squander your resources, and she may never achieve her goals, leaving your life in disarray. It's far wiser to select a 20-year-old girl and lead a stable life centered around raising children. In their eyes, Lin Qiye's choice was 100-fold more foolish than attending a private university. At least that would have been a debt solely his own. While now he was willingly shouldering a burden that could crush a lifetime for an outsider, a depreciating asset. Hearing his parents' concerns, Lin Qiye hesitated momentarily. His initial rationale for selecting Bai Mushi stemmed from the blessings of the many offspring system. The stronger the maternal figure, the higher the quality and quantity of offspring, thereby providing Lin Qiye with greater benefits. This was the reason he inclined towards Bai Mushi. Yet, the staggering debt of 900,000 was indeed a formidable challenge. The crux of the matter was that once a partner was chosen, the decision could not be altered unless one became a martial artist again. Opting for Bai Mushi seemed to offer Lin Qiye a better chance to fulfill his goals. Currently, Lin Qiye's mind was solely occupied with the mission of producing many offspring. And it certainly was not just due to Bai Mushi's striking beauty. Chapter 3. Bai Mushi. Lin Qiye remained resolute. Despite his parents' earnest entreaties and even exasperation, he calmly stated that he would proceed with the first round of discussions with Bai Mushi. If the match proved unsuitable, he could always seek a new pairing later. His parents, seeing that he had made up his mind, could only sigh as they watched him step out the door. The meeting venue was located on the 13th floor of the administrative building in the Grain District, which was specifically designated for partner matching discussions. The conference room was modestly sized, furnished with a simplistic, even somewhat cold, decor. A metallic long table, 2 chairs, and a terminal providing drinking water were the only furnishings in sight. Lin Qiye arrived first, having barely settled into his seat when the door to the conference room swung open. A tall figure stepped inside. Lin Qiye looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Bai Mushi was just as striking as her photographs, perhaps even more so, with a delicate beauty that was captivating. She wore a pristine white t-shirt and deep blue athletic shorts, paired with sneakers, yet her long, slender legs, radiating a healthy glow, could not be obscured. Her physique was well-proportioned and exuded a sense of strength, devoid of any excess flesh, brimming with youthful vitality. Her face was unadorned, featuring exquisite features and skin that appeared even more refined and translucent than that of his female classmates. In terms of both appearance and figure, she was truly exceptional. Lin Qiye could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, she was a prospective warrior. Years of training had endowed her with physical attributes that far surpassed the average person. Her metabolism flourishing. It was said that upon becoming a true warrior, one's body experienced profound genetic enhancements, granting a vitality that could sustain one well into their 50s or 60s, resembling the vigor of an 18-year-old. Although Bai Mushi was merely a prospective warrior, she appeared significantly younger than her actual age of 28. As Lin Qiye observed Bai Mushi, she, too, scrutinized the young man before her. He appeared quite youthful, even somewhat innocent. His gaze was bright, yet it bore an assessing quality that made her feel uncomfortable. Indeed, she disliked the way men looked at her, as if appraising an object and weighing its worth. However, circumstances dictated that she had little choice. She could no longer afford to continue her studies at the martial arts university. Her family no longer supported her, deeming her a waste of resources and urging her to settle down and marry. According to the laws of the empire, an adult citizen like her, unable to repay student loans and lacking family support, faced the grim prospect of compulsory labor until her debts were cleared if she did not accept a partner match. Such a life was more dreadful than death itself. Thus, accepting the government's arrangement for a partner match was her only escape. The two exchanged silent glances for a moment, a hint of awkwardness hanging in the air. Ultimately, it was Bai Mushi who broke the silence with a cold, detached voice. You must have reviewed my information. I have a debt of 900,000 credit points that we will need to share. I am 28 years old, 10 years your senior. I have but one request. After marriage, I wish to continue my training and strive for mastery in martial arts. Her words were direct, devoid of any circumlocution, laying her conditions bare. This was her 9th attempt at a partner match. The previous 8 men had been deterred by her stipulations. There was no alternative. She believed that with an additional 3 to 5 years of training, she could break through to the realm of a true warrior. Yet now, at this critical juncture, funds were depleted, and her family refused to support her. She could not afford to accrue more debt. The only solution was a partner match, but she was unwilling to abandon her martial arts training. Upon hearing Bai Mushi's words, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that I support your tuition for a private university at 100,000 per year? Lin Qiye thought this was absurd. His salary was 3,000 per month, equating to 36,000 annually, far from sufficient even to sustain himself. Bai Mushi nodded. I understand that your starting salary is modest. What I mean by support is within economic feasibility. For instance, if we were to have 3 children, that would yield an annual subsidy of 54,000. I could contribute 30,000, and you would only need to support me with 16,000. She added, I have already applied for a 5-year interest-free period on my 900,000 debt. Lin Qiye was taken aback by Bai Mushi's determination. Such a resolute martial spirit. Seeing Lin Qiye fall silent, Bai Mushi stood up, declaring, if you disagree, then there is no need to continue this discussion. She had already resolved to seek another candidate. If 9 did not work, then perhaps 19 or 29. Surely, success awaited her. This wretched world. However, in the next moment, Lin Qiye looked up and said, Are you leaving just like that? I did not say I was opposed. Bai Mushi paused, quickly resuming her seat. Lin Qiye regarded the stunning woman before him and calmly inquired, I heard you mention having 3 or 4 children, and your resume states a strong desire for childbirth. Are you serious? Bai Mushi's ears flushed with color as she gritted her teeth and replied, Yes. I am prepared to bear children. She had resolved to accept her current situation. Men in prestigious positions could promise a comfortable life, but would not allow her to continue her training. Conversely, men in ordinary jobs could offer support, but that would rely on child subsidies alone. The couple's combined income would not suffice for private university tuition. As Bai Mushi had just stated, she was ready. With 3 children, she could resume her martial arts journey in about 3 years, perhaps even sooner. With 1 child, the state subsidy would be 18,000. And if the couple saved 80,000 annually, they would be nearly there. Lin Qiye tapped the table, deep in thought. It appeared Bai Mushi's desire for children was indeed fervent. This was precisely what he wanted. All right, Lin Qiye decisively replied. Then, looking at Bai Mushi, he said, I enjoy children. The more, the merrier. His gaze was unexpectedly earnest as he asked, Are you able to bear them? Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, torn between indignation and astonishment. She bit her lip and coolly responded, As long as the resources are sufficient to maintain my bodily functions. Childbirth is not an issue for me. How many do you wish to have? Lin Qiye extended a single finger. Bai Mushi frowned. 10? Lin Qiye shook his head. A football team? Lin Qiye slowly articulated, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. as many as possible until you can no longer bear any. Chapter 4. As many as possible until you can no longer bear any. This phrase resonated in by Mushi's mind like a thunderclap. She abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. A tumult of emotions, shame, astonishment, absurdity, swirled within her, rendering her exquisite cheeks crimson as if they might bleed. She had encountered greedy men and those with unreasonable demands, but never had she met someone who could so calmly and matter-of-factly describe childbirth as an unending production task. A football team? That was the utmost limit she could conceive. As many as possible until you can no longer bear any? What did he take her for? Bai Mushi's chest heaved with intensity, her pride as a prospective warrior experiencing an unprecedented violation. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure and reassess Lin Qiye before her. His eyes were clear, as if articulating the terms of a business contract, unnervingly calm. He was serious. A wild thought surged within her. Perhaps this was the most solid arrangement. A man with an almost obsessive desire for offspring and a woman willing to go to any lengths for training resources. Their goals, though divergent, found a peculiar alignment in the matter of procreation. The more children they had, the greater the subsidies. For her, it meant increased resources for training and a swifter ascent to the level of a true warrior. For him, it was the fulfillment of his desire for progeny. It was a raw, mutually beneficial exchange. With this realization, Bai Mushi's previously tense demeanor relaxed. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Qiye's eyes, her voice still icy, yet now devoid of the prior defensiveness. Very well, but I have conditions of my own. Speak, he replied. Lin Qiye gazed at her with a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated her acquiescence. First, all maternity allowances would be at my discretion for my cultivation. Your salary, after deducting daily household expenses, should also support me as much as possible. Agreed. Lin Qiye nodded without hesitation. Bai Mushi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily. She continued, Second, you must not interfere with my training. I require independent space and time for it. Agreed. Lin Qiye affirmed once more, noting that there would be 2 bedrooms in their home, one of which could be transformed into her training room. Third, Bai Mushi looked at him intently. Until we have truly become husband and wife, you must not touch me. Lin Qiye chuckled softly. Miss Bai, I believe you have misunderstood something. We are not in a romantic relationship. We are executing a contract. The essence of this agreement is procreation. Therefore, there is no process of becoming genuine spouses. From the very beginning, our union was for this purpose. As for when to commence, let it be tonight. The sooner you conceive, the sooner you will receive your allowances. Will it not? His words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestiges of Bai Mushi's fantasies and modesty. Indeed, what was she still hoping for? She looked at Lin Qiye's outstretched hand, long and elegant, with distinct knuckles. After a prolonged silence, she finally extended her hand and gently shook his. Deal. Their hands parted almost as soon as they touched. The subsequent process was astonishingly swift. They confirmed their matching intentions on their personal terminals, and the system immediately generated an electronic partner agreement. They inscribed their names on the document, and their identities were promptly synchronized with the citizen database. Citizen Lin Qiye and Citizen Bai Mushi, partner relationship officially established. Housing allocation successful. Housing address, Grain District 16, Sunflower Garden Block B, Apartment 1314. Key access has been sent to both personal terminals. Wishing you both a pleasant life and greater contributions to the Empire's prosperity. Upon returning home, Lin's parents saw Bai Mushi beside their son and learned that Lin Qiye had confirmed their partnership and registered it. The elderly couple could only offer their blessings. While Bai Mushi went to the restroom, Lin's mother pulled Lin Qiye aside, saying, What are you thinking, son? You are being foolish. A debt of 900,000. Are you pushing yourself into a pit of fire? Lin Qiye could only say what they wanted to hear. We have already discussed it. We will have children immediately. And her desire for procreation is quite strong. After all, once they moved out, his parents would no longer have any say in their lives. This was just a way to stabilize their emotions for the time being. Lin's father sighed heavily. However, upon hearing that Bai Mushi was willing to have children right away and preferred to keep things simple without a wedding, their hearts felt a little more at ease. It seemed she was indeed a woman willing to build a life together. Of course, Lin Qiye could not divulge that Bai Mushi wished to continue her cultivation. Such matters were only agreements between Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi. Seeing this, Lin's parents could only sigh. Yet, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Lin's mother whispered a reminder. Qiye, manage your finances wisely. That 900,000 is no small sum. Also, she is not young anymore. You must act quickly regarding children. Have as many as possible to maximize the maternity allowance, which will alleviate some of the burden. Chapter 5. Starting tonight after Lin Qiye introduced Bai Mushi to his parents, he decided to have a meal the next day with them and his 3 younger siblings. Then, they would promptly move into their new home and begin their life together as partners. The decision to forego a wedding and keep things simple was initiated by Bai Mushi. As for his parents, they had long been disappointed, especially since he rejected their arrangements, chose to pursue the martial path, and selected a farm manager as his partner. They had clearly stated that they would no longer oversee him, thus eliminating the need for a formal introduction. This was Bai Mushi's perspective, and Lin Qiye silently agreed. This was preferable, as it spared them from unnecessary troubles and social obligations. He had little interest in intricate interpersonal dynamics. Now that he had a system, his goals were clearer: to fulfill the task of having many children. The more, the better. The following day, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi, accompanied by Lin's parents and his school-going siblings, dined together at a restaurant in the residential district, marking a simple family gathering. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat subdued. Lin's parents wore forced smiles, while his siblings curiously scrutinized the newly introduced sister-in-law. After the meal, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi headed directly to their government-assigned housing at Grain District 16, Sunflower Garden Block B, Apartment 1314. It was a standard 2-bedroom apartment, approximately 50 square meters, with minimalist decor and standard furnishings. For a young couple just starting their family, it was a commendable beginning. Most importantly, the government-s public rental housing cost only 800 credit points per month. Bai Mushi voluntarily chose the smaller bedroom, suggesting that the larger one be reserved for him. Lin Qiye understood her intention to convert the larger bedroom into a training space and did not oppose it. After a brief tidying up of their belongings, dusk settled in. After a simple dinner, they each completed their evening routines. The apartment contained only one double bed in the master bedroom. When Bai Mushi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a slightly loose silk nightgown, her damp hair cascading down, she noticed Lin Qiye seated at the edge of the bed, her steps faltering momentarily. Under the soft glow of the lights, a blush, unlike her usual cold and resolute demeanor, graced her cheeks. Although she had mentally prepared herself and displayed unwavering determination during their negotiations, at this moment, a 28-year-old aspiring martial artist with no prior romantic experience inevitably felt a rush of nervousness and awkwardness. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Qiye observed her. This resilient woman, so bold before others, now resembled a startled little rabbit. It would be a lie to claim he was not nervous, for such a beautiful woman had been an unattainable ideal in his past life. In this life, her becoming his partner was largely due to the heavy debt she bore and her request to continue her training. Lin Qiye needed a partner willing to bear children without limit. Their needs were perfectly aligned. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet the stakes were symmetrically balanced. He scrutinized Bai Mushi's rare display of shyness. Under the light, her damp black hair clung to her smooth forehead, and her silk nightgown accentuated her graceful form. The air filled with the fragrance of her post-bath freshness. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering in his heart, and tried to keep his voice calm and natural. "It's late, let us sleep," he stated, feeling the dryness of his own words, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi's body trembled slightly as she raised her head, casting a glance at him with a complex expression. She quietly replied, her voice still faint. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly nuanced following this simple exchange. Outside, the virtual nightscape remained dazzling, but at that moment, their attention was solely focused on one another. Lin Qiye was the first to pull back the blanket, lying down and positioning himself toward the edge of the bed, leaving ample space between them. Bai Mushi hesitated for a few seconds before slowly approaching the bed, gently lifting the other side of the blanket, and cautiously lying down. A distance separated them, yet they could distinctly feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Silence enveloped the room. Lin Qiye could sense the rigidity of Bai Mushi's body and the slight perspiration forming in his palms. He was acutely aware that the agreement would take effect starting tonight. He needed a child, and she required resources. Clearing his throat to shatter the silence, Lin Qiye's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. "Let us retire early. I must report to the farm tomorrow." He attempted to lighten the mood with his words, yet it seemed to have an opposite effect, heightening the tension in the air. Bai Mushi remained silent, her body seemingly growing even stiffer. As Lin Qiye closed his eyes, memories of Bai Mushi's decisiveness during the negotiations earlier in the day contrasted sharply with her current timidity. He understood that for someone proud and aspiring to be a martial artist, Making such a choice must have been accompanied by inner turmoil and suffering. As a traveler from another world, he too had embarked on an uncertain path for the sake of an elusive system task. After a lengthy silence, just when Lin Qiye thought Bai Mushi had succumbed to slumber, her soft voice broke through the darkness, trembling with a resigned determination. Lin Qiye, did you not say it would begin tonight? Startled, Lin Qiye opened his eyes and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Bai Mushi gazing at him. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions, shyness, unease, and a flicker of audacious resolve. She bit her lower lip, as if summoning every ounce of strength to utter those words. Watching her bashful demeanor made Lin Qiye's heart skip a beat. Chapter 6. Efforts are not enough. Upon hearing Bai Mushi's words, Lin Qiye noticed her cheeks flushing crimson. Her ears tinged with a pink hue. The air around them was thick with her lingering fragrance from the bath, mingling with a subtle tension. With the woman taking such initiative, how could he falter? Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult of emotions within, he turned towards her. He could feel her body taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Bai Mushi. Lin Qiye's voice came out a bit dry as he reached out to gently grasp the hand she had placed atop the blanket. Her hand felt cool and trembled slightly. Bai Mushi did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the dimness, revealing her inner unrest. Soon enough, she curled up under the blanket, turning away from him. As Lin Qiye lay beside her, contemplating what to say, the system's voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Beginner's benefits have been issued. Please check. Host. Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 515. Physical ability, 51. Mental strength, 59. Spiritual energy, 9. Martial arts, 128. Set of calisthenics. Partner, Bai Mushi. Affinity, 50. Offspring, none. A surge of elation flooded Lin Qiye's heart. What are the beginner's benefits? Beginner's benefits. 1. Host genetic potential, 1. 2. The probability of partner Bai Mushi conceiving is raised to 100 within 10 attempts, limited to the first conception. In the next moment, Lin Qiye felt a faint yet distinct warmth surging within him, swiftly coursing through his limbs. The despondency stemming from his previous academic failures dissipated, leaving him feeling markedly lighter. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 615. Physical ability, 55. Mental strength, 62. Spiritual energy, 10. Martial arts, 128. Set of calisthenics, level 1. Partner, Bai Mushi. Affinity, 50. Offspring, none. His genetic potential had indeed increased. In this era of flourishing martial arts, one's martial talent is primarily gauged by genetic potential. Genetic potential represents the limits of a person's cellular capacity for evolution. According to the Galactic Empire's standard martial arts rating system, an ordinary person's genetic potential typically fluctuates between 1 and 5. It can be enhanced through training. When an individual's genetic potential surpasses the critical threshold of 7, they qualify to aspire to the martial artist realm, referred to as a quasi-martial artist. This serves as the minimum requirement for admission into most public martial arts universities. This was also the fundamental reason behind Lin Qiye's academic failures, leading to his classification as unqualified. Once genetic potential successfully breaks through the milestone of 10, it signifies a leap into the ranks of martial artists. Becoming a true martial artist entails significant enhancements in physical attributes, mental prowess, and even longevity. It is not merely a transition in the realm of life, but also a substantial elevation in social standing. Physical ability and mental strength are the tangible manifestations of genetic potential in actual combat and training. Physical ability encompasses strength, speed, endurance, and recovery, while mental strength pertains to perception, willpower, concentration, and fine control over energy. Though both are crucial, they ultimately remain bound by the upper limits of genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential, the greater the potential for growth in both physical ability and mental strength. As for the final attribute, spiritual energy, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He rummaged through his memories, pondering the martial knowledge acquired over the years in school, which seemed to have never explicitly mentioned the term spiritual energy. It might be a hidden attribute or a concept encountered only at higher levels. Lin Qiye had a vague intuition that this spiritual energy attribute was of great significance. After all, in the system's arrangement of attributes, it was aligned alongside strength and mental capacity, suggesting it was not something trivial. Yet, at present, he could not comprehend its specific function. The system displayed a symbol next to 3 attributes, indicating that there was still room for enhancement based on his current genetic potential of 615 in physical ability, mental strength, and spiritual energy. Lin Qiye felt a distinct transformation occurring within his body. The heaviness that had previously lingered, coupled with a hint of fatigue, had now lifted, leaving him feeling remarkably agile and exuberant. Every cell seemed to brim with vitality, yearning for release. Lin Qiye longed to immediately test his strength to ascertain his current capabilities. However, it was late at night, and the public testing stations were already closed. Moreover, the community's public testing points required prior appointments during the day. He suppressed his excitement and redirected his focus to another reward from the system. With Bai Mushi's probability of conception elevated to 100 within 10 attempts. Lin Qiye's gaze involuntarily shifted towards her. She remained turned away from him, her body slightly curled, her breathing appearing even and steady, as if she had already drifted into sleep. Now, with the system providing such clarity, success within 10 attempts, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Qiye was not a selfish individual. This was also Bai Mushi's desire. With this thought, the remnants of his concerns dissipated. He gently adjusted his posture, cautiously wrapping his arm around her. Bai Mushi's body tensed momentarily, and her breathing became slightly erratic. What are you doing? Lin Qiye understood her unspoken question, yet his arm did not withdraw. Instead, it inched closer. Mushi, he lowered his voice, imbued with an undeniable insistence. Bai Mushi shivered delicately. Chapter 7. Bai Mushi's conception. The night stretched interminably, seemingly without end. The virtual nightscape outside continued to flicker tirelessly, casting an ambiguous glow. The following text has been omitted for brevity. After an indeterminate period, the virtual night outside appeared to have succumbed to fatigue. There will be more opportunities ahead. There is no need to rush. Lin Qiye was about to suggest taking a break or continuing the next day, but he noticed that Bai Mushi, who had previously kept her eyes tightly shut, had opened them at some point. Her beautiful, cool eyes now shimmered with moisture, gazing at him with a captivating allure. Her cheeks still flushed with a lingering hue that seemed to have intensified due to the earlier fervor. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation. In the next instant, Bai Mushi's actions left him utterly astonished. He watched as a faint smile curved her lips, imbued with an air of undeniable determination. With a gentle push of her arm, she effortlessly flipped over, reversing their positions. Bai Mushi. Lin Qiye. He observed the glimmer in her eyes, strikingly different from before. It suddenly dawned on him that she was a near martial artist. Although he had just experienced a slight enhancement in his attributes, Bai Mushi had devoted years to martial arts training. Her physical capability and endurance far surpassing that of a novice like him, who had only just begun. His attributes were merely around 60, while those of a near martial artist ranged from 70 to 100. Lin Qiye found himself both amused and exasperated. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating that he might need several days to complete his goals, but it appeared Bai Mushi had other plans. The fierce determination in her eyes and her unyielding stance ignited a surge of passion within him, even as he felt a subtle ache in his waist. Was he to be drained completely? Such a delightful dilemma seemed to arrive a tad too swiftly. Let us call it a night, she softly suggested. Her tone laced with both empathy and a hint of pride in her physical advantage. Lin Qiye opened his eyes, his breath still uneven. Stealing a glance at the system panel in his mind, he saw, partner Bai Mushi's conception progress, 910. Just one more time. Just one final push. The thought of the immense benefits upon system activation and the potential rewards that awaited him fueled a newfound vigor within. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and he declared resolutely, "No, let us go again." Bai Mushi looked at him, her sparkling eyes widening in surprise. Incredulity etched across her features. She could sense his fatigue. He had seemed at his limit just moments ago. "Are you sure you can manage?" she asked softly, a mix of concern and an odd admiration for his unwavering spirit surfacing within her. "How about we stop for today? I could make you some soup tomorrow to help you recover." At the mention of making soup, Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed instantly. When had she ever considered preparing soup for a man? Yet, she reminded herself that she was now his partner, his wife. And making soup didn't seem so extraordinary after all. Despite Lin Qiye's earlier demeanor, his perseverance tonight had truly impressed her, especially his relentless spirit, which she found inexplicably admirable. Surely, she hadn't chosen the wrong man. Just as Bai Mushi lost herself in thought, Lin Qiye had already turned the tables once more. Regaining the initiative, Bai Mushi was startled by his sudden movement, instinctively exclaiming, "You're at it again?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. "Congratulations, host. Partner Bai Mushi has conceived. Reward, randomly unlocked cultivation technique permissions. 128th set of calisthenics cultivation permission unlocked. 128th set of calisthenics level 1, 010. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, his thoughts racing. What did this cultivation permission entail? The system promptly provided an explanation, elucidating the function of the cultivation permissions. He quickly grasped the significance. This so-called cultivation permission meant he could now track his progress clearly through the system panel. Previously, practicing the 128th set of calisthenics had felt like groping in the dark, leaving him uncertain of whether he was executing the movements correctly or if they were effective at all. Now, the system clearly displayed 128th set of calisthenics level 1, 010. This indicated that after performing the set 10 more times, he could elevate it to level 2. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. 10 times. This was utterly outrageous. The 128th set of calisthenics had been promoted by the Galactic Empire for over a millennium, refined through 128 revisions. Hailed as the most universally applicable and fundamental beginner-s technique. It required no consideration of the practitioner-s physical differences or any complex auxiliary conditions, making it accessible to all. Though the training speed was relatively slow, its safety and stability made it the most widely utilized foundational method for selecting martial arts talents across the empire. Lin Qiye had practiced this set since primary school for a full decade, yet he remained stuck at level 1. This was a significant factor contributing to his low genetic potential and physical fitness scores during the college entrance examination. To think that a barrier he had struggled against for 10 years could now be overcome with just 10 more repetitions? This system, with its promise of prosperity, was simply miraculous. Lin Qiye felt a surge of indescribable excitement and regret. If only this system had appeared a year earlier. No, even half a year earlier. His exam results would have undoubtedly been far more impressive. He might have even gained admission to a public martial arts university. No, it wasn't just a possibility. It was a certainty. With this realization, Lin Qiye could hardly focus on his fatigue. A powerful desire compelled him. He leaped from the bed, his feet landing firmly on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi, who was reclining on the bed, looking languid and enchanting, had been preparing to commend Lin Qiye for his remarkable perseverance. However, upon witnessing his sudden action, and the next moment seeing him begin to perform the familiar 128th set of calisthenics with an earnestness that caught her off guard, she was left utterly speechless. His body was indeed on the verge of exhaustion, his stamina all but depleted. Each movement appeared laborious, the once fluid calisthenics now awkward and somewhat distorted, lacking any semblance of standard form. Bai Mushi furrowed her brow, perplexed. What on earth was this man doing? Calisthenics? Who practiced such things in the current age? Having worked various part-time jobs during her 8 years at university, primarily tutoring children in martial arts, she knew that even among well-off families, many had long abandoned these outdated exercises. Simply put, the cost-to-benefit ratio was far too low. Take, for instance, the popular Bagwazang version revised by the Taiji Martial Arts Bureau. With proper guidance, it could yield over 10% more efficiency. The difference between success and failure could be vast over time. Moreover, given his current state, it seemed improbable that he could derive any benefit from it. Hadn't he already reached his limit? Yet, Lin Qiye appeared to enter a trance-like state, gritting his teeth and relying on sheer willpower to complete the entire set of calisthenics, each movement executed with painstaking effort. As the final movement was completed, Lin Qiye came to a halt, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, gasping for air as sweat cascaded down his body like a stream. He immediately checked the system panel in his mind. Set 128 of radio calisthenics, level 1, 110, completed. It truly counted as a valid training session. Lin Qiye's heart soared with joy. Despite his body feeling as if it might fall apart, his spirit was exceptionally exhilarated. However, this euphoria did not sustain him for long. His physical limits had already been reached, and once the tension in his nerves relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue engulfed him. Thud. Lin Qiye barely had time to explain anything to Bai Mushi before his vision darkened, and he fell straight backward. He collapsed onto the bed with a muffled thud, followed by the sound of thunderous snoring as he drifted into a deep slumber. Hey, Lin Qiye, you haven't showered yet. You smell awful, you filthy man, Bai Mushi exclaimed, her disdain evident. Yet, as she gazed at his slumbering form, her long, delicate fingers gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair on his forehead, her expression complex and her eyes swirling with emotions. Sigh, Bai Mushi sighed softly, observing Lin Qiye's peaceful face, filled with curiosity. This man was truly enigmatic to her. What was going on? After a long while, Bai Mushi sighed again, thinking to herself, it seems I really must make some soup tomorrow. The next day, Lin Qiye awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. The scent boldly invaded his nostrils, tantalizing his already growling stomach. blinking groggily. He opened his eyes to find an unfamiliar ceiling. No, it was the ceiling of his new home. The hangover-like headache and the sensation of being utterly drained reminded him of last night's exertions and madness. Woken up, a voice, slightly cool yet tinged with an imperceptible gentleness, reached his ears. Lin Qiye turned his head to see Bai Mushi carefully emerging from the modest kitchen, holding a clay pot. She was dressed in a homey cotton dress, her long hair casually tied back, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate profile. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft glow around her, diminishing her usual sharpness and adding an aura of gentleness befitting a wife. Especially in her current focused and earnest demeanor, Lin Qiye found himself momentarily entranced. How lovely! Lin Qiye thought as he struggled to sit up, watching Bai Mushi place the clay pot on the dining table, where the aroma intensified. Bai Mushi did not glance at him, but busied herself serving a bowl of soup, stating in a flat tone, "Now that you're awake, come over and drink some soup. You overexerted yourself last night." At her words, Lin Qiye felt his cheeks flush. The scenes from the previous night flooded his mind. He scratched his head awkwardly and threw off the covers to get out of bed. The moment he stood, he felt his legs wobbly and his waist ached. Ouch! Lin Qiye grimaced, realizing the vast difference in stamina between a budding warrior and an ordinary person. Bai Mushi observed this, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Though she quickly returned to her usual cool demeanor, she slightly furrowed her beautiful brows and said with a hint of disdain, "Hurry up and shower. You smell terrible." Lin Qiye felt embarrassed, lowering his head to sniff himself. The combination of last night's sweat and an indescribable odor was indeed unpleasant. Okay, I'll go now," he replied hastily, darting into the bathroom. Living in a new home was indeed refreshing. Although this government-allocated housing was modest, it was fully equipped. Most importantly, he no longer had to wait in line with his parents and 3 younger siblings for the only bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, washing away his fatigue and grime, gradually clarifying his muddled thoughts. Soon, Lin Qiye finished his shower, wrapping a towel around his waist and stepping out with damp hair. After a night of hard work and slight enhancements to his physique, his body appeared more defined than before. While he wasn't particularly muscular, the contours of a few abdominal muscles were faintly visible on his flat stomach, radiating the vitality typical of a young man. Bai Mushi, seated at the dining table, instinctively looked up at the sound of movement. When her gaze fell upon Lin Qiye's subtly defined abs, her breath caught momentarily, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. As if set ablaze, she hurriedly averted her eyes, her heart racing and her ears growing warm. This man seems to have a decent physique, she wondered, reflecting on how she had never noticed it before. No, she had never had the opportunity to notice. Bai Mushi bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. Lin Qiye, oblivious to her momentary fluster, walked straight to the table and sat down, gazing at the white, creamy soup in the bowl, which contained unfamiliar herbs and meat chunks. He was drawn in by its enticing aroma. He carefully picked up a spoon and took a sip. The delicious broth burst forth on his palate, a warm stream sliding down his throat and spreading throughout his body, dissipating his fatigue and soreness. "Delicious," Lin Qiye involuntarily exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the soup's flavor. Bai Mushi's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of delight, yet her tone remained even. "This is gu yuan soup, made with some low-level beast bones and several warming herbs. It's beneficial for restoring stamina. If you exert yourself like last night again, well, you can drink more." Her voice trailed off, color rising to her cheeks. Lin Qiye detected her concern in her words, and warmth spread through his heart. He looked up, meeting Bai Mushi's gaze earnestly. "Thank you, Mushi." Bai Mushi felt slightly uncomfortable under his stare, avoiding his eyes as she murmured, "What's there to thank? We are partners. This is only natural." Her voice was soft, yet Lin Qiye heard her clearly. "Partners," he silently repeated in his mind, a peculiar sensation blossoming within him. He chose not to say more and focused on drinking the soup. After finishing a bowl, Lin Qiye felt the fatigue dissipate significantly and his stamina rejuvenated. Observing Bai Mushi, he noticed she was also sipping her soup, though the blush on her cheeks had not entirely faded. Bai Mushi sensed Lin Qiye's gaze lingering on her face, causing her to pause mid-sip. She lifted her head to meet his eyes, asking somewhat awkwardly, "Is there something on my face?" With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Qiye replied gently, "You look truly lovely." Those simple 3 words were like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples across the surface of Bai Mushi's heart. Her cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, even her ears tinged with crimson. She shot Lin Qiye a reproachful glare, her tone laced with a hint of irritation. Smooth talker. Though she said this, A glimmer of joy and shyness flickered in her eyes. What woman does not appreciate compliments? Especially in this ambiguous morning atmosphere, coming from her partner. To mask her embarrassment, Mushi quickly changed the subject, her expression turning serious as she reminded him, "Hurry up and eat. Afterward, you need to go to work. Today is your first day. Don't be late." Lin Qiye nodded with a smile and then inquired, "What about you? Do you have plans for today?" Upon hearing this, Mushi's eyes flickered, and her movements hesitated slightly. She set down the bowl of soup in her hands, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a tone tinged with uncertainty. "I might be pregnant. This morning, my personal terminal's automatic detection feature suggested that I should get checked, and I have already scheduled a detailed examination at the community health center for tomorrow." Although Lin Qiye had already been informed of this news through the system and had mentally prepared himself, upon hearing Mushi utter the words, he immediately feigned a look of surprise mixed with joy. "Really?" Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just received monumental news. Mushi observed his astonished expression, and a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her, anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of relief as if a weight had been lifted. She gently nodded, affirming, "Yes, the physiological indicators monitored by my personal terminal this morning suggest a high likelihood." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye broke into a broad grin, proudly claiming, "It seems my efforts last night were quite effective." Mushi felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation at his blunt, yet teasing remark. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She grabbed a napkin from the table, crumpled it into a ball, and pretended to throw it at Lin Qiye, playfully scolding, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and eat." The way she pouted in mock anger struck Lin Qiye as particularly charming. Seeing her reaction, Lin Qiye quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his expression remained one of smug delight. All right, I won't say anything more. Let us eat." He understood that Mushi was bashful and that it was best to tread lightly on such matters. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In a single night, he had not only activated the incredible system, but also successfully facilitated the conception of their child. This was the first step towards becoming a winner in life. Mushi regarded his smug demeanor with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ultimately, she merely huffed softly, choosing to ignore him and return to her soup. However, the slight upward curl of her lips and the fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her good spirits. After all, for a woman eager to support her martial arts training through childbearing allowances, the prospect of pregnancy arriving so soon was undoubtedly splendid news. It signified that her plans for continued training could commence even earlier than anticipated. The atmosphere at the dining table became subtly nuanced, filled with joy, expectation, and a silent understanding born of their shared aspirations. Chapter 10. Envy, Jealousy, and Resentment. After breakfast, Lin Qiye donned the standard uniform of a farm manager, a durable deep blue work attire. Mushi helped him adjust his collar. "Be careful on the way," she advised. "Yes, you too. Rest well at home and don't overexert yourself," Lin Qiye replied, his gaze tender. They exchanged a smile, words unnecessary, yet each perceived a warmth in the other's eyes. As Lin Qiye stepped outside, the system panel surfaced in his mind. Host: Lin Qiye. Genetic potential: 615. Physical ability: 56. Mental strength: 62. Spiritual energy: 10. Martial technique: Level 1 of the 128th set of calisthenics: 110. Partner: Mushi. Favorability: 60. 10. Offspring: 1. In gestation. To his astonishment, Mushi's favorability had unexpectedly increased by 10 points. Furthermore, his physical ability had also improved by 1 point. Lin Qiye felt elated, his steps lighter. He arrived at the express bus station at the entrance of the community, where several people were already waiting. The crisp morning air carried a unique chill, and in the distance, the silhouette of the energy tower gradually became clear in the dawn light. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure caught Lin Qiye's eye. The individual, clad in an identical deep blue farm manager's uniform, was slightly plump and was peering down at his personal terminal, occasionally letting out a sigh. "How's he?" Lin Qiye tentatively called out. The slightly overweight youth abruptly looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Lin Qiye? What the heck? What are you doing here?" He glanced at Lin Qiye's uniform with a peculiar expression. Lin Qiye greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence. I accepted the graduation placement and was assigned to Food District 16. Wang Hao, Lin Qiye's high school classmate, nodded, still unable to mask his astonishment. "I'm also in Food District 16. Farm 952. And you?" "Farm 939, Lin Qiye replied. "Hey, that is not far apart." Wang Hao stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Qiye, I never expected this. I thought you'd at least try for a private university. You figured it out this quickly? Lin Qiye shrugged. Private university tuition is too expensive. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. True, starting work earlier is better. For families like ours, a stable placement is wise. My parents said the moment the college entrance exam results came out, they urged me to submit my partner matching application right away, saying it's the right path to stabilize early and have children to receive allowances. At this point, Wang Hao's gaze scrutinized Lin Qiye. Wait a minute, Qiye? This bus station is right at the entrance of the Sunflower Garden community. Only citizens who have completed partner matching and registered to establish a family are assigned housing here. Did you match successfully? So soon? It's important to note that from the end of the college entrance exams to placement assignment, partner matching, and housing distribution. Although the process is swift, it typically takes several days. The fact that Lin Qiye stood here in work attire waiting for the bus implied he had completed all the procedures almost immediately after the exam results were announced. Lin Qiye nodded. Yeah, I just moved in yesterday. Wow. Wang Hao was completely astonished. You're impressive. He hadn't anticipated Lin Qiye's actions to be so swift. Initially, he thought Lin Qiye held high aspirations, fully focused on martial arts. Just then, Lin Qiye's personal terminal on his wrist suddenly illuminated, emitting a soft notification sound. Raising his hand to check, he saw a message from Bai Mushi. Upon opening it, Lin Qiye's pupils slightly constricted. Basic training authorization for the 8 treasures technique has been sent to your account. I noticed you were still practicing calisthenics last night. This 8 treasures technique is more efficient than calisthenics. Familiarize yourself with it, and I will teach you when you come back tonight. Beneath the message was an electronic voucher for the martial arts authorization. A warm current surged through Lin Qiye's heart. The 8 treasures technique. This was an officially revised and promoted beginner-level technique by the Bullhead Martial Arts Bureau, with an efficiency at least 10 times greater than the 128 set of calisthenics. While it was merely the beginner version, it was already a precious training resource for an ordinary person, particularly for a freshly graduated high school student. More importantly, in the Galactic Empire, any legitimate martial arts technique is strictly protected by copyright. To practice, one must obtain authorization through official channels. Unauthorized dissemination or practice of unlicensed techniques could lead to hefty fines or even imprisonment, with serious consequences. The price for a basic version of the 8 treasures technique is not expensive, merely 1,000 credit points. However, tutoring fees are exorbitant. A single class can easily cost 200 to 300 credit points, even for small group lessons. One-on-one sessions exceed 500 credit points. Lin Qiye had refrained from practicing earlier mainly due to his parents' reluctance. The fact that Bai Mushi had directly purchased it for him and was willing to teach him personally was truly remarkable. One can only say that a skilled warrior is indeed a treasure. However, the price for such a status is not one that an average, low-ranking man can bear. Just as Lin Qiye was moved by this thought, his companion Wang Hao, with keen eyes, caught a glimpse of the small avatar of Bai Mushi on Lin Qiye's terminal screen. It was a standard identification photo. The woman in the picture possessed exquisite features. Her skin fair and delicate, resembling the finest jade. Her cold phoenix eyes exuded an air of aloofness, accompanied by an indescribable confidence. Even though it was merely a small avatar, it could not conceal her stunning beauty and unique aura. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He grasped Lin Qiye's arm and asked excitedly, Lin Qiye, is this the partner you matched with? Lin Qiye felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, but had no intention of hiding the truth. After all, they would be colleagues. And Bai Mushi's existence would inevitably come to light. He calmly nodded yes. Wow, Wang Hao exclaimed, his tone filled with incredulous jealousy and bitterness. Chapter 11, Wife. Wang Hao's face contorted with envy, inwardly thinking, this must be a catfish photo. There can't possibly be such a beautiful woman in reality, and certainly not for Lin Qiye, a mere farm administrator. The partner he had matched with, while decent-looking, was nothing compared to Lin Qiye's match. It was akin to comparing an ordinary person with a celestial being. Why should it be this way? At that moment, the hover train gradually arrived at its destination. Ding! The vehicle has arrived. Please mind your step. Lin Qiye patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, saying, let us go, time to board. The two entered the train, one after the other. The carriage was sparsely populated, and Lin Qiye took a window seat, while Wang Hao silently sat across from him, separated by an aisle. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao was lost in thought. He opened his personal terminal and accessed a photo of his own partner. The girl in the picture had an average appearance, sporting a few freckles, but her smile was simple and honest. The more Wang Hao looked, the more he felt a sense of frustration, and recalling the enchanting visage of Bai Mushi only intensified his feelings of inequity. It had to be a catfish photo. Wang Hao gritted his teeth internally, refusing to believe that Lin Qiye could match with such an exceptional partner. Perhaps that woman harbored some hidden flaw. As the hover train traveled smoothly, the scenery outside rushed by. Tall buildings gradually receded, replaced by vast, standardized farmlands. These fields were divided into numerous large blocks, where various crops thrived under artificial lighting and precise temperature controls. Occasionally, large semi-automated agricultural machinery could be seen parked in the fields. These semi-automated machines required administrators like them to operate. Wang Hao remained immersed in his thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Qiye with a complex expression. He simply could not comprehend how Lin Qiye, with his attractive appearance, could also possess such extraordinary luck. It was utterly unfair. That woman must have some hidden defect or a particularly poor character. Otherwise, how could Lin Qiye be the one to end up with her? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that his assumptions held merit, and his heart felt slightly balanced. Lin Qiye, however, paid no mind to Wang Hao's inner turmoil. He closed his eyes to rest, while his mind meticulously studied the 8 treasures skill. This technique was indeed far more intricate than the 128th set of radiogymnastics. It not only had corresponding breathing methods, but also demanded precise control over one's body. This was also the reason it could not be widely taught. School teachers already found it tedious to teach the radiogymnastics. Would they also be generous enough to teach this? As he pondered, Lin Qiye resolved to diligently practice it with his wife when he returned home. Soon, the announcement for the train stop resonated. Grain Zone 16, Station 950 has arrived. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960, please disembark. Lin Qiye and Wang Hao stood up together. I'm heading to farm 952. That way, Wang Hao indicated a direction. And you? Which way to 939? I'm going this way. Lin Qiye pointed in the opposite direction. All right, we'll connect later. Good luck at work. Wang Hao waved his hand somewhat dismissively and walked toward his farm. Following the signs, Lin Qiye swiftly located the management office of farm 939. It was a modest 3-story building. Upon entering the reception hall on the first floor, Lin Qiye presented his identification and assignment notice to a staff member operating a terminal. So you're Lin Qiye? Welcome to farm 939. I am Zhang, the logistics supervisor here, greeted a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s and slightly plump. Supervisor Zhang briefly introduced Lin Qiye to the basic conditions of the farm, his job responsibilities, and important notes. Farm 939 primarily cultivated high-energy nutritional grains and several specialty economic crops. Zhang guided Lin Qiye through the work environment, provided basic tools, and set up his work badge via the personal terminal. Your work area is Zone C7, which mainly grows golden ear number 1 high-energy nutritional grains. Here is the operation manual and area map. Familiarize yourself with them. Today, you'll mainly get to know the place, and you'll officially start tomorrow. Zhang handed Lin Qiye a data tablet. Lin Qiye accepted the tablet and skimmed through it. The role of a farm administrator, while seemingly straightforward, involved considerable intricacy. Firstly, one must be proficient in operating various semi-automated agricultural machines, including seeders, fertilizer spreaders, irrigation system controllers, and, most importantly, harvesters. Despite being semi-automated, many critical steps still required manual intervention and adjustments, particularly when dealing with crops at different growth stages or unexpected situations. Secondly, he needed to conduct daily monitoring of the crops in his designated C7 area. This included observing plant growth, recording growth data such as height, leaf color, and signs of pests or diseases. All this data needed to be uploaded in real time to the farm's central database for analysis by the technical department. Lastly, he was responsible for the daily maintenance of related equipment in the area and basic troubleshooting. For instance, checking if the irrigation pipes were unobstructed, ensuring sensor readings were accurate, and maintaining the lubrication and cleanliness of the agricultural machinery. Should he encounter any issues he could not resolve himself, he would need to report them promptly. Thus, this job required a mix of physical stamina, meticulousness, and a sense of responsibility. Supervisor Zhang led Lin Qiye to Zone C7. As far as the eye could see, golden grain swayed in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. This is golden ear number 1, one of our galaxy's main food crops. Known for its high energy conversion rate and pleasant taste, Zhang explained. Your task is to ensure their healthy growth until they are ready for harvest. A few agricultural machines, which Lin Qiye had seen on the hover train, were parked nearby. These are the Type 3 multifunctional yielder platforms, which integrate seeding, fertilizing, weeding, and other functions. They are not difficult to operate, and the data tablet contains detailed tutorials. That large machine over there is the Harvest Beast number 5 combined harvester. You'll use it once the crops are ripe, Zhang pointed out, introducing each machine. Lin Qiye listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Although his heart was set on martial arts, he resolved to perform well in this job, since a stable position meant a steady income. This was essential for both his family and to support Bai Mushi's cultivation endeavors. Alright, today you can familiarize yourself with the environment and review the operation manual. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me through internal communications or consult other experienced employees. The atmosphere on our farm is quite pleasant, and everyone is willing to lend a hand. Supervisor Zhang patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder and smiled as he spoke. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. After Supervisor Zhang departed, Lin Qiye wandered alone in Zone C7. He activated his data panel and began to diligently study the operational methods of agricultural machinery and the knowledge of crop maintenance. Occasionally, other farm administrators would drive their small patrol vehicles past the area he was responsible for, mostly casting a curious glance but not engaging in further conversation. Lin Qiye relished the tranquility, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his studies. He discovered that despite the advanced agricultural technology of this era, it still heavily relied on human management and decision-making. The notion of a modern farmer was not as simplistic as he had initially imagined. The day swiftly passed. When his personal terminal signaled that work hours had ended, Lin Qiye stretched, feeling somewhat fatigued, yet overwhelmingly fulfilled. He had gained a preliminary understanding of this job and had begun to formulate new plans for his future. Home. My wife must have prepared dinner, and tonight she will teach me the 8 treasures skill. The thought of Bai Mushi brought a smile to Lin Qiye's lips, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Upon returning to the Sunflower Garden Block B, Unit 1314, he unlocked the door with his terminal access. Wife, I'm back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bedroom door swung open, revealing Bai Mushi. She was clad in a form-fitting black training outfit, accentuating her alluring figure. Sweat clung to her temples and clothes, adhering to her skin, with a few damp strands resting on her smooth forehead, adding an enticing allure after her workout. Her cheeks bore a healthy flush from exertion, and her breath was slightly labored. Upon hearing Lin Qiye as casual wife, Bai Mushi's body stiffened momentarily, her cheeks flushing deeper, and her gaze flickering. After a brief hesitation, as if steeling herself, she finally mustered the courage to respond. Her voice soft as a whisper, yet clear enough for Lin Qiye to hear. Husband, you're back. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter. This was the first time Bai Mushi had referred to him as husband. Lin Qiye's heart fluttered as he gazed at her shy yet composed demeanor, finding her utterly adorable. Bai Mushi seemed to sense the intensity of Lin Qiye's gaze, quickly redirecting the conversation as she pointed towards the kitchen. I've prepared dinner, and since I saw there was still time, I practiced for a while. Understanding dawned upon Lin Qiye. His soon-to-be martial artist wife was indeed relentless in her training. Feeling uncomfortable under Lin Qiye's scrutiny, Bai Mushi's cheeks burned, her eyes darting as she shyly remarked, I'm all sweaty. I'll go take a shower first. With that, she hurriedly turned and walked briskly towards the bathroom. However, just as she stepped inside and had not yet closed the door, she heard footsteps behind her. In the next moment, Lin Qiye's figure appeared at the bathroom door. Bai Mushi gasped, instinctively attempting to shut the door, but Lin Qiye was quicker, squeezing in. What are you doing? Bai Mushi exclaimed, flustered and anxious. Lin Qiye chuckled, wrapping his arms around her from behind, whispering in her ear, Wife, let us shower together. It conserves water and aligns with the Empire's call. Text omitted for brevity. An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Mushi emerged, her face flushed, dressed in a clean cotton loungewear. Her hair still somewhat damp and exuding a fresh fragrance from her shower. She lowered her head, avoiding Lin Qiye's gaze, hastily seated herself at the dining table, picking up chopsticks to serve Lin Qiye rice, her ears still burning with embarrassment. The events in the bathroom lingered in her mind, making her cheeks heat up and her heart race. This man was becoming more mischievous by the day. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye appeared invigorated, comfortably taking his seat at the table. Delighted by Bai Mushi's bashful demeanor, at the dining table, Bai Mushi endeavored to calm her emotions, inquiring as evenly as possible, how was your first day at work? Lin Qiye took a mouthful of rice, smiling as he replied, it was fine. The work isn't difficult, just a bit tedious. The farm supervisor is quite amiable, and my colleagues seem easy to get along with. He briefly recounted his day as tasks and experiences. Bai Mushi listened attentively, nodding occasionally and asking a question or two. Though her heart was devoted to martial arts, she was not entirely indifferent to her partner's work and life. After dinner, Lin Qiye suggested, Wife, let us go for a walk to help with digestion. Bai Mushi paused momentarily. A walk? Glancing at Lin Qiye's expectant eyes, she inexplicably nodded in agreement. All right. The two exchanged their casual attire, hand in hand, stepping outside. Under the night sky, the sunflower garden was illuminated, with numerous residents strolling and chatting, brimming with life. Walking side by side, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi remained silent, yet the atmosphere was far from awkward. Instead, a sense of warmth flowed between them. With Bai Mushi's tall stature, even in flat shoes, she was only a head shorter than Lin Qiye. As she walked beside him, feeling the warmth of his hand, an unfamiliar sensation welled up within her. This tranquil and stable life seemed not as unbearable as she had once imagined. Just as they were savoring this rare moment of peace, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Lin Qiye? What a coincidence." Following the voice, Lin Qiye turned to see Wang Hao approaching, his arm around a slightly plump girl. Upon spotting Bai Mushi beside Lin Qiye, Wang Hao's gaze froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, as though he had seen a ghost. During the day on the express line, he had only glimpsed Bai Mushi's profile and, while mesmerized, had held a glimmer of hope that it was merely a flattering photo. But now, the living, breathing Bai Mushi stood before him. Even more enchanting than her photograph, her tall and graceful figure, concealed beneath simple casual wear, still could not hide her curves. Her exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the streetlights, displayed a fair and delicate complexion, radiating a healthy glow. Especially her cool, phoenix-like eyes, now softened by her companionship with Lin Qiye, appeared more alluring, less distant, yet exuded even greater charm. She stood quietly beside Lin Qiye, exuding an otherworldly grace, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Wang Hao felt as if his breath had caught in his throat. This was truly a fairy descended to earth. Chapter 13. Gradually intensifying, Wang Hao's moment of astonishment was fleeting. He still understood the basics of social etiquette. Despite his somewhat stiff expression, he managed to smile and introduce. "Qiye, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Qian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Qiye, and this must be your sister-in-law." Wang Hao's gaze swept over Bai Mushi. Zhang Qian, Wang Hao's partner, appeared somewhat honest and straightforward. She curiously examined Lin Qiye, her eyes lighting up upon observing his tall and handsome figure. A hint of bashfulness creeping onto her face. "Hello, Lin Qiye, and greetings to you, sister-in-law," Zhang Qian politely acknowledged. Bai Mushi nodded slightly in response. Lin Qiye returned the greeting with a smile. "Hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my partner, Bai Mushi." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere turned somewhat nuanced. Lin Qiye sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to speak. "We just finished our meal and are taking a casual stroll. What about you?" "Same here. Just getting some fresh air," Wang Hao replied with a dry smile. "All right, we won't disturb you then. We'll be on our way," Lin Qiye said, pulling Bai Mushi's hand as they departed. "Okay, let's chat another day," Wang Hao quickly added. The two parties brushed past each other. After walking a distance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but tug at Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, "How's he? Your classmate and his partner look like a perfect match. The guy is handsome, and the girl is beautiful. They are quite the sight together." Her tone was filled with envy. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. But he managed to maintain an indifferent smile, wrapping his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and saying, "Hey, everyone has their preferences. To be honest, I'm not fond of those too slender. In my eyes, it's your curvy figure that is most attractive and comfortable to hold." As he spoke, he gently pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian burst into laughter, her cheeks flushing deeper. She playfully punched Wang Hao's chest and scolded, "You're so annoying. Just know how to flatter me." Although she said this, the joy and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. What woman doesn't enjoy sweet words? Especially when her partner can express such sentiments. It made her heart swell with delight. Observing the happiness radiating from Zhang Qian's face, Wang Hao's sense of imbalance dissipated significantly. He thought to himself, what does it matter if a partner is beautiful? Ultimately, life must be lived realistically. In his view, the more beautiful a woman is, the higher her expectations, which makes it all the more troublesome to please her. Just like Lin Qiye's partner, she seemed like the type who was aloof and difficult to get along with. Perhaps she even had a fiery temper behind closed doors. Unlike his own Zhang Qian, whose gentle, caring, and homely nature made her a good woman to settle down with. Life is meant to be comfortable, and he reassured himself that his contentment was the most important. He embraced Zhang Qian's shoulders and gently said, "Let us go over there. I heard a new dessert shop opened, and it's supposed to be quite good." Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi continued their leisurely stroll in the community. Although Bai Mushi still wore a hint of aloofness on her face, she firmly grasped Lin Qiye's hand, never letting go. Lin Qiye could sense her subtle emotional shifts, and he found it amusing. Mushi, Lin Qiye suddenly asked, "Did you rarely go out like this before?" Bai Mushi paused slightly at his words, then shook her head and replied softly, I spent most of my time practicing or worrying about tuition fees." Her tone was flat, revealing little emotion. However, Lin Qiye could imagine the hardships she had endured. A girl carrying enormous debts while striving to pursue her martial arts dreams. The bitterness and pressure were beyond what outsiders could comprehend. Lin Qiye tightened his grip on her hand and said firmly, "That won't happen anymore. With me around, you only need to focus on your training." Bai Mushi trembled slightly, turning her head to gaze at Lin Qiye's serious profile. The street light illuminated his face, highlighting his distinct features, and the spark in his bright eyes radiated a reassuring glow. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. An inexplicable feeling, like a gentle spring rain, silently nourished her long dry heart. She said nothing, merely responding with a soft hum, resting her head gently on Lin Qiye's shoulder. The night breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not disperse the growing warmth of their budding intimacy. Chapter 14. 8 Treasure Skill. Lin Qiye felt the soft sensation and faint fragrance on his shoulder, warming his heart and slowing his pace. The two walked quietly, nestled against each other along the tree-lined path of the community. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats. After some time, Bai Mushi appeared to tire, her steps slowing. "Are you tired?" Lin Qiye asked gently. "A bit," Bai Mushi replied with a hint of languor. "Then let us head back." "Okay." They turned and walked in the direction of home. Upon returning, Bai Mushi took the initiative to offer guidance on Lin Qiye's practice of the 8 Treasure Skill. In the makeshift training room converted from the master bedroom, they stood facing each other. Bai Mushi changed into a loose and comfortable training outfit, her expression focused and serious. Although the 8 Treasure Skill is a basic technique, it is solid in foundation and provides excellent training for body coordination and strength. First, memorize the movements, and then I will teach you the corresponding breathing techniques, Bai Mushi explained, beginning to demonstrate the 8 Treasure Skill. Her movements were graceful and fluid, each transition filled with power and beauty, clearly demonstrating her mastery of this technique. Lin Qiye watched attentively, striving to memorize each movement. After completing the set, Bai Mushi slightly gasped, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked at Lin Qiye and asked, "How did you do? How much did you remember?" Lin Qiye awkwardly replied, "I'm not sure." "Well, no need to be too anxious," Bai Mushi said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "After becoming a prospective martial artist in my 3rd year, I started teaching children the 8 Treasure Skill part-time, so I have about 5 years of teaching experience now. Teaching you the basics shouldn't be a problem." As Lin Qiye clumsily mimicked the movements under Bai Mushi's guidance, he curiously asked, "Wife, how much do you charge the kids for lessons?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride evident as she replied, "In the beginning, due to my lack of experience, I only charged 300 credits per hour. Now that I'm more experienced and have a good reputation, it has increased to 500 credits per hour." Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. "Wow, that means my esteemed wife effectively just gifted me 1,000 credits tonight." Bai Mushi huffed playfully. "Humph, now you know, right? Hurry up and study hard. If you don't learn well, you'll have to compensate me double for my time." Although she said this, the amusement in her eyes betrayed her. "Understood, esteemed wife." Lin Qiye immediately stood up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. As the time passed, Bai Mushi patiently corrected every one of Lin Qiye's movements, explaining the techniques of exertion and the coordination of breath. The night deepened, yet the living room remained brightly lit, illuminating the focused silhouettes of the two as they practiced diligently. Lin Qiye endeavored to mimic Bai Mushi's actions, striving for precision in every move. However, being his first encounter with the 8 Treasure Skill, his bodily coordination and control over strength were still rather unfamiliar. After an extended period of practice, his movements remained somewhat stiff and awkward, indicating that he was still far from mastering the basics. Observing his earnest yet uncoordinated efforts, Bai Mushi felt an inward amusement but chose not to address it. She kindly reassured him, "Take your time, there is no need to rush. This technique may appear simple, but truly grasping the essence and achieving that sense of unified strength takes time. I've taught many, and most take between 3 months to 6 months to grasp it. You're only on your first day, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." Of course, she had taught some exceptionally gifted students who could grasp the essence of the 8 Treasure Skill within a week. But it was clear that Lin Qiye did not belong to that category of talent. Bai Mushi naturally refrained from expressing any words that might dampen his enthusiasm. After all, he was her partner, her husband, and encouragement was paramount. Lin Qiye nodded in response, but felt a sense of helplessness within. He discreetly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Under the cultivation methods section, beneath the 128 set of radiocalisthenics, a new line of information appeared. 8 treasures skill, not yet initiated. Chapter 15, Pregnancy Check. Lin Qiye sighed inwardly, realizing he had yet to master the 8 treasures skill. It seemed that the difficulty of this skill was indeed considerably higher than that of the radiocalisthenics. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Bai Mushi spoke. Take your time to digest what I just taught you and feel the subtle changes in your body. I will practice for a while. With that, she moved to the other side to begin her training in the 8 treasures skill. Bai Mushi's practice aimed to enhance the level of the 8 treasures skill, thereby augmenting her genetic potential. Reaching a genetic potential of 10 would signify her advancement to a martial artist. Observing Bai Mushi's dedication to the 8 treasures skill, Lin Qiye felt a sense of urgency rise within him. He pondered that since mastering the 8 treasures skill would take time, it would be more prudent to elevate the 128 set of radiocalisthenics first. After all, the progress in radiocalisthenics was visibly measurable. With every practice session, the progress bar on the system panel would increment. This tangible sense of advancement was crucial for him. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qiye ceased to dwell on the 8 treasures skill, took a deep breath, and began to diligently perform the 128th set of radiocalisthenics. Although he had practiced this set for a decade and was thoroughly familiar with it, the system's enhancement was remarkably magical, regardless of the precision of his movements. Completion alone signified an increase in strength. During her training, Bai Mushi occasionally opened her eyes and saw Lin Qiye laboring through what she deemed an inefficient set of calisthenics. Her brows furrowed slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Everyone has their own choices and habits, and as long as he found it effective, that was sufficient. Moreover, witnessing his earnestness made Bai Mushi reluctant to lecture him further. Time slipped away imperceptibly as Lin Qiye immersed himself in the calisthenics, oblivious to the passage of time. Sweat drenched his clothes, yet he showed no inclination to cease. After practicing the radiocalisthenics for 2 hours, coupled with nearly 2 hours of learning the 8 treasures skill alongside Bai Mushi, Lin Qiye felt as if every cell in his body was groaning under fatigue. A tide of exhaustion drowning him. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, and his breath became heavy. Bai Mushi had long concluded her training, and, witnessing Lin Qiye's wavering but persistent form, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes: confusion, concern, and an inexplicable stirring. Despite his mediocre talent, this man's tenacity and dedication compelled her to regard him with newfound respect. Finally, as Lin Qiye struggled to complete the last round of radiocalisthenics, he could no longer bear it. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. Bai Mushi hurried to support him. "All right, let us call it a day. You've worked very hard." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tenderness. Leaning against her, Lin Qiye gasped for air, barely having the strength to speak. He weakly nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Mushi guided him into the bathroom and prepared warm water for him. Almost instinctively, Lin Qiye finished his shower and collapsed onto the bed. Not even bothering to cover himself with the blanket before drifting into a deep sleep, his snores soon filling the room. Bai Mushi looked at his slumbering face, shook her head helplessly, and gently tucked him in before attending to her own routine and returning to bed. Listening to the steady rhythm of his snores, however, Bai Mushi found herself restless. She could not comprehend why Lin Qiye was so fixated on the seemingly inefficient radiocalisthenics. Did he truly believe that such exercises could alter his fate? The following morning, Lin Qiye awoke to a slight sense of pressure, blinking against the light. He first noticed Bai Mushi's small, delicate feet resting on his abdomen. Amused, he carefully moved her legs aside. Bai Mushi yawned awake. In the bathroom, they stood side by side at the sink, brushing their teeth. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden halo over the sink. With her mouth full of foam, Bai Mushi mumbled, "I'm going to the community medical center for a checkup today." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately turned, concern etched on his face. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Bai Mushi rinsed her mouth, shook her head, and replied, "No need. You just started your job at the farm. It wouldn't be right to ask for leave. It's just a routine early pregnancy checkup. I can manage it quickly." With a playful gesture, she raised her small, white fist toward Lin Qiye, adding with a hint of pride, "Besides, I'm now a more formidable martial artist than you." Lin Qiye chuckled at her adorable demeanor, affectionately tapping her pert nose and teasing, "Yes, yes, my wife is the greatest, the best in the world." Bai Mushi blushed slightly at his praise, shooting him a mock glare. Flatterer. Yet, despite her words, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. After sharing some light-hearted banter, they finished their morning routines. Bai Mushi donned a loose, comfortable light-colored dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, embodying a gentler, more serene version of herself. A stark contrast to her usual assertiveness. After a simple breakfast, Lin Qiye cautioned, "When the results come in, let me know immediately. Be careful on the way." "I will. And you too. Don't be late for work." Baimushi nodded, seeing Lin Qiye to the door. He gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave. Watching him depart, a gentle smile unconsciously crept across Baimushi's lips. The feeling of being cared for and admonished was quite pleasant. She placed a hand on her flat abdomen, her gaze filled with anticipation and a hint of subtle apprehension. Chapter 16. Limitations too low in the C7 district farmland. Lin Qiye activated the Type 3 multifunctional work platform, beginning to practice and familiarize himself with his duties. Just as he settled in and adjusted the control panel, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated. A voice message from Baimushi appeared. "Hubby, the test results are out. The doctor said I'm pregnant." Baimushi's voice carried an unmistakable joy and a tinge of excitement, resonating clearly through the terminal. Lin Qiye's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Although he had anticipated this news, hearing it firsthand filled him with immense happiness and exhilaration. He quickly switched to video call mode. Soon, Baimushi's face, adorned with a gentle smile, appeared on the screen. "Wife, that's wonderful." Lin Qiye exclaimed. "How are you feeling?" "Everything is fine," Baimushi replied, her cheeks glowing with health. "The doctor advised me to rest during the early stages of pregnancy and to maintain a balanced diet, and he prescribed some nutritional supplements." That is good. Lin Qiye nodded repeatedly. "Once you return home, make sure to rest well. Avoid any strenuous tasks. I'll take care of everything when I get back." "I know. Just focus on your work." "I'm not made of paper," Baimushi playfully retorted, her tone laced with sweetness. After a brief conversation filled with gentle reminders, they reluctantly ended the video call. Lin Qiye set down the terminal, his heart racing with excitement. He was going to be a father. The sensation was both wondrous and eagerly anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and began to familiarize himself with the operation of agricultural machinery. The day's tasks at the farm were not particularly demanding. As it was not the busy season, most crops were in their growth phase and required minimal intervention. Lin Qiye maneuvered the cultivator around his designated area, inspecting the irrigation system and sensor operations, and recording some fundamental data. After completing these routine tasks, he found little else to occupy his time. With nothing pressing to attend to, why not practice some calisthenics? Once the thought crossed his mind, he could no longer suppress it. After all, this was his private work area, and few people frequented it. He parked the work platform at the edge of the field, found a relatively flat patch of ground, and began earnestly performing the 128th set of calisthenics. The morning sun was warm and gentle, and a light breeze rustled through the golden waves of grain, creating a soft accompaniment to his movements. An hour later, he completed the calisthenics, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. He glanced at the system panel. 128th set of calisthenics level 1, 410. Not bad. Making progress. After a simple lunch provided by the farm, Lin Qiye took a brief rest. In the afternoon, he seized another opportunity to dive back into his calisthenics practice. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet he relished the effort. Each effective training session brought him closer to his goal. By the end of the afternoon practice, the system panel updated once more. 128th set of calisthenics level 1, 510. Excellent. Halfway there. Finally, the workday drew to a close, and Lin Qiye could hardly contain his excitement as he boarded the express line back to the community. The thought of his gentle wife and a warm meal awaiting him made his steps light and buoyant. Upon arriving home, he found Baimushi busy in the kitchen, apron tied, preparing a sumptuous dinner. "Darling, I'm back." Lin Qiye gently embraced her from behind. Baimushi, startled by his sudden gesture, playfully swatted his hand. "You're back. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Her voice was as soothing as a gentle stream. Lin Qiye smiled broadly. The feeling of home enveloped him. After dinner, Baimushi patiently guided Lin Qiye through the techniques and power application of the 8 treasures skill. However, considering her pregnancy, she decided to shorten the guidance time to an hour, which also reduced her own practice duration accordingly. "Your movements are more coordinated than yesterday. Keep it up." Baimushi encouraged, though she knew that Lin Qiye still had a long way to go before mastering the 8 treasures skill. Lin Qiye nodded and diligently practiced. After an hour of instruction, Baimushi sat quietly to meditate and consolidate her cultivation, serving also as a form of prenatal education. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye unhesitatingly immersed himself once more into the 128th set of calisthenics. To him, the path to mastering the 8 treasures skill seemed distant. But the progress in calisthenics was tangible. Under the soft glow of the lights, his silhouette repeatedly mirrored the familiar movements. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles trembled from fatigue, yet he persevered with grit. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 610. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 710. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 810. That night, he practiced the calisthenics for a full 3 hours, completing 3 cycles. When the final round concluded, Lin Qiye nearly collapsed, gasping for breath. Though his body was utterly exhausted, the sight of the encouraging progress bar on the system panel filled him with anticipation. Just 2 more sessions. Tomorrow, he would surely level up. This thought sustained him, igniting a profound excitement within. After washing up, Lin Qiye fell into bed almost instantly, lacking the energy to exchange even a few words with Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi gazed at Lin Qiye's peaceful sleeping face, shaking her head in resignation. With a soft sigh, she mused, ordinary people tend to retreat to familiar and comfortable paths when faced with challenges, struggling to conquer new obstacles. In her view, Lin Qiye's choice to abandon the more promising 8 treasure skill in favor of the less efficient calisthenics exemplified a classic case of path dependence. Though she understood his decision, a pang of regret lingered in her heart. After all, the potential of calisthenics was limited. However, reflecting on his dedication to their family and the imminent arrival of their child, working diligently during the day and practicing at night, Bai Mushi's discontent gradually dissipated. Well, as long as he finds joy in it, she thought, settling down beside him and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 17. Breakthrough to Level 2. The following morning, Lin Qiye proceeded to the farm as usual. Upon arriving in Zone C7, before he could even start the cultivator, Supervisor Zhang approached in a small patrol vehicle. "Hey Lin, how's it going? Are you getting accustomed to the work? Are you familiar with the machinery?" Supervisor Zhang halted the vehicle, peering out with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang." Lin Qiye responded promptly. "I'm getting the hang of it. I've gone through the operation manual, and there are no major issues." "That's good to hear." Zhang nodded with satisfaction. "Our farm work isn't particularly difficult, but it does require familiarity and responsibility. You young folks learn quickly, so you should adapt just fine. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Supervisor Zhang." "All right then, carry on. I'll check on other areas," Zhang said, offering a few more words of advice before driving off. Lin Qiye watched him leave, understanding that this was a routine check to assess how the new employees were adapting. With the supervisor's visit completed, he felt free to arrange his time more liberally. He skillfully activated the work platform and, following standard procedures, conducted a round of inspections on the crop growth and equipment operational status in his designated area. Everything appeared normal. After completing these essential tasks, Lin Qiye parked the work platform at the field's edge and began today's calisthenics practice. Warm sunlight bathed him, and the expansive farmland stretched endlessly before him, the air rich with the sense of soil and crops. Practicing in such an environment was indeed a unique experience. He immersed himself fully, and time swiftly slipped away as he diligently trained. Soon, sweat soaked through his work attire, but he showed no intention of stopping. An hour later, Lin Qiye exhaled deeply. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 910. Just 1 more session to go. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Qiye dove back into his calisthenics practice. As he completed the final movement, sweat poured down like rain, and he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally resonated in his mind. Level 1 of the 128th set of calisthenics, 1010. Ding. The 128th set of calisthenics has been upgraded to Level 2. Host gene potential 02. In an instant, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged from his limbs, rapidly spreading to every cell in his body. The muscles that had previously ached from fatigue now felt as though they had been infused with new vitality, brimming with explosive power. Even more astonishingly, Lin Qiye found that his mind was flooded with the more precise and refined movements of the 128th set of calisthenics. Every detail, every point of exertion was vividly clear, as if he had practiced this level 2 calisthenics thousands of times. Simultaneously, his body's movements naturally transformed, becoming more fluid, more harmonious, and suffused with a sense of rhythm. Each stretch, each leap, each bend emanated a kind of ineffable strength and beauty, as if honed by countless trials. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He could distinctly feel that his control over his body had significantly improved. Every motion became instinctive, as if driven by an innate ability. This cultivation upgrade required neither comprehension nor breaking through barriers. Lin Qiye was filled with ecstatic joy, knowing that as long as he continued to practice, he would automatically transcend and master higher realms. He immediately checked the system panel. Host: Lin Qiye. Gene potential 635.02. Physical ability 58. Mental strength 64. Spiritual energy 11. Cultivation. Level 2 of the 128 set of calisthenics 020. 8 treasures skill. Not yet initiated. Partner. By Mushi. Favorability 60. Offspring. 1. In gestation. Indeed, the 128 set of calisthenics had advanced to level 2. Moreover, to reach level 3, he needed to practice 20 times. Although the number of repetitions had increased, given his current training pace, it would only take 2 or 3 days. More importantly, his gene potential had genuinely increased by 0.2, from an initial 5 to a beginner's benefit of 615, and now to 635. The gene potential that had remained unchanged for a year had surged by 12 in less than a week. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he broke through the 7 threshold and became a true martial artist. Lin Qiye was filled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. Chapter 18. Level 3 of Calisthenics. Upon returning home that evening, after dinner, Mushi guided Lin Qiye in the 8 treasures skill for an hour. Lin Qiye remained earnest in his learning, yet the system still indicated he had not initiated it. After an hour, Mushi sat aside to meditate. Lin Qiye began practicing calisthenics once more. However, as he commenced, Mushi, who had been closing her eyes in meditation, abruptly opened them, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. What was happening? Why did it seem that Lin Qiye's practice of calisthenics today differed from before? His movements appeared more fluid, more precise. It felt as if he had broken through. Mushi suppressed her astonishment and observed closely. As time progressed, her shock deepened. Indeed, her intuition was correct. Lin Qiye's practice of calisthenics was distinctly different from before. Every movement was more accurate, and his exertion was more coordinated. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the calisthenics breaking into level 2. 2 hours later, Lin Qiye concluded his training. Although still fatigued, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. Mushi could no longer contain her curiosity and approached him, directly asking, "Lin Qiye, has your calisthenics reached a breakthrough?" Lin Qiye chuckled, scratching his head. "It seems so. It feels much smoother than before. What is your current gene potential?" Mushi inquired urgently. Lin Qiye candidly replied, "I just measured it this morning, 635. 635. Mushi gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that he was truly destined to excel at practicing this fundamental set of calisthenics? This seemingly least efficient practice was yielding unexpectedly remarkable results in his case. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Over the next 5 days, Lin Qiye diligently committed to his calisthenics practice. Whether during breaks at the farm or upon returning home at night, he seized every opportunity to immerse himself in training. On average, he completed 4 to 5 sessions daily. Hard work bore fruit. Soon, his 128 set of calisthenics level was successfully elevated from 2 to 3. As the warm current of the level 3 breakthrough coursed through him once more, Lin Qiye felt his physical condition ascend to a new echelon. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Host: Lin Qiye. Gene potential 655.02. Physical ability 60. Mental strength 65. Spiritual energy 11. Cultivation. Level 3 of the 128 set of calisthenics 130. 8 treasures skill. Not yet initiated. Partner. Mushi. Favorability 65. Offspring. 1. In gestation. His gene potential had risen again by 0.2, reaching 655. He was one step closer to the threshold of a level 7 martial artist. His physical ability had also successfully surpassed the 60-point mark, signifying significant enhancements in strength, speed, and endurance. His mental strength similarly increased to 65 points, sharpening his perception and focus. The only unchanged aspect was his spiritual energy, which remained at 11 points. As for the 8 treasures skill, it still stood at not yet initiated. Despite Mushi's patient guidance every evening, he seemed to lack talent in this area, making slow progress. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye remained undeterred, knowing he had the reliable path of calisthenics to follow. To his delight, Mushi's favorability had inadvertently risen by 5 points to 65. While not substantial, it was a positive sign. During the week, their interactions grew increasingly harmonious. Mushi gradually adapted to her new role as a wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort slowly faded with each passing day. Lin Qiye's thoughtfulness and diligence did not go unnoticed. Although he possessed only average talent and practiced the most basic calisthenics, his unwavering determination touched her heart. Moreover, Lin Qiye treated her exceptionally well. eagerly taking on household chores and always ensuring she had the first choice of delicious food. This steady stream of care gradually warmed her heart, which had hardened due to martial pursuits and debts. In the 0755-star system, a week consists of 9 days, comprising 7 working days and 2 rest days. Lin Qiye coincidentally welcomed his first complete day off in this community just after breaking through to level 3 of the 128th set of calisthenics. He was eager to test the progress of his strength during this time. After all, the values on the system panel were merely numbers. He yearned to ascertain the true extent of his punching power. At the dining table, Baimushi had prepared a heartfelt breakfast as always, a bowl of steaming beast bone meat porridge accompanied by several light side dishes. Since her pregnancy, her taste had become considerably milder. "Dear, I plan to go to the community gym's public testing area today to measure my strength," Lin Qiye mentioned while savoring his porridge. Upon hearing this, Baimushi was slightly taken aback, but she quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I was also hoping to get some exercise. Let us go and take a look." Although she was pregnant, as a prospective martial artist, engaging in appropriate activities was beneficial for both her body and the fetus. Moreover, she was curious about Lin Qiye's progress. After finishing breakfast, the two tidied up briefly, changed into athletic wear, and headed to the community gym. Though it was still early, the gym was already bustling with activity. Numerous individuals were vigorously exercising with various training equipment, and the air was filled with a fervent atmosphere of cultivation. This was a typical characteristic of an era where martial arts flourished. Even though most people were among the eliminated candidates of the college entrance examination, many still maintained their training habits, yearning for even the slightest improvement. Upon entering the strength testing area, Lin Qiye heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Hey, Lin Qiye." Turning towards the sound, he saw a medium-built, average-looking young man gazing at him in surprise. Zhang Wei. Lin Qiye recognized him as his high school classmate. Zhang Wei was equally astonished. "Lin Qiye?" A glance at Baimushi made him feel somewhat embarrassed. She was too beautiful, with an impressive figure. He inwardly felt a pang of envy. What luck Lin Qiye has to be matched with such a stunning partner. Lin Qiye smiled and introduced, "This is my partner, Baimushi." "Oh, hello." Zhang Wei nodded, secretly thinking about how unfortunate it was that his own matches were akin to tanks in comparison. Unaware of Zhang Wei's current thoughts, Lin Qiye remarked, "We came to test our strength." "Perfect. I just finished warming up. Let us go take a look," Zhang Wei replied. A hint of subtle superiority in his tone, as he was notably stronger than Lin Qiye during their high school years. In high school, Zhang Wei had a genetic potential of 65, significantly higher than Lin Qiye's initial 5, placing him among the top 10 in their class. Just shy of the public martial arts university's admission threshold, Lin Qiye recalled that their martial arts teacher had once commented on Zhang Wei's performance, noting that although he had also achieved level 3 in the 128th set of radio calisthenics, he had yet to fully harness his genetic potential. The teacher had stated that to reach a passing level 7, one needed to break through to at least level 5. Of course, despite being better than Lin Qiye, Zhang Wei had also failed the martial arts college entrance examination. Now, however, Lin Qiye's calisthenics had also reached level 3. With a genetic potential of 65, he was beginning to surpass Zhang Wei. The three approached a public strength testing device, a standard punching target capable of accurately displaying striking power. "You go first?" Zhang Wei offered politely. "Sure," Lin Qiye replied without hesitation. He took a deep breath, propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, engaged his core, and channeled his strength through his spine to his arm, ultimately concentrating it in his right fist before striking fiercely against the punching target. Boom! A dull sound echoed. The numbers on the display screen above the punching target fluctuated rapidly before settling. 602 G. 602 grams. Zhang Wei was immediately taken aback. He recalled that Lin Qiye's punching power prior to the college entrance exam barely reached 500 grams. How had he managed to achieve 602 grams in such a short time? To put it into perspective, his own punching power was only around 650 grams. Even Baimushi, standing beside them, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her clear eyes. She was aware that Lin Qiye had been diligently practicing calisthenics recently, but she hadn't anticipated such a result. A punching power of 600 grams indicated a genetic potential of at least 59 or higher. However, upon seeing this number, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He understood that with his current genetic potential of 65, if he mastered his strength effectively, his maximum punching power should approach 700 grams. The fact that it was only 600 grams suggested that he still had much room for improvement in utilizing and unleashing his strength. His body's potential had not yet been fully realized. It appeared that although the level of his calisthenics had increased, he still needed more practice and insight to refine his control over strength. Zhang Wei, oblivious to Lin Qiye's frown, exclaimed in astonishment, "Qiye, what is your current genetic potential?" 600 grams, such significant progress. Lin Qiye did not conceal the truth. 65. Zhang Wei's expression morphed into one of disbelief. What? That's impossible. How could Lin Qiye, who had been of average ability in class, suddenly skyrocket to 65? Bai Muxi was equally astonished. A potential of 65 was even higher than her own when she graduated high school. Although Lin Qiye's current genetic potential of 65 still fell short of the public martial arts university's minimum requirement of 70, the speed of his progress was remarkable. Had he chosen to pursue a private martial arts university, with his current potential and determination, he might indeed achieve greater heights than she had. In fact, at the same age, he could potentially enter the ranks of true martial artists even sooner than she had. Yet, he had unhesitatingly chosen to support her continued cultivation in martial arts, even willing to shoulder the burdens of their family for her sake. Reflecting on this, Bai Muxi felt an indescribable wave of emotion and sweetness swell within her heart. Her gaze towards Lin Qiye grew softer. After finishing his test, Lin Qiye stepped aside, inviting Zhang Wei and Bai Muxi to give it a try. However, Zhang Wei waved his hand, his expression complex as he said, "I think I'll go practice on the equipment over there first." Lin Qiye turned to Bai Muxi with a smile, saying, "Wife, why don't you give it a try? Let me see the true strength of a prospective martial artist. It will motivate me to push forward." Bai Muxi gently shook her head in response, stating, "My current genetic potential is already 95, which cannot be compared to your situation. Testing it would be meaningless." Her tone was calm, yet Lin Qiye could discern a hint of pride beneath it. With a genetic potential of 95, she was only a step away from the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye persisted, "Wife, come on, just once." Bai Muxi was amused by his eagerness, her cheeks flushing slightly, but ultimately, she conceded with a nod. "All right, just this once." Approaching the strength testing device, she took a deep breath. Unlike Lin Qiye's somewhat awkward display of power, Bai Muxi's movements appeared fluid and harmonious. She seemingly casually took her stance, yet in an instant, her right fist transformed into a blur, carrying a fierce gust of wind as it struck the punching target with tremendous force. Bang! A sound far more resonant and penetrating than Lin Qiye's echoed throughout the strength testing area. The numbers on the display screen skyrocketed, finally settling on a jaw-dropping figure. 972G. In an instant, the entire strength testing area fell silent. Surrounding individuals, whether engaged in strength training or practicing combat techniques, collectively paused, their gazes converging on Bai Muxi, who had just delivered such astonishing results. 972 kilograms. My goodness, is she a prospective martial artist? Incredible. This power approaches a ton. Who is she? I've never seen her before. The air was filled with exclamations and discussions. Those who had previously regarded Lin Qiye with a hint of disdain now looked at him with envy and jealousy. Lin Qiye was equally astonished by the power of Bai Muxi's punch. Although he knew she was strong, witnessing her deliver nearly a ton of punching power left him exhilarated. "Wife, you are amazing," Lin Qiye sincerely praised. Bai Muxi, under the spotlight of admiration, felt her cheeks warm slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with confidence. She tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve and whispered, "All right, let us head back." Lin Qiye nodded and departed the gym alongside Bai Muxi. As the levels of the calisthenics increased, reaching level 5 would allow one to enter the ranks of the 7-gene potential. At the pinnacle, level 10, it was said that one could attain levels 9 or even 10, thus becoming a martial artist. Such power was within his grasp. After Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi left, Zhang Wei, who had been silently training in the strength zone, overheard a few young men resting nearby murmuring, "That woman was incredible, delivering a punch over 900 kilograms. She's undoubtedly a prospective martial artist. Indeed, I wonder which faction she belongs to. Prospective martial artists are quite rare in our grain district. That man next to her must be her partner, but he doesn't seem very strong. Well, in this day and age, it's normal for women to be strong while men are weaker. Perhaps he has other merits." Hearing their discussions, Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively recalled Lin Qiye's handsome face and Bai Muxi's exquisite beauty. Could it truly be that Lin Qiye was her partner? He shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Upon returning home, Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi closed the door, sealing away the clamor of the outside world. Bai Muxi poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Lin Qiye. After a brief silence, as if organizing her thoughts, she looked earnestly at Lin Qiye and said, "Qiye, your current gene potential surpasses what I had at your age. She remembered reaching only a mere 6 upon graduating high school at 18, while Lin Qiye had already achieved 655. If I can successfully break through to the martial artist realm, Bai Mushi gazed at Lin Qiye, her eyes filled with determination and a hint of regret. Our family's economic situation will improve significantly. At that time, would you consider attending a martial arts university? Chapter 20. Martial Arts University. Lin Qiye felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing Bai Mushi's words. He never anticipated that she would proactively suggest supporting him to attend martial arts university after she became a martial artist. The sincerity and hope in her words filled him with warmth. He did not immediately agree, nor did he outright refuse, as he understood that Bai Mushi's statement was imbued with a beautiful vision of the future and deep affection for him. To reject her outright would be too hurtful. However, he was uncertain of the value of martial arts university for him. Currently, Lin Qiye's situation was such that as long as the cultivation method could unlock the training restrictions, like the calisthenics, progress would be made simply by practicing, allowing for direct breakthroughs without the need for any profound insights. Given this context, would martial arts university still be beneficial to him? Lin Qiye held a skeptical view regarding this matter. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qiye raised his head, gazing gently at Bai Mushi, and smiled, asking, "My dear, I have always been curious. I have never attended martial arts university. Could you share with me what life there is truly like?" Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback by his inquiry. She set down her glass and pondered before responding. Martial arts university is vastly different from high school. I can't quite recall the exact proportion of theoretical classes in high school, she reminisced. But the most significant difference is that training occupies the vast majority of time. Non-martial training theoretical classes, such as martial history, interstellar flora and fauna, and mechanical principles, comprise a very small fraction, perhaps not even 10%. She paused before continuing. The remaining over 90% of time is essentially devoted to training, and more training. The school provides specialized training venues, including gravity rooms, simulated combat rooms, meditation rooms, and various auxiliary facilities. She added, each week, there is a designated time for students to consult with mentors. You can seek advice from martial arts instructors regarding any challenges faced during training. They will provide targeted guidance based on your specific circumstances. For instance, Bai Mushi cited her own experience with the 8 treasures skill, explaining, according to our instructors, as long as one can cultivate the 8 treasures skill to level 8 and firmly establish the foundation at each level, one's gene potential will undoubtedly break through the 10 boundary, achieving the true standard of a martial artist. Lin Qiye, intrigued, could not help but ask, if that's the case, why is it necessary to train at school? Can't one train at home? Bai Mushi gently shook her head, elucidating, there are many reasons. Firstly, the training atmosphere is different. In school, everyone around you is also diligently training, all striving for the same goal. That positive and uplifting environment is a tremendous motivator. Secondly, she continued, the school provides specially tailored nutritional meals based on students' training intensity and physical conditions. These meals maximize the replenishment of energy consumed during training, repair bodily damage, and promote the development of gene potential. Such precise nutritional formulations and ingredient selections are difficult to achieve at home. Thirdly, the weekly mentor consultation is extremely important. Bai Mushi emphasized, often, there may be months when you have no particular questions and feel your training is progressing smoothly. Yet, at times, you may suddenly encounter a bottleneck or have confusion over certain details. In such moments, receiving immediate responses from an experienced martial arts instructor, tailored to your unique characteristics, vastly contrasts with relying solely on your own exploration and resolution. Many times, a single sentence from a teacher can illuminate your understanding and prevent you from taking unnecessary detours. By the way, Bai Mushi recalled, at Martial Arts University, there are various rankings and competitions at the school level, within departments, and even among classes. There are monthly evaluations and annual competitions. Students who perform exceptionally well can receive generous rewards, such as rare training resources, partial authorization of advanced cultivation techniques, or even opportunities for individual guidance from esteemed instructors. As she spoke, Bai Mushi's tone carried a hint of regret. Of course, my talent is average, and I have always been at a mid to lower level, so I haven't received many rewards. Listening to Bai Mushi's descriptions, Lin Qiye gained a general understanding of life at Martial Arts University. It indeed sounded like an exceptionally advantageous environment for cultivation, offering a wealth of resources. Particularly, the mentor consultations and nutritional meals were crucial supports for martial arts training. However, given his current situation, it seemed that such provisions might not be entirely applicable to him. With the support of the system, his training did not require much insight or guidance. He could steadily advance simply by following a structured routine. As for the nutritional meals, while they might aid in recovery and enhance gene potential, he pondered their necessity for himself. Nonetheless, the mention of various rankings and competitions at Martial Arts University, along with the enticing rewards, stirred a flicker of competitiveness and anticipation deep within him. After all, despite appearing to have average talent and practicing the most basic calisthenics, the reality was that, with the system's assistance, his training speed and potential had already far exceeded ordinary expectations. Given sufficient time, whether through calisthenics or other cultivation techniques he might unlock in the future, he could rapidly enhance his abilities in a manner akin to cheating. A genius with extraordinary comprehension? Lin Qiye silently mulled over this term. Judging solely by the results of his training, he indeed seemed worthy of such an appraisal. He did not need to comprehend bottlenecks or rely on esteemed mentors for guidance. He merely needed to practice to break through and grow stronger. Wasn't he that the very definition of a prodigious talent and cultivation? If Lin Qiye were truly to enter the martial arts university and participate in those so-called rankings and competitions, given his current situation, wouldn't it be a simple matter for him to dominate effortlessly? The mere thought of such a scenario caused his heart to race with excitement. Who wouldn't wish to become the center of attention? Who wouldn't desire those precious cultivation resources? If additional resources could expedite this process, why not seize the opportunity? He was also eager to discover how far he could advance in the presence of genuine martial arts prodigies. Furthermore, there was one more point that Bai Mushi had not mentioned. A fact well known to all in the Galactic Empire. The martial arts techniques accessible to common folk primarily stemmed from the martial arts university. In other words, without entering the martial arts university, the techniques one could encounter in a lifetime would be limited to mere calisthenics. Thus, for Lin Qiye to steadily enhance his abilities through the system, he required a continuous influx of new martial arts techniques. The only means to achieve this was by gaining admission to the martial arts university. Chapter 21. The essence of practice. What rewards do those rankings and competitions offer? Lin Qiye, suppressing his excitement, casually inquired. Bai Mushi pondered for a moment and replied, there is a wide variety of rewards. The most common is credit points, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, securing a spot in the top 10 of your class throughout the year can cover your tuition with credit points alone. Additionally, there are cultivation resources, such as high-quality gene enhancement potions. More precious still are the permissions for martial arts techniques. At times, there are even exclusive techniques or secret skills available to a select few. Of course, the ultimate rewards might include opportunities to cultivate in certain secret realms or receive personal guidance from renowned martial arts masters. Lin Qiye listened, eyes wide with intrigue. Credit points, gene potions, martial arts permissions, secret realm cultivation, guidance from masters. Each of these held immense allure for him. If he could obtain such rewards, whether to enhance his own abilities or to improve his family's living conditions and support Bai Mushi's cultivation, it would be truly beneficial. It sounded rather interesting. Lin Qiye mused thoughtfully, feeling his inclination subtly shift toward attending the martial arts university. After all, why not seize a good opportunity? Moreover, while being a mere administrator on the farm provided stability, the pace of improvement was ultimately constrained. The martial arts university might indeed serve as a platform for him to ascend more swiftly. Observing the glimmer of excitement in Lin Qiye's eyes, Bai Mushi smiled gently and said, yes, once I achieve my breakthrough, we can carefully plan our future. Upon hearing Bai Mushi's vision for the future, Lin Qiye felt a spark of inspiration and suddenly proposed with a teasing grin, my dear, is it possible that I might surpass you in breaking through to the warrior realm? Bai Mushi paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. She certainly did not believe Lin Qiye could surpass her in becoming a warrior. After all, she was already on the threshold of 95 gene potential, merely a step away from becoming a warrior. The higher one's gene potential, the more challenging it became to cultivate further. It had taken Bai Mushi 8 years to progress from 65 to 95, and that was while attending a private martial arts university. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, currently possessed a gene potential of only 65, practicing basic calisthenics. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, Bai Mushi believed that even achieving warrior status within 20 years would be quite impressive. To catch up to her, let alone surpass her, was in her view utterly impossible. However, to maintain her husband's dignity and express her encouragement and affection, Bai Mushi wrapped her arms around Lin Qiye's and exclaimed, yes, yes, my husband is the greatest. I believe in you, and I can't wait for you to become a great warrior. With that, she playfully winked at Lin Qiye, her eyes sparkling with charm. Lin Qiye was amused by her playful demeanor, yet he silently vowed to himself, "Support you? Absolutely. I will definitely become a warrior even faster than you." Gazing at Bai Mushi's tender smile, Lin Qiye embraced her and gently placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. "Rest assured, my love, we will both become warriors. And we shall be exceptionally formidable ones." Nestled in Lin Qiye's embrace, Bai Mushi felt the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him, filling her with a sense of peace and happiness. Although she did not believe Lin Qiye could surpass her breakthrough, she cherished his confidence and his determination to strive for her. With a husband like this, what more could she desire? Perhaps this was the best decision she ever made in choosing Lin Qiye. As for who would become a warrior first and who would support whom, it had become less significant to her. What mattered was that they were each other's support, working together toward a beautiful future. That alone was sufficient. The 2 days of rest swiftly passed. On the morning of a workday, the quicklime station at the entrance of the Sunflower Garden community grew increasingly bustling. Lin Qiye noticed that he was encountering more and more of his high school classmates. Clearly, as the graduation placement process progressed, an increasing number of classmates had completed their partner matching and were assigned to nearby communities and job positions. When they met, discussions naturally turned to each other's recent circumstances, work, and newly formed families. Some were joyous, while others bore expressions of concern. Some classmates found themselves matched with suitable partners and relatively easy jobs, their faces aglow with anticipation for their new lives. Conversely, some seemed dissatisfied with their current situations, sighing and lamenting the monotony of placement work and the shortcomings of their partners. Lin Qiye listened quietly, occasionally chiming in, but did not overly engage in their discussions. To him, such matters were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he was steadily growing stronger. Moreover, he had discovered a peculiar quirk. Regardless of whether he executed the calisthenics with perfect form or with all his might, as long as he completed a full cycle of the exercises, the progress bar on the system panel would indeed increase. Coupled with the steady enhancement of his gene potential, Lin Qiye's physical fitness and mental acuity were also on the rise. The most evident manifestation was that during his daytime work at the farm, he could easily engage in 2 rounds of calisthenics without exhausting himself. Upon returning home after dinner, he temporarily set aside the slow progress of the 8 Treasures skill tutorial and dedicated all his energy to the cultivation of calisthenics, according to the standard requirements. If he exerted himself fully during the 3rd level of the calisthenics, he would feel utterly spent after completing it for the 4th time. However, if he merely went through the motions, performing the movements without striving for perfection and simply executing the forms, he could persist for 10, 8, or even 20 rounds. Thus, that evening, a peculiar scene unfolded at home. Lin Qiye's calisthenics became increasingly unorthodox. At times he stumbled, at others he appeared listless. It was evident he was not diligently practicing, but rather engaging in casual physical activity. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her brows furrowing tighter. Unable to contain herself, she asked in confusion, "Qiye, is this kind of practice really effective? Your movements are all out of shape." Lin Qiye, animatedly demonstrating, chuckled and replied mysteriously, "My dear, you just don't understand. I'm focusing on the essence rather than the form, prioritizing the intent over the technique. The core lies in comprehending the essence of the exercises." Bai Mushi looked at Lin Qiye, who was feigning profundity yet appeared somewhat comical, and shook her head in exasperation. She felt that her husband sometimes resembled an eternal child, indulging in peculiar antics. "All right, take your time. I'm off to sleep now. Don't stay up too late, and make sure to rest early," Bai Mushi yawned, offering a gentle reminder before disregarding her playful husband and retreating to bed. Lin Qiye, relieved that Bai Mushi ceased her inquiries, continued his leisurely practice. Thus, he managed to engage in several rounds of calisthenics, albeit his body still felt fatigued. Yet, the exhilarating sensation of rapidly advancing progress kept him invigorated. When dawn broke, Bai Mushi observed Lin Qiye, who appeared relatively refreshed, and curiously inquired, "What time did you sleep last night?" Lin Qiye chuckled, "I went to bed shortly after you." Of course, he would not disclose to Bai Mushi that he had practiced late into the night. Chapter 22. Moderation. Lin Qiye discreetly glanced at his attribute panel. Skill, 128 set of calisthenics level 3, 1130. A wave of joy surged within him. He had completed 10 rounds of calisthenics the previous day. During the day, he had engaged in 2 rounds at the farm, and after returning home, he secretly practiced another 8 rounds after Bai Mushi had fallen asleep. At this rate, he merely needed to practice 19 more times, which was less than 2 days' worth of effort. Excellent. If this continued, he would undoubtedly reach level 4 by tomorrow night. Lin Qiye contemplated increasing his efforts today, perhaps even achieving level 4 by this evening. At that point, his genetic potential would experience another enhancement. That day in the fields, Lin Qiye fully harnessed his initiative, squeezing out time during various fleeting moments to complete 4 rounds of calisthenics. The progress bar on the system panel steadily advanced. Skill, 128 set of calisthenics level 3, 1530. Only 15 rounds remain. Lin Qiye silently chanted. Given his current pace, each round of calisthenics took approximately 45 minutes. 15 rounds would equate to just over 11 hours. Under 12 hours. If he arrived home by 6 o'clock and practiced through the night, he could indeed reach level 4. This thought ignited excitement within Lin Qiye. Yet, was this not pushing himself too hard? He hesitated momentarily, but soon, he reaffirmed his resolve. Why not strive for it? What was this effort compared to the extraordinary system he possessed and the opportunity to alter his destiny? If he did not seize this chance, would that not be a disservice to himself? Besides, many aspired to strive yet lacked the opportunity he currently held. With firm determination, Lin Qiye set forth with renewed vigor. The following morning, as the clock struck 6, Lin Qiye exhaled deeply, a smile of relief illuminating his face. After a night of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded. Ding! 128 set of calisthenics level up to level 4. Host genetic potential 02. The system notification echoed in his mind. A more potent and soothing warmth surged within him, coursing through his limbs and revitalizing his very essence. The drowsiness and fatigue that had accompanied his overnight practice miraculously dissipated, leaving him invigorated and alert. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Qiye, genetic potential 675, 02, physical ability 63, mental state 67, spiritual energy 12, skill 128 set of calisthenics level 4, 140. 8 treasure skill, not initiated. Partner, by Mushi, affection level 65, offspring, 1, in gestation. Success, calisthenics at level 4. Lin Qiye rejoiced internally. His genetic potential had once again risen to 675, only a mere 0.25 remained before reaching the threshold of a quasi-warrior. At his current training speed, he anticipated that reaching level 5 in calisthenics would require only a few days. At that moment, Bai Mushi seemed to awaken, slightly startled by his movements. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she gazed at the spirited Lin Qiye with surprise, asking, "Qiye, how come you're up so early?" In her recollection, he typically lingered in bed on mornings. Lin Qiye quickly masked his excitement, turning to Bai Mushi with a radiant smile, nodding vigorously. Yes, the morning air is refreshing. He certainly would not reveal to Bai Mushi that he had not slept a wink. At the morning express station, Lin Qiye stood among the crowd, striving to appear alert. Yet fatigue crept upon him, and he could not resist a yawn. Despite the revitalization from the system upgrade, his body's instinctive response remained. Oh, Lin Qiye, what a coincidence. A familiar voice reached him. Turning to see Wang Hao and Zhang Wei, he noticed their knowing smiles as they observed his slightly weary demeanor. Young man, take care of yourself and be mindful of moderation. Your health is your true capital. Chapter 23, Further Ascension. Lin Qiye found himself in a humorous predicament, unable to clarify his situation. After all, it would be utterly absurd to explain that he had stayed up all night practicing calisthenics. He could only vaguely respond, yes, I understand. Work has been a bit hectic lately. I haven't been resting well. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, sharing an understanding smile, and chose not to delve deeper. The express train soon arrived at their stop, and the trio boarded together. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei animatedly discussed their work and family matters, occasionally attempting to engage Lin Qiye in their conversation. However, he remained somewhat distracted, his focus primarily on the transformations occurring within his body. After achieving level 4 in calisthenics, he distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Strength, speed, and endurance had markedly improved, while his mental clarity and perception sharpened. Most importantly, he sensed a heightened control over his body. Previously challenging calisthenics movements now felt effortless, as if they were ingrained in his very being. If he were to test his punching power now, it should surpass 650G, he mused with anticipation. With a genetic potential of 675, his theoretical maximum punching power should reach around 700G. Although he could not fully harness this potential yet, it would certainly be a considerable improvement from his previous 602G. Once calisthenics reached level 5, and his genetic potential crossed the threshold of 7, transitioning into a quasi-warrior, he would undoubtedly conduct a thorough assessment. As Lin Qiye contemplated these prospects, the express train arrived at station 950. He bid farewell to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei, making his way to his designated farm. At Farm 939, Zone C7, Lin Qiye commenced his routine inspection of the crops and equipment, ensuring everything was in order. Then, he eagerly began today's calisthenics practice. Despite the overnight endeavor, the upgrade-induced restoration left him still brimming with energy. Furthermore, he noted that training at level 4 seemed to flow more seamlessly with reduced exertion. Throughout the morning, he seized every opportunity, completing 2 additional rounds of calisthenics. Skill, 128 set of calisthenics level 4, 340. The progress bar advanced steadily. After finishing lunch, just as Lin Qiye was preparing to take a short nap, the logistics supervisor arrived in a patrol vehicle. Shaolin, are you busy? Supervisor Zhang greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hello, Supervisor Zhang, Lin Qiye replied promptly. I just finished eating and was about to rest for a bit. Well, here's the thing, Supervisor Zhang said, taking a data board from the car and handing it to Lin Qiye. The farm is conducting a comprehensive survey of crop growth data. Each administrator is responsible for documenting their assigned areas in detail. Here are the specific requirements and forms. You can start this afternoon, and it needs to be completed within 3 days. Lin Qiye took the data board and glanced through it. The survey was considerably more detailed than the routine inspections, requiring the recording of crop height, leaf color, pest and disease conditions, as well as sampling and analyzing soil moisture and nutrient content. The workload was indeed substantial. All right, Supervisor Zhang, I understand, Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions, Supervisor Zhang instructed before departing. Lin Qiye gazed at the data board in hand and sighed in resignation. It seemed his plans for an afternoon of leisure were dashed. However, the task must be approached with diligence. In the afternoon, Lin Qiye immersed himself in the crop growth data survey. He navigated the cultivator model 3 back and forth in Zone C7, meticulously observing, recording, and sampling. Although the work was tedious, it deepened his understanding of the land and the crops that thrived upon it. He toiled until the end of the workday, managing to complete only 1/5 of the required tasks. It appeared that 3 days would indeed be necessary to finish. Upon returning home, Bai Mushi had already prepared dinner. Noticing Lin Qiye's slightly fatigued expression, she asked with concern, was work exhausting today? Yes, the farm is conducting a data survey, so there is quite a bit to do. Lin Qiye explained. Then hurry and eat, and make sure to rest afterward, Bai Mushi said tenderly. With a smile, Lin Qiye asked, how was your work? Since Bai Mushi was pregnant and had registered her pregnancy information in the citizen database, relevant departments of the Galactic government promptly contacted her to assign her a position suitable for expectant mothers. This so-called mother's position was established by the Empire to accommodate pregnant women and nursing mothers. The working hours were relatively flexible, and the workload was light, ensuring they could maintain a stable income during pregnancy and after childbirth while also managing family responsibilities. Importantly, the pay was on par with that of Lin Qiye's position. Despite the reduced workload, an encouragement for childbirth and a necessity for the Bank Empire's expansion, Bai Mushi was assigned to the second public elementary school in the nearby community, serving as a martial arts instructor for first graders. This role was perfectly suited for her, as she was a prospective martial artist and had experience in mentoring children in the 8 treasures skill. Teaching the little ones the fundamentals of martial arts and physical exercises was well within her capabilities. Moreover, the fixed working hours of the elementary school allowed her ample time for rest and personal training. Both Bai Mushi and Lin Qiye were very pleased with this arrangement. With a sincere smile, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Qiye and said, Thank you, Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, but then replied with a smile, For what? Thank you for choosing me, Bai Mushi said softly, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Lin Qiye took her hand and said earnestly, Mushi, we are partners. There is no need for such formality. I should also thank you for being willing to have a child with me and for managing our household together. They exchanged smiles, sharing an unspoken understanding. After dinner, rather than immediately engaging in his training as usual, Lin Qiye accompanied Bai Mushi in the living room. Watching Star Network broadcasts for a while, observing her gentle profile filled him with warmth. As the clock approached 9, Bai Mushi grew a bit drowsy and retreated to their room to rest. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, began his evening training to make up for the time lost during the day. In the stillness of the night, only Lin Qiye's figure, drenched in sweat in the training room, and the constantly fluctuating progress bar on the system panel bore witness to his efforts and perseverance. Before long, another week of diligent work passed quietly. On the last working day of the week, known as the 7th day of the star calendar, Lin Qiye once again chose to train through the night. Although the farm's data survey had consumed much of his daytime, He succeeded in elevating the level of the 128th set of calisthenics through his night work and the entire effort of the 7th day. As the first rays of virtual sunlight streamed through the curtain seams into the room, the long-awaited system notification echoed in Lin Qiye's mind. Ding. The level of the 128th set of calisthenics has been upgraded to level 5. Chapter 24, the first max level. Ding. The level of the 128th set of calisthenics has been upgraded to level 5. Host gene potential, 0.25. In an instant, a torrent of warmth, more powerful and purer than ever before, surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell rejoiced as if undergoing a thorough baptism and transformation. His body, spirit, and perception reached a new height at that moment. Fatigue and drowsiness vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented vitality and sense of control. Lin Qiye's eyes snapped open, gleaming with brilliance. He could distinctly feel something within him breaking, an invisible shackle being shattered. He eagerly checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Qiye gene potential, 700, 0.25, physical ability, 68 mental strength, 70 spiritual energy, 13 skill, 128th set of calisthenics level 5, 150. 8 treasures skill, not initiated, partner, by Mushi, affection level, 70, offspring, 1, in gestation, 7. I finally made it. Lin Qiye stared at the gene potential clearly displayed as 700, nearly jumping off the bed in excitement. A prospective martial artist. From this day forth, Lin Qiye would be a true prospective martial artist. Moreover, with the calisthenics upgraded to level 5, the progress bar now stood at 50 repetitions, though the number had increased. He was confident that with his current training speed and determination, this would pose no challenge. What delighted him even more was that Bai Mushi's affection level had unknowingly risen to 70 points. This indicated that their relationship was evolving positively. A profound joy and sense of accomplishment filled Lin Qiye's heart, but he was also acutely aware of the intense fatigue that accompanied his all-night training. Although the upgrade had significantly restored his condition, his body still craved rest. Stealing a glance at the peacefully sleeping Bai Mushi beside him, he offered her a gentle smile before surrendering to the weight of drowsiness and drifting into a deep sleep. In this slumber, Lin Qiye enjoyed a particularly sweet dream. Envisioning himself as a powerful martial artist, embarking on new adventures with Bai Mushi as pioneers. Before he knew it, 45 days had passed. Lin Qiye's life had become rhythmic and fulfilling, spending his days at the farm honing his skills and returning home to bask in Bai Mushi's tenderness each evening. During these 45 days, Bai Mushi had fully adapted to her role as an elementary school martial arts teacher. Her belly had begun to show a slight roundness, adding a touch of maternal softness to her previously striking demeanor. Today, Lin Qiye celebrated the achievement of his first max-level skill, level 10 calisthenics. Ding. The level of the 128th set of calisthenics has been upgraded to level 10, max level. Congratulations, host, you have reached the maximum level. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 95. Physical fitness, 90. Mental strength, 90. Spiritual energy, 19. Cultivation techniques, 128th set of calisthenics, level 10, max. 8 treasures skill, level 1. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 80. Offspring, 1, currently gestating. With a genetic potential of 95, he is merely 5 points away from truly stepping into the realm of martial artists. Lin Qiye felt the surging power within him, every cell brimming with explosive energy. This sensation was unlike any previous upgrade. He even harbored the illusion that he could easily overpower his former self from 2 months ago with a single punch. For now, he had no intention of testing his strength, for there was no need. During this rapid growth phase, any testing data would quickly become outdated, and revealing his strength could lead to unnecessary troubles. Discrete development was the true path. To Lin Qiye's astonishment, the moment the calisthenics reached level 10, the obscure complexities of the 8 treasures skill in his mind suddenly dissipated like melting ice and snow. Every technique of exertion, every breath, became crystal clear and flowed effortlessly. On the system panel, the status of the 8 treasures skill, not yet initiated, transformed quietly into 8 treasures skill, level 1. He had made his entrance. However, when he attempted to check the progress of the 8 treasures skill, he found nothing but emptiness. There was no progress bar like the one for the calisthenics. Lin Qiye understood immediately. The progress bar for the calisthenics was a reward from the system when Bai Mushi was pregnant, granting him cultivation permissions. The system had not granted similar permissions for the 8 treasures skill. This meant that although he had entered the skill through his understanding gained from the calisthenics, any subsequent improvement would require his own talent and effort, much like Mushi's journey, to hone and break through gradually. The expressway of calisthenics had reached its end. The next phase would be the slow-paced training of an ordinary person. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the bed. Lin Qiye turned his head to gaze at the still sleeping Mushi beside him. In her 3rd month of pregnancy, her sleeping face appeared increasingly serene. Her slightly rounded belly covered by a thin blanket, outlining the curve of life. Although she was aware of Lin Qiye's continuous progress, she could hardly imagine that the man beside her was now nearing her level of genetic potential. She merely believed that if Lin Qiye could reach the threshold of level 7 in a few years through this foundational skill, it would be an extraordinary achievement. Lin Qiye's gaze fell upon her gently protruding abdomen, and his expression grew complex. Mushi seemed to sense his scrutiny, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Qiye's focused gaze. "What are you looking at?" she asked, a hint of sleepiness lacing her voice. Instinctively pulling the blanket closer, her cheeks flushing slightly with shyness. Yet Lin Qiye offered no reply. His mind was occupied with another thought. The inability to rapidly upgrade the 8 treasures skill suggested that even if he wished to cultivate diligently to level 10 and become a martial artist, he had no idea how long it would take. Just as Mushi had mentioned, it could take 35 years to achieve that. That was far too slow. How could he expedite the acquisition of system rewards? The essence of the system was to have more offspring for greater fortune. Having children one by one was far too inefficient, failing to maximize the system's advantages. He needed to devise a way to break this impasse. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin Qiye. He contemplated a seemingly mad, yet immensely reasonable possibility, one that could truly liberate him from his constraints and propel him to new heights. Of course, how had he not thought of this before? The next day after work, Lin Qiye observed Mushi watering a few exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile appeared particularly gentle in the morning light. Taking a deep breath, he approached and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Wife, I need to discuss something with you." What is it?" Mushi placed the watering can down, leaning back into his embrace, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. "I want to visit the Reproductive Management Center," Lin Qiye said casually. Mushi paused, turning to look at him with curiosity. "What for?" "I saw a promotion on StarNet saying they are now encouraging the spread of quality genes. If we register and sell reproductive information at the center, we could earn quite a few credit points," Lin Qiye replied earnestly. "I want to give it a try and earn some money for baby supplies." Mushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, playfully poking his forehead. "What are you thinking? A prospective martial artist earns 5,000 credit points for registering once. As an ordinary person, you might get a maximum of 500 points, and only if your health indicators are exceptionally good. It's not worth the hassle for a few hundred credits. What if I could get 5,000? A mysterious smile graced Lin Qiye's lips. Mushi's smile froze instantaneously, her eyes widening as she stared at Lin Qiye in disbelief. "Your genetic potential has reached 7? Lin Qiye chuckled, offering no direct answer, instead ambiguously responding, "Indeed." Mushi appeared skeptical, yet after scrutinizing him, she refrained from further protests. To her, it seemed that he was merely curious about where to find collection robots. If he wants to go there, let him have fun, she thought. There's no reason to be jealous of collection robots. Thus, an hour later, Lin Qiye found himself at the city's Reproductive Management Center. The building was a sleek, white structure imbued with a sense of advanced technology, its interior bright and immaculate, with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a professional-looking female staff member clad in a fitted suit and black stockings, who smiled warmly. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Initially feeling a bit awkward, Lin Qiye intended to consult the directional signs to find the office, but since the staff member approached him, he straightforwardly stated his purpose. As if accustomed to such inquiries, the staff member maintained her professional smile without a hint of surprise and gestured for him to follow. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The registration for information is on the 2nd floor, where there are dedicated guides and private reception rooms." 2 hours later, Lin Qiye emerged from the Reproductive Management Center, feeling refreshed. On his personal terminal, a transfer record of 5,000 credit points was clearly visible. "Hey, this is a surprisingly good way to earn money," he mused. More importantly, the reproductive information of prospective martial artists was highly sought after. He might soon be able to conceive. He wondered, however, if this method of conception would meet the system's standards. As Lin Qiye pondered, a grand mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward obtained. Random unlocking of cultivation permissions. Permission to cultivate the revised official version of the 8 treasures skill unlocked. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. The once obscure understanding of the 8 treasures skill coalesced into crystal clarity, every detail and nuance becoming profoundly transparent. He hastily checked the system panel. Cultivation techniques. 128th set of calisthenics, level 10, max. 8 treasures skill, level 1, 020. It worked. His approach truly yielded results. And he had not anticipated such rapid success. He was fully aware that in this era, there were numerous single women. For various reasons. They may have missed the opportunity to find a suitable partner. As they age, they have accepted their single status, yet still harbor a longing for their own offspring. After all, the rewards offered by the Galactic government for childbirth are exceedingly generous. From childbirth allowances to benefits in housing, education, and healthcare. These incentives are sufficient for a single mother to provide a reasonably comfortable life for her child. For these women desiring to bear children, the only legitimate avenue is to apply to the Reproduction Management Center for a match with appropriate genetic data. Within the center's genetic database, the records of prospective martial artists and practitioners are exceedingly rare, as the majority consist of ordinary individuals. Thus, Lin Qiye is acutely aware that his exceptional genetic data, boasting a potential rating of 95, is indeed a coveted asset in the market, a top-tier resource for countless single women yearning for exceptional progeny. However, he did not anticipate such a high demand. Shortly after his data was entered into the database, a successful match was made, leading to conception. What splendid news! Lin Qiye's heart surged with joy. This indicated a swift route to acquiring system rewards. Observing the system interface displaying 8 treasure skill level 1, 020. Lin Qiye contemplated that with merely 20 training sessions, he could ascend to level 2. It was evident that the 8 treasure skill was indeed superior to the general calisthenics. Moreover, this method was infinitely faster than his solitary cultivation efforts. Upon returning home, Bai Mushi immediately inquired about his day. Lin Qiye smiled and waved his personal terminal. Look. Bai Mushi leaned closer, and when she saw the record of 5,000 credit points, she could hardly believe her eyes. Yet, when Lin Qiye handed her the Genetic Potential Assessment Certificate stamped with the official seal of the Reproduction Management Center, her eyes widened in astonishment. At the bottom of the certificate, a bold and enlarged number resounded in her mind like thunder. 95. How could this be possible? Bai Mushi's voice trembled as she repeatedly scrutinized the document to confirm her vision. Observing her shocked expression, Lin Qiye suppressed a chuckle and stepped forward to embrace her. Offering the explanation he had prepared, I don't quite understand it either, my dear. Perhaps you are my lucky star. Ever since I've been with you, I feel as if I've suddenly grasped the essence of cultivation, making rapid progress each day. This half-truth was the only explanation Lin Qiye could provide. Although rare, there were instances similar to his. Bai Mushi bit her lip tightly, her chest rising and falling with agitation, as a whirlwind of emotions, shock, elation, disbelief, left her mind blank. She gazed up at her partner's face. The man she had once deemed of average talent had suddenly blossomed. After a prolonged silence, the confusion and astonishment in her eyes gradually transformed into an unprecedented determination and decisiveness. She firmly grasped Lin Qiye's hand and declared in an unwavering tone, "You should have told me sooner. With a potential of 95, how can you still be farming? That would be a tremendous waste. Tomorrow. We must register tomorrow. Tuition is not an issue. I will lend you the money." Chapter 26. Registration. Lin Qiye gazed at the undeniable fire in Bai Mushi's eyes, feeling an indescribable warmth swell within him. The foundation of their relationship was not particularly deep. It was merely a mutual connection. 2 months prior, Bai Mushi had agreed to be his partner primarily because he was willing to support her continued education at a private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, upon learning of his exceptional talent, her first reaction was not jealousy or insecurity, but a resolve to pave the way for him, even if it meant accruing more debt on top of her existing nearly 1 million credit debt. He extended his arms, pulling the visibly trembling Bai Mushi into a tight embrace, resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice soft yet resolute. "My dear, your words mean more than anything else." In his embrace, Bai Mushi still struggled to contain her emotions. "You fool. With such an incredible talent. Why didn't you say so earlier? The tuition for the private martial arts university is steep, but there will be plenty of opportunities to earn it back once you're in." Lin Qiye chuckled. "No worries, if it comes to it. I can always continue to sell my reproductive data." Bai Mushi's face flushed crimson, playfully hitting Lin Qiye with her fist. She broke free from his embrace. Her cheeks still tinged with color, and swiftly grabbed her personal terminal, her fingers dancing across the screen. Time was of the essence. Bai Mushi's tone carried an undeniable urgency. The registration deadline for this year's private martial arts university is in 2 days at 5 in the afternoon. We must decide immediately. Lin Qiye hesitated, asking, how much is the registration fee? The registration fee is uniformly 100,000 credit points. Bai Mushi replied without looking up. Once registered, there will be a selection examination. The examination center will determine eligibility based on comprehensive scores, which will then dictate whether you meet the admission criteria for various private martial arts universities. These universities will also offer corresponding rewards, such as waiving registration fees or tuition. She paused, raising her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With your potential of 95, as long as you perform adequately in the selection examination, securing a half scholarship at a mid-tier private university will be a breeze. The lower-tier institutions offer subpar education, while they may waive fees. It would not be worth the cost. What about full scholarships? Lin Qiye inquired, surprised. What about upper-tier private universities? Bai Mushi regarded him thoughtfully. For the top 10 private universities, you would certainly gain admission, but forget about registration fees or scholarships. Those spots are typically reserved for martial arts prodigies who have already ascended to martial artists before the college entrance examination. At this, Lin Qiye's curiosity piqued. Martial arts prodigies? Didn't they get filtered out by the public martial arts universities during the entrance exams? How could they still attend private universities? Bai Mushi shook her head, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. You're oversimplifying the situation. Do you think only public universities are vying for talent? For true top-tier geniuses, both private and public universities have been competing fiercely for them even before the entrance examinations, sometimes as early as their first or second year of high school. You must understand, the premier private martial arts universities offer resources and faculty that rival, and in some cases surpass, those of public institutions. For genuine geniuses, tuition is hardly a concern. Bai Mushi's tone turned reflective. Consider this. Those who can break through to become martial artists during high school undoubtedly have substantial financial backing from their families. Their choice of school is primarily based on which institution can provide the most favorable development path, the best mentors, and the widest network of connections. Lin Qiye was left in a daze. The world Bai Mushi described was entirely foreign to him. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. His own high school was just an ordinary public institution, where even the so-called elite class, which had produced a few prospective martial artists, was heavily promoted by the school. As for the martial arts prodigies Bai Mushi mentioned, they were likely in the most prestigious classes of the galaxy's top high schools, a realm he had never even aspired to gaze upon. Observing Lin Qiye's contemplative expression, Bai Mushi took a deep breath, her tone resolute. Let us not dwell on that. They have nothing to do with us. Our current objective is to seize this opportunity. Together, we will find a way to gather the 100,000 registration fee. Lin Qiye snapped back to reality and quickly grasped her arm. My dear, you still owe 900,000. Bai Mushi noticed the flicker of guilt and hesitation in Lin Qiye's eyes and couldn't help but smile, her expression radiating a sense of openness and confidence. Those are interest-free loans, and I have now saved up 50,000 credit points. Lin Qiye's heart trembled once more. This 50,000 credit points was intended for Bai Mushi's tuition. Yet now, it appeared she was resolutely placing her hopes on herself. However, the registration fee required 100,000, leaving a considerable deficit. Even if they registered, there would still be an annual tuition fee of 100,000. Did they truly have to gamble on that scholarship? Lin Qiye gazed into Bai Mushi's determined eyes, feeling his own fervor ignite. Gamble? Why not gamble? With a potential of 95 and an extraordinary system backing him. If he lacked this little confidence, how could he ever aspire to become a strong contender? Lin Qiye nodded emphatically. All right, I will work here for 2 months. And along with my previous savings, I should have about 10,000. For the remaining 40,000, I will take out a consumer loan. Bai Mushi nodded, swiftly operating her personal terminal. Soon, a crisp notification chimed from Lin Qiye's wrist terminal. Ding! You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Bai Mushi offered no opportunity for Lin Qiye to refuse, urging him. Hurry! Register immediately. Don't miss the deadline. Watching the 50,000 flash on the screen, Lin Qiye felt as if his heart was being squeezed. He took a deep breath, burying all his emotions and determination deep within, and nodded firmly. Chapter 27. Training without respite. Lin Qiye first navigated the terminal to find the payment system for consumer loans. Given his current employment, He was eligible for a maximum consumer loan of 50,000. Withdraw it all. He then opened the unified registration portal for private universities under the Galactic Education Department. After verifying his identity and uploading his genetic potential assessment, he finally entered the amount of 100,000 credit points on the payment page. A balance of 10,000 remained. He owed the bank 50,000. Ding. Registration fee has been paid. Citizen Lin Qiye, ID. You have successfully registered for the joint selection examination of the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 galaxy. Details regarding the exam time, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please check your messages. Registration successful. Seeing these 4 words, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief, igniting a fierce determination within him. He turned to Bai Mushi, curious to ask, "My dear, what exactly is this selection examination? What does it entail?" Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. Bai Mushi, while rapidly searching for relevant information on her personal terminal, replied, "Let me check the situation from the past 2 years. It has been 8 years since I went through this process, so there must have been changes." Her fingers glided swiftly across the screen, her brow gradually furrowing. Back then, it was quite simple, just basic physical fitness tests such as punch strength, speed, nerve reaction, and mental strength. The data would be laid out, and each university would select candidates based on the figures. However, Bai Mushi's expression suddenly turned peculiar as she magnified a document, scrutinizing it several times, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. What's wrong? Lin Qiye noticed her unusual expression and felt a jolt of concern. Bai Mushi looked up, her tone bordering on absurdity as she said, "The selection examination has actually transformed into a practical combat test." She pointed at the information on her terminal for Lin Qiye to see. The Underground City Combat Exam has the first stage where all candidates enter the first level of the Underground City, where monsters will appear, and rankings will be based on completion time. This is merely the first stage. The subsequent levels are likely kept confidential, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Bai Mushi could not help but exclaim, "Is it truly this competitive now?" Lin Qiye, observing the shock and worry on Bai Mushi's face, felt a surge of confidence and boldly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, declaring, "Let them be competitive. Who's afraid?" Bai Mushi was inspired by his soaring spirit. Her worries instantly replaced with an inexplicable sense of trust and pride. She raised her head, gazing into Lin Qiye's eyes, which sparkled with fighting spirit. At that moment, he appeared utterly magnificent. Yes, Bai Mushi nodded vigorously, her eyes igniting with fervor. "Indeed, since we are registered, we shall give it our all. The stronger the abilities, the higher the exam ranking, the better the schools we can attend, and the greater the rewards we shall receive. The goal is clear. All that remains is to exert every ounce of effort." Lin Qiye understood that his most pressing task was to seize every moment to enhance his strength and elevate his genetic potential. He immediately contacted Supervisor Zhang from the logistics department. "Supervisor Zhang, I have registered for the selection examination at the private martial arts university and wish to apply for a leave of absence without pay." On the other end of the line, Supervisor Zhang fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Little Lin, have you thought this through?" "I have, Supervisor Zhang. I want to strive once more." Lin Qiye's tone was unwavering. "Very well." Supervisor Zhang's voice carried a hint of regret. "I respect your decision. According to regulations, citizens who accept placement and then choose to continue their education can apply for a leave of absence without pay, with their original position retained for a maximum of 2 years. I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you, Supervisor Zhang." After hanging up, Supervisor Zhang shook his head, lamenting to his colleagues, another impulsive young person. That Lin from the 939 farm has only worked for 2 months and suddenly wants to take the examination for a private university." The office was immediately filled with murmurs of agreement. Every year, there are always 1 or 2 who refuse to turn back until they hit a wall. Indeed, why not enjoy a stable life instead of stirring the pot, only to return in defeat? Young people, they always believe they can achieve an extraordinary life, which is understandable. Unbeknownst to Lin Qiye, he paid no heed to these discussions. After resigning, he devoted all his time and energy to the training of the 8 treasures skill. Bai Mushi, seeing his dedication, offered to continue mentoring him, helping to refine the details and enhance efficiency. However, Lin Qiye waved his hand, declining her goodwill. "My dear, there's no need. I can manage on my own." What a jest! Following Bai Mushi's meticulous standards would only slow him down and exhaust him. There was no comparison to his own leisurely approach. As long as he demonstrated the movements, his progress bar would still rise, consuming less energy and increasing speed manifold. Thus, the training room at home once again witnessed a rather disconcerting scene. Lin Qiye's 8 treasures skill was executed with utter abandon, chaotic and devoid of any discernible method, resembling a wild flurry of gestures. Bai Mushi observed from the side, her brows tightly knitted in dismay. This was an outright challenge to the martial arts training principles she had cultivated over the years. She desperately wanted to rush forward, seize Lin Qiye's arm, and vehemently declare, "This is the wrong way to practice. A grave error." Yet, the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Reflecting on the past 2 months, Lin Qiye had indeed been training in this haphazard manner. And yet, he had elevated his genetic potential to 95. Could it be that the training methods of geniuses truly differ from those of ordinary individuals? This absurd thought involuntarily emerged in Bai Mushi's mind. Perhaps he genuinely possesses his own unique training habits and insights? With this realization, her tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of helplessness intertwined with curiosity. She no longer attempted to correct Lin Qiye. Instead, she quietly sat nearby, observing his animated gestures and silently mused. "All right, the world of geniuses is beyond my comprehension. As long as he perceives it to be effective, that suffices. The 8 treasure technique truly deserves its reputation as an advanced cultivation method." Even though Lin Qiye employed a rather lackadaisical approach, the toll it took on his physical and mental faculties far surpassed that of the 128th set of calisthenics. As night gradually yielded to dawn, the sky outside began to glow with a pale light. After practicing for the 15th consecutive time, Lin Qiye felt as though his limbs were laden with lead, drenched in sweat. Yet, a glance at the clear progress bar in his mind, 1520, revealed he was only 5 repetitions away from a breakthrough. He gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, and pushed his weary body into yet another round of training. The bedroom door creaked open, and Bai Mushi emerged, rubbing her bleary eyes, still groggy. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, who was drenched in sweat and tirelessly practicing, she instantly snapped awake, momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed, "Darling, you haven't slept?" At that moment, Lin Qiye had entered a semi-dazed state, entirely absorbed in his training and the battle against fatigue, oblivious to Bai Mushi's words. He mechanically repeated his movements, driven solely by an indomitable will. Nearly an hour later, as he finally completed another round of training and forced himself to pause, he noticed Bai Mushi standing at the door. Panting heavily, his voice hoarse, he remarked, "I just couldn't stop once I started." Lin Qiye was a sight to behold, utterly disheveled. He was soaked in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from a pool. A puddle of perspiration had pooled on the floor, with visible white salt crystals left behind as the sweat dried. Yet, within his bloodshot eyes burned a fierce flame, fixated on the invisible progress bar, relentlessly pushing the last remnants of potential from his body. Chapter 28. The Crucial Period. Bai Mushi observed him with a pang of concern. She hurried to freshen up and quickly prepared a nutritious breakfast. Arriving at the training room's entrance, she waved her delicate fist to cheer him on, saying, "Darling, keep it up," but couldn't help but add, "Please remember to take breaks. I have to head to work now." Bai Mushi's job as a mother was quite light, usually involving only half a day's classes, allowing her to return home by afternoon. Lin Qiye managed to squeeze out a response from his throat. Bai Mushi cast him a lingering glance before reluctantly departing. After hearing the door close, Lin Qiye mustered the strength to complete another round of training. He then trudged to the dining table, gazing at the lovingly prepared breakfast by Bai Mushi, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. He devoured the food voraciously, regaining a modicum of strength. After a brief respite, he stood once more. Only 3 rounds left. 3 hours later, as he teetered on the brink of fainting, the long-awaited voice echoed in his mind like celestial music. Ding. The 8 treasure technique has leveled up to level 2. Host gene potential, 02. Host, Lin Qiye gene potential, 97 physical, 93 mental, 93 spiritual energy, 20 cultivation techniques, 128 set of calisthenics level 10, max. 8 treasure technique level 2, 040. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level, 75, offspring, 2, in gestation, in an instant, a wave of energy, more pure and powerful than any prior surge, erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Lin Qiye felt his once weak and fatigued arms suddenly brimming with explosive strength. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy, undergoing a radical transformation. The exhaustion from an all-night training session faded away, and with this influx of energy, he not only returned to peak condition but emerged even more resilient and vibrant. He could even hear the crisp sounds of his bones and the sinews of his muscles becoming stronger. 97. Only a mere 03 stood between him and the realm of martial artists. Lin Qiye clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with determination. I'm so hungry. Just then, the door clicked open. Bai Mushi returned, carrying bags of groceries. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, invigorated and radiating an indescribable aura, she was momentarily stunned. Wife, I'm starving. Lin Qiye exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Oh, all right. Bai Mushi, startled by his robust voice, quickly responded, I'll start cooking right away. She hurriedly placed the groceries in the kitchen and began to work with speed and efficiency. 20 minutes later, as Bai Mushi emerged with the first fragrant plate of stir-fried meat, Lin Qiye, just finished showering, sat down and devoured the entire dish and a large bowl of rice in a matter of moments. When Bai Mushi returned with the second plate, she was taken aback to find the table completely cleared. Lin Qiye, unceremoniously reaching for the next plate, mumbled, Wife, your cooking is divine. Bai Mushi quickly realized that this was the result of excessive training, and his body urgently needed to replenish energy. She rushed back into the kitchen, preparing a feast for both lunch and dinner. Thinking to herself, I'll go shopping later. I cannot let my husband go hungry. Thus, by the end of the meal, Lin Qiye had consumed 3 to 4 times his usual portion, finishing the entire rice cooker full of rice and 4 large dishes, finally feeling satisfied. Bai Mushi, gazing at the spotless plates, felt no sorrow but instead was filled with joy, gently saying, Now that you're full, hurry and get some sleep. You haven't rested all night. Lin Qiye nodded, feeling a wave of sleepiness wash over him, obediently retreating to the bedroom and collapsing into slumber. In this deep sleep, he lost all sense of time. When he awoke again, the night had fallen, and it was time for dinner. At the dining table, Lin Qiye continued to eat heartily. Though his appetite was not as exaggerated as at lunch, it was still more than double his usual intake. Bai Mushi sat across from him, silently observing as a myriad of emotions swirled within her. She recalled a lesson from her martial arts university, where an instructor mentioned that when practitioners reach a bottleneck or a pivotal moment in their training, their bodies instinctively signal this need. One of the most common signs is a sudden increase in appetite, indicating that the body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seizing this critical period, intensifying training, and ensuring sufficient nutrition could lead to a breakthrough in a short time. Bai Mushi remembered the instructor saying that a budding martial artist could potentially elevate to the martial realm within 12 years during such a crucial phase. Watching Lin Qiye devour his meal, a thought, almost unbelievable, began to take root in her heart. Could it be that he had already reached this pivotal moment? Was it possible for him to become a martial artist within 2 years? Her heart raced. Chapter 29. A call from Lin's mother 3 days later, in the training room. Lin Qiye was immersed in the practice of the 8-treasure technique when his wrist terminal vibrated, emitting a notification sound. However, at this moment, Lin Qiye was immersed in a crucial stage of his cultivation. He could sense the energy within him converging, striking against an invisible barrier. Ignoring the alerts from his terminal, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After another 2 hours, when he finally completed the last round of his training, that familiar system notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! 8 treasures skill leveled up to level 3. Host genetic potential, 02. Host. Lin Qiye, genetic potential, 99. Physical ability, 95. Mental strength, 95. Spiritual energy, 21. Martial arts, 128. Set of calisthenics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 3, 060. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level, 75. Offspring, 2. In gestation, 99. Lin Qiye's breath became heavy, and an expression of disbelief erupted in his eyes. Only one more point to go. He was just a step away from truly becoming a martial artist. And this final step was the most arduous one. The tremendous expenditure from his breakthrough left him with an intense feeling of hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow. Exiting the training room, he found a sumptuous meal prepared by Bai Mushi, who was smiling and waiting for him. In recent days, Lin Qiye's appetite had been insatiable, and Bai Mushi had grown accustomed to this, always preparing ample food for him. As he devoured his meal, he raised his wrist to check the notifications on the terminal. It was an official notice from the Admissions Examination Center of the Taurus 0755 star system. Dear candidate Lin Qiye, ID, greetings. The specific arrangements for the joint selection examination of the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 star system have now been confirmed. Examination location, Admissions Examination Center, Tiantai City, provincial capital of Taurus 0755 star system. Reporting time, from August 21st for 0918 of the imperial calendar to August 30th for 0918 for a total of 9 days. Please ensure that you report to the examination center within the specified time, bringing your personal ID and registration proof. To collect your examination permit, failure to report on time will be regarded as an automatic forfeiture of examination eligibility, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Wishing you success in your examination. In 9 days, he needed to reach the provincial examination center. Lin Qiye chewed thoughtfully on his food, rapidly calculating in his mind. That evening, soft lights illuminated the sunflower garden community. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi strolled leisurely, hand in hand. Bai Mushi, 2 months pregnant, had a belly that was not yet noticeably protruding. As they enjoyed the tranquility after dinner, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, Lin Qiye, it's been several days since I last saw you." Turning to the voice, they found Wang Hao and his partner Zhang Qian approaching. Wang Hao curiously examined Lin Qiye, noting that he hadn't seen him at the rapid transit station for quite some time. Lin Qiye smiled, not intending to conceal anything, and straightforwardly replied, "I've stopped working on the farm. I'm preparing to take the entrance exam for the private martial arts university." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's expression shifted instantly, his smile freezing on his face. Zhang Qian beside him revealed a look of surprise and envy, quickly congratulating him. "Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations." Wang Hao soon regained his composure and echoed, Yes, congratulations. Lin Qiye, you clever fellow, you've been keeping this under wraps." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi continued their walk, passing by them. Once Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi had walked further away, Zhang Qian, still in shock, couldn't help but grasp Wang Hao's arm, exclaiming, "Your classmate is quite wealthy. He can actually attend a private martial arts university. The tuition and registration fees are no small matter." Indeed, Wang Hao nodded, casting a complicated glance in Lin Qiye's direction. Yet, his thoughts were entirely different. Lin Qiye wealthy? How could that be? He was well aware of Lin Qiye's family situation, with 7 siblings and both parents being ordinary workers. It was already a feat for them to afford his high school education. The only explanation was that he had latched onto a wealthy woman. Wang Hao's gaze fell again on Bai Mushi's graceful silhouette. TSK. He couldn't fathom how this lad managed to persuade such a beautiful woman to willingly support his private university education. Wang Hao could not bring himself to believe that Lin Qiye could afford private education, even if by some stroke of luck he had won the lottery. Would his partner agree to it? For instance, he thought, glancing instinctively at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian seemed to sense his gaze, tilting her head to look at him, asking, "What is up? You want to attend a private university too?" Wang Hao felt a stir in his heart and tentatively replied, "Would you sponsor me?" At his words, Zhang Qian shot him a large, incredulous eye roll, retorting, "Go home and dream. The money I earn with great difficulty while pregnant is not for you to waste on your dreams." Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, yet an inexplicable bitterness welled up inside him. Yes, this was reality. The most dreadful thing for a person is comparison. Without comparison, it was quite comfortable being a farm manager, marrying a sensible wife, and raising a few children to enjoy a stable life. However, once exposed to different choices and lives, that sense of discontent and envy within would grow like wild grass. Wrapping his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder, he smiled, "Let us go home." 2 days later, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi were packing their belongings, preparing to set off for the provincial capital, Tiantai City. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's personal terminal chimed, signaling a video call request from his mother. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the call. On the screen, his mother's face appeared, bearing a trace of worry. "Qiye, how have you been lately? I heard you've enrolled in a private university?" His mother's tone bore a hint of questioning. Lin Qiye nodded, but before he could respond, his mother's voice rose an octave. "Qiye, you must be foolish." On the other side of the screen, his father squeezed in, his face filled with anger. "If you do this, don't expect us to fund your tuition. We have not a single cent." Lin Qiye was left speechless. He had never intended to ask his family for money, nor did he wish to hear such nonsense, which was precisely why he had informed them of his decision. Yet, the news had somehow reached them. His mother continued to ramble, "Your genetic potential is only 5. Why would you attend a private university? Isn't that just wasting money? Listen to your mother, withdraw your enrollment, and settle down at the farm. That is the right path. I now have a genetic potential of 99. Lin Qiye finally couldn't hold back, interrupting her. "I'm preparing to become a martial artist. Why can't I attend a private university? This decision is well thought out, and my partner agrees with it. I have no intention of asking you for money, so you needn't worry about us coming to you for funds." As he spoke, his parents on the other end of the video call fell silent. as if someone had pressed the pause button. Genetic potential of 99. How could this be? Their first reaction was disbelief, thinking Lin Qiye was deceiving them. Don't lie to us. His mother snapped back to reality, her tone more urgent. You child, why have you learned to lie? Hurry and listen. Don't waste money on that registration fee. Feeling exasperated, Lin Qiye had no desire to further explain. He firmly stated, I've told you. This is none of your concern. Enough, we're heading to Tiantai City. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the video call. The room fell silent once more. Bai Muxi, who had been observing the entire exchange, was equally taken aback by the situation. Lin Qiye's parents surprisingly held no faith in their son. In contrast, her own parents had supported her for 4 years before ultimately giving up. In this light, it seemed her parents were somewhat better. Bai Muxi hesitated momentarily before softly inquiring. Qiye, should we pay a visit to my parents? Lin Qiye, taken aback by the suggestion, looked up and asked, is that convenient? He distinctly recalled Bai Muxi mentioning that her parents had expressed disappointment in her and would no longer concern themselves with whom she chose to marry. Bai Muxi's family, unlike Lin Qiye's, was not from a humble working-class background, but rather a typical martial arts family. In an era that revered strength, emotions and resources appeared intrinsically linked to martial talent. Bai Muxi's prolonged inability to advance as a martial artist had gradually exhausted her parents' patience and hopes. Compounding her hardship was the fact that she had a sister who was even more gifted. The limited family resources naturally favored the more promising sibling, rendering Bai Muxi increasingly insignificant within her own home. With a complex smile, Bai Muxi regarded Lin Qiye and remarked, they previously stated they would no longer care about me. However, times have changed. Before your journey to Tiantai City, I suddenly felt that visiting them might not be a bad idea. Perhaps it could yield unexpected rewards. She paused, a glimmer of shrewdness illuminating her eyes. After all, you are no longer the same. A prospective martial artist with a genetic potential of 99, a future warrior. Such a son-in-law would be impossible for any martial arts family to disregard as they once did. This was not merely a matter of pride. It pertained to the future benefits and connections of the family. Lin Qiye instantly grasped Bai Muxi's intention, though he was surprised by her mention of unexpected rewards. This was not a simple family visit, but rather a declaration, a way to inform her parents that the daughter they once looked down upon had found a partner far exceeding their expectations. Very well, Lin Qiye nodded without hesitation. He took Bai Muxi's hand and said earnestly, let us go. At the Lin family residence, Lin's father, upon ending the call, was enraged, his face turning a deep shade of anger as he slammed his palm on the table. This is insurrection. How dare he hang up on me? He fumed. Mark my words. When he returns asking for money, I shall give him not a single cent. Meanwhile, Lin's mother sat nearby, sighing deeply, her eyes betraying a hint of redness. Qiye is a good child at heart. He has simply been led astray by his partner. I warned you all that woman is ambitious and restless, but you did not heed my words. Behind them, Lin's younger siblings, his 8th, 9th, and 13th brothers, stood silently, observing their parents, unsure of what to say. Bai Muxi's family resided not in the ordinary settlement of Xiangyang Huayuan, but rather in a villa district named Jinghuiding, located on the outskirts of the city. The environment was serene, with security at the entrance, and each row of villas stood tall. This was a community of middle-class martial arts families, significantly more affluent than Lin Qiye's household. As Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi's hovercar glided into Jinghuiding, he truly felt the stark disparity between their families. The Bai family villa was a 3-story townhouse, modern and spacious. Upon reaching the entrance, the door opened automatically. A well-dressed, poised middle-aged man stood waiting, and upon seeing Bai Muxi, he offered a somewhat distant smile. Muxi, welcome home. He was Bai Muxi's father, Bai Zhenfeng. Bai Zhenfeng's gaze lingered on Bai Muxi for a moment before shifting to Lin Qiye, his eyes betraying a subtle scrutiny. Father, Bai Muxi's tone was neutral, devoid of overt emotion. She turned to introduce, this is my partner, Lin Qiye. Hello, sir, Lin Qiye greeted respectfully. Come in, Bai Zhenfeng nodded, his acceptance perfunctory as he turned to lead them inside. Your uncle and brother are here, he added. Uncle and brother? Lin Qiye glanced at Bai Muxi, who shook her head. I am not sure either. In the living room, a well-preserved, graceful middle-aged woman sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Bai Muxi, she merely cast a fleeting glance. This was Bai Muxi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mother, Bai Muxi acknowledged flatly. Lu Yuqin nodded, her attention shifting to the two guests. One was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai Zhenfeng, but with a sharper demeanor. Beside him sat a young man, slightly older than Lin Qiye, exuding an air of arrogance. These two were Bai Zhenfeng's brother, Bai Zhenyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Upon Bai Muxi's entrance with Lin Qiye, both Bai Zhenyun and Bai Mujia displayed expressions of surprise. Mushi, you are back? Bai Jinyun spoke first, a hint of polite astonishment in his tone. Uncle Mujia. Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Qiye followed suit with a polite nod. Hello, Uncle Mujia. Bai Jinfeng and Lu Yuqin acknowledged them with a mere nod. Their demeanor cool, yet not overtly hostile, though the underlying aloofness was palpable. Why did you two suddenly return? Bai Mujia inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Qiye. Bai Jinfeng lifted a teacup, gently blowing on it before stating, Jinyun and I are here to discuss Mujia's upcoming examination in Tiantai City. Bai Jinyun interjected with a smile. Indeed, Mujia has registered for this year's private university screening exam. We plan to send him over the day after tomorrow. Bai Mushi's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible gleam as she glanced at Lin Qiye and calmly replied, What a coincidence, my partner Lin Qiye has also registered. We intend to head over in the next few days. The atmosphere in the living room instantly froze. All eyes turned to Lin Qiye. Lu Yuqin was the first to break the silence, furrowing her brow as she questioned, Private Martial Arts University? Where do you find the funds? While Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia remained silent, their gazes at Lin Qiye were filled with surprise. To them, Bai Mushi, the daughter they had abandoned, could not possibly have found a capable partner. Surely, he was just another dreamer, hoping to take a gamble on loans. Sensing the icy stares around him, Bai Mushi's expression darkened. Yet Lin Qiye remained composed, wearing a calm smile. He reached into his bag and retrieved the official genetic potential assessment document, placing it gently on the coffee table and sliding it forward. Father, Mother, Uncle, please take a look at this. His voice was steady, resonating with an undeniable confidence. Bai Jinfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Jinyun, and Bai Mujia, everyone's gaze instinctively fell upon the document. When they read the bold, enlarged number at the bottom, the living room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Genetic potential, 99. Moreover, the document clearly stated his age, 19. All were left speechless, their minds blank. A genetic potential of 99. What did this signify? He was on the cusp of becoming a true martial artist, merely a step away from the pinnacle. Even more alarming was the fact that he was only 19. In the Bai family's current generation, the most outstanding individual is none other than the eighth sister, Bai Mulin, who has monopolized the majority of resources from Bai Mushi. At the age of 19, during her college entrance examination, her genetic potential barely reached 85. After 3 years of rigorous study at a private university, she has only just stepped into the realm of martial artists. Yet, the seemingly inconspicuous Lin Qiye, whom they have dismissed, possesses an astounding potential of 99. This is truly a prodigy among prodigies. The first to react was Bai Jinyun. The coldness and scrutiny that previously adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost obsequious enthusiasm. He abruptly rose to his feet, hastening to Lin Qiye's side, and exclaimed with fervor, Nephew, your talent is nothing short of exceptional, akin to a dragon among men. He then extended an enthusiastic invitation to Lin Qiye. When do you plan to head to Tiantai City? Why not accompany us, so we can look out for each other on the journey? Bai Mushi shook her head and replied nonchalantly, There's no need to trouble Uncle. We can manage on our own. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Bai Jinyun insisted, his tone brooking no argument. We are family. There's no such thing as trouble. His resolve was unwavering. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow or the day after? At that moment, a melodious and somewhat playful voice echoed from the staircase. Sister? You're back. A youthful girl, who bore a resemblance to Bai Mushi but exuded even more vivacity, bounded down the stairs, dressed in branded athletic wear and sporting a high ponytail. She was bursting with youthful exuberance. She was Bai Mushiwe, the 12th sister of Bai Mushi. Bai Mushiwe dashed to Bai Mushi's side, affectionately linking arms with her, and then curiously turned to Lin Qiye, her eyes sparkling as she said, Hello, brother-in-law. I am Bai Mushiwe. Greetings, Mushiwe, Lin Qiye responded with a warm smile. Compared to the initial indifference of their parents, this younger sister displayed an abundance of warmth. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi, who had earlier exhibited a hint of arrogance, now wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Though he did not change his demeanor as rapidly as his father, his eyes, wide as saucers, reflected shock, confusion, and a barely concealed jealousy. He stared at Lin Qiye, then glanced at the glaring assessment certificate on the coffee table, his mind buzzing. Is it truly a genetic potential of 99? What a joke. He was a student in the key class of a district's top high school. And even their so-called martial arts genius, who topped the college entrance exam, only barely reached a potential of 90. That achievement had sent ripples through the entire school, making him an idol among countless teachers and students. Yet now, this seemingly unremarkable brother-in-law brought by his sister surpassed their class's top student by nearly 10 points. This was no longer mere excellence. This was an aberration. Chapter 32. A shift in attitude. By Muxi felt as though his worldview had been fundamentally shaken. He had previously taken pride in his genetic potential of 68, believing that while he might not compare to the top geniuses, he was still among the best of his peers. However, in comparison to Lin Qiye, he felt as insignificant as a firefly against the moon, utterly trivial. He gazed at Lin Qiye's calm and confident visage, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. At that moment, Bai Muxue, who had just descended from the upper floor, remained blissfully unaware of the situation. She sensed an odd atmosphere in the living room, with the adults wearing peculiar expressions. Curiously, she leaned over the coffee table to catch a glimpse of the assessment certificate. Wow, 99. Brother-in-law, you are amazing, Bai Muxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unlike the others, she harbored no complex thoughts. She simply perceived that this number was remarkably impressive. Lu Yuqin, Bai Muxie's mother, now wore an entirely different expression. She scrutinized the certificate, glanced at her daughter, whom she had never held in high regard, and then at her son-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time. A tempest of disbelief surged within her. How could her ordinarily unremarkable daughter have found such a prodigious partner? It defied logic. As the head of the family, Bai Zhenfeng, though equally astonished internally, quickly regained his composure on the surface. He cast a profound glance at Lin Qiye, then lifted his teacup and took a measured sip. Speaking in as steady a tone as possible, Jinyun is right. We are family, and it would be best for us to travel together. It would be wise to look out for one another on the road. His words established the course of action. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Qiye, who nodded in agreement, saying, since both dad and uncle have spoken, it would be best to comply. We can set off tomorrow. He understood that the Bai family wished to use this opportunity to foster a closer relationship with him, and he did not oppose this endeavor. After all, having an additional friend is preferable to acquiring another foe, especially since this was his wife's family. Improving relations would also benefit Bai Muxi. Moreover, it would save on travel and accommodation expenses, particularly since Tiantai City, as a provincial capital, had a reputation for high costs. That night, in the basement training room of the Bai family villa, which had been specially designated for practice, the lighting was bright, and an array of professional training equipment was available, far superior to any public gym in the community. Lin Qiye was preparing to commence his usual leisurely practice when he noticed two small heads peering through the door. Bai Muxue, accompanied by a little boy who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, was curiously watching him. Brother-in-law, this is the youngest, Bai Muxue introduced. Call him brother-in-law. Bai Muxue timidly hid behind his sister, his round, sparkling eyes filled with admiration and curiosity for Lin Qiye. Observing the innocent and adoring stares of these two little ones, Lin Qiye couldn't help but suppress a laugh. It seemed his leisurely practice plan was thwarted. He certainly could not engage in frivolous gestures before the children. That would not bode well for their impressionable minds. The reason he was here to train was due to the insistence of Bai's parents that they stay overnight at the villa. The assessment certificate boasting a potential of 99 had served as a key, swiftly unlocking the previously closed doors of familial affection within the Bai household. Lin Qiye was more than happy to provide an opportunity for Bai Muxi and her parents to strengthen their bonds. As for himself, being somewhat of a man of few words, he embraced the idea of utilizing the training room for serious practice. Thus, he set aside his playful demeanor, adopting a solemn countenance as he began to diligently practice the 8 treasures technique. Though this approach was more exhausting and the efficiency remained unchanged in the eyes of the system, the standard of his posture radiated an air of mastery. Bai Muxue and Bai Muhua were utterly captivated, their eyes fixated upon him without blinking. The following morning, as Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi prepared to take their leave, the demeanor of Bai's parents had transformed dramatically compared to the previous day. Their warmth was almost overwhelming for Lin Qiye. Qiye, if you need anything in Tiantai City, do not hesitate to inform us. Please, do not stand on ceremony, one of them urged. Indeed, Muxi, take good care of Qiye, and also look after yourself. Lu Yuqin added, grasping Bai Muxi's hand and inquiring about her well-being with utmost concern. As if the aloof noblewoman from yesterday had been nothing more than a figment of Lin Qiye's imagination. As they boarded the floating vehicle back to Xianyang Huayuan, Bai Muxi leaned closer to Lin Qiye, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she whispered, my father said he would cover your registration fee of 100,000. The tuition fees as well. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Bai Muxi, observing his shocked demeanor, beamed even brighter. See, it's like winning the jackpot. Indeed, it is indeed. Lin Qiye nodded heavily, gaining a deeper understanding of the concept of reality. Upon returning to their home at Shenyang Huayuan, the two had barely settled down for a drink when a communication from Bai Jinyun arrived. Half an hour later, a spacious and luxurious seven-seater hovering business vehicle came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Shenyang Huayuan. The door slid open, and Bai Jinyun leaned out, beaming as he waved to them. "Che, Mushi, hop in. We're heading straight to Tianhai City." Inside the spacious and comfortable vehicle, the atmosphere was amiable as it glided smoothly along the road. When Bai Jinyun casually inquired about Lin Qiye's family background, surprise washed over both him and his son when they learned that Lin hailed from an ordinary working-class family. Bai Mujia couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Brother-in-law, you're far superior to those so-called second-generation kids in our class. They all rely on their family resources, but someone like you, who stands solely on their own talent, is a rarity." Lin Qiye chuckled heartily, nodding in acknowledgement, while inwardly contemplating. "You, my friend, are also a second generation, aren't you?" As the conversation flowed, Bai Mujia inquired with curiosity, "Brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution do you use during your training? Is it Titan's Strength or Galaxy's Essence?" "My dad got me the enhanced version of Titan's Strength, and it works quite well." Caught off guard by the question, Lin Qiye hesitated. He had never used any legitimate nutrient solution. His training demands were met solely by the meals prepared by Bai Mushi. Thinking quickly, he earnestly replied, "I use Love Heart brand nutrient solution." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi beside him blushed furiously, pinching him sharply at the waist while shooting him a reproachful glance. Love Heart brand. Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia exchanged bewildered looks, perplexed by this seemingly novel high-end brand they had never heard of. The 2-hour journey passed swiftly amidst light-hearted banter. The hovering vehicle gradually slowed as a magnificent tower city came into view, its grandeur unfolding before them. Countless skyscrapers, short on the outside but soaring higher towards the center, formed a pyramid-like structure that reached into the clouds. Above, a dense network of hovering vehicle lanes crisscrossed like a vast web of light. Vibrant neon signs twinkled like stars, embellishing the city in a dreamlike fashion. Lin Qiye gazed at the bustling neon traffic and the breathtaking urban landscape outside the window, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. This is the provincial capital, Tianhai City. Chapter 33. What good is martial arts without money? The hovering vehicle navigated through the intricate aerial lanes and eventually descended in front of a towering structure named Tianyue International Hotel, located in the 4th or 5th ring area. "We arrived," Bai Jinyun announced cheerfully, parking the vehicle. "I've already booked the rooms in advance. Let us settle in first, and we can head to the examination center later this afternoon." Lin Qiye looked up at the luxurious hotel, which towered at least 200 stories high, and marveled again at the advantages of wealth. The four of them entered the opulent hotel lobby, where Bai Jinyun efficiently completed the check-in process, securing 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling their luggage, Bai Jinyun suggested, "It's still early. Let us have lunch at the hotel's restaurant before heading to the examination center." Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi readily agreed. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor, they enjoyed a panoramic view of the bustling surroundings through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Qiye suddenly pondered whether the restaurants in the more central areas of the 2nd and 3rd rings looked down upon them from their lofty heights. A lavish lunch was served, featuring a variety of rare high-end ingredients, meticulously prepared by the chef to tantalize the senses. Throughout the meal, Bai Jinyun remained warm and engaging, continuously serving Lin Qiye and inquiring about his impressions of Tianhai City. His demeanor reflected an investment and desire to cultivate a future powerhouse. Bai Mujia, too, was very humble, frequently seeking Lin Qiye's advice on training matters. Although Lin Qiye was merely responding with casual remarks, he found himself captivated, as if he were receiving invaluable teachings. After lunch, the four of them took the hotel's dedicated vehicle to the provincial examination center located at the other end of the city. The examination center was a vast modern complex, exuding an aura of solemnity. At that moment, the entrance was teeming with people, as candidates and parents from various star systems crowded the plaza, creating an electric atmosphere filled with tension and excitement. Observing this scene, Lin Qiye felt a surge of ambition within him. This was the first hurdle on the path to becoming a formidable force. After a considerable effort, they squeezed into the registration hall, following the signs to the appropriate window. The process of presenting their identity IDs, verifying registration information, and receiving electronic admission tickets proceeded swiftly. Lin Qiye glanced at the electronic admission ticket displayed on the terminal, which bore his photo, name, examination number, examination time, and a QR code. Examination time. Empire year 40918. September 1st, 9 a.m., September 1st. Only 5 days away, Lin Qiye thought as he tucked the admission ticket away. Just as they were about to leave, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out from the side, "Mujia? Is that really you? You're here for the exam too?" Lin Qiye turned to see a tall and handsome young man dressed in designer casual wear, smiling as he approached. Accompanying him were several other young men, all exuding an air of privilege. Bai Mujia's face lit up as he recognized the newcomer. "Oh, Li Minggao. What a coincidence that you're here too." After exchanging warm greetings and pleasantries, the two groups parted ways. "Just some second-generation kids from the neighboring class," Bai Mujia explained to Lin Qiye, then excitedly suggested. "They mentioned going to check out the Shen Nong potion specialty store nearby. Brother-in-law, let us go take a look too." "Potions?" Lin Qiye felt puzzled and turned to Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi nodded, explaining, "Some affluent second-generation kids prepare various auxiliary potions in advance to advance further in the practical exams, aiming for the 3rd stage or even beyond. For instance, there are potions for instant stamina recovery, short-term burst enhancement, and healing injuries." Her gaze turned serious as she looked at Lin Qiye. "However, given your current strength, you should aim to reach the end as much as possible. These potions will be essential for you. Let us go pick some out." Before Lin Qiye could respond, Bai Mujia shook his head with a smile, saying, "Sister, that's all old news from 10 or 8 years ago. The current situation is far more competitive than it was in your time." With a look that conveyed a sense of being out of touch, he continued, "Nowadays, unless you're determined to just scrape by and attend the lowest-tier private universities, you'll need potions just to get through the 1st stage and reach the 2nd stage." He counted on his fingers, listing essentials like basic energy drinks and nutrient solutions, which were standard for everyone. He added that one must also prepare for various emergencies, such as antidotes and quick-acting hemostatic sprays, which were absolutely necessary. Otherwise, in the underground cities, one could easily be eliminated by a mere bite from a toxic creature or a minor injury. Lin Qiye listened, dumbfounded. And couldn't he help but exclaim, "Is the exam really like this? Doesn't that mean it's all about who has more money?" Bai Mujia regarded Lin Qiye with a bemused expression, then matter-of-factly replied, "What good is martial arts without money?" Chapter 34. Shen Nong potions. As they exited the examination center, the afternoon sun in Tiantai City was somewhat blinding. Bai Mujia, with great enthusiasm, suggested taking a turn into a bustling commercial street nearby. At the end of the street stood an architecturally striking building, adorned with a massive three-dimensional sign reading Shen Nong potions. Inside, the air was cool, infused with a subtle blend of herbal scents and exotic minerals. Rows of shimmering potions sparkled within a translucent glass display case, while holographic projections hovered above, showcasing their enticing effects. Blood Burst No. 1, promising a slight enhancement in explosive power within 3 minutes, was priced at 1,000 credit points. Swift No. 1, offering a minor boost in speed within 5 minutes, was also 1,000 credit points. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow upon seeing those astonishing prices. Quite expensive indeed. The most basic potion, No. 1, costs 1,000, while No. 2 is 2,000, and so on, with the highest tier, No. 9, reaching a staggering 99.99. "Dear, we don't need to purchase these, do we?" Lin Qiye whispered to Bai Mushi, just as he was about to express his astonishment at the exorbitant prices. Bai Mujia's eyes lit up as he walked towards the checkout counter. "Li Minggao?" Bai Mujia hastily approached, greeting him warmly. "What fine goods are you purchasing?" Following his voice, Lin Qiye and the others turned to see Li Minggao and his group of wealthy friends standing proudly in line to pay. Each of them held a gift box emblazoned with the Shen Nong Potions logo. Bai Mujia quickly returned, exclaiming, "They bought it." Before he could finish, Bai Jinyun flashed a hearty smile and said, "I see. Let us buy this exclusive package. One for you, one for Qiye. Perfect." He cast a sharp glance at Lin Qiye, swiftly making up his mind. This was a rare investment opportunity, merely 50,000 credit points. If it could earn the goodwill of a future martial artist, it would be an extraordinary bargain. "Dad." Bai Mujia attempted to clarify that it wasn't the 50,000 package, but a single glance from Bai Jinyun silenced him, forcing the words back down. Bai Mushi stepped forward, politely yet distantly saying, "Uncle, this is too extravagant. We cannot." "Oh." Bai Jinyun waved his hand, interrupting her, his face adorned with an unyielding smile as he looked at Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi. "You young people needn't be so polite. This isn't extravagance. It is an investment. An investment in your future. Right now, you should focus solely on your exams. Achieving good results is the best reward for Uncle." Having reached this point, to refuse would seem ungrateful. Lin Qiye observed the shrewd and personable middle-aged man before him, understanding the intent behind his actions. Back in their hotel suite, Lin Qiye set down the exclusive package worth 50,000 credit points. He recognized the value of martial artists. This was by Jinyun's goodwill. It felt as though he was surrounded by kind-hearted individuals. Lin Qiye calculated that with his current training pace, it was certain he would break through to the next level of the 8 treasures technique within the next 5 days. At that point, his genetic potential would surely surpass the threshold of 10, and he would become a true martial artist before the exam. Once this thought ignited, it blazed like a wildfire, impossible to extinguish. The night was profound and serene. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite had become Lin Qiye's makeshift training ground. Outside, the neon lights of Yongtai City, never dimming, cast mottled shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his silhouette as he repeatedly practiced his movements, drenched in sweat. Even while indulging in casual training, his clothes were soaked, clinging to his skin, muscles trembling from extreme fatigue. The bedroom door creaked open, and Bai Mushi emerged. Watching the man training in the living room, she felt compelled to speak, to suggest, "Qiye, perhaps you should take a break." Yet the words caught in her throat. Swallowed back, she saw the determination in his steadfast gaze, the flames of resolve burning brightly in his eyes. She understood he was pushing his limits. At that moment, any words of concern might disrupt his momentum. Her support must not become a burden. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, suppressing her worry and heartache. Instead of interrupting him, she quietly settled beside the sofa, adjusting her personal terminal to its dimmest setting, and began to scroll with her fingers. Key points for energy replenishment during the breakthrough phase of a prospective martial artist. Recipes for rapid recovery of physical strength after intense training. Gentle medicinal dishes that stabilize mental strength. In this silent manner, she accompanied him. Thus, in the following days, a fervent scene unfolded in the hotel suite. Lin Qiye nearly transformed himself into a perpetual motion machine, dedicating all his time to practicing the 8 treasures technique, save for meals and brief moments of sleep. His casual practice, albeit lacking in elegance, proved enduring. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi became an all-encompassing caretaker, daily preparing high-energy meals, calculating his energy expenditure after each training session, even going so far as to order expensive, mild restorative soups. On the first day, Lin Qiye completed 15 training sessions. The second day, another 15. The third day, still 15. Lin Qiye understood that the essence of training lay in balance. Each day, amidst rigorous practice, he made sure to allocate time for his body and mind to rest and recover thoroughly. He knew there was ample time to achieve breakthroughs, and there was no need to rush. With the exam looming, overexerting his potential could backfire. By the night of the 4th day, with only 1 day remaining before the exam commenced, the system panel clearly displayed 8 treasures technique level 3, 5960. Only one final push remained. Bai Mushi sat on the sofa, acutely aware of the intense changes occurring in Lin Qiye's aura. An almost palpable pressure made even her, a prospective martial artist, feel a surge of anxiety. Bai Mushi could hardly believe it. Was he about to break through? Impossible. After 4 days of awkward training, was he really on the verge of reaching a genetic potential of 10 and becoming a martial artist? It felt utterly surreal. She had toiled for 8 years. Raising her score from 85 to 95 took nearly 3 years. No matter how talented Lin Qiye was, there was no way he could break through this quickly. Chapter 35, Martial Artist. Just one last time, Lin Qiye roared, clenching his jaw as he commenced the final round of training. Finally, upon completing the last movement, his body froze momentarily, as if time had halted. In the next instant, an overwhelming and pure torrent of energy, far surpassing any previous experience, erupted within him like a dormant volcano. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in Lin Qiye's mind. Ding! 8 treasures technique has leveled up to level 4080. Host genetic potential 02. Genetic potential 101. With a crisp, resonant sound akin to shattering glass from the depths of his soul, Lin Qiye felt an invisible and sturdy barrier within him crumble dramatically. In that instant, the world transformed. If the previous surge of energy was a gentle stream, then what erupted from the very core of his being now was volcanic lava capable of rending the heavens. An unparalleled torrent of pure energy, surpassing any he had experienced before, surged through every corner of his body, no longer merely emerging, but exploding forth in a magnificent display. The aches and fatigue throughout his limbs ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vitality. He could distinctly hear the delicate crackling of his bones, reminiscent of frying beans, growing harder and denser under the invigorating surge of energy. Each muscle fiber felt as though it had been reforged, brimming with explosive strength. His blood surged like a mighty river, delivering an abundant vitality to every extremity of his body. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qiye felt as if he had shed some invisible shackles, his entire being lightened. Every cell within him rejoiced frantically, undergoing a transformation. The body that had once been utterly exhausted was revitalized in an instant by this wave of energy, not only returning to its peak, but experiencing an unfathomable surge in strength, speed, and mental acuity. The world around him became extraordinarily vivid and three-dimensional in his perception. Is this the realm of a martial artist? Lin Qiye's entire existence had shifted. In his vision, the suspended dust particles in the air no longer appeared as vague specks, but as distinct entities with clear contours and trajectories. He could see the light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, refracting into subtle spectra within the air. Is this the difference brought by a genetic potential of 10? In his auditory perception, Bai Mushi's heartbeat, accelerated by tension and excitement, resonated like a war drum in his ears. His skin could keenly sense every gust of airflow, discerning the slight temperature differences between the night breeze seeping through the window cracks and the cool air from the air conditioning indoors. The entire world seemed to have shed its murky veil, presenting itself before him in an unprecedentedly intricate manner. Host: Lin Qiye. Genetic potential: 101. Physical fitness: 100. Mental strength: 100. Spiritual energy: 50. Martial arts: 10th level of the 128th set of calisthenics, max. 4th level of 8 treasures skill, 080. Partner: Bai Mushi. Affection level: 80. Offspring: 2. In gestation. Gazing at the attributes panel, Lin Qiye's heart raced uncontrollably. His physical fitness had soared to 100 points, and his mental strength had also surpassed 100. Not to mention the doubling of his spiritual energy. Kiki, a voice, trembling with astonishment, jolted Lin Qiye back to reality. He looked up to meet Bai Mushi's beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. As a prospective martial artist with a genetic potential of 95, she could perceive the dramatic change in Lin Qiye's aura more clearly than anyone else. This was no longer the strength of a mere prospective martial artist, but a true, life-altering dominance. The energy emanating inadvertently from him instilled a sense of awe and heart palpitations within her. I have broken through. Lin Qiye smiled radiantly at her. Taking a step forward, he appeared before Bai Mushi as if teleporting. Startled by his ghostly speed, she instinctively took half a step back. Lin Qiye gently pulled her into his embrace and softly declared, "Darling, I have succeeded." The warmth of his chest, the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, and that familiar yet immensely powerful aura finally brought Bai Mushi back to her senses. Is it really you? She had toiled for 8 years, exhausting her youth and her family's expectations, yet had not attained the realm she so desperately desired. The man before her had effortlessly transcended the past. To say she felt no jealousy would be a lie, yet she was equally filled with pride and joy for her man. Lin Qiye gently patted her back, sensing her excitement, his heart swelling with unprecedented satisfaction. Bai Mushi gazed at the man before her, captivated by the gentle smile and profound confidence in his eyes. And on a sudden impulse, she rose on her toes and kissed him. This kiss was fervent and tender, imbued with all her pride, joy, and affection. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Qiye opened his eyes, feeling remarkably refreshed. The fatigue from an all-night training session and breakthrough had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unparalleled sense of control. Beside him, Bai Mushi slept soundly, a sweet smile playing at the corners of her lips. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, prompting Bai Mushi to slowly open her eyes. As Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi exited the room, they encountered Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia, whose sweet door swung open. "Good morning, Qiye," Bai Jinyun greeted warmly. However, the moment his gaze locked with Lin Qiye's, his smile faltered slightly, a flicker of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Bai Mujia stood beside him, frozen in surprise, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The Lin Qiye before them seemed markedly different from the day prior. Though his handsome face remained unchanged, his entire demeanor had undergone a staggering transformation. His gaze had become deeper and sharper. He stood casually, yet with the poise of a javelin, unwavering as a mountain. An almost imperceptible, yet powerful aura emanated from him naturally. Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia did not immediately consider the breakthrough. They merely sensed a formidable presence exuding from Lin Qiye, reminiscent of his earlier performance before the exam. At 8:30 a.m., at the Provincial Admissions Examination Center, the vast square was filled with tens of thousands of candidates, gathered in a dense throng, creating a spectacular scene. The resounding announcements echoed across the square, outlining examination regulations and important reminders. Lin Qiye and Bai Mujia stood among the candidates, bidding farewell to Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun, who had come to see them off. "Hubby, good luck." Bai Mushi mouthed enthusiastically to Lin Qiye. He smiled back at her, his eyes brimming with confidence. At 8:50 a.m., a long horn sounded, and the massive alloy gates slowly creaked open. "All candidates, please enter the examination hall, number 1 underground city, in an orderly fashion." Over 1 million candidates surged forward like a tidal wave, entering the dark depths of the underground city. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, following the crowd into this unknown battlefield. His gaze was calm yet sharp, his mind resolute with a single thought: let the examination begin. Chapter 36. The Genius Class. Upon stepping into the entrance of the underground city, the scene before them was not the dark and narrow passage he had imagined. Instead, it revealed an immensely vast underground platform, more than capable of accommodating 1 million people. The cold alloy floor glinted with a metallic sheen, and above was a domed structure, illuminated by intense industrial lights that brightened the entire space to daylight levels. The air was infused with a peculiar aroma, a mixture of machine oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the far end of the platform loomed a massive alloy gate, towering at 100 meters, firmly shut, reminiscent of an ancient beast lying in wait, silently proclaiming the dangers and unknowns of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, the cacophony of hushed conversations, anxious breaths, and excited exchanges coalescing into a buzzing hum that reverberated throughout the vast expanse. "Hey, Qiye, over here." Bai Muji tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, expertly guiding him through the crowd to a relatively open area. A few young men and women spotted them and waved enthusiastically. "Muji, you're here. How's the preparation going? I heard this year is supposed to be even tougher." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Muji's attention was drawn to a scene not far off. There stood Li Minggao and his companions. Yet at that moment, these second-generation elites, who had previously exuded confidence in front of ordinary students, were now standing respectfully beside another group of men and women. They bowed slightly, adorned with smiles that sought approval, their demeanor submissive. The group they surrounded, comprised of both genders, exuded an air of indifference and remarkable poise. They stood casually, yet formed a natural circle that radiated a formidable aura. Starkly contrasting with the surrounding din, Lin Qiye cast a puzzled glance at Bai Muji. Following his gaze, Bai Muji's expression shifted to one of complexity. He lowered his voice, revealing an unmistakable blend of reverence and envy. "Those are students from the Genius Class of number 1 high school." "The Genius Class of number 1 high school?" Lin Qiye echoed, bewildered. "Indeed," Bai Muji nodded emphatically, as if recounting treasured knowledge. "The one dressed in white training attire, tall and aloof, is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl beside him, exuding confidence, is Su Qingying. And that student seated on the ground is Yin Feilong. They are all among the most exceptional students in our star system, the creme de la creme." He paused, adding, "During the 10-school league, I caught a glimpse of them from afar. Their prowess was beyond comprehension." "The 10-school league?" Lin Qiye repeated in his mind. Realizing that he had no recollection of this term, he sighed ruefully, acknowledging that the ordinary high school he attended had never even qualified to participate in such an event. Bai Muji showed no inclination to approach and greet them, evidently feeling unworthy, as he believed they belonged to an entirely different echelon. Lin Qiye observed the formidable gathering of geniuses, a spark igniting within him as he inquired, "So, they are all martial artists?" "Indeed," Bai Muji confirmed succinctly. Students from the Genius Class had already become martial artists before the martial arts college entrance examination. Lin Qiye's heart trembled at this revelation. So, these were the true top students of this world? This was the reality he had been unaware of? While he struggled with a registration fee of a mere 100,000, these true prodigies of his age had already surpassed him, stepping into a realm he could only admire from afar. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the center of the platform, as if a bomb had detonated amidst the crowd. The solid alloy platform quaked violently. The cacophony of tens of thousands of examinees was abruptly silenced by this overwhelming sound, plunging the area into an eerie stillness. Everyone turned in astonishment toward the source of the noise. A colossal figure, towering over 3 meters, with muscles as sinewy as forged steel, had appeared on the central platform without anyone noticing. His bronze skin gleamed like metal under the lights, veins bulging like steel cables, radiating explosive strength. Perched leisurely on his enormous shoulders was a woman clad in a tight-fitting, fiery red combat suit, her figure graceful and alluring. Her long hair mirrored her attire, and her beautiful face bore a hint of a smile that contrasted sharply with the wildness of the giant below. "Silence!" The giant boomed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing through every corner of the platform. "We are the examiners for your first trial. I am Chang Shi. And this is Li Senator." The red-haired woman on his shoulder chimed in with a melodic, yet lazily dangerous tone. "I am Deng Hong." She surveyed the sea of examinees below, her lips parting to simply outline the rules of the first examination. "The rules are straightforward. Follow us. The underground city of the first trial is filled with countless paths. If you lose track, do not blame us." She paused, her smile taking on a more playful edge. "If you sustain any injuries during the exam, please treat yourself. If your injuries are severe and you feel you cannot continue, you may call for rescue on your personal terminal. However, requesting rescue means you have voluntarily forfeited this examination. Do you understand?" As her words fell, the long-closed alloy gate ahead emitted a grating sound and began to rise slowly. A chill, damp breeze, carrying the earthy scent of decay and the unknown, rushed forth from behind the gate. "Now, the examination begins." As Deng Hong's voice faded, the giant, Li San, bent his legs and propelled himself like a cannonball, soaring over the heads of the tens of thousands of examinees, rushing directly into the now open gate. Deng Hong remained poised on his shoulder, effortlessly waving to the crowd below. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of examinees were stunned, but then someone yelled, "Follow, quickly," and the platform erupted in chaos. Hundreds of thousands of students surged like a flood toward the enormous gate. Chapter 37, so intense. As the gate opened, the platform resembled a hive violently shaken, plunging into a chaotic frenzy. "Keep up. Don't block the way. Charge." Thousands of examinees surged forward, like startled beasts, desperately rushing toward the sole exit. Bodies jostled against one another, shoulder to shoulder. A student who had been chatting just moments before could suddenly become an obstacle in another's path. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted. The crowd ahead erupted in commotion, precisely in the direction of the genius class. To them, the tumult seemed no more than a gentle breeze skimming the surface of a lake, utterly incapable of disturbing their composure. The girl named Su Qingying wore a confident smirk. With a light tiptoe on the shoulder of a nearby examinee, she floated upward like a feather, effortlessly gliding above the crowd. In mere moments, she danced atop the heads of the throng, her movements graceful and ethereal, as if performing legendary lightness, swiftly reaching the front of the line, closely trailing the examiners. Meanwhile, the youth named Yin Feilong was even more direct. He spread his arms wide, like a great eagle taking flight, forcefully carving a path through the throngs with astonishing speed. At the same time, a sudden shift occurred in the area surrounding Lei Qianjun and the genius class. "Move aside," a cold voice commanded. An invisible, violent shockwave erupted from their center. Boom, boom, boom. Those who had been pressed closely against them, attempting to surge forward with the flow, were struck as if by an unseen hammer, each one spitting blood and being flung backward. In an instant, a clear area, spanning over 10 meters in diameter, emerged around the genius class. Countless examinees fell like cut wheat, some injured, others screaming, the sound of bones cracking echoing throughout. Lin Qiye observed keenly as Li Minggao and his group of second-generation friends were among those ejected from the crowd, though they too were shaken by the shockwave. Blood trickling from their mouths, their reactions were astonishingly swift. Almost instantaneously, they retrieved pre-prepared potions from their pockets, swallowing them without a second thought. As the potions took effect, the pallor of their faces visibly regained some color. Then, a fierce glint crossed their eyes as they unhesitatingly shoved aside those weaker and more panicked examinees, stepping over bodies to forcefully carve a path, closely following the leading group. This chain of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, was vividly on display. Is this really happening? Lin Qiye's eyes widened, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This was no longer an examination. It was a brutal elimination contest devoid of rules. Rules? Discipline? In the face of absolute strength and harsh reality, they were utterly fragile. Before he could fully process the shock, a torrent of bodies began to surge towards him. Bai Mujia's face turned pale, evidently taken aback by the fierce onset. He instinctively reached for the potion in his pocket, bracing himself for impact. However, at that moment, a steady and powerful hand rested on his shoulder. "Stay close to me." Lin Qiye's calm voice resonated in his ear. In the next moment, Bai Mujia felt an irresistible yet gentle force guiding him forward. His body seemed to lose its weight as Lin Qiye shielded him from behind. Lin Qiye, undeterred by the surging tide of people, stood his ground. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly analyzed the optimal solution to the current predicament. Retreat? He would be engulfed by the crowd. Defend? He would be squeezed from all sides, unable to advance. Thus, only one option remained. Forward. With sheer brute strength, he would bulldoze his way to the front. Once he reached the forefront of the throng, all resistance would come solely from ahead, freeing him from the constraints of forces pressing from all directions. Lin Qiye had not mastered any intricate techniques of lightness or the art of deflection. What he possessed was the explosive power of a true warrior. So he would charge forth in the simplest, most forceful manner possible. Apologies, everyone. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. He understood clearly that within this chaotic surge, conflict was rampant. It was not merely within the realm of the genius class. Every corner was rife with shoving, collisions, and even underhanded tactics. The absence of interference indicated that this was, in fact, the unspoken rule sanctioned by the examiners. Having grasped this realization, Lin Qiye hesitated no longer. He took a step forward. With a humming sound, an invisible wave of formidable energy erupted from his body, surging forward. The congested crowd ahead was struck as if by a high-speed magnetic levitation train. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The candidates within a 3-meter radius of Lin Qiye were instantly toppled like a row of dominoes, falling to the sides. A straight path leading to the gate was forcefully carved out by his raw power. Who the hell is that bastard? Among the displaced crowd, angry curses erupted. One burly young man, his face brimming with muscle, reacted the quickest. After stumbling from the impact, he steadied himself and his eyes gleamed with ferocity. With a roar, he unleashed his strength and charged at Lin Qiye, his fists the size of cooking pots whistling through the air, aimed directly at Lin Qiye's face. Seeking death. Lin Qiye's gaze turned icy. He could not ascertain whether the rules of the examination permitted violence. However, since no one stopped the genius class from striking, and this giant dared to attack, it implied that it was permissible. He too swung his fist in response. Fist against fist. Seeing Lin Qiye's punch, which lacked finesse or nuanced angles, merely a straightforward approach, the burly man wore a triumphant and savage grin. He practiced the renowned shattering rock fist. Known for its brutal force, in a contest of strength, he was utterly confident. Yet, at the moment their fists collided, the smile on the burly man's face froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. Crack! A sound so crisp it could make one's teeth ache resonated. Lin Qiye may not have mastered boxing techniques, but his punch contained the full force of a true warrior, exceeding 1,000 G. Before absolute power, all technique appeared feeble. Strength overcame skill. The burly man's seemingly formidable fist crumbled under the might of Lin Qiye's blow, as if made of paper, obliterated in an instant. An overwhelming force surged through his arm, violently flooding into his body. The burly man spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its strings severed. His outstretched arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the stark whiteness of his broken bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Severely injured. Fractured. Bang. The burly man crashed heavily into the crowd several meters away, causing further chaos and screams. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, throughout the ordeal, did not spare him a glance. He merely retracted his fist, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued onward, as if he had simply swatted away an annoying fly. Behind him, Mujia, who had closely observed everything, was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping as he instinctively swallowed hard. Is my brother-in-law really this formidable? He was aware Lin Qiye was strong, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming might. With a single punch, just one punch had rendered a contender of seemingly equal strength unconscious. The decisiveness and unparalleled dominance left him in awe, while simultaneously igniting an inexplicable thrill and sense of safety within him. With a brother-in-law like this, what is there to fear? Chapter 38. The First Tier. Not only by Mujia, but countless candidates around, stunned by the recent spectacle, swiftly regained their wits. They beheld Lin Qiye, bulldozing his way forward like an unstoppable force, their eyes brimming with reverence and a hint of fervor. Follow him. Let us pursue the path he has forged. Some immediately made the astute choice. In an instant, a multitude of candidates instinctively trailed behind the bloody path Lin Qiye had carved, forming a new, even more unstoppable torrent, surging towards the gate. Lin Qiye continued his path of dominance. Any candidate daring to obstruct him was directly and forcefully knocked aside. Gradually, he broke free from the most congested and chaotic middle region. As he drew closer to the front, the space around him widened. Those truly capable candidates had already distanced themselves from the ordinary, now rapidly keeping pace with the examiner, swiftly navigating the expansive underground passage. They maintained a safe distance from one another, both in vigilance and unspoken understanding. Each individual advanced at full speed, cautiously observing their competitors with the corner of their eye. The situation was similar for Lin Qiye. As the examiner's pace quickened, Lin Qiye too had to accelerate to keep up. The other candidates who had initially followed behind him slowly fell further back. Lin Qiye signaled to Bai Mujia, who watched as Lin Qiye gradually moved ahead. There was little he could do. Lacking the strength, he could only follow from a distance, praying not to take a wrong turn down any side paths. At the forefront, Lin Qiye's appearance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, immediately capturing the attention of the first-tier candidates ahead. These individuals were the pride of various cities. Closest to Lin Qiye were a few from the genius class of the same school. The stern young man named Lei Qianjun cast a sharp glance at Lin Qiye, his brow imperceptibly raising. A new face, intriguing. Beside him, Su Qingying also took note of Lin Qiye, a flicker of curiosity passing through her keen eyes. Observing his earlier display, she noted his immense strength, yet his methods appeared crude, lacking the guidance of a reputable master. Let him be whoever he is. Just do not obstruct our path. Yin Feilong scoffed, quickening his pace. Although these prodigies had acknowledged Lin Qiye as a dark horse, they did not regard him seriously. To them, he was merely a fortunate individual, or perhaps someone who had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, regardless of his strength. Without systematic training in martial arts and combat techniques, he would ultimately remain inconsequential. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was also scrutinizing them. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the genius class, rivaling his own. Even in certain aspects, such as the refinement and control of breath, they surpassed Lin Qiye, a hastily trained martial artist, with a purity that was remarkable. These individuals were not to be underestimated. And Lin Qiye felt a sense of caution within. He was acutely aware of his current advantages and disadvantages. His strengths lay in possessing genuine martial artist-level power and physical prowess, while his weaknesses resided in a blank slate of combat techniques. He wielded immense strength, but lacked knowledge on how to deploy it most effectively. Without boxing techniques, footwork, or body movement skills, if he were to face these true geniuses, who had received the finest education and honed various advanced skills to perfection, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage, even within the same realm. This was merely the first hurdle. There was no need to compete with them. Thus, Lin Qiye deliberately moderated his speed, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the few individuals in the elite class and other strong contenders he had been observing. He neither lagged behind nor recklessly surged to the front to steal the spotlight. His goal was to successfully pass the examination and achieve commendable results, rather than to engage in a head-on clash with the most formidable prodigies right from the start. At this moment, Bai Mujia could no longer see the first echelon or the examiners. Exhausted and pale, he was aware of his competitive spirit, but also cognizant of his limitations. Managing to keep pace at the forefront of the second echelon behind Lin Qiye was already his limit. Gritting his teeth, Bai Mujia retrieved a bottle of basic energy drink from his pocket and gulped it down. A surge of warmth coursed through his abdomen, restoring some of his depleted stamina. With a roar, he resumed his stride, determined to keep up. Meanwhile, the examiners Li Sun and Deng Hong had led the first echelon into a branching path. The underground city resembled a colossal ant nest, a labyrinth of countless intersecting passages leading into the unknown depths of darkness. An hour later, Lin Qiye remained steadfastly positioned at the rear of the first echelon. The expansive underground corridor seemed endless, flanked by cold alloy walls, with dim industrial lights casting shadows that elongated and shortened with distance. Lin Qiye was filled with astonishment. Just how vast was this underground city? At their current pace, they could have covered over 100 kilometers in an hour, yet the profound darkness ahead showed no signs of abating. His gaze shifted toward the imposing figure at the forefront, Examiner Li Sun, a giant akin to a moving hill, still bearing the relaxed red-haired examiner Deng Hong upon his shoulder. For him, an hour of high-speed running appeared no more strenuous than a leisurely post-meal stroll. His breathing steady and untroubled, his steps firm and powerful, displaying no signs of fatigue. What level of strength did this man possess? Lin Qiye marveled inwardly. Just then, changes began to manifest within the first echelon. The prolonged exertion had taken a toll on stamina and endurance. Some weaker candidates began to breathe heavily, their speeds visibly slowing. A few discreetly retrieved potions, consuming them as they ran, while others more sinisterly plotted against those around them. Suddenly, a candidate not far ahead of Lin Qiye faltered in speed. Rather than opting for a potion, he abruptly twisted around, a fierce glint in his eyes, and unleashed a powerful punch he had been charging, striking out towards Lin Qiye without warning. He had calculated cleverly, realizing he was about to fall behind. Before completely slowing down, he aimed to drag those behind him down with him, as long as he could disrupt their pace. He could seize precious moments to recuperate and consume his potion. However, he had chosen the wrong target. In the face of this sudden assault, Lin Qiye's expression turned icy. Throughout this hour, he had not merely been running mechanically, but had been continuously observing and analyzing. He had already taken in the states of those around him and had anticipated this development. In the midst of high-speed running, whether to absorb the attack or halt to retaliate would disrupt his rhythm. Neither was the optimal solution. The only choice was to evade and surpass. As the assailant turned, Lin Qiye had already foreseen this, deftly shifting his body to the right, narrowly dodging the incoming punch. At the same time, he surged forward with explosive force. Whoosh! His speed not only remained unaffected but increased, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he zipped past the assailant, overtaking him entirely. The candidate's punch missed, and due to his excessive force, he stumbled, his speed diminishing further as he watched Lin Qiye's figure grow increasingly distant. Frustrated, he shouted in vain, utterly helpless. Lin Qiye's actions created ripples in the calm surface of a lake, triggering a chain reaction. Candidates in the latter half of the first echelon, seeing their stamina waning, began to mimic his example. In an instant, a myriad of sneak attacks and treacherous plots ensued. Fists flew, feet moved, and even small hidden weapons were discreetly hurled. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye's senses were extraordinarily acute at that moment. After becoming a martial artist, his mental focus was intensely concentrated. Every movement within a radius of several dozen meters was vividly reflected in his mind. In the ensuing minutes, he navigated through the onslaught of attacks with the grace of a butterfly. He would lean left, dart right, bend low, and accelerate, always managing to evade all strikes with the slightest of movements and the swiftest of speeds. He was like an elusive eel, rendering all those who sought to drag him down utterly fruitless. These individuals were likely mere aspiring martial artists, their genetic potential hovering around 8 or 9. Lin Qiye understood this. While they were not weak, their endurance paled in comparison to that of a true martial artist like himself. He still had energy to spare. After evading 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Qiye ceased to hold back. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the martial artist surged within him, and his legs erupted with formidable strength. His speed escalated to a new level, completely shaking off the scheming individuals behind him. As he rejoined the core group of the first echelon, positioning himself firmly behind the elite class, Lin Qiye's sudden display of explosive power did not go unnoticed by the members of the elite class ahead. Su Qingying, with her sharply cropped purple hair, discreetly glanced back as she ran. Upon seeing Lin Qiye closely trailing behind her, his breathing still steady, genuine surprise flickered in her keen phoenix eyes for the first time. It was indeed him. Chapter 39. The strength of the elite class. Su Qingying felt a twinge of astonishment. She had initially believed this unexpected dark horse would struggle at the very end of the first echelon. To her surprise, after enduring a round of brutal internal eliminations, he had not only maintained his position but had also surged ahead with ease, closely following her. This resilience and strength were not to be underestimated. Instinctively, Su Qingying's gaze swept back toward the latter half of the group, quickly losing interest as a smirk, tinged with mockery, graced her lips. Among those left far behind in the second echelon, she spotted familiar figures, former classmates who had once shared the elite class with her but were expelled due to their inadequate abilities to keep pace. Indeed, they still fell short. The gap between aspiring martial artists and true martial artists, though seemingly just a step apart, was, in reality, an insurmountable chasm. Particularly in a testing ground that assessed overall quality and endurance during long-distance pursuits, this disparity was magnified infinitely. Ultimately, they were ruthlessly cast out from the first echelon, just as they had been expelled from the elite class in the past. The weak were fated to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to those who had faltered, and redirected her focus to the examination before her. She cast a glance at Lin Qiye, the unexpected intruder in their midst, and for the first time, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Who exactly was this individual? At that moment, the female examiner, Deng Hong, who had been leisurely perched on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly erupted into a melodious laugh, her voice echoing through the dim corridor, crystal clear to every candidate's ears. Listen up, little ones. The warm-up is over. We are now entering the final sprint. Her tone was laced with a teasing excitement. The criteria for the first phase are quite simple. The first 100 contestants to reach the finish line will receive a full score, plus an additional 100 points. Subsequently, every subsequent 100 will lose a point, and after the 10,000th, no bonus points will be awarded. Before her words had fully settled, Deng Hong's figure leapt from Li Sen's broad shoulder like a nimble cat, landing on the ground with no hesitation. In an instant, her fiery red form transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, surging into the dark depths ahead. Meanwhile, the hulking examiner Li Sun slowed his pace, grinning broadly as he called out to the candidates trailing behind him, "Keep up, little ones." Although he had decelerated, he still maintained a remarkable speed, ensuring he remained at the edge of the first tier of candidates. Deng Hong's velocity was astonishing. Her silhouette left a long trail in the dimly lit corridor, and she was about to dart into a branching path ahead. Left. Lin Qiye's eyelids flickered. He saw clearly that Deng Hong had entered the left fork, her figure vanishing around the corner. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. This underground city was riddled with paths, and losing track would make finding the correct route akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He quickly realized that this was not merely a contest of speed, but a ruthless selection process. Only those who could keep up with Deng Hong would have the chance to discuss scores. Falling behind would mean immediate elimination. The first tier still numbered in the thousands. Lin Qiye calculated rapidly in his mind. Perhaps only 1,000 could truly match Deng Hong's pace. Among those, only the swiftest 100 would earn a perfect score. With this thought, Lin Qiye abandoned all reservations. Boom. The warrior's power within him erupted without restraint. A powerful shockwave erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed surging to its zenith. Lin Qiye's sudden outburst immediately caught the attention of a few members from the elite class ahead. Lei Qianjuan's icy gaze flickered with surprise. Su Qingying turned to look back, astonished that this underdog possessed such formidable explosive power. However, there was no time for further contemplation. They too were accelerating with all their might. Charge! Keep up! At that moment, the core team of the first tier erupted into a frenzy. Everyone elevated their speed to the utmost, transforming into streaks of light as they raced towards the fork where Deng Hong had vanished. All were acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment determining their fates. Lin Qiye's full force surge tore through the first tier like a torpedo launched into battle. He surpassed one candidate after another who had slowed due to fatigue, sprinting straight ahead. The underground passage suddenly narrowed ahead, from a width that could accommodate thousands to a constricted section allowing only 300 to 400 to pass through. This abrupt change tightened everyone's nerves to the extreme. A narrower path meant intensified competition. As Lin Qiye prepared to slip through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, a figure darted across, blocking his way like a specter. It was Yin Feilong. A disdainful smirk graced his lips, his eyes gleaming with unmasked provocation. "Underdog, this is not a place for you." Before his words had fully escaped, his right fist surged forward with a dull, thunderous sound. This punch, seemingly straightforward like that of the previous giant, made Lin Qiye's pupils contract sharply. Danger. Utter peril. His warrior instincts blared alarms. This punch carried an invisible, finely honed force, compressing the surrounding air into something tangible. This was not merely brute strength. It was a technique, a skill. Lin Qiye instinctively reacted, shifting his body sharply to the left, attempting to evade as he had before. However, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Yin Feilong's mouth. Just as his fist was about to graze past Lin Qiye, that concentrated force erupted. Boom. A visible shockwave radiated from Yin Feilong's fist, spreading violently in a fan-like shape. Although Lin Qiye avoided the direct hit, he was struck full force by the violent aftermath. There was no escaping it. This was an area attack technique. Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming force slam against his chest and arms, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding armored vehicle. He let out a low groan, his body uncontrollably flying backward and crashing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Clang. Agonizing pain coursed through his arms, tearing asunder, rendering them heavy and weak, as though even his bones were moaning. His chest surged with blood, and he felt a sharpness in his throat, nearly spitting blood. Was this the prowess of the elite class? Chapter 40. Top 500. Lin Qiye rolled and scrambled, unable to linger in place, forcing himself to stabilize. And with a powerful push of his legs, he continued to sprint forward. At the spot where he had just fallen, another contestant landed heavily. Had Lin Qiye remained stationary, he would undoubtedly have been injured, likely needing to call for assistance. For the first time, Lin Qiye clearly recognized the gap between himself and true prodigies. It was not merely a disparity in strength, but rather a chasm in the skill and experience of wielding that strength. He possessed a genetic potential of 10, with 100 points of physical capability, yet his output was scattered. His opponent, however, could consolidate power into a single force, even ignite it, multiplying its impact manifold. Meanwhile, Yin Feilong had already moved on. In his eyes, the underdog had been dealt with and was no longer worthy of attention. Not far from Yin Feilong, Su Qingying, who was also leading, shook her head. It was not over yet. Lin Qiye bit down on his molars, swallowing the metallic taste rising in his throat. With a fierce push, he accelerated once more. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind. The potion that Bai Jinyun had provided. He anticipated he would need to use it so soon. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a syringe from his tactical pack with his other hand, which was still capable of movement. Without a second glance, he plunged it deep into his painfully throbbing right arm. Blood activation number 5. The icy liquid surged within, and a peculiar warmth spread through him, like parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain. The excruciating pain began to visibly subside, though still sore and numb. He had regained his ability to move. Just then, a sharp-eyed female candidate rushed toward him, her gaze gleaming with greed upon seeing his injury. Clearly, she intended to take advantage of his weakened state to eliminate him entirely. With one less competitor, her ranking would surely rise. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes, showing no sign of weakness. He swiftly uncapped another bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the empty bottle like a concealed weapon, aiming directly at the female contestant's face. The girl instinctively believed it to be a nefarious drug or a hidden projectile. Her expression changed dramatically as she abruptly halted and dodged to the side. It was in that fleeting moment that Lin Qiye did not bother to glance back at the outcome. He exerted force with his legs, propelling his body forward like a sharpened arrow, instantaneously widening the gap between himself and his competitors. Ignoring the frantic curses behind him, he surged ahead with reckless abandon. That last maneuver had already distanced him from the elite few, including Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, by several hundred meters. As he observed the figures ahead fading into the distance, the feelings of unwillingness and fury within him transformed into primal motivation. He no longer sought to chase after the foremost Yin Feilong, but instead set his sights on the other contestants ahead, who were equally determined. Like a wounded lone wolf, fueled by immense rage, he commenced a final, frenzied pursuit and evasion. Indeed, he was a solitary wolf. He recognized that among the first-tier contestants, whether the true warriors like Lei Qianjun or the potential warriors with genetic potentials of 8 or 9 surrounding him, most advanced in groups, relying on their inherent camaraderie and instinctively protecting one another. Only he, Lin Qiye, stood alone, appearing so out of place. He was acutely aware of his advantages and disadvantages. His advantage lay in the genuine warrior physique he possessed, strength, stamina, and recovery capabilities far exceeding those of the nearby potential warriors. Conversely, his disadvantage was a blank slate in martial combat skills. Apart from the rudimentary calisthenics taught in ordinary high schools, he had never been exposed to authentic martial techniques. His combat relied solely on the most primal instincts. Evasion. A small-statured contestant launched a surprise attack from the side. Lin Qiye exerted force through his legs, elevating his frame just enough to narrowly avoid the strike. Surpassing, he soared over the contestant's head without pausing, continuing his relentless advance. Evasion. Another punch whistled past him, and he summoned all his strength to twist his body, allowing the wind from the punch to graze his back, igniting a sharp sting. If he got struck, he would consume more medicine, using the empty bottle as a means of intimidation to create distance. Once more, he was caught by the residual force of an attack, stumbling but resolutely injecting himself with another dose, simultaneously launching the empty energy drink bottle at his pursuer. Surpassing. Evasion. Another surpass. Every advance was accompanied by perilous dodges and intense physical exertion. Yet, he resembled a tireless beast, his eyes growing brighter, his will more resolute. With each person he surpassed, the pain in his arms seemed to lessen, and the flame in his heart blazed even more fiercely. Yet, amidst the endless darkness of the passage, the fiery red figure of the female examiner, Deng Hong, remained the sole beacon of light and direction in his sight. At last, after traversing an unknown duration, perhaps several hours, a dazzling light appeared ahead. The finish line. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could see Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yin Feilong, and others effortlessly crossing the finish line, standing there with placid expressions as if the extreme sprint had been but a warm-up for them. Following them, more contestants trickled across the finish line. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye drained the last vestiges of strength from his body, the pain in his arms now numbed. He roared, relinquishing all unnecessary evasion, his form launching forth like a cannonball, a blurred shadow in motion. At the final moment, he charged headlong into the assault formation set by 7 or 8 contestants ahead, barreling through like a raging bull. Bang, bang, bang. He withstood several attacks, carving a bloody path in the most savage and brutal manner, sacrificing himself to push through the luminous barrier. The instant his feet touched the finished platform, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Contestant Lin Qiye, ranked 498. Congratulations on completing the first phase, earning 95 points. The cold electronic prompt echoed in his ears. Rank 498, 95 points. Lin Qiye's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground, unable to suppress a smile. Though the journey had been tumultuous, the outcome was quite satisfactory. The individuals he had surpassed with his reckless charge now stood behind the finish line, their faces pale as they glared at Lin Qiye. Had it not been for this madman's sudden appearance, they might have secured positions within the top 500 in such a critical examination. Even a single point could determine whether they would enter prestigious universities or not. Foolish fellow. One of them gestured an obscene hand sign towards Lin Qiye, resentment and bitterness radiating from his gaze. Chapter 41, the second phase. Lin Qiye cast a glance at them before averting his gaze. All he desired now was a moment of respite. At that moment, the female examiner Dang Hong casually scanned the crowd, her gaze pausing for a brief moment on Lin Qiye, who was sitting alone on the ground, before announcing, "Congratulations to all, you have completed the first phase of selection. Rest here for 24 hours, then prepare for the second phase of the examination." Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Rest here? This meant they could not return to their hotel for deeper recuperation and resupply. He surveyed his surroundings. The talented individuals from various prestigious schools had begun to methodically retrieve various recovery items from their bags, with some even producing portable energy recovery chambers. The disparity was palpable. Since returning for resupplies was not an option, Lin Qiye could only extract nutrient solution from his tactical pack, continuing to replenish his energy. The effects of the blood activation number 5 were waning, and the pain in his arms resurfaced vividly. He retrieved another vial, unhesitatingly administering it to himself. He pondered how many students would be eliminated in the first phase. Lin Qiye silently estimated that he had managed to break into the top 500 among tens of thousands of contestants as an underdog. This achievement should suffice for admission into most elite private martial arts universities, he mused. With this thought, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze crossing the crowd until it landed on the haughty Yin Feilong in the distance. The latter seemed to have sensed his scrutiny, casting a cold glare in return. Lin Qiye gradually withdrew his gaze, feeling no anger, only a profound calm. He understood that his current strength was inferior, but that did not dictate his future. He raised his arms, still sore and bruised, and clenched his fists slowly. Pain is the greatest teacher. This encounter left him humbled and provided him with a clear direction for his forward momentum. Martial skills, Lin Qiye murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. I need true martial skills. Only by mastering authentic martial techniques can he unleash the full potential of his formidable strength, even exceeding it. As time ticked away, the number of contestants on the finish platform grew, but many more were forever left behind in the dark passage. When the digital timer marked the passage of the 10,000th contestant, the massive alloy gate representing the starting point emitted a heavy rumble and slammed shut. Lin Qiye surveyed the area, not spotting Bai Mujia among the throng. However, considering the circumstances, that was hardly surprising. Nearly 1 million candidates, yet only the top 10,000 advanced to the second stage. Bai Mujia, with genetic potential that barely qualifies him as a martial artist, is inevitably eliminated in such a ruthless selection process. However, with over 1 million candidates, the elimination rate for only the top 10,000 seems excessively high. Lin Qiye shook his head, refocusing on the preparations for the second stage examination. The 24 hours of rest served both as a reprieve and a new round of arms race for these exceptional individuals. On the finishing platform, the 10,000 successful candidates were distinctly divided into several zones. At the core were Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and other prodigies from elite high schools. They sat cross-legged, either in deep meditation or consuming high-grade elixirs that emitted a faint glow, surrounded by subtle energy fluctuations, clearly employing the most efficient methods to recover and adjust their states. Surrounding them were small groups of similarly formidable candidates from various prestigious high schools, quietly sharing insights from the first stage, exchanging potions and food. The atmosphere both tense and united. In stark contrast, Lin Qiye sat alone in the farthest corner, resembling an isolated island amidst the surrounding clamor. Few shared his predicament. Apart from Lin Qiye, there were only 5 others, 4 men and 1 woman. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Qiye silently initiated the practice of the 8 treasures technique. To his astonishment, He felt a gentle warmth emanating from within, slowly flowing through his injured arms. The warmth alleviated the soreness and tingling sensations gradually. This realization struck Lin Qiye with clarity. Whether it be the 8 treasures technique or the calisthenics, their essence lies in the fundamental strengthening of the body and enhancing genetic potential. Though lacking in flamboyant techniques and formidable offensive power, they provide the most primal and direct benefits for nourishment and recovery. With this understanding, Lin Qiye cast aside his hesitations, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of the 8 treasures technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the 24 hours had elapsed. When Lin Qiye opened his eyes again, the injuries on his arms had nearly healed. Though remnants of pain lingered, they no longer hindered his mobility. His physical and mental states had also returned to their peak through the nurturing of the technique. Just then, as the timer in the center of the platform struck 0, the imposing figure of the examiner, strong stone Li Sun, stepped forward, his heavy footsteps causing the entire alloy platform to tremble. The respite was over. His booming voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly capturing the attention of all. The second stage examination commences now. Chapter 42. Hunt. Team up. Li Sun's cold gaze swept over the 10,000 candidates present, each person feeling an oppressive weight under his scrutiny. The content of the second stage examination was simple yet brutal. He extended a finger, thicker than an ordinary person's arm, pointing to the massive alloy gate slowly opening at the rear of the platform. Behind the gate lay not a monotonous passage, but a vast simulated scene of a desolate urban landscape. Ruined walls and collapsed buildings formed a jungle of steel and concrete, exuding an aura of death and danger under the dim lights. In this examination venue, known as the City of Ruins No. 3, 1,000 mechanical guardians, our prey, lay scattered. Li Sun's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Your objective is to hunt these mechanical guardians and obtain the point badges from within them. The deeper you venture, the higher the grade of the mechanical guardians, and the more point badges they contain. Each badge represents 10 points. The examination duration is 48 hours. Your final score will be determined by the points earned in the first stage combined with the total points obtained in the second stage. 1,000 prey for 10,000 candidates. One candidate murmured, their complexion paling instantly. 10 individuals vying for a single target. This implies that at least 90% of the participants might not secure a single badge. Li Sun appeared satisfied with the shock evident on the faces of the crowd. Revealing a grin that showcased his stark white teeth, his smile particularly sinister. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention the most crucial rule. He paused, enunciating each word carefully. Within the examination grounds, looting is permitted. As long as you possess the capability, badges obtained from others are equally valid. Of course, if you sustain serious injuries, you must immediately call for help. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Boom. This statement detonated like a bomb in the hearts of all candidates. Looting is allowed. Consequences are yours to bear. This was no longer an examination. It was clearly a bloody game encouraging mutual slaughter. The law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, was laid bare for all to see. Now, you have 5 minutes to form teams. The examination will officially commence after 5 minutes. As soon as Li Sun's words fell, the entire platform erupted into chaos. Bro, shall we team up? We're all from Tiannan No. 2 High School. Let us do this together and share the badges. Is there anyone skilled in reconnaissance? You can be our scout. Candidates from the same school, or those who had forged bonds of camaraderie during the first stage, quickly clustered together in groups of 3 to 5, even forming larger assemblies, warily observing the others around them. Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and their elite cohort naturally formed their own faction, looking down on the ordinary candidates with disdain. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, alongside the other 5 solitary wolves, became the most conspicuous and awkward presence on the field. Glances occasionally drifted toward them, filled with scrutiny, pity, and even malicious greed. Under such rules, lone wolves often become the easiest prey to bully. Lin Qiye paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. His mind was racing. Team up? With whom? He did not recognize anyone here. Recklessly joining a strange team would be akin to courting danger. Should he encounter peril or discover a badge, he, as the outsider, would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless, he glanced at the few others standing isolated, their eyes also glinting with caution. Just as Lin Qiye weighed the pros and cons, a cool voice broke the silence beside him. One cannot survive alone for long. Lin Qiye turned to see the solitary female candidate who had also been isolated, having approached him without him noticing. Tall and graceful, with striking features and a sharp gaze reminiscent of an eagle, she exuded an aura that discouraged familiarity. Shall we form a temporary team? She proposed directly, her tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. We six are the leftovers. Rather than being picked off one by those larger teams, it would be wiser to band together. At least it increases our chances of survival. Lin Qiye regarded her, then glanced at the four male candidates nearby who were also casting interested looks in their direction. He could discern that these individuals had ranked commendably in the first stage. Making it into the top 10,000 as lone wolves amidst such fierce competition testified to their strength and resolve, indicating they were far from ordinary. How would we cooperate? How would we allocate responsibilities? Lin Qiye succinctly inquired, hitting upon the crux of the matter. Quite simply, the short-haired girl extended 3 fingers. First, no backstabbing. Those who betray will be collectively dealt with. Second, whoever strikes the prey claims it. Others must not seize it. Third, in the face of danger, assistance may be sought. But whether to help depends on individual willingness and circumstance, no obligations. These rules, while cold and pragmatic, maximize the potential to prevent internal strife. There were no hollow promises, no enforced duties. Everything was predicated upon voluntary participation and self-interest. This, in turn, imparted a sense of reliability to Lin Qiye. I agree. He nodded. I concur. A robust man, reminiscent of an iron tower, spoke in a deep voice, declaring himself one of the 5. Count me in. A lean youth, whose eyes flickered nervously, resembling a scout, followed suit. The remaining 2 were a pair of twins, who exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. We, too, shall join. Excellent. The short-haired girl responded with satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the group. I am Hanyu. Since this is a temporary team, let us share our names for ease of reference. Tai Meng, the towering man replied. Zhao Shu, the slender youth added. Chen Feng and Chen Yun. The twin brothers chimed in. Just call me Xiao Lin, Lin Qiye said, opting not to disclose his full name for the sake of brevity. Thus, a temporary team of 6, comprised of lone wolves, hastily formed in the final minutes. 5 minutes remaining. The voice of the examiner, Chang Shi, resonated once more. The examination begins. With a thunderous sound, the alloy gate fully opened, revealing the vast and desolate expanse of the abandoned city. Charge. Seize the advantageous terrain. Almost instantaneously, the well-organized large teams surged forth like tigers released from their cages, rushing into the city. The team of top-tier geniuses, including Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, transformed into streaks of light, unhesitatingly dashing toward the most conspicuous ruins of skyscrapers in the city center. Clearly, the deeper one ventured into the center, the more formidable mechanical sentinels would appear. Moreover, the elevated terrain offered a clear vantage point to observe any occurrences elsewhere, an optimal site for ambush. Thousands of individuals followed closely behind, creating a chaotic scene. As they entered the ruins of the city, minor skirmishes erupted at the periphery. What should we do? Tai Meng glanced at the others, evidently uncertain. All eyes instinctively fell upon Lin Qiye and Hanyu. Not only because Hanyu initiated the gathering, but also because they had arrived first, indicating superior strength. Hanyu looked to Lin Qiye, seemingly seeking his opinion. Lin Qiye calmly surveyed the chaotic situation before him and stated firmly, we shall not enter the city center. Why? Zhao Shu asked, puzzled. Isn't the best loot located there? The center is a meat grinder, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. The elite teams are there to seize territory, and the large teams are hunting for kills. If we, 6 individuals, venture in, we will merely create ripples, only to be devoured without a trace. He gestured toward the city's outskirts, where inconspicuous, low-rise residential ruins lay. Our goal is the badge, not to engage in a deadly struggle. We should first head to the periphery. Although the prey may be scarce, so is the competition. Survive first, familiarize ourselves with the environment, and then pursue other objectives. Survival is always the top priority. This proposal garnered immediate consensus from the group. Makes sense. Let us proceed as such. The 6 reached a unanimous agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly departed from the advancing throng toward the center, transforming into mere shadows as they silently infiltrated the shadows of the city's edge. The abandoned city was even more dilapidated than anticipated. Moss and vines covered the collapsed walls, and the streets were littered with rusted, discarded remnants of hover vehicles. The wind whistled through the hollow windows, producing eerie howls that added a chilling atmosphere to the desolate city. The team of 6, arranged in a combat formation, cautiously navigated through the ruins. I'll scout ahead, whispered Zhao Shu, his body seemingly boneless as he agilely leaped onto a broken wall and swiftly vanished into the shadows ahead, moving silently. Tai Meng, keep an eye on the sides with the Chen brothers. Hanyu, watch our front and back with me, Lin Qiye quickly organized. The others nodded, each on high alert. Before long, Zhao Shu emerged from an abandoned mall, signaling safety with a gesture and whispering, "It's safe ahead, no signs of people or mechanical sentinels." The group breathed a sigh of relief and continued onward. Just as they crossed through the mall's atrium, preparing to exit through the back door, Lin Qiye suddenly halted. Wait. His gaze was fixed intently on a pile of collapsed shelves not far ahead. Having become a warrior, his heightened perception detected an extremely faint, foreign energy fluctuation that did not belong to this environment. "There is something," he murmured. The others halted, gripping their weapons, but saw nothing amiss. Lin Qiye did not explain. He slowly picked up a sizable concrete block from the ground, and with a powerful thrust of his arm, hurled it at the pile of shelves. Bang! The concrete block struck the shelves with a resounding crash. In the next instant, buzz. A red light suddenly illuminated. The collapsed shelves erupted violently, and a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine, constructed entirely of dark silver metal and resembling a spider with 6 sharp, jointed limbs, sprang forth from the rubble. Its chest glowed with a red single eye, coldly locking onto Lin Qiye and his companions. "Intruder detected. Activating extermination mode," a chilling electronic voice announced. The 6 glimmering metal limbs pushed against the ground, propelling the mechanical spider toward the group like a cannonball. "Mechanical sentinel." Tai Ming let out a low growl, excitement and seriousness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated encountering the first prey so swiftly. However, at the moment the mechanical spider emerged, a far colder and deadlier sense of crisis erupted from behind Lin Qiye, and both sides simultaneously. Lin Qiye's warrior instincts screamed alarms, and he instinctively roared, "Die!" The expressions on the faces of the Chun brothers shifted from naive to menacingly fierce. Their fists, one left and one right, swung like hammers, aiming directly for Lin Qiye's back and temple. Meanwhile, the typically calm Han Yu approached like a specter, delivering a vicious and cunning kick aimed at Lin Qiye's lower body, cutting off all avenues of retreat. The trio's attack was perfectly timed, exploiting the moment when everyone's attention was diverted by the mechanical sentinel. Their coordination was seamless, and they had calculated that under the onslaught of both the mechanical sentinel and their assault, this Shaolin would not only be injured, but likely meet his demise. Thus, they believed they could eliminate the strongest member of the group. Yet, they had underestimated Lin Qiye. Faced with this lethal trap, Lin Qiye displayed no hint of panic. Instead, a cold smirk flitted across his face. From the very beginning, he had never fully trusted these so-called teammates. His extraordinary warrior perception had prepared him for this moment. Naive. Lin Qiye scoffed internally. He chose not to withstand any of the incoming attacks, as that would only ensnare him in a deadly predicament. In a split second, he made an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his body propelling itself like a cheetah, charging directly toward the oncoming mechanical spider. "Are you seeking death?" Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Was this fellow truly daft enough to charge into the jaws of the mechanical sentinel? However, in the next moment, their expressions solidified in shock. Just as Lin Qiye was about to collide with the mechanical spider, he suddenly dropped low, executing an extreme slide. His entire body skimming the ground, he deftly slipped through the narrow gap beneath the 6 sharp metal limbs, moving like lightning. Everything transpired in a flash. As Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu's attacks fell short, their bodies stiffened momentarily due to the excessive force exerted. In that fleeting instant, Lin Qiye's figure appeared behind the mechanical spider like a phantom. The recently activated mechanical spider, caught off guard by such an unanticipated maneuver, flickered its single red eye, losing its initial target and immediately redirecting its ire towards the 3 closest individuals who had just attacked its comrades. A new threat detected, elimination mode initiated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 razor-sharp metallic limbs, akin to unsheathed blades, descended upon Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's expression changed dramatically, reacting with remarkable speed. She pushed off the ground with her toes and retreated swiftly like a falling leaf, narrowly evading the 2 oncoming streaks of cold light. The brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun, however, were less fortunate. Their offensive had waned, and facing this sudden counterattack, they could only awkwardly cross their arms to brace for impact. Clang, clang. The shrill sound of metal clashing reverberated. The brothers were forced back by the tremendous force, deep gashes appearing on their arms, revealing bone and spilling blood. Their previously unbreakable alliance crumbled instantaneously under the brutal assault of the mechanical guardian. On the other side, Tai Ming and Zhao Shu, finally snapping out of their shock, hurriedly retreated to avoid becoming the next targets. They had no desire to join the ranks of the fallen. Had the trio chosen to target them earlier, there was no doubt they would have been calling for rescue, or worse, lying lifeless. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye had already vanished behind another collapsed wall. He lingered not for a moment, nor did he cast a glance back at the unfolding chaos. Like a wraith, he darted through the ruins, leaping and climbing with swift, silent grace. His objective was clear: to find a suitable vantage point, a position from which he could survey the entire battleground and observe all movements. His heart was cold. Han Yu, along with the Chun brothers, had irreparably severed their ties, leaving no room for collaboration, only a struggle for survival. As for Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, there might still be a possibility of persuasion. Yet, in this moment, he yearned to exploit the surrounding turmoil to eliminate these three traitors. Having dared to harbor murderous intentions against him, they must be prepared for retribution. If all else failed, he would abandon the second phase. A fleeting resolve surged within Lin Qiye. He understood his predicament all too well. In comparison to those prodigies who had long been groomed by the system and possessed abundant resources, his self-taught path rendered him at a distinct disadvantage. Reaching this point in the examination was already an unexpected triumph. He could afford to fail the test, but ideally, he wished to avoid severe injury. The cost of medical assistance was exorbitant. At the very moment the Chun brothers were repelled and Han Yu clumsily dodged, the mechanical spider's single eye flickered several times, seemingly reassessing the threat level. With Lin Qiye no longer its target and the three before it hastily retreating from its attack range, the threat was deemed neutralized, and it reverted to standby mode. A chilling electronic voice echoed once more. The frenzied mechanical spider slowly retracted its 6 limbs and lowered its massive body, its metallic luster dulling rapidly, merging seamlessly with the surrounding rust and dust, transforming back into a lifeless heap of scrap. The battleground, once fraught with tension and peril, fell into an eerie silence. The wind whistled through the hollow shopping mall, amplifying the heartbeats of those concealed behind various barriers. Han Yu, hidden behind a broken support pillar, felt her chest rise and fall as she coldly scanned her surroundings. She hadn't anticipated that the one called Lin would react with such swiftness and possess such elusive tactics, not only escaping death, but also turning the tables on them. Meanwhile, the Chun brothers leaned against a crumbling wall, tending to their wounds while casting vengeful glances in search of Lin Qiye's whereabouts. Their failed ambush had left them humiliated, and their murderous intent only intensified. To the side, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu had retreated even further, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual relief and apprehension. Trust was a scarce commodity now. Self-preservation was their sole focus. An unspoken understanding hung in the air. Whoever moved first risked becoming the next target. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Everyone shared a singular thought: wait. Wait for others to falter. Wait for others to make mistakes. Or perhaps wait for new prey to enter this cursed territory and disrupt the dreadful equilibrium. Time trickled by second. The abandoned mall lay in a terrifying silence. Above this graveyard, in a dilapidated office on the 3rd floor, Lin Qiye observed everything from behind a shattered window, his presence blending with the shadows. He was patient, acutely aware that in this hunt, those who lost their patience first often met their demise. In the ensuing chapter, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, the 2 weakest members among the 6, remained vigilantly focused on the concealed Lin Qiye, Han Yu, and the Chun brothers. They were utterly unaware that the most lethal danger lurked behind them due to their momentary negligence. In the midst of this deathly stillness, 2 shadows erupted from the darkness behind them like phantoms. Their speed was unparalleled. Zhao Shu felt a sudden chill in his shoulder, an unbearable pain coursing through his body as a bloodied, rusted steel pipe pierced through his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. Weapons were prohibited during the examination, yet they had improvised. His piercing scream shattered the silence of the mall. He barely had time to discern the identity of his assailant before instinctively pressing the distress button on his personal terminal in a panic. Help! I need assistance. As Zhao Shu was attacked, Tai Meng became acutely aware, roaring in alarm, his muscles tensing as he spun to flee. Yet he was swift, but the attackers were swifter. In the instant he turned, another shadow's steel pipe struck with deadly precision, piercing through his back. Thud! Tai Meng's massive frame stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he looked down to see the bloodied steel pipe protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with horror and regret. In the next heartbeat, a flash of white light appeared. A medical personnel clad in a white emergency suit materialized before Tai Meng. With an expression devoid of emotion, they stated, "Your condition is critical. Exiting for treatment offers an 80 survival rate. Do you require the use of a life serum? Cost, 100,000 credit points. Survival rate increased to 99. I do. Tai Ming summoned his last ounce of strength, fumbling through his tactical pack to retrieve a vial emitting a soft green glow, trembling as he administered the serum into his thigh. As the potion coursed through him, color returned to his pallid face, and he gasped weakly, "Let us go." The medical personnel unfurled a compact bag, which instantly transformed into a makeshift medical bed. After placing Tai Ming onto the stretcher, the medic wheeled it away, dragging it in front of the others. Simultaneously, the battle at Zhao Shu's side ceased upon his distress call, another medical personnel appearing to carry him away. This heart-stopping scene unfolded within mere seconds. All of this was clearly observed by Lin Qiye in the office on the third floor. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head, and his heart sank in an instant. Death was not an option. But why on earth did medical expenses amount to 100,000? That was a staggering sum of 100,000 credit points. He could barely scrape together that amount for the registration fee. And Iron Ming had actually prepared such an expensive life-saving potion himself. Damn it. At that moment, Lin Qiye truly realized that he was utterly oblivious to the hidden rules of this examination. He understood nothing. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujia had not informed him. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Qiye's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was more likely that they, too, were unaware. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujia were merely ordinary students from a relatively stable family, long marginalized. In contemporary parlance, they were akin to the fallen middle class in martial arts. Ultimately, he and they were likely perceived as mere ants in the eyes of those true prodigies. Such a life-saving trump card was probably only disclosed to the top 5 geniuses among the million candidates by their teachers or schools. As for unexpected intrusions like Lin Qiye's, there were probably no more than 2 or 3 in 10,000. These stray thoughts passed in an instant. Lin Qiye shook his head helplessly and refocused all his attention on the battlefield below. There were at least 5 attackers. He had already spotted the 5 sudden movements. Although they quickly found new cover to shield themselves from view, under his martial artist level perception, their positions and general movements remained exposed. This was a tightly organized and well-coordinated hunting team. Their timing, angles of attack, and retreat routes were executed with textbook precision. Simultaneously, as Iron Ming and Zhao Shu were ambushed, Han Yu and the Chun brothers reacted swiftly, instinctively retreating in the opposite direction to create distance. Lin Qiye made no move to pursue them. Their actions naturally drew the attention of the hunting team. Several shadowy figures swiftly encircled them from various directions, turning the 3 from hunters into prey. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye transitioned from prey to a high and mighty observer. He possessed 2 significant advantages. First, his martial artist level perception, physical abilities, strength, and recovery speed. Second, and most crucially, he was hidden while the enemy was visible. He had no desire to be the mantis that captures the cicada, only to be caught by the yellow bird. While the mantis might consume the cicada, it ultimately falls prey to the yellow bird. What he aspired to be was the vulture that patiently awaited the yellow bird and the venomous snake to engage in mutual destruction before swooping down to seize all the spoils. The shadows pursued Han Yu and the Chun brothers, and the abandoned mall quickly returned to silence. Minutes passed without any sounds of battle, and the pursuing figures had not returned. Lin Qiye understood that Han Yu and the Chun brothers were not easy to deal with if they were intent on escaping. The complex terrain would make it difficult to catch them. However, Lin Qiye's pupils narrowed slightly. Within his martial artist perception, 3 new auras approached from afar, swiftly integrating into the hunting team, filling the void left by those who had just pursued. This team comprised at least 8 individuals, if not more. Moreover, they did not abandon this area due to the escape of Han Yu and the others. Lin Qiye observed as these 8 individuals, resembling well-trained soldiers, began to fan out in a semicircular formation around a mechanical guard disguised as scrap metal, cautiously moving from cover to cover, gradually advancing outward. Their movements were meticulous and professional, clearly conducting a thorough sweep of the area, leaving no potential threats or prey unexamined. Lin Qiye's heart sank. One of the individual's movement trajectories was headed directly toward the abandoned office building where he concealed himself. Drawing closer, Lin Qiye immediately withdrew his gaze from the window, retreating silently like a feather into the deepest shadows of the office. He held his breath, suppressing his presence to the utmost, blending seamlessly with the darkness. With his extraordinary perception, he clearly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Step by step, the rhythm was deliberate, drawing nearer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The individual had arrived at the base of the office building. Lin Qiye felt as though his heart had slowed its beat. Every muscle tensed and prepared for a sudden strike. Yet, just as Lin Qiye anticipated the intruder's entrance, the footsteps abruptly halted not far from the building. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. After the footsteps ceased, no further movements were detected, as if the individual had vanished into thin air. However, within Lin Qiye's perception, the presence had not dissipated. Rather, it grew more substantial, akin to a leopard lying in wait within the grass, restraining all unnecessary movements, poised to deliver a fatal blow. What were they waiting for? Thoughts raced through Lin Qiye's mind as he maintained absolute stillness, even deliberately slowing his heartbeat. Suddenly, whoosh, a sharp sound pierced the air. A cement block, roughly the size of a half-brick, was hurled upwards with great force from below, shattering a glass window on the second-floor corridor with precision. The clear sound of shattering glass reverberated harshly within the desolate building, echoing through the empty corridor. This was a test. Lin Qiye instantly grasped their intention. They were using sound to create chaos, attempting to flush out any potential prey concealed within the building. Any abnormal sound, such as startled breathing or instinctive movement, would immediately betray one's location. Such a cautious individual. Lin Qiye remained motionless, further immersing himself in the shadows, becoming like a lifeless statue. His martial artist perception allowed him to distinctly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a seemingly endless silence, the individual downstairs remained utterly still. Were they not coming in? Or had he already exposed himself? A hint of doubt arose in Lin Qiye's heart. Yet he resolutely suppressed his impulses, refraining from making any movement. Just as this suffocating standoff persisted, a sudden sound echoed from afar, originating from the direction of the mall. Buzz. That familiar mechanical voice activated once more. The mechanical guard was online, followed by a cacophony of metallic clashes, explosive energy discharges, and human shouts intertwined. Clearly, a fierce battle had erupted. Yet, despite the intensity of the distant conflict, the individual stationed below remained as immovable as a rock, their breath unperturbed in the slightest. In Lin Qiye's mind, a flash of insight illuminated the connections among all the clues. He began to comprehend the situation. This individual was not here to search the building. Their mission was to guard this location, to secure this building, or rather, to serve as a crucial node in the defense of this area, preventing anyone from entering the battleground where the conflict was unfolding. The individuals who had pursued Han Yu and the Chun brothers likely had not truly engaged in the chase. Instead, they established a defensive line even farther away, executing the same mission, to seal off the area. This small team, upon confirming the presence of prey, mechanical sentinels, in the vicinity, did not rush headlong into an assault. Instead, they swiftly allocated their personnel to secure the entire region, transforming it into an enclosed cage. They aimed to ensure that the prey, whether it be mechanical sentinels or candidates like Lin Qiye, who were hiding, had no escape, while also preventing any outsiders from reaping the rewards. The responsibility for combat fell upon the remaining members of the team, with clear divisions of hunting, sealing, and vigilance. Their execution was efficient. Damn it, could this also be part of what the school taught? Lin Qiye cursed inwardly. Such tactical acumen in a team operation was certainly not something a group of impromptu students could possess. Clearly, Lin Qiye surmised, it was likely a product of the specialized curriculum from elite high schools. His rudimentary, hard-earned experiences from the grassroots level paled in comparison to their systematic tactics. Continuing to wait would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Once they dealt with the mechanical sentinels and had the freedom to act, any chance of gaining something for himself would be far more challenging. By then, he would not be facing just one individual, but a cohesive, well-coordinated hunting team. Weighing the pros and cons rapidly in his mind, a glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. This was the prime opportunity. Most of the opposing team's focus was on battling the mechanical sentinels. The only obstacle before him was a solitary sentry downstairs. If he could silently eliminate this guard, he would instantly transform from a trapped prey into a lurking predator. Whether he chose to escape the sealed area amidst the chaos or remain concealed to find a chance to counterattack, it was undoubtedly a better fate than waiting idly for his demise. He had to reclaim the initiative. Resolving himself, Lin Qiye moved stealthily to the shattered window on the third floor, quickly peering out to survey the battlefield below. Indeed, a team of 5 candidates was systematically besieging the towering, 3-meter-tall spider-like mechanical sentinel. This sentinel was the very one he had seen before, its 8 gleaming metallic legs resembling sharp blades. The 5 candidates coordinated seamlessly. A burly youth stood at the forefront, wielding a makeshift shield fashioned from an alloy door, drawing the mechanical sentinel's fire. Meanwhile, the other 4 flanked the sides, launching harassment attacks to prevent the sentinel from fully concentrating its firepower on the front. while simultaneously seeking its vulnerable joints. Now was the moment. Lin Qiye withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and picked up a steel rebar over a meter long, as thick as his arm. In the next instant, he leaped from the third-floor window like a predatory hawk. As he descended, he twisted his waist with force, hurling the rebar like a launched javelin, piercing through the air with a shrill scream aimed directly at the head of the candidate below. His sudden appearance was instantly detected by everyone. The burly man, who was bracing himself against the attacks, changed color and shouted, "Ollie, hold him back." He intended to say to hold him for 10 minutes until they dealt with the mechanical sentinel. However, in the next moment, his voice was abruptly cut off, as if a hand had seized his throat. Lin Qiye, mid-air, did not bother to check the outcome of his throw. As he had anticipated, his hasty, unprofessional throwing attack was unlikely to hit, given that the opponent was already on high alert. Boom. The rebar grazed the candidate's scalp, plunging forcefully into the pile of construction debris behind him, creating a thunderous sound and sending dust flying. Amidst the dust, Ali's expression turned grim. Yet, before he could fully grasp his narrow escape, a shadow descended from above. Lin Qiye's figure tore through the dust cloud, exuding an overwhelming aura as he unleashed a ferocious punch right in front of him. It was too swift. Ali had no time for any effective counter or evasive action, instinctively crossing his arms in front of him. Just as he opened his mouth to utter a sound, a terrifying presence, far exceeding that of an ordinary martial artist, enveloped him like a mountain crashing down. His face paled instantly, and his pupils dilated. A martial artist? The thought barely flickered in his mind when Lin Qiye's full-force strike, powered by over 100 points of physical prowess, landed squarely on his arms. Crack! The sound of bone shattering rang out, sharp enough to make one wince. In the face of absolute strength, Ali's defense crumbled like paper. His arms broke. Before the excruciating pain could fully transmit through his nerves, Lin Qiye landed without a moment's pause. He immediately followed through with a sinking motion, delivering a vicious uppercut to Ali's abdomen. Thud! A muffled sound. Ali's body bent like a cooked shrimp, his feet leaving the ground as he was propelled backward by the force. Then, he lost all strength in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, curled up and convulsing in pain. That punch had severely injured him, rendering him incapable of further resistance. A flash of white light appeared, and a rescuer in white stood expressionless before Ali. As Ali groaned in agony, he shot Lin Qiye a venomous glare, muttering through gritted teeth, "You damn seed player. Are you here to fish in the outer area?" Chapter 47. Sleep. Like an infant, Lin Qiye himself had not anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly and decisively. He had fully prepared for a drawn-out struggle, even considering the use of potions. Yet, the opponent could not withstand even a single move against his full-force strike. Was this the disparity between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist? However, there was no time for Lin Qiye to ponder this now. The guards stationed in other directions, upon witnessing their comrade being instantaneously defeated, had already reacted and were racing towards him at full speed. Before they arrived, the attacks had already begun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shards of stone, twisted metal scraps, and even sharpened steel rebars whistled through the air, hurtling toward Lin Qiye from various angles. Lin Qiye's expression hardened, and he sprang into action, darting like a specter amidst the hail of projectiles. Clang, clang. Numerous projectiles struck where he had been standing, sparking and raising clouds of dust. Simultaneously, an exclamation of discovery rang out from the mechanical sentinel's vicinity. Found it. The weak point is here. Lin Qiye caught a glimpse of the battlefield from the corner of his eye and saw the four candidates intensifying their assault, their attacks growing fiercer. Clearly having identified a vulnerability, he did not know where that so-called weak point was, nor did he have the luxury of time to observe closely, because two figures were already charging at him like leopards, almost simultaneously from both sides, effectively blocking most of his escape routes, one on the left and one on the right. They formed a pincer movement. A cold light flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes as he made a rapid assessment. He chose not to defend or retreat, but to take the initiative. His target was the short-haired girl on the right, whose aura was relatively weaker. Boom. The ground beneath Lin Qiye trembled violently as he transformed into a blur, charging forward toward the short-haired girl with ferocious intent. The short-haired girl was clearly taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Qiye would not only refuse to evade, but would dare to charge forward with such remarkable speed. Her eyes widened, and just as her cherry lips parted to utter a brief gasp, she hurriedly threw a punch towards Lin Qiye's face. However, in Lin Qiye's extraordinary martial awareness, her hasty strike revealed numerous flaws. He slightly shifted his body, allowing her fist to graze past his cheek, the force of it ruffling his short hair. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qiye's fist struck first. A precisely executed uppercut landed solidly on the girl's chin. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as her head jerked back violently. Her body seemingly devoid of bones as she flew backward, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Her eyes rolled back, consciousness instantly fading as she succumbed to a slumber akin to that of an infant. In a flash of white light, another rescuer in white appeared. Lin Qiye gazed at the girl lying motionless, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so weak, or perhaps he was simply that strong. Meanwhile, the male contestant who had intended to flank the girl with an assault was wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight. He abruptly halted his advance, turning on his heels to retreat without hesitation. What a joke. One encounter and a teammate of comparable strength is instantly eliminated. This person was clearly beyond their capability. As he retreated frantically, he raged inwardly. This was a seed contestant. How could they be in such an outer zone? At that moment, he couldn't care less about teams or teammates. He simply did not wish to end up like that girl, eliminated without even a chance to react. Lin Qiye did not pursue the fleeing contestant. His objective had always been crystal clear, the points badge. After landing a punch on the short-haired girl, he did not cast another glance her way, instead turning like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, charging directly towards the battlefield where the mechanical guards were being besieged. The 5 individuals grappling with the mechanical sentinels were equally unprepared for the sudden turn of events. In mere moments, their small team of 10 had suffered 2 injuries and lost 1 member. 2 more stood at a distance, unable to assist in time. An overwhelmingly powerful disruptor was advancing towards their core battle group with an unmatched presence. You all continue. Finish off the mechanical guards. I'll hold them back, roared the robust youth wielding an alloy door panel as a shield, evidently the leader of this small team. He made a decisive choice. The mechanical guards were on the brink of collapse. They could not falter now. Just as the sturdy youth made his decision, Lin Qiye's figure closed in. He executed no flashy maneuvers, merely picking up a steel bar that had been knocked to the ground. His arm muscles bulging as he hurled it like a javelin with all his strength. Facing this powerful strike, the sturdy youth did not choose to evade. With a roar, he planted his feet firmly, his arm muscles tensing as he raised the heavy alloy door panel in front of him, forming a solid barrier. Clang! The steel bar collided violently with the alloy panel, producing a deafening sound that generated a visible shockwave. The robust youth felt an overwhelming force reverberate through the shield, numbing his arms. A tempest of fear surged within him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such terrifying strength. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial practitioner. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye's heart sank. The noise from the collision had been too loud. In this relatively quiet ruin, it was akin to a beacon in the night, bound to attract the attention of everyone nearby. Whether it be other hunting teams or solitary wolves like Han Yu, they could easily be drawn to this commotion. A swift resolution was imperative. A flicker of resolve flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. If he could not swiftly eliminate the enemy before him and seize the badge, he would have to flee from this impending storm of chaos. With this thought, Lin Qiye cast aside all restraint, propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at the robust youth. The sturdy youth, witnessing Lin Qiye's charge, decisively discarded the cumbersome alloy panel. With a clang, the shield clattered to the ground, and he too took a stance to engage. The two clashed instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet collided, producing a dull thud akin to a drumbeat. After several exchanges, Lin Qiye quickly discerned the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of sheer power and speed, the youth was slightly inferior to him. However, every move he executed was imbued with intricate techniques, clearly demonstrating martial skill. Lin Qiye, possessing brute strength, found himself in a frustrating predicament, as several of his powerful strikes were deftly neutralized by the opponent's technique, while he narrowly avoided being struck in vital areas multiple times. He could not afford to prolong the encounter. Lin Qiye understood that as a lone wolf, his opportunities would only diminish. If he could not swiftly deal with this adversary, the window of opportunity would continue to narrow. It was time to gamble. Lin Qiye's gaze turned fierce, a surge of determination igniting within him. He abandoned all clumsy evasions and defenses, opting instead for a reckless exchange of blows. As the youth unleashed a powerful swinging punch, Lin Qiye did not flinch or evade, bracing himself to absorb the impact with his shoulder. Pain shot through him, yet he did not even furrow his brow. Immediately following, the youth's attacks came down like a torrential storm, enveloping Lin Qiye. Gritting his teeth, he withstood the barrage. At last, Lin Qiye found a fleeting opening. Taking a bold risk, he surged forward, channeling all his strength into his right fist, striking with the most primal and ferocious force towards the youth's face. The robust youth was caught off guard by Lin Qiye's audacity, unable to retract his defenses in time. Thud! Lin Qiye's fist landed squarely against his face. Simultaneously, the sturdy youth retaliated with another sweeping punch, which struck Lin Qiye's cheek. Lin Qiye felt a ringing in his ears, his vision spinning and stars bursting before him. Yet he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily reviving his clarity. The superior physique of a martial artist showcased its decisive advantage at that moment. By the time Lin Qiye steadied himself, the robust youth had already rolled his eyes back, collapsing backward and crashing heavily to the ground, slipping into a slumber reminiscent of an infant. In a flash of white light, the familiar rescuer in white reappeared. He regarded Lin Qiye, whose face was also marked by injury, with an expressionless gaze. Though bloodied, he confirmed Lin Qiye was still capable of fighting. He then opened a makeshift medical bed and skillfully dragged the sturdy youth away. Chapter 48. Successful Points Acquisition. Having dealt with the leader of the opposing team, Lin Qiye did not pause for even a moment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto the remaining 4 contestants still entangled with the mechanical guards. The 4 stared in shock as they witnessed their captain taken down in a single exchange. Yet, their attacks did not cease. At that very moment, the spider-like mechanical guard, already on its last legs, emitted a piercing wail. Its 8 metallic legs collapsing helplessly as the crimson glow of its single eye extinguished. The battle was drawing to a close. However, before the 4 candidates could even catch their breath, a whirlwind imbued with the stench of blood surged towards them. It was Lin Qiye. He afforded them no respite. As he charged forward, his hands darting to his waist, producing 2 vials of Vitality No. 5, with lightning speed. With a swift motion, he plunged the syringes into his aching arms, which were bruised from enduring the assault. The cold liquid surged within him, and a powerful warmth radiated, instantly dispelling the pain and fatigue, restoring him to his peak combat prowess. Stop him! One candidate cried out in terror, but before the words could fully escape his lips, Lin Qiye had already entered their ranks like a tiger among sheep, ferociously charging into their midst. Faced with the onslaught of 4, Lin Qiye resorted to his former tactics. He exchanged injury for injury. Ignoring a whip-like kick that struck from the side, he braced himself, absorbing the blow with his back, while channeling all his strength into a punch aimed squarely at one of the candidates before him. Bang! The candidate, caught off guard, could only cross his arms to block. Yet Lin Qiye's ferocious strength sent him hurtling backward, his arms aflame with excruciating pain, as he let out a cry and crashed to the ground. One down. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye raised his arms like iron rods, deflecting the punches and kicks of the remaining 2. At the same time, his right foot struck like a venomous snake, colliding forcefully with the support leg of one candidate. Crack! Another sickening sound of bones snapping echoed. The candidate let out a piercing scream, cradling his twisted ankle in agony as he crumpled to the ground. Another one down. In the blink of an eye, only 2 remained. They gazed upon Lin Qiye, who appeared like a demonic figure, their eyes filled with dread. Let us attack together, one of them shouted bravely. Yet, in that very moment, both turned and fled in the opposite direction. As they spun around, they froze, instinctively locking eyes with one another. In their gaze, they shared a moment of shock and a hint of embarrassment. Had they not agreed to confront him together? But there was no time for contemplation. They turned once more, fleeing with reckless abandon. Lin Qiye watched the 2 retreating figures, but did not pursue. He was battered and bruised, and though he forced himself through the effects of the medication, his stamina was nearly depleted. More importantly, his true objective had always been singular. He dashed towards the now-defunct spider-like mechanical guardian, and with a swift motion, he tore open its metallic shell. Within lay a palm-sized metal badge, glowing faintly with a blue hue, nestled among the intricate circuitry. Lin Qiye grasped it tightly, feeling its icy touch. Beep. Detected score badge. Would you like to collect it? The personal terminal immediately prompted him. Collect. Collection successful. Current score, 10 points. Success. Lin Qiye's taut nerves finally relaxed, and an overwhelming fatigue, accompanied by pain from every corner of his body, washed over him like a tide. He glanced around, noting the sprawled forms of eliminated candidates, the air thick with a faint metallic scent. I must leave this place immediately. Lin Qiye understood that the scent of blood and the sounds of battle would soon attract new predators. He gritted his teeth against the pain, oriented himself, and plunged into the nearby abandoned residential building, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. Not long after Lin Qiye vanished into the building's gloom, The two fleeing candidates returned cautiously, accompanied by two others. They were the last remnants of their hunting party. The four dispersed, using the crumbling ruins as cover, vigilantly scanning the eerily silent battlefield. The one whose ankle Lin Qiye had shattered had already been taken away by a white-clad rescuer. Meanwhile, the mechanical guardian, torn asunder, lay like a cold corpse. A grim testament to the ferocity of the earlier confrontation. "Where is he?" one inquired, his voice low, filled with confusion and wariness. "He ran away," replied the candidate who had fled first, a shiver of fear in his voice. "That guy is a monster. He is definitely a seed candidate. The badge is gone." Another glared at the gaping wound in the guardian's chest, bitterness lacing his words. "After all our effort, we've just made someone else's fortune. What should we do now? Should we pursue? Pursue what?" The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The four exchanged glances, each reflecting feelings of resentment, anger, and an undeniable hint of fear. After a prolonged pause, one finally broke the silence, his tone tinged with resignation and caution. "Let us go. We can't stay in this area. In the future, when we encounter mechanical guardians, we must wait for others to engage first before looking for an opportunity." Though this suggestion was steeped in reluctance, it was the most prudent choice at that moment. Their once confident hunting squad had been left in disarray by the sudden emergence of a formidable foe, and their morale had plummeted. The others silently nodded in agreement, refraining from further words, and swiftly departed. The battlefield fell once more into a profound silence. After a while, a tall and agile figure, like a ghost, emerged from the shadows. It was Hanyu. Her icy gaze scanned the deserted battlefield, ultimately resting on the wrecked mechanical guardian. Satisfied that there were no lurking ambushers, she approached, crouching to inspect the gaping wound in the guardian's chest and the surrounding signs of struggle. Her delicate brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Moments later, she stood and surveyed her surroundings again, a complex expression flashing in her eyes before she turned and swiftly disappeared into the ruins. Shortly thereafter, Chun Feng and Chun Yun emerged from another direction, their expressions equally grave as they surveyed the chaotic battlefield. They too lingered for no longer, hastily vacating the treacherous area. In an instant, this region fell into utter stillness, leaving behind a scene of devastation that silently narrated the tale of the brief, yet fierce struggle. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Qiye twisted open the last bottle of nutrient solution and downed it in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his nearly depleted energy. "I can't believe I've exhausted all my supplies," he murmured, leaning against the dust-laden wall. Lack of experience truly is the most lethal of all. He reflected on the exhilarating yet harrowing battle, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear. He recalled being sent flying by Yin Feilong's punch and the chaotic experience of being besieged by several candidates ranked around 500 just before the first stage's finish line. That painful memory had led Lin Qiye to form a grievous and erroneous misjudgment regarding the strength of the candidates in this examination. Subconsciously, he had equated the prowess of the top geniuses and the mainstay forces of the first tier with the average level of this examination. It was only after the recent combat that Lin Qiye was jolted into realization. He had misconstrued a fundamental truth. In the first phase, who had he been up against? It was the likes of Yin Feilong, those standing atop the pyramid, seed candidates who had already been martial artists before the martial arts entrance examination. The true prodigies ranked within the top 100. They are the elite among millions of candidates, having surged through the ranks to secure a place among the top 500. They represent the pinnacle of the second stage's participants, the very best of the five. Here, a formidable 10,000 candidates have successfully passed the initial challenge. Yet, Lin Qiye found himself unwittingly equating the combat prowess of these top five with the general strength of this vast multitude. A bemused smile crossed his face as he shook his head. After all this time, had he inadvertently become the so-called big boss that others spoke of? Just as he indulged in self-deprecation, his highly attuned martial senses suddenly detected an anomaly. Someone was approaching, retracing the path he had taken moments ago. And there was only one person. Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he sprang from his position, swiftly relocating like a panther, lurking in the shadows on the opposite side. Soon, he discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was Hanyu. She moved with grace, cautiously inching closer to the rooftop. As for the Chun brothers, Chun Feng and Chun Yun, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Qiye sneered inwardly. How could those three, who had so readily turned against him, truly trust one another? The possibility of cooperation was virtually non-existent. With this realization, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes. Striking preemptively, Han Yu believed she was well concealed, each step carefully placed to minimize sound as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. However, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop, an acute sense of danger surged from behind. A steel bar, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtled from the wall beside her, aimed directly at her back. Of course, Lin Qiye's throw was as inaccurate as ever. He never intended to deliver a lethal blow. This was merely an overt distraction. Han Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively rolled to the side to evade. Yet, this errant throw fortuitously aligned with her movements. If she had not dodged, the wildly veering steel bar would have missed her entirely. But her instinctive reaction compelled her to execute a perfect evasive roll. The result was a catastrophic encounter with the bar's trajectory. Thud! A sickening thud resonated as the robust steel bar penetrated her right side, the sheer force pinning her brutally against the opposing wall. Boom! Han Yu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, searing pain radiating throughout her body. Darkness enveloped her vision as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Before she could fully comprehend the sudden devastation, a flash of white darted by, faster than Lin Qiye's movements. It was a rescue personnel in white. They appeared before Han Yu, interposing themselves between her and Lin Qiye. Your condition? I'm fine. Han Yu gritted her teeth, her remaining functioning hand swiftly retrieving a vial of medicine from her waist, aiming to inject it into her leg. Yet, in the next instant, the rescuer's hand shot out, firmly restraining her. You have already lost. The voice of the rescuer was cold and mechanical. I have not. Han Yu struggled, her eyes brimming with indignation and anger. The rescuer shook his head and suddenly leaped aside. At that moment, a shadow of a leg rushed forth. Crack! Han Yu's hand, clutching the vial, was struck with precision by Lin Qiye's foot, sending the vial flying from her grasp. Han Yu's eyes widened in shock. The next second, crack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed as Lin Qiye delivered a merciless blow to her face. How dare you ambush me? The strike sent the already gravely injured Han Yu reeling, stars dancing before her eyes, her head tilting as she succumbed to a state akin to slumber. Lin Qiye regarded her crumpled form, his gaze falling upon the tactical pouch at her waist. Without a moment's thought, he seized it with a swift motion. Meanwhile, the white-clad rescuer appeared to be oblivious to this act, tending to the makeshift medical bed, preparing to transport the unconscious Han Yu, steel bar and all. According to the rules, looting was permitted. This included trophies. Lin Qiye hefted the tactical pouch in his hands, suddenly smiting his thigh in realization. He had dispatched several individuals earlier, yet had stood idly by as their spoils were taken away. What a loss. He hastened over to collect the vial of medicine that had been kicked aside. The label clearly bore the inscription, Heart Strength No. 7. It was a superior item, 2 levels above the ordinary. Just as Lin Qiye secured Heart Strength No. 7, a profound sense of peril surged from behind. His martial instincts blared a warning. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye executed a forward roll. Chapter 50. The Dismal Genius Class Boom. Boom. 2 powerful gusts of wind from punches barely grazed his back, crashing into the ground where he had just stood, leaving shallow craters in their wake. It was the Chun brothers, Chun Feng and Chun Yun. They had approached stealthily, seizing the moment when Lin Qiye's guard was down to unleash a long-planned assault. When their first attack failed, the brothers showed no signs of retreat. Their onslaught relentless and coordinated, completely severing Lin Qiye's avenues of escape. Damn it! Lin Qiye cursed internally, once again finding himself in a passive position against their dual assault. There was no other choice. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint returned to his eyes. The technique he was most adept at, and the one in which he held the utmost confidence, was about to be unleashed. An exchange of injury for injury, though it appeared reckless. It was a strategy that leveraged his vastly superior martial physique to overpower his opponents. With sheer force to shatter finesse, Lin Qiye sharply pivoted, bracing his left shoulder and back against Chun Feng's barrage of punches and kicks. Pain coursed through him, yet he grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. This was the opportunity. He disregarded Chun Feng's attacks, channeling all his strength into his right fist, striking out resolutely at Chun Yun. Chun Yun was caught off guard by Lin Qiye's decisive action. He had no time to evade. Thud! A dull thud resounded. Chun Yun was hit as if struck by a battering ram, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, scrambling to rise and flee. As for the remaining Chun Feng, he dared not continue the fight. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Lin Qiye did not immediately pursue. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution from Han Yu's tactical pouch, uncapped it, and took a generous swig to replenish his depleted energy. Only then did he follow at a safe distance behind Chen Feng and Chen Yun, maintaining a cautious proximity. He remained vigilant, wary of other potential ambushers nearby. Furthermore, the Chun brothers' panicked escape could very well attract new troubles or opportunities. Indeed, his intuition soon proved correct. Just ahead, amidst the ruins of an intersection, the sounds of fierce combat erupted unexpectedly. Lin Qiye trailed closely, preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, when he beheld the speed of the new adversary's attack, his pupils constricted, and he turned without hesitation, retreating swiftly. Too fast. Before Chen Feng and Chen Yun could even retaliate, they had already fallen. Likely a martial artist. Even if not, he held little advantage against this foe, and it was not a lone wolf. Lin Qiye's alarm bells rang furiously in his mind as he suppressed his presence to the utmost, vanishing into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had elapsed. On the rooftop of an abandoned apartment, Lin Qiye slowly opened his eyes. His injuries have mostly healed, and his physical and mental state has returned to its peak. In this perilous environment, he dared not operate the 8 treasures skill to deeply heal himself without precautions. During these 6 hours, Lin Qiye focused solely on recovery and did not engage in any combat due to the lack of suitable opportunities. Managing to evade wave after wave of battles, Lin Qiye was alone, without a team. Should another brutal confrontation akin to the previous one arise, even if he were to emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly sustain further injuries. At that point, lacking sufficient potions, he would have to rely solely on his physical resilience. If he were to encounter a series of new foes, it might very well lead to his premature exit. The examination period for the second phase stretched a daunting 48 hours. Lin Qiye analyzed the situation calmly. The examiners had only stated that the badge represented points, without clarifying whether points would be retained upon elimination. Following this cruel logic, if he called for rescue and was eliminated, all the points he had previously amassed could very likely be wiped clean. Thus, Lin Qiye resisted the temptation within, deliberated thoroughly, and made the difficult decision to refrain from engaging in any battles without favorable opportunities. His current objective was to preserve his 10 points at all costs, and to remain hidden until the examination concluded in 48 hours. Not withdrawing early equated to victory, although it was merely 10 points. Combined with the 95 points from the first phase, his total would be 105. This was certainly preferable to exhausting all resources and ultimately facing elimination with a score of 0. Moreover, remaining unscathed would spare him from medical expenses. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qiye fully embraced the role of a master of survival. He found a structurally sound but secluded 5-story building, establishing a temporary refuge in a dimly lit room on the 3rd floor. While the view was not expansive, its concealment made it difficult for enemies above to detect him. Moreover, the narrow staircase provided a single point of entry, easy to defend yet challenging to assault. If discovered, he would still possess the capability to fight back. During the ensuing hours, Lin Qiye achieved a state of tranquility. He ceased to pay attention to the distant sounds of battle or keep track of how many mechanical guards had been eliminated. His entire focus was devoted to perceiving his surroundings. Any faint rustle of leaves or suspicious presence nearby would trigger his highest alertness. Time slipped by in this heightened state of vigilance, second by second. The first day swiftly passed. On the second day, the battles within the ruined city noticeably diminished in frequency. Evidently, after an entire day of brutal slaughter and elimination, nearly 1,000 mechanical guards had been hunted down. The surviving candidates had also become more cautious and cunning. Now, the impetus for conflict shifted from vying for mechanical guards to bloody infighting amongst candidates for each other's badges. Lin Qiye sensed several times that small teams passed beneath his hiding place, hastily pursuing a target and seemingly oblivious to this unremarkable building. Thus, he endured another day. Only 12 hours remained until the examination concluded. Lin Qiye's nerves were taut to their limits. This was the darkest hour before dawn, the moment most prone to unforeseen events. He dared not relax even slightly, remaining as still as a statue in his concealment. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from below his sheltering building without warning. The entire structure trembled violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. Lin Qiye's heart raced, jolted from his latent state. He rolled over to the window, cautiously peering down. Below, 2 factions were fiercely clashing. One group was the previously assembled genius class, led by Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and Yin Feilong. However, at this moment, these once proud figures appeared somewhat disheveled. Clearly, they had sustained injuries. The opposing faction, larger in number, comprising over 10 individuals, exuded a ferocious aura. Their coordination was seamless, pressing the genius class into a corner. What kind of team was this? Lin Qiye was astonished. They had managed to corner Lin Qiye and his companions. The aftermath of their battle raged like an uncontrollable battering ram, wreaking havoc on all surroundings. The earlier explosion had been the result of one of their attacks, which had demolished half of the load-bearing wall on the ground floor of the building where Lin Qiye was concealed. The entire structure was compromised, on the verge of collapse. Damn it! Lin Qiye cursed internally, realizing that this place was no longer safe. Chapter 51. Counterattack. The building emitted a spine-chilling creak, teetering on the brink of collapse. Large chunks of concrete and steel began to peel away from the ceiling, and the floor beneath him started to tilt. Lin Qiye understood he had to leave immediately. Furthermore, now was the perfect opportunity. The two sides engaged in fierce combat below, and even if they spotted him, they would likely be too preoccupied to deal with him. A mere bystander. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the adjacent window, preparing to retreat from the rear of the building. However, just as he leapt out, he realized there were others below. Both factions recognized him as an uninvited guest almost simultaneously. Lin Qiye's heart raced, but he did not falter in his movements, readying himself to escape as soon as he landed. He had assumed both sides would disregard him as an inconsequential figure. To his surprise, among the dominant group, a commanding woman ordered one of her companions, "Ahu, go, deal with him." She then turned her attention back to the beleaguered Lin Qiye and his team, her voice dripping with mockery. "I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half of your points, and I'll let you leave. Dream on." Lin Qiye replied coldly, intensifying his attacks. A young man beside the woman scoffed, "You're asking for trouble. If that's the case, then we'll take all your points. One less person, one team make a difference." The young man named Ahu sprang into action, breaking away from the main battle to pursue Lin Qiye's fleeing figure. A cruel, confident smile adorned his face. To him, eliminating a rat escaping from a dilapidated building was merely child's play. Lin Qiye was incensed by their arrogance, but reason dictated that now was not the time to confront them head-on. First, he needed to ascertain two things. First, was there only one person pursuing him? Second, what was the pursuer's strength, and could he withstand it in a short time? Lin Qiye's mind raced, deliberately controlling his speed to maintain a distance that was neither too far nor too close from his pursuer, while heightening his martial awareness to its peak, wary of any potential ambushes from other enemies. To Ahu, Lin Qiye's seemingly slow escape was a clear indicator of weakness. His smile grew ever more disdainful as he leisurely taunted, "Hey, kid up ahead, don't waste your effort. Just stop and call for help. It'll save you some pain." After a brief chase, Lin Qiye led Ahu in a few circles, confirming that no other ambushes lurked nearby, before darting into another abandoned building adjacent to his own. Upon witnessing the scene, Ahu let out a cold laugh and pursued into the building, simultaneously attempting to persuade the prey to surrender. Is hiding in a mouse hole truly effective? I advise you. Yet, his words were abruptly cut off, for the very prey that had just dashed into the building, which should have been fleeing in panic, unexpectedly turned around with an indomitable resolve. At the moment Ahu stepped through the entrance of the staircase. With a fierce punch, he charged forward. In that fleeting clash, Lin Qiye had already gauged his opponent's strength, formidable, yet not a martial artist. The intensity of his aura and power was on par with that of the squad leader he had previously dispatched using a trade of injuries. Since he was not a martial artist, this would simplify matters. The choice of this location was intended to limit his opponent's evasive maneuvers, facilitating an exchange of injuries. Lin Qiye's murderous intent surged, and his fist's momentum only intensified. Ahu, taken aback by Lin Qiye's audacity to counterattack, had no choice but to raise his fists to defend. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. A wave of immense power washed over Ahu, leaving his arm numb as he stumbled back a step, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. This boy's strength was surprisingly formidable. However, Lin Qiye spared him no time to recover. Seizing the moment, he surged forward, disregarding Ahu's counterattack as a heavy kick struck his side, causing sharp pain. Yet he did not flinch. Simultaneously, his fist, akin to a hammer, slammed into Ahu's chest with a ferocious force. Ahu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. An overwhelming power surged within him, causing his blood to churn and a metallic taste to fill his mouth as he coughed up blood. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall before sliding to the ground. You are a martial artist?" Ahu clutched his painfully injured chest, staring at Lin Qiye in disbelief and terror. He could not fathom how a mere passerby, sent by his boss to hunt him down, could possibly be on the same level as his superior. Lin Qiye offered him no chance to utter further words. Taking a step forward, he unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks. A misstep here would lead to a misstep there. In the narrow hallway, Ahu lacked the space to evade or create distance, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure Lin Qiye's relentless onslaught. At this moment, Lin Qiye's brutal and efficient tactic of trading injuries was brought to its zenith. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed again. Ahu was once more struck, blood spilling from his mouth, while Lin Qiye bore the marks of battle, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. But it mattered not. As long as he could stand victorious in the end, it was all that mattered. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes as he seized upon a moment of Ahu's gasping for breath, advancing with a vicious elbow strike that crashed into Ahu's face. Crack! Teeth mingled with blood flew from his mouth. Ahu's head snapped back, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness, descending into an infantile slumber. This time, the white-clad rescuers seemed to arrive a tad late. Only after Lin Qiye adeptly scavenged a tactical bag from Ahu and saw the notification on his personal terminal. Pickup successful, current points, 30, did the white light finally arrive. Albeit belatedly, Lin Qiye nodded to the expressionless rescuers and departed without hesitation. Rather than returning directly to the main battlefield, Lin Qiye circled around, akin to a patient hunter, stealthily approaching. On his way back, he observed the distant plumes of dust rising as buildings collapsed in succession, accompanied by the relentless sounds of explosions. He could even keenly sense the turmoil in that area. Evidently, the battle had reignited. A smile crept onto Lin Qiye's face. A fight breaking out was advantageous. The fiercer the conflict and the more chaotic the scene, the greater his chances of taking advantage of the situation. Naturally, such a commotion would attract more than just him. Soon, Lin Qiye noticed other figures drawing near. Chapter 52. The terror of Yin Feilong at this moment. The already fragile structures crumbled under the clashes of Lei Qianjun and his compatriots, stirring up clouds of dust. Several figures darted out. It was indeed Lei Qianjun and his companions. They had seemingly reached a tacit understanding, choosing to disengage rather than linger, scattering in different directions to escape. This sudden shift ignited the greed of all the lurking competitors. They were fleeing. Block their escape. They must possess a plethora of badges. Do not let them slip away. In an instant, the mantises emerged, unaware that the yellow sparrow was already lying in wait. Dozens of figures erupted from various cover points, akin to sharks scenting blood, recklessly intercepting the fleeing Lei Qianjun and his group. However, they gravely underestimated the prowess of these elite talents, even in their disheveled retreat. One candidate had just leaped from the rubble when he collided head-on with the ethereal figure of Su Qingying. Just as he prepared to strike, Su Qingying vanished like a specter, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. Meanwhile, a burly man attempting to intercept Lei Qianjun shouted for him to hand over his badge, only to find himself brushing past Lei Qianjun in a frantic escape. Yin Feilong, fleeing towards the east, caught sight of this chaotic scene out of the corner of his eye, a cold smirk curling his lips as he scoffed. What a boon for Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong. Before his words had fully left his lips, the team that had cornered Lei Qianjun and the others surged forth from the dust. They beheld the mantises, recently exposed and caught in an awkward predicament. And the leading woman, Qin Xiaoxiao, displayed a cruel smile, uttering two words, "Clear the field." At her command, her team members pounced upon the exposed candidates like tigers among sheep, swiftly descending upon those who had just revealed themselves. Qin Xiaoxiao, Lu Jinlong. No. We are also from Tiantai City. Squelch. Cries of despair, pleas for mercy, and the sound of fists striking flesh filled the air. Those who had hoped to play the role of the yellow sparrow were instantly transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter, as Qin Xiaoxiao's team executed them with ruthless efficiency. Bloody swift and merciless. From the fifth-floor window, Lin Qiye witnessed this scene, a chill coursing down his spine. This was no mere display of brute force, but a calculated strategy interwoven with human psychology. Lei Qianjun and Qin Xiaoxiao, two elite teams hailing from different cities and schools, had silently forged a tacit alliance during what appeared to be a fierce battle, orchestrating a grand play to lure out their competitors. Perhaps Lei Qianjun truly could not contend with Qin Xiaoxiao's side. Their defeat served to entice all lurking competitors into revealing themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong's team targeted the weaker of these hidden contenders, sweeping them up like a street cleaner gathering refuse. As for Lei Qianjun and his companions, they seized this opportunity to make their escape. A brilliant stratagem indeed. To escape? A thought flickered in Lin Qiye's mind, only for his pupils to constrict sharply. He had just spotted a disheveled figure barreling straight towards the building he occupied. It was none other than Yin Filong, and he, in his efforts to remain concealed, had remained as still as a stone throughout. Though both were martial artists, Yin Filong, in his frantic flight, emitted an aura that affected his perception. It seemed he was entirely oblivious to the fact that another person lay hidden within this very building. What a coincidence! Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yin Feilong's figure shot up from below like a cannonball, accompanied by a deafening crash as he shattered the fourth-floor window and burst into the room. In that instant, all of Lin Qiye's retreat options and hesitations were severed, leaving him with but a singular choice: to fight. As Yin Filong landed, still unsteady on his feet, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He had believed this to be a safe, temporary refuge, but the moment he stepped into the room, he sensed a chilling and palpable aura of menace descending upon him like a venomous serpent. Someone, just as the thought flickered, a massive fist rapidly enlarged in Yin Feilong's line of sight. Too fast. The distance was far too close. In the next moment, Yin Filong received a solid punch right to the face. Simultaneously, driven by his instinct for combat, he hastily retaliated with a punch of his own, landing a heavy blow on Lin Qiye's face. The pain was excruciating. Both men let out muffled grunts, their cheekbones feeling as though they might crack under the strain. However, Lin Qiye was prepared while Yin Filong was caught off guard. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, biting down on his tongue, the sharp sting instantly sharpening his focus. In contrast, Yin Filong, taken aback by the sudden assault, felt his mind buzz and his vision blur momentarily. In the realm of skilled fighters, victory and defeat can hinge upon a mere instant. It was in this window of opportunity that Lin Qiye's eyes widened, blazing with a wild and ferocious light, akin to an enraged beast. His fists flew like a tempest, unrelenting and resolute, each strike infused with boundless power and fury. Bam! 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 The series of dull thuds echoed relentlessly in the cramped room, resembling a violent symphony. Each blow landed with precision on Yin Feilong's face, producing jarring sounds that resonated in the air. Yin Filong was completely unprepared for this sudden onslaught, unable to muster an effective defense. Lin Qiye's fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, leaving him no chance to evade or retaliate. It was over. Yin Filong realized he was in dire straits. In a mere 5 seconds, his face was already a canvas of swelling and bruising. Boom! Yin Feilong's eyes rolled back, blood streaming down his face as his body crumpled to the ground, rendered limp as though devoid of support. Once more, he lay in a sleep akin to that of an infant. Seeing Yin Filong collapse, Lin Qiye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 53. Who is this divine being? In that moment, Lin Qiye experienced clarity. The humiliation of being struck down by Yin Feilong's shockwave punch during the first phase transformed into a euphoric pleasure. To his surprise, the grudge was avenged in the second phase in such a dramatic fashion. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye expertly rummaged through Yin Feilong's belongings, stripping him of all remaining potions and the crucial points badge. A prompt immediately appeared on his personal terminal. Pickup successful, current points, 210. A whopping 180 points. Having completed this task, Lin Qiye did not linger, denying Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to scavenge, and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the corridor. After a considerable period, the white-clad rescue personnel arrived late to take away the unconscious Yin Filong. Clearly, the recent large-scale cleanup operation had overwhelmed the rescue system. During the subsequent time, although battles in the ruined city were sporadic, each outbreak was increasingly bloody and brutal. Having feasted on the bounty of Yin Filong, Lin Qiye's choices grew more cautious. At this juncture, there was no need to take further risks. He would rather miss out on the unfolding situation ahead than recklessly advance. Upon arriving at a new hiding spot, his foremost priority was to ensure he was not cornered or at risk of being surrounded. Thus, under Lin Qiye's utmost caution, he failed to find any advantageous opportunities. As time passed slowly, in the final hour, the atmosphere in the examination arena grew eerie and tense. The majority of candidates had been eliminated or dispersed, leaving only a few who could form small teams. These teams, without exception, comprised the creme de la creme of the final contenders. The group of over 10 candidates he had previously encountered, led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, not only remained intact, but had ballooned to 20 or 30 individuals. Lin Qiye later learned through overheard conversations that this formidable squad consisted entirely of students from Tiantai City's first high school, Tiantai No. 1 High School, the premier institution for martial arts in the entire Tianhai province. In contrast, Haicheng, being a smaller city, had a palpable disparity in depth and overall strength. Even with a genius class from its own first high school, the likes of Lin Qiye and Su Qingying were ultimately forced to separate and fend for themselves. Was this the true power of the provincial capital? In the last half hour, it seemed as though everyone had reached a tacit understanding, refraining from engaging in conflict. The 2 or 3 super teams had also come to a halt. Lin Qiye hid in an inconspicuous basement, meticulously suppressing his presence, to the point where even his breathing became nearly inaudible. He resembled the most patient of hunters, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the hunt. 10, 9, 8. As the final countdown flashed on his personal terminal, Lin Qiye's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. 3, 2, 1. Examination time over. All candidates, please cease all combat activities immediately. With the cold electronic voice resonating throughout the third ruined city, the 48-hour trial came to an end. All surviving candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again crowded, but the number had dwindled from the initial 10,000 to fewer than 2,000. The survivors displayed a range of expressions. Some wore fatigued faces, bearing wounds yet unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. Others appeared despondent, evidently having fared poorly. While core members of larger teams, like those of Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, exuded arrogance and vigor, relishing the awe of those around them. Lin Qiye blended into the crowd, inconspicuous. He did not recognize anyone there, save for the somewhat familiar faces of Lin Qiye and Su Qingying from the genius class. Despite their injuries, both retained their formidable presence, their gazes sharp as blades, clearly having survived through their personal strength during the final melee. At that moment, the figures of examiners Chang Shi, Li San, and Deng Hong once again appeared on the high platform. The second phase of the examination had concluded. Chang Shi's voice remained resonant, yet now bore a hint of approval as he prepared to announce the overall results. A massive light screen unfurled in the center of the platform, displaying the names and scores of each candidate, rolling swiftly before finally coming to a halt. Everyone held their breath, anxiously scanning the screen for their names. Lin Qiye also lifted his gaze, scanning the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Qiye. Candidate number. Score for Phase 1, 95. Score for Phase 2, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. Rank 288. Upon seeing this rank, Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, only to have his eyes burst forth with disbelief. He had thought that by foregoing contention in the latter half, merely maintaining a position within the top 1,000 would be commendable. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly placed within the top 300. He instinctively glanced at the surrounding rankings and quickly understood. It turned out that during the brutal infighting in the latter half, countless candidates had their scores fluctuate drastically due to mutual competition, with many being eliminated at the last moment, their points reset to 0. Through his decisive battle in the early stages and the generous support from Yin Feilong, coupled with a meticulous strategy in the latter phases, he managed to secure his achievements and ultimately emerged victorious. On the luminous screen, the names of Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong prominently occupied the top 10. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Su Qingying, through their unwavering personal strength, also broke into the ranks of the top 100. Within the top 100, the name of Tiantai No. 1 high school appeared most frequently, while other institutions such as various number 1 high schools or experimental high schools from different cities were mentioned only occasionally. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, aside from discussions about these already renowned prodigies, a foreign name and an equally unfamiliar school began to garner attention. Lin Qiye from High City Grain District Number 2 High School, ranked 288? What kind of school is this? I've never even heard of it. A regular high school in the Grain District? What a joke. Can such a school produce someone ranked in the top 300? Who is this? I remember that name. It seems the first stage only allowed the top 500, and I found it quite strange. Various speculations reached Lin Qiye's ears, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He never anticipated that his results would bring such fame to his school, High City Grain District Number 2 High School, a regular institution without even the qualification to participate in the High City 10 School League, was now appearing alongside prestigious schools like Tiantai No. 1 High School and High City Number 1 High School on this glowing screen. It was indeed surreal. Chapter 54. The examination concludes all right. The overall results have been announced. The voice of the female examiner, Deng Hong, echoed once more, interrupting the discussions of the crowd. With a captivating smile, she surveyed the survivors below, momentarily pausing her gaze on the top talents like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lin Qiye, and seemingly casually, she cast a glance at Lin Qiye. Congratulations. You have successfully passed this joint screening examination. From now on, You have the privilege to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint examination. In 3 days, the admission brochures and criteria from various private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you may fill in your preferences according to your results and aspirations. Remember, you only have one opportunity to make your choice. Now, this examination officially concludes. Deng Hong's voice rose sharply, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a more solemn demeanor. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone, her gaze sharpened, piercing through the crowd like two swords, do not carry any grievances from the examination into the outside world. Weapons are prohibited within the borders of Tiantai City. Violators will face detention or imprisonment, and may even be stripped of their examination qualifications. Dismissed. With Deng Hong's command, the tense atmosphere that had lingered for days finally dissipated. People departed in groups according to their examination numbers, and Lin Qiye, being at the end of the list, was naturally among the last to leave. All he wished for now was to find Bai Mushi quickly, enjoy a hearty meal, and then have a good night's sleep. Stepping out of the examination center, the afternoon sun was glaring yet warm. Lin Qiye squinted, momentarily struggling to adjust. The world inside and outside the examination hall felt like two extremes. He inhaled the air of the city, rich with diverse scents, and found it incredibly comforting. Before he could open his terminal to contact Bai Mushi, he sensed several unfriendly gazes directed his way. Following their stare, he saw Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, accompanied by a figure whose face was heavily bandaged, revealing only a pair of eyes that still radiated intense malice. Is that Yin Feilong? From the look in his eyes, it was unmistakable. Brother-in-law, over here. At that moment, a voice called out from the other side. It was Bai Mujia. Beside him, Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun were also smiling brightly at Lin Qiye. As Lin Qiye approached them, Bai Mushi finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing him unharmed. She hurried towards him, scrutinizing his face and noticing some bruises. Her eyes filled with concern. Darling. Bai Mushi blushed and replied, Hubby, are you all right? Lin Qiye grinned and said, I'm perfectly fine. You actually made it through to the end of the second stage? Bai Mujia exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. He had been eliminated in the first stage, and, upon hearing the discussions of other eliminated candidates about the brutality of the second stage, he felt a lingering fear. To him, it was already remarkable that Lin Qiye had passed the first stage. He never expected him to endure until the very end of the second stage. Bai Jinyun looked at Lin Qiye with astonishment, his mind swirling with thoughts. To last until the end meant something significant. He understood all too well what that implied about Lin Qiye's capabilities, far exceeding his expectations. Lin Qiye smiled at them, nodded, and spoke in a calm tone. All right. Let us go? I'm hungry. Let us go, let us go? Bai Jinyun snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, his smile brighter than the sunshine. Impressive. These 3 words were all that lingered in his mind. This son-in-law was indeed a treasure. Meanwhile, watching Lin Qiye reunite with his family and walk away, Su Qingying turned her gaze coldly towards the bandaged Yin Feilong. Yin Feilong, how did you end up like this? Her voice was frigid, devoid of emotion, yet carrying an undeniable interrogative tone. Yin Feilong gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. It was an ambush. He was unwilling to elaborate further. Who would admit that a top genius from High City No. 1 high school had been eliminated in a dilapidated building by an unknown individual in the most brutal and humiliating manner? It was the greatest disgrace of his life. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying merely cast him a dispassionate glance and refrained from pressing the matter further. She understood Yin Feilong's character well, arrogant and self-important. The only reasons he would suffer such a significant loss without mentioning his opponent could be that he either encountered a top-tier powerhouse like Qin Xiaoxiao, rendering him powerless, and felt that his defeat was justifiable but too embarrassing to admit, or he was outmaneuvered by someone he deemed beneath him, using insidious means to eliminate him, which he considered a deep humiliation and preferred not to discuss. Regardless of the scenario, the outcome was the same for him. If one's skills are inferior, one must return to training diligently. You're simply not as capable as others, Lei Qianjun succinctly commented, his tone icy and devoid of any comfort. Yin Feilong's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, yet he could not retort, suppressing his anger and humiliation deep within. His gaze once again burned with resentment as he watched Lin Qiye depart. I will definitely repay this grievance. Yin Feilong silently vowed, his fists clenched tightly. That evening, in a luxurious suite at the Tianxi International Hotel, Yin Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding. Suddenly, his personal terminal buzzed with an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered the voice call. On the other end, a voice laced with flattery and eagerness spoke. Brother Filong. It's me, Housie. Spit it out, Yin Filong replied impatiently. Brother Filong, I found out that the one named Lin Qiye is apparently the boyfriend of my brother's classmate's sister. Or something like that. Lin Qiye? Yin Filong straightened up, frowning as he asked, from High City? Yes, yes. Wang Hao quickly affirmed. A buddy of mine, Li Minggao? His classmate next door, is named by Mujia. This Lin Qiye is by Mujia's brother-in-law, or something like that. Yin Feilong's gaze instantly turned icy. Investigate this matter further. Send me all his information. Chapter 55, Testing. Enrollment. Lin Qiye remained oblivious to the fact that Yin Feilong was inquiring about his background. At that moment, he was immersed in a culinary delight, relishing every bite. The revolving restaurant atop Tianyue International Hotel was ablaze with light, accompanied by melodious music. Bai Jinyun generously treated everyone in celebration, ostensibly to congratulate Lin Qiye and his son Bai Mujia for passing their examinations. Although Bai Mujia had barely cleared the first hurdle, this did not deter Bai Jinyun from seizing an opportunity to strengthen his ties with Lin Qiye. At the dining table, Bai Jinyun and his son lavished compliments upon Lin Qiye as if they were free-flowing. Qiye, you truly are an enigma. You have brought honor to our city, exclaimed Bai Jinyun. Indeed, brother-in-law, you are remarkable. Ranking 288. You're among the top 10 in the entire city. Bai Mujia transformed into an ardent admirer, his eyes sparkling with admiration. While shoving grilled meat into his mouth, Lin Qiye responded with vague nods, his thoughts entirely consumed by the food before him. He had been ravenous during the examination days. Bai Mushi, seated beside him, gently poured juice for him. Her eyes filled with warmth and affection as she watched him devour his meal with gusto. After a sumptuous buffet, Lin Qiye contentedly let out a burp. Noticing he had eaten his fill, Bai Jinyun tentatively inquired, Qiye, now that the exams are over, do you have any thoughts on which school to apply to? Lin Qiye wiped his mouth and shook his head honestly. I haven't decided yet. I'll wait for all the enrollment brochures to be released. Bai Jinyun nodded, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes as he continued, in truth, with your results, even the top-tier private universities are within your reach. While a full scholarship may be slightly elusive, securing one from the second-tier universities is virtually guaranteed. He paused, his tone shifting to one of sincerity and generosity. However, I believe you should focus solely on the first tier. Scholarships are not a concern. Just choose the best school. As for tuition, we elders will handle it. In fact, before this gathering, Bai Jinyun had already shared the news of Lin Qiye's perseverance in the exams with his brother, Bai Jinfeng. When the final results emerged, revealing that Lin Qiye had indeed made it into the top 300, Bai Jinfeng was left in a daze. He sat on his sofa, staring at the score screenshots sent by his brother, unable to comprehend the significance of it all. Top 10 in the city. What does that even mean? Although their Bai family had produced martial artists in the past, they had only managed to struggle through second or third-tier private universities for a decade or so. For generations, they had never seen a genius capable of touching the threshold of a prestigious institution. Even Bai Mulin, the daughter he had always held in high regard and invested considerable resources in, barely squeezed into the top 10,000 during her college entrance examination. And now, this individual he once dismissed had achieved such a dazzling result. After the shock came elation and a hint of apprehension. Bai Jinfeng's attitude underwent a complete transformation in that moment. He immediately contacted his brother, his tone resolute and unwavering. Jinyun, treat Qiye well. Absolutely make sure he is well cared for. Tuition is not his concern. Our Bai family will cover everything. He can go to whichever school he desires. Lin Qiye was about to decline, not wishing to owe anyone a favor. Yet, Bai Jinyun seemed to read his thoughts, smiling as he waved his hand. Qiye, please don't rush to refuse. This is not only my intention, but also that of your father-in-law, Mushi's father. It is a joint decision between us brothers. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye instinctively glanced at Bai Mushi beside him. She gently placed her hand over his, smiling tenderly before nodding softly. Although she had not met her father's expectations, the husband she chose exceeded them greatly. It was an affirmation of Lin Qiye and a recognition of her as his daughter, which filled her heart with quiet joy. Seeing the smile in her eyes warmed Lin Qiye's heart, prompting him to refrain from further protest. He earnestly expressed, "Thank you, uncle and father." His gratitude was heartfelt. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly harmonious. After a while, Bai Mujia scratched his head, excitement and anticipation evident on his face as he asked, "Brother-in-law, my classmates, especially Li Minggao and the others, are in awe of you, the dark horse of this examination. They wish to organize a gathering to get to know you better. What do you think?" Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly at the suggestion of a gathering. He had little interest in such so-called reunions, especially since he didn't know Bai Mujia's classmates. They were merely seeking to leverage his examination success to forge connections. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, Bai Jinyan preemptively interjected with a smile. Mujia, your brother-in-law has just finished his exams and is fatigued. Let him rest properly. There will be plenty of opportunities for such social engagements in the future. While he did hope Lin Qiye would expand his network, he understood the importance of balance. Forcing Lin Qiye to mingle with those of varying intentions at this time could come across as overly ambitious and potentially off-putting. The priority was for Lin Qiye to rest well and focus on choosing a school, which was of utmost importance. Realizing his father's point, Bai Mujia quickly nodded, scratching his head sheepishly. Right. I was inconsiderate. Brother-in-law, you rest well. I'll handle those guys. Seeing this, Lin Qiye was pleased to have some peace and nodded in agreement with a smile. Then perhaps next time. Upon returning to the tranquil suite, Lin Qiye finally relaxed completely. Sinking into the soft sofa and exhaling deeply, Bai Mushi brought him a glass of warm water and sat beside him, softly inquiring, "Are you exhausted?" Lin Qiye took the cup, sipped, then wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. In this rare moment of tranquility, he felt all the fatigue accumulated from the exam days dissipate. Not tired, he murmured. When you are here, I am not tired. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Lin Qiye did not venture outside, instead fully relaxing. Each day he accompanied Bai Mushi for leisurely strolls and light conversations, while also retreating to his room to practice the Ba Bao Gong at a leisurely pace. On the afternoon of the third day, having completed another round of training, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. As expected, ding, Ba Bao Gong has leveled up to level 5, 0100. Host genetic potential, 02. Host, Lin Qiye genetic potential, 103 physical, 102 mental, 102 spiritual, 52 technique. Set 128 of broadcast calisthenics level 10, max. Ba Bao Gong level 5, 0100, partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 85, offspring. 2. In gestation, feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Qiye opened his eyes with satisfaction. Just then, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated, emitting a flurry of notification sounds. Lin Qiye raised his hand to look, and on the terminal screen, dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flooded in like snowflakes. The enrollment guidelines for all schools have been released. Chapter 56, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Qiye casually opened an email, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure instantly unfolded on the holographic screen. The golden borders and the dynamic school emblem shimmered with brilliance. Every detail exuded a sense of understated luxury and profound heritage. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Taurus 0755 Galaxy Branch. 40 key points. Introduction. Our school was established in the first year of the Empire. The branch was founded in the 38,612th year of the Empire, boasting a rich history of over 2 millennia, with a formidable faculty that has nurtured countless pillars of the Empire and sea gods of war. Current enrollment plan, 500 students. Admission criteria, 1. The top 10 in the comprehensive ranking of the Unified Selection Examination will be awarded the Tianjiao Full Scholarship, covering all tuition and accommodation fees, along with providing an S-Class cultivation resource package and a dedicated mentor. 2. The top 50 in the comprehensive ranking will receive the Ingtai Half Scholarship, covering 50 of tuition and providing an A-Class cultivation resource package. 3. The top 500 in the comprehensive ranking must pay full tuition fees. 4. The minimum admission score for our school, comprehensive ranking within the top 10, 000. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Founded in the first year, one of the schools with the most merits during the Galactic War. These words seemed to carry a transcendent power, momentarily stalling Lin Qiye's breath. He had seen the name of this university countless times in history books, news articles, and heroic biographies since childhood. It was not merely an institution of learning, but a symbol of the martial spirit of the entire Galactic Empire. It stood as one of the twin pinnacles of the Empire alongside Longting Martial Arts University. He swiftly opened another email, and indeed it was from Longting Martial Arts University. The admission criteria were nearly identical to those of Galaxy Martial Arts University, with only slight differences in some details. Additionally, there were other renowned institutions within the galaxy, such as Taurus Martial Arts University, ranked first locally, and Titan Martial Arts Academy, known for its focus on practical training. These prestigious schools constituted the first tier of this enrollment. Although, given his grades, he could easily secure a full scholarship and substantial cultivation resources at a second-tier university. Upon viewing the brochures of those two top-tier institutions, all other options paled in comparison. In his eyes, only the top two remained: to attend the finest school, receive the best education, and engage with the most formidable peers. This was the path befitting a true champion. Should he choose Galaxy Martial Arts University or Longting Martial Arts University? Lin Qiye fell into contemplation. Bai Mushi curiously leaned over, and upon seeing the brochures of the two esteemed institutions side by side on the holographic screen, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, shimmering with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, nearly glowing. Every student's ultimate goal in martial arts examinations was none other than Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University. These were the sacred grounds of martial arts coveted by countless outstanding talents, yet seemingly unattainable. And now, her husband, could effortlessly secure admission to these two sanctuaries. How could she not feel elated? How could she not feel proud? Bai Mushi's heart raced with excitement, and she even felt a warm flutter in her abdomen. A wondrous flow of warmth coursing through her. She instinctively reached out to gently touch her still slightly protruding abdomen, her face radiating maternal brilliance and immense pride. In her heart, she silently conversed with the baby within. Baby, do you feel it? This is your father. Are you sensing his prowess and cheering for him? During lunch, Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia were also present. As soon as they sat down, the conversation naturally drifted to the topic of school selection. Qiye, have you looked through the brochures? Have you decided where to go? Bai Jinyun beamed with excitement, even more so than if his own son had passed the exams. Brother-in-law, it has to be either Galaxy or Longting, right? What is there to ponder? Bai Mujia interjected, his expression one of certainty. If it were me, I would choose one of those two with my eyes closed. Lin Qiye smiled and replied, I'm still considering. Both schools are excellent, making it a difficult choice. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's seemingly trivial dilemma, Bai Mujia couldn't help but display a look of extreme envy. He himself hadn't even passed the first hurdle and could only sift through options at third and fourth-tier private colleges, while his brother-in-law was deliberating on which of the empire's top two universities to choose. The disparity between people was indeed vast. Bai Jinyun, however, wore a broad smile. His thoughts clear as day. Regardless of which school Lin Qiye ultimately chose, at least for now, it seemed that this nephew-in-law was amiable towards their family, which indicated a bond. He understood that this bond stemmed entirely from his niece, Bai Mushi. Bai Jinyun discreetly glanced at Bai Mushi, who was gently serving Lin Qiye food, inwardly grateful. Despite her mediocre martial arts talent, her vision and luck were simply extraordinary. What a stroke of fortune. Brother-in-law, I think Longting is better. Longting Martial Arts University has undergone significant reforms in recent years. I've heard their practical courses are cutting edge, and many newly minted military champions are Longting graduates. Bai Mujia eagerly scrolled through various trending posts he had just found on the Star Alliance network. Bai Jinyun shook his head, offering his more traditional perspective. You can't say that. Galaxy Martial Arts University has profound roots, established since the first year of the Empire. Their alumni network spans the military, political, and business realms of the Empire. That is something Longting cannot compete with. Connections can sometimes be more crucial than strength. The two debated passionately, yet Lin Qiye discerned that these were merely widely circulated public opinions on the internet. In reality, for a family of Bai's stature, these two martial arts sanctuaries standing at the pinnacle of the Empire felt exceedingly distant. Even their branches were not located in Tiantai City, but rather at the heart of the main star, the capital, Terra. In the vast galactic empire, there exists an unwritten yet deeply ingrained tradition. Most planets that harbor human civilization prefer to name their capitals Terra. This is not due to a lack of imagination, but rather a profound tribute that stems from the depths of their bloodlines. It commemorates the one-of-a-kind Terra star, the origin and heart of the galactic empire. It is not merely a planet or a name. It stands as a totem, a sacred site, a coordinate point etched deep within the souls of every citizen of the empire. It serves as the political hub of the empire, from which the edicts of billions of stars emanate, determining the rise and fall of countless civilizations. It is the economic engine of the empire, where wealth converges like a rushing river, cascading outward, with each pulse guiding the commercial lifeblood of the entire empire. It is the cultural crucible and source of the empire, where cutting-edge art, profound philosophy, and the highest fashion are conceived, blossomed, and scattered across the starry sea like dandelion seeds. It is also the sacred temple of martial arts for the empire, with the headquarters of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University standing as twin peaks, surrounded by prestigious schools and masters. Every martial artist views stepping onto Terra's soil as the ultimate glory of a lifetime. However, for the ordinary citizens of the Empire. Terra remains but a dreamland existing within holographic images, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The exorbitant costs of migration and the formidable barriers of identity render the heart of the Empire utterly unattainable. Stepping onto that land and breathing its air is a luxury they can only dream of throughout their lives. Thus, naming their capital Terra became a complex cultural sentiment. The same holds true for the 0755 galaxy. The capital of the main planet in this galaxy is also called Terra. Here, a multitude of martial arts universities, led by the branches of the Galactic Martial Arts University and the Dragon Rising Martial Arts University, converge, along with the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association, various interstellar corporate headquarters, and much more. However, these places are far too distant from Haiqing, not to mention the Bai family. Even among the residents of Haiqing, few can truly articulate the realities within these two universities. Chapter 57. The Principal's Persuasion Husband. What do you think? Bai Mushi gazed tenderly at Lin Qiye. To her, regardless of the choice Lin Qiye made, her support would be unwavering. Ultimately, Lin Qiye chose the Galactic Martial Arts University. The strength of the top two universities was closely matched, each possessing its own merits. Online opinions varied. Some claimed Dragon Rising's practical courses were more aligned with the front lines, while others argued that Galactic's martial arts theories were more solid. Yet, to Lin Qiye, these were merely references. What truly guided his decision was a passage in the university's enrollment brochure, marked as the highest honor tradition. Any student who, within 10 years of enrollment, surpasses a genetic potential of 100 and advances to become an extraordinary martial artist, shall be eligible to apply for the Galactic Exploration Team, serving as vice captain and participating in the exploration and development tasks of the Empire's frontier star domains. Exploration of new planets. These four words pierced Lin Qiye's heart. It was not merely an adventure, but a chance to ignite the flame of civilization in the endless unknown, etching his name into the annals of a new world. This was the ultimate romance that belonged solely to men. Moreover, he possessed the multi-child blessing system. On a brand new planet, he could unreservedly expand his lineage, scattering his bloodline across the vast expanse of land. Rising from nothing, he could establish an entirely new family lineage, from an ordinary working-class family to the progenitor of a planet. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire. I have made up my mind, Lin Qiye declared, setting down his utensils, his gaze clear and resolute. The Galactic Martial Arts University. For Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi, there was no essential difference between the two institutions. Both represented the pinnacle they could only aspire to throughout their lives. Regardless of Lin Qiye's choice, their only role was to applaud. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Lin Qiye smiled and gradually articulated his reasoning. Upon hearing about the Galactic Exploration Team and the exploration of new planets, Bai Muxi's eyes sparkled like two little suns. Wow! Exploring new planets. Brother-in-law, that sounds incredibly cool. Take me with you. I'll run errands for you. Do you have the qualifications for that? Bai Jinyun interjected, aiming to temper his son's enthusiasm. He also sought to signal to Lin Qiye that Bai Muxi would not linger on such matters, intending to maintain their good relationship. However, the mention of the exploration team reminded Bai Jinyun of the Bai family's ancestry. Their forebears had once been members of the Taurus 0755 exploration team. In fact, the ancestors of everyone on this planet had once belonged to that great group. Yet, over 5 centuries, class distinctions had settled like sediment in a river. Some families seized the opportunities of the era, soaring to prominence as renowned families in the city. Others, like the Bai family, barely maintained a middle-class facade, and many more, like Lin Qiye's parents, faded into obscurity, becoming the most ordinary of commoners. Now his nephew-in-law was set to join the Galactic Martial Arts University's exploration team. The significance and future of this opportunity far surpassed that of the local exploration teams from the 0755 galaxy in years past. Bai Jinyun looked at Lin Qiye, his gaze filled with awe, excitement, and a hint of boundless anticipation for the future. When one ascends, the whole family rises. Perhaps the destinies of their families were truly destined for a monumental shift in the hands of this young man. Bai Muxi remained silent, simply covering Lin Qiye's hand with her own. She tilted her head to gaze at her husband's profile, her eyes brimming with unshakable affection and pride. Husband. Her voice was soft yet undeniably resolute. Wherever you go, I will follow. Just as he prepared to click the submit button on the application page, his personal terminal vibrated unexpectedly, a video call request appearing. The caller ID read, Principal Zhou Deming. Lin Qiye's eyes flickered, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the equally curious Bai Mushi and casually pressed the answer button. The screen lit up, revealing an excited, flushed face. Somewhat contorted with emotion, it was his high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou Deming. Behind Mr. Zhou, a throng of people filled the background, nearly overwhelming the camera. Lin Qiye could even distinctly see the principal's gleaming bald head shining just behind Mr. Zhou's shoulder. Mr. Zhou, long time no see. Lin Qiye greeted with a calm and gentle tone. His greeting seemed to press play on a long-awaited moment. On the other end, Mr. Zhou's voice trembled with overwhelming excitement, nearly shouting, "Qiye, Lin Qiye, is that really you? You applied to a private university to take the entrance exam." The school's information system was linked to the enrollment exam center. When the final results were announced, an official notification email was simultaneously sent to the principal's office of Haicheng Grain District No. 2. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring 288th rank alongside Lin Qiye's name, his first reaction was disbelief. He could not accept it. What a joke. Their ordinary high school, which had never even qualified for the 10-school league, had never produced a student ranked in the top 300. Historically, their best performance barely reached the top 10,000, just enough to secure admission to the lowest tier of private universities. He immediately instructed the academic affairs director to verify the information repeatedly and even used his connections to call the city's education system for confirmation. The response was consistently affirmative. The principal's office erupted in chaos. The news swept through the entire teaching staff like a tsunami, leaving everyone in disbelief. Lin Qiye, that student from a humble background, who usually performed moderately in class and was reticent, ranked 288th in the province. This is more fantastical than the sun rising from the west. This led to the video call. Just before pressing the call button, Mr. Zhou's heart raced as if it were about to leap from his throat. He couldn't help but confirm again. "Principal, is it really our class's Lin Qiye?" "Absolutely." Principal Wang exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. As soon as the video connected, Mr. Zhou couldn't help but reconfirm, as the reality was simply too outrageous. So much so that it felt like a dream. He spoke incoherently, waving his arms. 288th. This is the best score in the history of our Haicheng Grain District. No. 2. No. This is the most astonishing score among non-key high schools in Haicheng in nearly a century. You, my boy, you. He struggled to find a fitting word to express his emotions. "Teacher, you flatter me. I was just lucky," Lin Qiye replied with a smile. His calm demeanor sharply contrasting with the fervor on the other side. "Student Lin, I am Principal Wang of No. 2. The principal's shiny bald head finally squeezed into view. His face beaming with joy. "The school is proud of you. We are all so proud of you." Behind him, countless familiar and unfamiliar faces were filled with shock, ecstasy, and adoration, all intently gazing at Lin Qiye on the luminous screen. Principal Wang cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and in the most amiable tone he could muster, inquired, "Qiye, where are you considering applying? Are there any difficulties? The school can assist you." Lin Qiye blinked, following his lead, and feigned distress as he replied, "Teachers, Principal, you are aware of my family's situation, the tuition fees." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately exclaimed, "Ah, you need not worry about that. With your outstanding rank of 288, applying to a prestigious private institution like Jinyo Martial University should secure you a full scholarship without issue. Thank you for your concern, Principal, but I am applying to the Galaxy Martial University." The smile on Principal Wang's face froze, and he quickly adjusted his expression, adopting a serious demeanor befitting a mentor. The competition at Galaxy Martial University is exceedingly fierce. It is filled with prodigies. Not just any prodigies, but those with ample resources and connections. You have yet to submit your application, correct? Listen to the principal. During my teaching years, I guided numerous outstanding students, and my experience surpasses yours. There is a saying, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He gently persuaded. Institutions like Galaxy and Longting, though imperial top-tier academies, do not necessarily suit you as much as Jinyo Martial University, which is a leading college within our galaxy. There, you would receive preferential access to the school's core resources and become a true favored child of heaven. Moreover, I must confess, I have some connections at Jinyo Martial University. Their admissions director is my senior. Once you arrive, I assure you he will take good care of you and might even secure double the S-grade cultivation resources for you. The principal's earnest words seemed genuinely concerned for Lin Qiye's future. Yet, beneath the surface, he was calculating his own interests. Just moments ago, the admissions director from Jinyo Martial University had personally approached Principal Wang, revealing that he was not actually an alumnus. Principal Wang had merely graduated from a second-tier public martial university. The admissions director had stated that if he could persuade Lin Qiye to apply to Jinyo Martial University, he would receive a staggering reward of 1 million credit points in exchange. Lin Qiye listened quietly until the principal finished speaking, then slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, principal and teachers, but I have already decided to apply to Galaxy Martial University. Seeing this, Principal Wang felt a surge of urgency, his tone growing weighty. Qiye, heed my advice. I say this for your own good. Allow me to share a real-life example. 2 years ago, a student from our school, with grades not nearly as impressive as yours, barely scraping the threshold for first-tier universities, was courted by several second-tier institutions that promised him the best resources and even a dedicated mentor. However, that student, proud and arrogant, fixated on the name of a first-tier university and insisted on applying to Xingho Martial University. What was the result? With a pained expression, Principal Wang slapped his thigh. He was utterly overshadowed at Xingho Martial University by countless others with deeper backgrounds and greater talents, becoming just another face in the crowd. After 10 years, he barely advanced beyond a martial artist, unable to progress further, and ultimately graduated in obscurity, returning to our agricultural district. This is a bloody lesson, Qiye. However, Lin Qiye found this amusing. The principal's warnings might hold wisdom for others, but to him, they were utterly meaningless. His greatest gift was the unknown multitude blessing system. As long as he continued to bear children, he could grow ever stronger. Noticing Lin Qiye's unwavering demeanor, Principal Wang's heart sank. He realized that his 1 million credit points were in jeopardy. Nonetheless, he had another card to play, Lin Qiye's parents. He had previously inquired about their situation through the homeroom teacher. Families like Lin Qiye's typically valued having many children to maximize their maternity benefits, placing great importance on financial incentives. Their narrow worldview meant that the ethereal title of Imperial Top Tier would never outweigh tangible benefits in their eyes. As Lin Qiye remained on the video call, Principal Wang discreetly sent messages to both of Lin Qiye's parents, promising a scholarship of 200,000 credit points if Lin Qiye applied to Jinyo Martial University. To him, this was an irresistible temptation for a struggling family that might not even afford a 100,000 credit point application fee. In the video, Principal Wang sighed heavily. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, there are still a few days left for applications. There is no rush to submit. Consider it for another day or two, discuss it with your family, and listen to their opinions. After ending the video call, Principal Wang immediately turned to Teacher Zhou. Please come to my office. Once the office door was closed, Principal Wang eagerly asked, Teacher Zhou, contact Lin Qiye's parents immediately. I just informed them that if they can persuade Lin Qiye to apply to Jinyo Martial University, the school will grant a scholarship of 200,000 credit points. Teacher Zhou gasped, startled by the figure. He quickly understood that Principal Wang's fervor was driven by greater hidden interests. But what concern was it to him? As an ordinary homeroom teacher, he lacked the authority or capability to delve into the dealings between the principal and the university. Rest assured, Principal, Zhou Deming replied, taking a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. I will handle it right away. After Zhou Deming left, Principal Wang was alone in the office, reclining in a plush leather chair, fingers gently tapping the desk, his mind racing. He recalled the recent contact from Yin Xingzhan, the admissions director of Jinyo Martial University. This name was familiar to him. He had learned that Yin Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haiqing Martial Association, was Yin Xingzhan's younger brother. The Yin family, while not the most prestigious in Haiqing, was undoubtedly a powerful family with considerable influence. It seemed that a junior from the Yin family had also taken the exam and, upon meeting Lin Qiye, had recognized his potential. Principal Wang speculated silently. This was the only explanation that made sense for why Yin Xingzhan would offer a staggering 1 million credit points to recruit an obscure student like Lin Qiye. This fellow has truly stumbled upon good fortune, Principal Wang mused, shaking his head, feeling both envious and exasperated. What a pity to be unaware of the fortune he possesses, choosing to tread a narrow path instead of the wide road laid before him. In his view, gaining recognition and connections from the Yin family was far more substantial than the elusive title of Imperial Top Tier. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the Tiantai International Hotel, Yin Feilong's personal terminal chimed with a crisp notification sound. The screen illuminated, revealing a stern-looking middle-aged man exuding authority, none other than Yin Feilong's father, Yin Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haiqing Martial Association. Father, Yin Feilong addressed respectfully, the bandages on his face now removed, yet the bruises remained visible, rendering his formerly handsome visage somewhat grotesque. How is your injury? Yin Xingwu's voice was deep and commanding, betraying no emotion. It is no longer serious, Yin Feilong replied softly. Good. Yin Xingwu replied lightly before swiftly shifting the topic to the crux of the matter. Your uncle is quite pleased with you. He has utilized his connections to persuade Lin Qiye to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Yin Xingwu's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly able to penetrate Yin Feilong's heart, revealing all his resentment and bitterness. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The grievances between you and him end here. Your path is inherently different from that of a commoner like him. No matter how formidable he may be, at the end of the day, he is merely a resource lacking foundation. Once he enters the university, he might even be recruited by our Yin family, becoming a part of our strength. Thus, you must be magnanimous. Not only will this reflect the grace and cultivation of our family, but it will also help us secure a talent for the future. Do you understand? Yin Feilong's expression momentarily stiffened. However, upon meeting his father's serious and frosty gaze, all his discontent and resentment were extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. He understood that his father's decision represented the will of the family, which could not be defied. Yes, father, I understand. Yin Feilong took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation within, and replied softly, after all, our future path is built upon stepping over people like them. That's good to know. Yin Xingwu nodded with satisfaction. This failure is also a form of training for you, teaching you that there is always someone greater beyond the horizon. Cast aside your arrogance. It will benefit your future endeavors. Father, Yin Feilong inhaled deeply, a flicker of unwillingness shining in his eyes. Then, can I still go to Galaxy Martial Arts University? Yin Xingwu glanced at him with indifference and calmly replied, Jinyo Martial Arts University is perfectly suited for you. Understood, father. Yin Feilong's eyes dimmed in an instant as he lowered his head, concealing the uncontainable hatred he felt towards Lin Qiye. This was all because of Lin Qiye. Naturally, with his uncle's connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University, he would undoubtedly receive resources and privileges far exceeding those of other students. Since it was a family arrangement, he would strive to grow stronger at Jinyo Martial Arts University in the shortest time possible. He would trample Lin Qiye beneath his feet, reducing him to a mere dog at his side. Chapter 59. Lin Qiye's choice. In the luxurious suite of Tianyue International Hotel, Lin Qiye reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about his recent conversation with Principal Wang. Networking, support, shared experiences. Though these words sounded grandiose, Lin Qiye sensed an inexplicable dissonance behind them. He found it hard to believe that Principal Wang was genuinely benevolent. Even if everything the principal said was true, the so-called preferential resources and connections would not significantly aid him, given his possession of a system. Coming to this realization, Lin Qiye's resolve to follow his own path grew stronger. At that moment, his personal terminal vibrated once more. Noticing that the caller was his mother, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly. Intrigued, he slid to answer the call. On the holographic screen, his mother appeared, her face adorned with a mix of eagerness and excitement. His father squeezed in beside her, wearing a broad smile. Qiye, congratulations on your outstanding results. You truly make our Lin family proud. His mother commenced with a flurry of congratulations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she pivoted to the main topic. By the way, Qiye, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, called us earlier and informed us about your situation. They are indeed responsible and dedicated teachers, especially regarding your application to Jinyo Martial Arts University. They mentioned the benefits there are exceptional, and it is the best for your future development. Your father and I also looked into it, a top-tier university. I believe it is not much different from Galaxy Martial Arts University. Aren't they all branches of first-rate private institutions? How significant can the gap be between branches? It is merely a name. The tangible benefits are what truly matter. Lin Qiye listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, his expression inscrutable. He understood that behind this phone call lay Principal Wang's influence. Indeed, Qiye, his father chimed in, his tone more amiable than ever. Your mother is right. We have experienced life. We know that connections and relationships are more important than anything else. Your principal is acting from goodwill, paving the way for you, which is a tremendous blessing. You must not let such goodwill go to waste. He had not expected them to become advocates for someone else's agenda so quickly. Dad, Mom. Lin Qiye finally spoke, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor. I have already decided on the school. This is my decision. Why are you so stubborn, child? His mother's tone turned urgent in an instant. Aren't we all doing this for your sake? What is wrong with Jinyo Martial Arts University? It is also a top-tier institution. It can provide you with the best resources. Why must you fight to squeeze into Galaxy Martial Arts University? Lin Qiye shook his head helplessly. Children understand their parents best. He could sense that Principal Wang had likely promised some benefits to his parents. I have made my decision. You need not say more, Lin Qiye stated flatly. His mother's abrupt silence revealed her shock at his resolute stance. His father, meanwhile, reddened with anger but restrained himself, saying, Qiye, we are only thinking of your best interests. All parents wish for the best for their children. You are young and impetuous, lacking understanding. We have richer experience. What does a top-tier university matter compared to connections? If you go to Jinyo Martial Arts University, with the principal's connections and the school's resource allocation, your future will be bright. We, as your parents, would be willing to sacrifice everything to support you. After all, you are our son. Seeing you bring glory to our family would make our lives worthwhile. He paused before shifting his rhetoric. However, what can you gain from Galaxy Martial Arts University? No full scholarship, no resources guaranteed, and certainly no connections. How can you compete with those born with a silver spoon in their mouths? You know our family situation well enough, right? Even if we support you by exhausting our savings, it would only amount to 30 to 50,000 each year. Hardly comparable to what they possess. At Galaxy Martial Arts University, it would make no difference whether we support you or not. You would still lag behind without resources. Therefore, we will not provide you with any support in that case. Lin Qiye nearly laughed. You two have not supported me at all. The 100,000 yuan for my application fees came half from Bai Mushi and half from loans I took out myself. Lin Qiye had known his parents long enough to guess the situation accurately. His mother sensed the tone of his father's words was off and quickly interjected. Qiye, don't be angry. Your father spoke out of frustration. You must not be so obstinate. Mom and Dad have your best interests at heart. Applying to Jinyo Martial Arts University is undoubtedly the right choice. Lin Qiye shook his head, but I have already applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University. You are unaware that imperial law states that once an application is submitted, it cannot be changed. Rather than passively worrying, it is better to cut off their hopes decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, he skillfully opened the application page for Galaxy Martial Arts University, filling in his information. When he reached the final confirmation button, he pressed it without hesitation. Ding! Your application has been successfully submitted. Please await review. He did not pause, but immediately captured the screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened the chat interface with his mother and sent the screenshot. Mother, please take a look at the picture. I have indeed applied. The video call with his parents fell into a brief silence. Lin's father, infuriated, turned and walked away. Lin's mother wore a somewhat strained smile. Qiye, we have seen your application. Since it has come to this, as your parents, we will respect your choice. Your father may have spoken a bit harshly. Please don't take it to heart. We, as parents, harbor no ill intentions. It's all for your own good. Perhaps our perspectives differ, leading us to different thoughts. You have grown up and formed your own opinions, and we support you. Lin Qiye nodded. I understand, Mom. He then opened the chat interface with his homeroom teacher, Zhou Deming, and sent a screenshot. Zhou Deming replied almost instantly. He refrained from mentioning anything about the Galaxy Martial University, instead sending an enthusiastic congratulatory message filled with pride. Dear Qiye, congratulations. I have seen it, Galaxy Martial University. Well done. I am proud of you. Now I can boast that I, Zhou Deming, have taught a student from Galaxy Martial University. Haha. Wishing you a brilliant future, becoming a pillar of the empire. Lin Qiye merely smiled at this message and chose not to respond. After completing these actions, he set his personal terminal to silent mode and cast it aside. He had no desire to receive any calls or view any messages. Raising his head, he gazed out at the vibrant night scene of Tiantai City, where the neon lights flowed like a river of stars, dazzling and enchanting. From the moment he stepped into the examination hall, the world had irrevocably changed. He understood that his life was about to embark on a brand new path, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Those echoes of the past, which sought to bind him with familial ties and interests, would become mere blurred scenery along this journey. Bai Mushi silently wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She said nothing, but through this warm embrace, she silently conveyed her support and companionship. Lin Qiye grasped her hand, and the last remnants of his agitation melted away in this tenderness. The efficiency of Galaxy Martial University was remarkably high. Less than half an hour after submitting his application, an official email adorned with a gold embossed school emblem arrived in his personal terminal. Dear Lin Qiye, greetings. After review, your joint screening examination results meet our admission standards. Congratulations. You have been officially accepted to the Galaxy Martial University, Tourist 0755 Star System Branch. Please bring your identity ID and this admission notice to our school for registration by October 1st, year 40918 of the Empire. Registration location, new student reception of Galaxy Marshall University, Taurus 0755 star, Terra City. Wishing you a flourishing martial path and a brilliant star journey. Within a month, he was to report to the planetary capital, Terra City. As the provincial capital, Tiantai City had a direct supersonic maglev train to Terra City, taking approximately 10 hours. Looking at the acceptance letter, Lin Qiye felt at peace. After the series of exchanges with his parents and the principal, he no longer felt the urge to return to Haiqing. He turned to Bai Mushi and proposed, "My dear, why don't we head straight to Terra City? It would be good to arrive early and familiarize ourselves with the environment." "Sounds great." Bai Mushi immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To Terra City. It is the most prosperous center of the entire planet. Although Bai Mushi realized she had only packed a few changes of clothes, she thought, if her husband said to go, then they would go. Chapter 60. Terra, City of the Future. The next morning, Lin Qiye shared his plans with Bai Jinyun. Directly to Terra City? Not returning to Haiqing? Bai Jinyun was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of undisguised disappointment crossed his face. "Qiye, your father-in-law was hoping to celebrate your return with a grand feast. He is planning to invite all relatives and friends to announce that he, Bai Jinfeng, has a son-in-law who has been accepted into Galaxy Marshall University." Before Lin Qiye could respond, Bai Mushi interjected, her tone gentle but resolute. "Uncle, there's no need to return. Qiye has just finished his exams and is quite fatigued. He needs to rest well. Such an occasion is too boisterous. And he doesn't enjoy it." She wished to spare Lin Qiye from any discomfort. Bai Jinyun immediately understood his niece's intention. He nodded, no longer insisting. The opinions of Lin Qiye and his wife were paramount. If they did not wish to return, then they would not. "That is perfectly fine," Bai Jinyun smiled. "It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. When do you plan to depart? We can see you off." "Dad, how about we all go to Terra together?" Bai Mushi's brother, Bai Muxi, chimed in with bright eyes, filled with anticipation. "It's been a long time since we visited Terra. It would also serve as a little vacation." Bai Jinyun pondered for a moment, considering the proposal favorable. It would not only serve as a farewell, but also a wonderful opportunity to strengthen their bond. "That sounds good." He clapped his thigh and made a decisive decision. "Then we shall go together and help you settle in at school. I will contact your father right away." Hearing this, Bai Mushi furrowed her brows slightly, intending to refuse once more, but Lin Qiye gently held her hand. In the luxurious suite of the International Hotel, Yan Feilong's personal terminal buzzed. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing the stern visage of his father, Yan Xingwu. "Your uncle has received word that Lin Qiye has applied to Galaxy Marshall University." Yan Xingwu's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this news, Yan Feilong's expression darkened instantly. "Calm down." Yan Xingwu coldly fixed his gaze upon him, his voice laced with warning. "Do not act in ways that could jeopardize your own interests and those of our family. I can understand youthful exuberance, but there must be limits. Do you comprehend?" Yan Feilong's chest heaved, struggling to suppress the surging anger and jealousy within him. He forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Understood, father. I will exercise restraint." "Very well." Yan Xingwu nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. "Consider this. What use is it for someone without resources, connections, or a foundation to attend Galaxy Marshall University?" After saying this, Yan Xingwu ended the call. The room fell silent, leaving only Yan Feilong's heavy breaths. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. Though resentment lingered, reason told him his father was correct. Lin Qiye attending Galaxy Marshall University was entirely different from their own experiences there. As his father had pointed out, Lin Qiye would be entering a realm devoid of resources, connections, or foundational support. It was a catastrophic misstep. Far worse than attending Taurus Marshall University. At least at Taurus Marshall University, with his talent, he would be valued by the school and looked after by his uncle, cultivated as a useful asset. But Galaxy Marshall University? What kind of place was that? It was a gathering ground for the most exceptional talents across the entire star system and several surrounding systems. What prodigies had not been seen there? Lin Qiye's accomplishments would barely make a ripple. There, the competition was not merely about talent, but also about the familial heritage, connections, and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Qiye possessed none of these. Contemplating this, Yan Feilong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could not help but emit a cold laugh. What of it if Lin Qiye attends Galaxy Marshall University? The reality will be brutally harsh. You will be ruthlessly crushed by countless prodigies there, ultimately exhausting all your potential and descending into the depths of mediocrity. Meanwhile, I shall rise swiftly at the Golden Bull Martial Arts University, basking in the affection of many. The chasm between us will only widen. In Yan Feilong's eyes, the flame of confidence reignited. He envisioned the future, picturing Lin Qiye, who had once brought him shame, reduced to a pitiful state under the harsh realities of life. In the afternoon, at the supersonic maglev train station in Tiantai City, a throng of people bustled about. Bai Zhenfeng and Lu Yuqin, weary from their journey from Haiqing, arrived with eager anticipation. Qiye. Lu Yuqin immediately inquired about his well-being, her concern surpassing that of a mother. Bai Zhenfeng, beaming with pride, said, "Qiye, well done. You've brought honor to the Bai family." He had already secured luxury train tickets to Terra City and booked a hotel there. "Rest assured, Qiye, once we arrive in Terra, everything will be arranged for you. Consider it an early vacation, time to relax," Bai Zhenfeng declared generously. Lin Qiye merely nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. He understood this as the Bai family extending goodwill, and being relatives, he graciously accepted their kindness. The train glided smoothly along the magnetic levitation track, the scenery outside blurring into streaks of light. Inside the spacious and comfortable VIP compartment, Bai Zhenfeng and his family animatedly discussed the splendor of Terra City and the legends surrounding the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Their conversation consistently circled back to Lin Qiye, revealing their investment in and desire to cultivate a future powerhouse. Lin Qiye responded intermittently, most of the time gazing out at the fleeting landscapes, his thoughts already drifting toward the unknown capital of the planet. Bai Mushi nestled quietly beside him, engrossed in a book about nutritional needs during pregnancy. For her, being with Lin Qiye was all that mattered, regardless of their destination. The 10-hour journey passed swiftly in a relaxed atmosphere. As the train approached Terra City's high-speed rail terminal, Lin Qiye caught his first glimpse of the heart of this planet. If Tiantai City was grand, Terra City was nothing short of miraculous. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky like a crystalline forest, refracting a dreamlike brilliance in the sunlight. Above, a network of suspended roadways, 100 times denser and more complex than that of Tiantai City, bustled with vehicles resembling schools of glowing fish traversing the city's arteries. Lin Qiye even spotted small private starships gliding across the skyline, leaving faint trails of energy behind. This was truly a city of the future. Upon exiting the train station, a vibrant and prosperous atmosphere enveloped them. Bai Zhenfeng had already arranged for a car, and they headed straight to the Star Crown Interstellar Hotel located in the heart of Terra City. The hotel perched atop a towering structure of over 800 stories, offering a breathtaking view of Terra City's dazzling nightscape from the suite's floor-to-ceiling windows. "It's so beautiful," Bai Mushi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Lin Qiye stood beside her, gently embracing her, equally awestruck. Here, he truly felt his insignificance and the vastness of the world around him. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged within his chest. The following morning, after settling into the hotel, Bai Zhenfeng enthusiastically proposed they savor the traditional breakfast originating from ancient Terra City, renowned for its authenticity that was hard to find elsewhere. They arrived at a century-old establishment with rustic decor, and Lin Qiye couldn't help but gasp at the price of 500 credit points listed on the menu. Was this the cost of living in the capital? It was a stark contrast to the agricultural regions. After their breakfast, Bai Mushi suggested they report to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Understanding her husband's reluctance to voice this, she stepped forward. The Bai family eagerly concurred, sharing their curiosity about the legendary institution of martial arts. "Let us familiarize ourselves with the environment," Bai Zhenfeng said with a smile. Lin Qiye readily agreed. The university was not in the bustling heart of Terra City, but rather nestled in a tranquil area known as the Scholars' Forest in the northwestern part of the city. The serene environment, with towering ancient trees, starkly contrasted with the steel jungle of the city center. As the hovercar gradually entered the Scholars' Forest, Lin Qiye felt the density of spiritual energy in the air was markedly higher than in the urban area. The vehicle finally halted before a grand, ancient gate. The entrance, constructed from an unknown white monolith, lacked ornate embellishments, except for 4 powerful characters engraved above, Galaxy Martial Arts. These characters seemed to possess a unique magic, stirring one's spirit at a mere glance, evoking visions of boundless star seas and the silhouettes of countless predecessors who forged ahead. At that moment, a line of people had already gathered at the gate, forming a long queue. They were new students and their families, like Lin Qiye, who had arrived early for registration. Lin Qiye observed those around him quietly. He sensed a young girl ahead, clad in a lightweight combat suit, her demeanor cold and her aura solid, clearly a martial artist. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, exuding a steady presence akin to a mountain, whose strength surpassed Lin Qiye's. He appeared to be the girl's father. Behind him were two elegantly poised women, instructing for similarly stoic teenagers. Xiaoya, Xiaoxian. I do not expect you to achieve what your sister did by getting into Galaxy Martial Arts University, but at the very least, you must secure a spot in a top-tier university, she admonished. Today, I brought you here to give you a glimpse of the Empire's premier institution and to immerse you in its atmosphere, to set a goal for you. The teenagers merely nodded indifferently, responding with a disinterested, understood. At that moment, another family queued up behind Lin Qiye. This couple exuded a restrained aura that left Lin Qiye unable to gauge their true depth. They accompanied a young man of martial prowess, along with two younger sisters. Lin Qiye was secretly astonished. Merely the families in front and behind him showcased astonishing backgrounds. Was this the caliber of those who could gain admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University? The couple appeared friendly and initiated conversation. Upon learning that Bai Mushi was Lin Qiye's wife, they expressed surprise. The middle-aged man chuckled. At first, I thought you were siblings. I didn't realize she is your partner. Married at such a young age. Truly impressive. His gaze briefly flickered towards Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun, revealing a hint of skepticism. In his view, those who married young usually did so for political alliances between families. Yet, the two middle-aged men before him were of modest strength, not even martial artists. Merely aspiring ones. They did not seem capable of orchestrating a union of families. He could hardly fathom that at the Empire's lower echelons, early marriages could be motivated by the need for survival and the pursuit of welfare benefits. As Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun faced the amiable couple, they exhibited remarkable humility. Their minds were as clear as a mirror. The family, who could stand here in line with their martial artist descendants without flinching, possessed a depth and strength far beyond what could be compared to their own middle-class background from a small fourth-tier city. You flatter us. The children are still naive. Marrying them off early puts us elders at ease, Bai Zhenfeng replied with a smile, adopting a very humble demeanor. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, the conversation did not delve deeper. Soon, the line reached Lin Qiye, only to be halted by two guards clad in silvery gray uniforms, their presence as steady as a mountain. The guards stood silently, emanating an aura that quelled the surrounding clamor. Lin Qiye felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that these seemingly ordinary guards were far superior in strength. He stepped forward and respectfully presented his electronic admission notice. One of the guards scanned the QR code with a terminal and, upon verification, a gentle smile graced his face as he nodded. Welcome, Lin Qiye. Please note that the visiting hours for student family members end at 6 in the evening, and access is restricted to the freshman square and living area. The teaching area and library are currently off limits. Thank you, Lin Qiye replied. The moment he stepped through the school gates, a denser and purer aura enveloped him, akin to being immersed in a warm spring, causing every pore in his body to relax. His surroundings opened up to a vast and boundless square. The square was paved with jade stone that emitted a faint azure glow, its surface engraved with ancient and profound star maps that shimmered under the sunlight. At the center stood a towering statue, a nameless hero clad in starry battle armor, wielding a colossal sword and gazing into the sea of stars. Though his features were indistinct, he exuded a magnificent aura of pioneering spirit that commanded respect. This is the pioneer statue, Bai Zhenfeng murmured. His eyes filled with awe and reverence. It was commissioned by our most supreme and illustrious emperor, in honor of all the nameless heroes who sacrificed during the pioneering era. Surrounding the square were lush trees and towering ancient woods. In the distance, buildings of varying styles, each radiating a sense of historical gravitas, were nestled among the forest, perfectly harmonizing with the natural environment. There was no oppressive feeling of a steel jungle, nor the cacophony of flashing neon lights. Here, there was only tranquility and solemnity. It's magnificent, Bai Mujier exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his speech slightly stammering. Even the usually composed Bai Zhenfeng found himself stirred, rendered speechless for a long moment. This was the Galaxy Martial Arts University, the foremost sanctuary of martial arts in the galaxy. Bai Mushi's gaze remained tenderly fixed on Lin Qiye, pride and satisfaction swelling in her heart as she watched him stand beneath the pioneer statue. Soon, Lin Qiye and his companions arrived at the freshman registration area situated on one side of the square. Behind neatly arranged tables sat several teachers and senior students responsible for reception. Lin Qiye approached one of the windows, presenting his identity ID and admission notice. The receptionist was a young female teacher, clad in a fitted black combat uniform that accentuated her impressive figure, her short hair exuding a sense of professionalism. And her gaze sharp. She accepted Lin Qiye's documents and swiftly operated on the holographic screen, pulling up his detailed profile. Upon reading the contents, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing as she scrutinized Lin Qiye, her tone laced with confusion and surprise. Lin Qiye, ranked 288th in the provincial private enrollment examination. Genetic potential 103, proficient in the 128th set of radio gymnastics innate treasure skill. She paused, seemingly confirming she had not misread, then continued, based on your scores and system assessment. Your comprehensive ranking for the start of the school year is 9,988, assigned to Class 10 of Year 1. Your genetic potential is rather average, but your foundational skills are significantly lacking. The female teacher's voice was devoid of emotion, merely stating a fact that the basic skills of radio gymnastics innate treasure skill were the lowest tier. Such rudimentary skills were deemed too coarse even for laying a foundation for a 3-year-old child. I personally suggest that you take advantage of the month before school starts to transition to a more advanced martial art. Given your demonstrated comprehension, if your practice can keep pace, there may be an opportunity to elevate from Class 10 to Class 9 within a year. Chapter 62. Competition at every turn. Those standing behind Lin Qiye, the Bai family, were instantly stirred by the teacher's remarks. 8 treasure skill is considered an outdated practice? In their hometown of Haiqing, it was already regarded as a commendable skill accessible to ordinary families. Bai Mujie himself practiced 8 treasure skill. He never imagined that it would be deemed so inadequate in the eyes of a teacher at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Qiye, however, remained calm. Having anticipated such a situation, he humbly inquired, "Teacher, do you have any recommendations for martial arts?" The female teacher frowned, her tone growing somewhat impatient. The choice of martial arts profoundly impacts a warrior's lifelong path. This is a matter for your family, ideally guided by your elders or family mentors. Why would you come to me? In her view, students who gained admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University must have a powerful family backing them. The inquiry regarding such a fundamental and core issue was, in her opinion, utterly unheard of. Observing the situation, Bai Zhenfeng stepped forward, adopting a very humble stance. His face etched with apology. "Teacher, we truly apologize. We are not well versed in these matters. We come from a grain-producing area in a 4th-tier city and lack connections. We cannot afford a martial arts instructor. This child, Qiye, has solely relied on his own efforts to gain admission here." Upon hearing this, the female teacher's scrutinizing gaze swept over the Bai family once more, her impatience slightly abated. So they were grassroots talents without much background. The term grassroots genius reminded her of her childhood, when her father spoke of their family being a branch cast aside by the main lineage. With roots in humble beginnings since her grandfather's generation, her grandfather, with his fervor and exceptional talent, forged a path for their family. She had even heard that a current vice president also hailed from humble origins, triumphing against the odds to reach the pinnacle. But those were tales from long ago. Over the past decade, she had witnessed very few grassroots geniuses at Galaxy Martial Arts University, a gathering place for the elite of the galaxy. After a moment's contemplation, her attitude softened considerably as she spoke. "Martial arts is a highly rigorous discipline. I cannot casually offer advice here. How about this?" She pulled up her personal terminal, displaying a QR code. "Add me on WeChat, and we can arrange for a personal tutoring session in the evening. For one session, I will conduct a comprehensive analysis of your physical data and assess suitable martial arts for you. The fee for the session is 10,000 credit points. As you have yet to officially enroll and cannot use school credits for payment, please consider this. 10,000 credit points." This figure left everyone gasping in shock. This was merely the cost of one session. It was exorbitantly high. Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun exchanged glances, both recognizing the pain in each other's eyes, but more so, a resolute determination. This money had to be spent. Moreover, one must spend willingly. However, before the two could exchange words, Lin Qiye had already produced his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and promptly paid 10,000 credit points. The female instructor, upon seeing the successful transaction notification, revealed a hint of satisfaction on her face and nodded. "Very well, you possess determination. My name is Lin Qiye, a 10-star extraordinary martial artist. Guiding you will be no problem." At 8 o'clock this evening, in room 2202 of teaching building number 10, located in the core area of the school. After stating this, she entered Lin Qiye's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. All done with the formalities. You may take your family to the living area to explore the dormitory environment, and then you are free to move about. Lin Qiye accepted the student card and expressed his gratitude to instructor Lin Qiye. As they departed from the registration area, Bai Mujie could not help but murmur, "Brother-in-law, this is way too expensive. 10,000 for just 1 hour. It's daylight robbery. What do you understand? Bai Jinyun immediately shot him a glare and admonished softly. This is called investment. 10,000 credit points can secure you the personal guidance of a professor from the Galactic Martial Arts University, who can map out the most suitable path for Qiye's cultivation. This is a tremendous bargain. Bai Zhenfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we may not grasp these matters, but spending a little to hire professionals to handle specialized tasks is the wisest choice. Otherwise, if the cultivation method is chosen incorrectly, it could jeopardize Qiye's future, and that would be the real loss. Listening to their discussions, Lin Qiye felt a surge of emotion. Following the map on the electronic student card, they boarded the campus's automatic maglev train towards the freshman living area. The train glided silently through towering ancient woods, with unique, technologically advanced buildings whizzing by outside. Some even suspended in midair, leaving one in awe. This place is like a city unto itself, Bai Jinyun marveled. Soon, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. Before them stood a colossal tower, soaring into the clouds, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. Bai Mujie craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out, and could not resist asking, "My goodness, does this building have 100 floors?" Bai Jinyun shook his head, equally astonished, murmuring, "Not just 100 floors." Bai Mu, standing nearby, chimed in. "Online sources say this dormitory building has 300 floors, making it one of the tallest structures in the scholar's forest." Bai Mujie exclaimed. 300 floors? Many passing students cast curious glances at Bai Mujie's reaction. As they entered the first-floor lobby, they found a reception area for new students, with several lines already forming. It seemed that queues were unavoidable today, no matter where one went. Soon, it was Lin Qiye's turn. The staff member responsible for reception was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, devoid of any martial artist aura. Lin Qiye mused that perhaps such a purely administrative position did not require martial skills. The staff member took Lin Qiye's electronic student card, scanned it on the light screen without raising his gaze, and spoke in a formulaic tone. "Lin Qiye, your dormitory is arranged in room 166 on the 298th floor." After a brief pause, as if prompted by the system, he continued, "Please be advised. The concentration of spiritual energy in the student dormitories is significantly higher than in the outside world. Any destructive cultivation practices are strictly prohibited within the dormitory. Should any damage to the dormitory facilities occur, not only will you be required to compensate at market value, but you will also permanently lose your eligibility for dormitory accommodation. Any destructive cultivation practices should be conducted in the designated training halls of the school. Dormitories are only suitable for gentler, non-destructive internal cultivation methods. Furthermore, the student dormitory comprises 300 floors, with the concentration of spiritual energy decreasing from bottom to top. As your overall admission ranking is relatively low, you have been assigned to a higher floor. The lower you go, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. If you wish to switch to a better floor, you must earn it through your own efforts." This revelation left the Bai family momentarily stunned. It turned out the allocation of dormitories was directly tied to one's strength and ranking. Even the resources for cultivation were distinctly categorized from the outset. Bai Zhenfeng could not help but lament softly. "Ah, this is the holy land of martial arts. From the very place one resides, competition is omnipresent." Lin Qiye calmly nodded, unfazed by the information. He turned to the staff member and inquired about a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. "Excuse me, my wife has accompanied me. May she reside with me?" Chapter 63, Lin Yuechan's Astonishment. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bai Mushi instinctively grasped Lin Qiye's hand, her palms slightly sweaty and betraying her anxiety. The staff member finally lifted his gaze, scanning Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi before asking, "Wife, do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Qiye promptly opened his personal terminal and displayed the electronic marriage certificate. The staff member scrutinized it carefully, confirmed its validity, and nodded, stating, "In this case, the school permits it. However, for non-students residing here, your wife must sign an agreement. Her activities will be confined to the square and living area, and she is not allowed in the teaching area or library, among other core zones, ensuring compliance with all school regulations. If you agree, I can process her temporary residency paperwork immediately." "Absolutely," Lin Qiye replied without hesitation. The staff member swiftly completed the necessary procedures and soon issued Bai Mushi a temporary residence card. "The elevator is over there. Only the two of you may enter. I wish you a pleasant stay." He indicated towards one side of the lobby and then turned to assist the next student. Bai Mu immediately said, "All right, Qiye Mushi. You two go on up, we will explore nearby." Thus, Lin Qiye took Bai Mushi inside. The lobby featured 100 high-speed maglev elevators operating silently. Lin Qiye approached one designated for the 291 to 300 floors, swiped his student card, and one of the elevator doors slid open quietly. Once inside, as the floor numbers rapidly ascended on the display, they could distinctly feel a slight sensation of weightlessness. Bai Mushi whispered to Lin Qiye, "Darling, the allocation of dormitories already indicates how fierce the competition is at this school. Don't feel too pressured." Lin Qiye smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I understand. This is more of a motivation for me." Ding. The elevator halted at the 298th floor, and the doors slowly opened. The sight before them starkly contrasted with the grand lobby below. A long corridor, emitting a metallic cool light, stretched into the distance. On either side were identical alloy doors, and the soft lighting from the overhead fixtures, while gentle, appeared somewhat monotonous. The entire space felt eerily quiet and somewhat oppressive. They quickly located room 166. Lin Qiye gently swiped his student card against the door lock, and it opened with a response. The interior of the dormitory was not particularly large, approximately 30 square meters. Yet it was well equipped despite its size. It featured a bedroom, a small living area with a sofa and desk, and a separate bathroom, all decorated in a simple yet technologically advanced style. Even on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is far denser than in the hotel we stayed at. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, immediately noticing the difference. He could only wonder what the dormitories on the lower floors would be like. Bai Mushi gazed at Lin Qiye warmly, her eyes brimming with joy. "This is wonderful and very clean. I'll tidy up a bit. This will be our home in the capital." Her words instantly infused warmth into the somewhat cold metallic room. Lin Qiye felt a surge of warmth in his heart, grasped her hand, surveyed their surroundings. And instead of feeling disheartened, he was ignited with a fiery determination. "Yes, this is our new beginning. I believe we will soon be moving to a lower floor." Bai Mushi had already begun to unpack their limited luggage, methodically organizing it, hoping to make this small space feel cozier. Lin Qiye walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out from the 298th floor, taking in the magnificent view of the Scholar's Forest. In the distance, the steel forest of Terra City shimmered in golden hues under the setting sun. This would be the place where he would live and fight for the coming years. "Mushi," he called softly. Bai Mushi looked up, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Lin Qiye turned to her, his gaze firm and affectionate. "Our new life officially begins now." As night fell and lights illuminated the surroundings, the commercial street outside the east gate of the Galaxy Martial Arts University exuded a youthful vibrancy and sense of order, even more so than the city center. Floating neon signs danced with light, showcasing a myriad of uniquely styled shops, bustling with new students and their families arriving for enrollment. Accompanying the Bai family, Lin Qiye found a clean and elegant restaurant on the street, where they shared a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat subdued. Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Jinyun gazed out at the confident new students, feeling a mixture of pride for Lin Qiye and an undercurrent of concern. Each new student seemed to come from an extraordinary background, and the pressure of competition was palpable. As the meal drew to a close, Bai Zhenfeng set down his chopsticks, his expression solemn as he turned to Lin Qiye. He accessed his personal terminal, and, after a few taps, Lin Qiye soon received a transfer notification, a staggering sum of 100,000 credit points. Lin Qiye was taken aback and immediately attempted to refuse. "Father-in-law, this, Qiye." "Listen to me," Bai Zhenfeng interjected, raising his hand to stop him. His tone was sincere and resolute. "It's not a large amount. It's merely our heartfelt gesture. You have just arrived in the capital, and expenses are everywhere. The Tutor-S guidance course costs 10,000, and in the future, purchasing technique copyrights and training resources. How can you manage without money? We cannot allow finances to become a stumbling block on your path forward." Bai Jinyun nodded vigorously from the side, stating solemnly, "That's right. Qiye, please do not stand on ceremony with us. You are the greatest hope of our Bai family. Investing in you is investing in the future of our entire family. Just focus on your endeavors. The family will be your strongest support." Seeing the resolute and hopeful gazes of his elders, along with the trusting looks from Bai Mu and Bai Mushi, Lin Qiye could no longer voice his refusal. This money symbolized not just its monetary value, but also the heavy hopes and trust of a family. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Father-in-law, uncle, I understand. I will utilize this money wisely and will not disappoint your expectations." Upon seeing him accept, Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Jinyun revealed relieved smiles. "That's more like it," Bai Zhenfeng remarked, glancing at the time. "It's almost time. You have an appointment with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight, correct? That is your priority. So we won't intrude and distract you." Bai Mu gently reminded. "Yes, make sure to consult with your teacher well. We will return to the hotel on our own." Mushi will accompany you, and after your class, you can return to the dormitory together. No, Mom. Bai Mushi shook her head, looking at Lin Qiye and softly saying, "This is your specialized course, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Let him go alone. Husband, I will wait for you back at the dorm." She understood that from this night onward, Lin Qiye would embark on a martial path that truly belonged to him. All she could do was offer him her utmost trust and space. At 8 p.m., in room 2202 of teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school, Lin Qiye took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A crisp, cool voice came from within. He pushed the door open. The training room was quite spacious, covering nearly 200 square meters, fully equipped with all necessary facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure, a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, with neatly cropped hair and striking features. Her eyes sharp as an eagle, dressed in a fitted black training outfit, her well-defined physique exuded power without a hint of excess. It was Lin Qiye, the instructor he had met earlier that day. She appraised Lin Qiye with a penetrating gaze as if she could see through flesh and bone. "Lin Qiye?" "Yes, Teacher Lin." "Hello." Lin Qiye nodded, getting straight to the point. "You come from a non-traditional background and lack a solid foundation. If you wish for my advice, I first need to assess your capabilities. Perform the broadcasting gymnastics innate treasure skill for me." Lin Qiye felt a stir in his heart and, after a moment's reflection, decided to reveal his true strength. Among the freshmen at Galaxy Martial Arts University, he was ranked 9,988. Lin Qiye's initial assessment of him as a grassroots student had left no room for concealment. "Understood, teacher." He moved to the center of the training area, took a deep breath, and began the performance of the broadcasting gymnastics. As he executed the movements, Lin Qiye's initially calm expression began to ripple with surprise. His actions, while seemingly simple, flowed with a rhythm that was ineffably captivating. Each stretch and twist perfectly engaged his entire body's muscles and energy. Upon completing the routine, he remained composed and invigorated rather than fatigued. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized the flawless execution of the broadcasting gymnastics. Mastery of this exercise was a rarity, and achieving perfection indicated an unparalleled understanding of this foundational technique. She had initially thought this grassroots student was impressive for mastering the gymnastics. She had not anticipated him achieving perfection. It is worth noting that attaining perfection is tenfold more challenging than mere mastery. In that moment, her evaluation of Lin Qiye underwent a complete transformation. In the vast history of the Galactic Empire, there have been few individuals with such extraordinary comprehension. The youngest recorded age for mastering the broadcasting gymnastics to perfection in the Empire's history was 10 years. Yet, even such a prodigious talent left no remarkable legacy in history. Before she could inquire further, Lin Qiye had already lowered his stance and commenced the performance of the 8 treasures skill. The 8 treasures unfolded in his hands. While it did not reach the pure state of perfection achieved in the broadcasting gymnastics, each movement was steady and robust, clearly reflecting considerable effort. Once he finished and stood still, Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully, her initial surprise transforming into contemplation. A proficient level of the 8 treasures skill. She refrained from delivering an immediate conclusion, instead pacing thoughtfully around the expansive training room, her sharp gaze never leaving Lin Qiye, seemingly contemplating the optimal approach for him. The broadcasting gymnastics is too universal. While your mastery is astonishing, it only attests to your high comprehension without revealing your specific direction of understanding. Her tone grew more serious. The 8 treasures skill is a D-grade technique that consumes minimal resources. Yet it is also a precursor to the C-grade technique 8 treasures Dragon Tiger strength. If you were to study another specific D-grade technique, Dragon Tiger skill, the combination would facilitate your understanding of 8 treasures Dragon Tiger strength. Furthermore, 8 treasures Dragon Tiger strength serves as a precursor to the B-grade diamond glazed body. Mastering these would lead to the A-grade technique immovable king body. Then, Lin Qiye shook her head, adding, "However, the body refinement path may not suit you. It is too costly." "Too costly?" Lin Qiye inquired. Lin Qiye did not hold back and explained clearly. The 8 treasures skill is one of the precursor techniques to the body refinement path as typical style, immovable king body. Behind it lies an exceedingly costly path within the imperial martial arts, known as the body refinement stream. This is a truly magnificent journey that transforms the physical form into a treasured entity. The ultimate goal of the body refinement stream is to cultivate a mortal body into a humanoid divine weapon that walks the earth. In its initial stages, one can disregard the cuts of ordinary blades and weapons, and upon reaching profound levels, The body becomes akin to the legendary adamantine glass, impervious to fire and water, indestructible, with the power to shake the heavens with every gesture. Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. A humanoid divine weapon. Is the 8 treasures technique truly that formidable? It sounds astonishing. However, Lin Yuechan's tone shifted. Yet, this path is paved with credit points. The body refinement stream has never been a road for the common folk, as it is one of the most terrifyingly expensive systems among all cultivation frameworks. Each breakthrough in physical realm and level necessitates a vast amount of resources. Otherwise, advancement is impossible. Do not be deceived by the ease with which you have mastered the 8 treasures technique when you attempt to elevate it to a higher realm, and subsequently integrate it with the Dragon Tiger technique. You will find the two exceedingly difficult to merge. In ancient times, divine medicines were used to facilitate breakthroughs. But now the composition of those medicines has been deciphered, allowing for high-energy nutrient pastes to serve as substitutes. However, the daily expenditure of hundreds of thousands of credit points is likely beyond your means. Hundreds of thousands. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yuechan noted his astonishment with satisfaction, nodding as she continued. Typically, one completes the advancement between 49 to 81 days. Of course, at such a financial cost. The fusion of the 8 treasures and Dragon Tiger techniques will directly attain a higher realm, approaching perfection. Lin Qiye swallowed hard and asked, Teacher Yuechan, are you saying that the fusion breakthrough of this body refinement stream is indeed difficult, and that high-energy nutrient pastes are essential? Nonetheless, his mind began to race. Others rely on comprehension and resources for cultivation, but he possesses a system. As long as he meets the required number of cultivation attempts, everything can be upgraded. If he could cultivate both the 8 treasures and Dragon Tiger techniques to perfection, eliminating all flaws and achieving theoretical perfection, would any bottlenecks in fusion still exist? Once this thought took root, it proliferated wildly like a weed. Even if, hypothetically, the fusion ultimately proved impossible, attaining perfection in both D-grade techniques would still significantly enhance his genetic potential, rendering it anything but a waste. With this in mind, Lin Qiye's gaze involuntarily transformed. Lin Yuechan was well acquainted with such expressions. Having taught at the Galaxy Martial Arts University for nearly 20 years, she, too, was an alumna of the institution and had encountered countless exceptional talents. She almost instantly comprehended the resolve reflected in Lin Qiye's eyes. I do not believe. I shall give it a try. Rather than feeling anger, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Talents are often prideful. When they eventually hit a wall, they will naturally reconsider. Thus, Lin Yuechan remarked, your mastery of the 8 treasures technique is solid. You may exchange for the Dragon Tiger technique from the martial arts library. Once you have cultivated both to an advanced level, you may attempt their fusion. She paused, adding, at that point, you will understand the bottleneck I spoke of. Should you fail, it would indicate that this path is unviable, and you should cease to expend further effort. Then, Lin Yuechan continued, the decision to cultivate is entirely yours. Based on my professional judgment, I propose 3 alternative paths better suited for your practice. She activated her personal terminal, projecting 3 sets of martial arts materials radiating different hues, resembling 3 floating ancient texts. She pointed to the first document, engulfed in crimson flames. Firstly, the Crimson Sun Prison Technique, an A-grade technique, which I specialized in during my studies. This technique simulates the core of a star, cultivating spiritual energy that is both fierce and radiant, with unparalleled destructive power. Upon reaching advanced levels, one's vitality surges like a furnace, granting the ability to unleash devastating might with every movement. Its prerequisite is the C-grade Fiery Sun Qi, and once initiated, the spiritual energy within you will begin to transform towards a fiery attribute, allowing you to grasp the fundamentals of energy emission early on. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan pointed with her finger as if it were a sword, and a wisp of crimson golden flame ignited at her delicate fingertip, dancing effortlessly and casting a warm red glow throughout the training room. Though the flame appeared diminutive, it radiated an unsettling heat that distorted the surrounding air. In the martial artist stage, spiritual energy is contained within one's vitality. However, at my level as a 10-star extraordinary martial artist, I can externalize spiritual energy into a tangible form. The flame represents my spiritual energy manifestation. The flame at her fingertip extinguished softly. Your comprehension is exceptionally high. Should you pursue this path, its effectiveness will materialize swiftly, making it most advantageous in battle. If you choose this technique, I can provide you with a complete set of online courses and 5 hours of personalized online consultation at no additional cost. Next, Lin Qiye indicated the second document, shrouded in profound black mist, entitled Formless Calamity Heart Sutra. The second option, the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, is also an A-grade technique. This path diverges entirely from prior body refining and chi training methods. It develops your brain and spirit, utilizing mental power to influence reality. It weaves heart calamities that directly assault the will and soul of adversaries. Entry is exceedingly challenging, with no prerequisite technique, relying solely on individual comprehension. In the nearly 500-year history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch, fewer than 100 have successfully entered its ranks. However, once initiated, its power escalates dramatically, with potential rivaling even S-grade techniques. It is rated as A-grade solely due to its prohibitively high entry threshold. Her piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Qiye. Mastering broadcast gymnastics to perfection signifies that your perception and control over every inch of your muscles and vitality have reached an astonishing level. Such a gift is often accompanied by formidable mental acuity. As a practitioner who has succeeded in the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, when applying to become a captain of an exploration team, you would possess a significant advantage, almost guaranteeing acceptance. For a grassroots individual like you, this represents a genuine shortcut to ascendancy, capable of altering your destiny. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. Lin Qiye was acutely aware of the lethal allure that the prospect of exploring new star domains and becoming someone extraordinary held for a talent who had nothing. Finally, she pointed to the third document, shimmering with starlight. The third option is the Zhou Tian Star Body, an A-grade body refinement technique. Its prerequisite is the B-grade Starlight Body Refinement Method. This path, while still a body refinement technique, diverges from the costly immovable King Body. It does not rely on rare materials or high-energy potions. Rather, it teaches you to continuously absorb the omnipresent stellar radiation energy from the universe, using this gentle yet boundless energy to temper your flesh and genes. This path is steadfast and balanced, excelling in its universality and possessing one of the lowest dependencies on resources among all A-grade techniques. Its drawbacks are apparent early on. Its power does not match the overwhelming force of the Crimson Sun Prison technique, nor does it possess the enigmatic functionality of the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, rendering it somewhat of a jack-of-all-trades. Transforming the ethereal starlight into personal power demands keen comprehension. Yet for you, this greatest flaw is, in fact, not a concern. Listening to Lin Qiye's analysis, Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile wryly. He understood that she had completely misunderstood him. His so-called exceptional comprehension did not stem from an innate talent for instant understanding. Rather, it arose from the multi-blessing system. As long as he successfully conceives once, the system would automatically unlock one of the techniques he had learned. His true learning ability was, in fact, quite ordinary. Just mastering the 8 treasures technique from scratch to entry level had taken him a full 2 months. He possesses a certain self-awareness regarding this matter. The text Heart Sutra of the Formless Catastrophe has seen fewer than 100 individuals grasp its essence over the past 5 centuries. He ventured forth. Yet it is possible that even after 500 years, mastery may remain elusive. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts, and then looked up at Lin Qiye. Teacher, I am truly grateful to you. However, I have a question, or perhaps it is more of a personal inclination. Is there any technique that is easy to learn yet difficult to master? One that one can grasp quickly, ideally at once, but where attaining true proficiency or a higher realm is exceedingly challenging. Lin Qiye delicately chose his words, adding a brief explanation, I lack patience. If I cannot grasp a technique for an extended period, I am prone to abandon it. I wish to learn swiftly and witness results, for it is only then that I can cultivate the confidence and patience to continue my training. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful brows knitting together once more. What? The path of martial arts abhors restlessness and impatience. Lin Qiye's sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Qiye, her tone imbued with a hint of stern admonition. Lin Qiye, you must understand that martial cultivation is not solely about refining one's vitality and strength. It is equally about nurturing one's character and willpower. True geniuses are invariably those with unwavering resolve, capable of enduring solitude and monotony. Your exceptional talent is your greatest asset. Yet if your character does not keep pace, that very talent may become your most significant impediment on the path ahead. By choosing the easiest introductory technique now, you may believe you are taking a shortcut, but in reality, you are laying the groundwork for future pitfalls. Once you cultivate a mindset that shies away from difficulty and seeks ease, how will you manage when confronted with genuine obstacles? Her words struck like a heavy hammer, reverberating in his ears. Yet, Lin Qiye could only display a troubled expression, mustering the courage to explain. Teacher, I comprehend your reasoning. However, I cannot control this aspect of myself. When I am unable to progress for an extended period, I become exceedingly restless, my mind in turmoil, making it impossible to concentrate on my training. It feels as though countless ants are crawling within my heart, urging me to destroy everything around me. Rather than squander time in such a state, potentially hindering my progress, I would prefer to choose a path that allows me to see results quickly, as it would sustain my enthusiasm for cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's somewhat flawed logic, Lin Yuechan's brows furrowed even tighter. What is this? Extraordinary talent paired with a fragile temperament? Yet, upon reflection, she found herself able to empathize. She had encountered numerous scions of noble families, their spirits resolute, having undergone the most systematic and rigorous elite education since childhood. In contrast, Lin Qiye before her was merely a grassroots individual from a remote town, lacking any background. His upbringing had undoubtedly deprived him of proper guidance. In such an environment, emerging through sheer talent is itself a miracle. It is not implausible that he harbors peculiar obsessions that outsiders may find difficult to comprehend. Geniuses are often characterized by their myriad eccentricities. Perhaps this is merely his unique method of self-preservation and motivation. She sighed inwardly. Very well. Given his humble beginnings and the fact that he is a paying client, I shall offer him some guidance, as it is a small favor. Since he has his own thoughts, I shall respect his destiny. Thus, Lin Yuechan's expression softened. Her previously imposing demeanor now tempered. I understand. Allow me to select a technique that is easy to learn yet difficult to master, correct? Lin Qiye, sensing her concession, felt an immense relief and nodded eagerly. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. Ideally, it should be of similar difficulty to the 8 treasures technique, the entry-level difficulty of a D-grade technique. Lin Yuechan's tone took on a peculiar quality as she lowered her gaze, swiftly searching through her personal terminal's display, murmuring almost unconsciously. Such techniques do exist, but most have significant flaws or lack subsequent pathways. I need to find one that has a sufficiently high ceiling, yet is deceptively simple to enter. Her fingertips danced across the screen, and a torrent of martial art data cascaded before her. She furrowed her brow, continuously filtering and rejecting options. Ice and fire duality. No. While the entry is simple, it only peaks at B grade, with no further avenues. Too low a ceiling. 100 battle blade technique? This is purely a technique, not involving core spiritual energy cultivation, thus not suitable. Titanic spirit manifestation? Entry requires a special bloodline, not universal. What a strange request. She raised her eyes to glance at Lin Qiye, her expression filled with intrigue. The path of martial arts is inherently one of overcoming obstacles and confronting challenges. I have never encountered someone who deliberately seeks the easy road. Lin Qiye could only muster an awkward yet polite smile in response. Just as Lin Yuechan was on the verge of giving up, preparing to persuade Lin Qiye to reconsider, her fingers suddenly halted. On the screen appeared a document with a plain cover, even somewhat yellowed with age. Chapter 66, Primordial Unity Technique. Lin Yuechan's expression shifted subtly, a mixture of surprise, nostalgia, and regret crossing her features. I have found it. She lifted her head, gazing at Lin Qiye with a complex expression. There exists a technique that may entirely align with your contradictory requirements. B-grade, Primordial Unity Technique. Primordial Unity Technique? Lin Qiye looked at Lin Yuechan, recalling that she had just stated that B-grade techniques have a low ceiling. Was she unable to find a better technique? Lin Yuechan elaborated. Indeed. The Primordial Unity Technique was once an A-grade technique, but has since been downgraded to B-grade. The core philosophy of this technique is arguably the simplest and most straightforward in the entire empire. It does not concern itself with the attributes of spiritual energy, nor does it pursue exquisite techniques. It has but one purpose: to transform the spiritual energy of the universe into your own primordial unity in the most gentle and non-repulsive manner, and then to continuously accumulate, compress, and purify it. Because it accepts all forms of spiritual energy without any attribute requirements, its entry threshold is astonishingly low. It is no exaggeration to say that any mentally sound aspiring martial artist, when provided with this technique, will undoubtedly grasp it within 3 days. This perfectly aligns with your requirement for ease of learning. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. To enter within 3 days. Is this not tailor-made for me? And what of its mastery? He inquired further. Lin Yuechan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Its difficulty arises precisely from its simplicity. Lacking attributes, your primordial unity, when compared to others, possesses unremarkable power. While others wield flames, ice, or wind blades. Yours is merely a mass of pure energy. To endow it with sufficient power, only two paths exist. The first is to rely on sheer quantity. Overwhelm your opponent with a total amount of spiritual energy that far exceeds that of your peers, by multiple times, even dozens of times. But this path is incredibly arduous. Such a blunt approach is inefficient and time-consuming, suitable only for those with no other avenues. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating the primordial unity to an extraordinarily profound level, one may comprehend the universe and bestow upon this pure energy a unique attribute of your own: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it could be any attribute. However, this step is akin to climbing to the heavens. Countless martial artists who have practiced the primordial unity technique find themselves stuck at this juncture for their entire lives, ultimately fading into obscurity. Thus, it is indeed difficult to master. She paused, adding, in the early days of the Empire's expansion, this technique once flourished, being the preferred choice of countless ancestors. However, as the martial arts system continually evolved and various techniques with distinct attributes and formidable powers were developed, the primordial unity technique gradually fell out of favor with the times. Now, it merely exists as a relic lying in the archives, treated as historical research material, with scarcely anyone choosing it as their primary cultivation method. After hearing this explanation, Lin Qiye felt no further hesitation. What others deemed as lethal poison was, to him, the sweetest nectar. The claims of mediocre power and the difficulty of comprehending its subsequent stages were trivial matters in the face of his progress bar system. Once he perfected the primordial unity Qigong, it might grant him an astonishing surprise. Teacher, I choose it, Lin Qiye declared resolutely, his tone imbued with an undeniable determination. Are you certain? Lin Yuechan inquired, noting the conviction in Lin Qiye's gaze, which dispelled her last lingering thoughts of persuasion. She sighed, a mix of regret and inexplicable anticipation swelling within her. Perhaps this eccentric grassroots genius could indeed carve out a unique path with this technique forgotten by time. Very well. She ceased her further comments and began to operate her personal terminal. The primordial unity Qigong is a B-grade technique, requiring 100 credits for exchange. You currently lack the credits for a direct exchange. You may apply through the school's official channels for a project called Ancient Text Research Support, where you can select the primordial unity Qigong. You will need to pay a deposit of 100,000 credit points, and you can submit your insights for the 100 credits within 10 years, after which the deposit will be refunded. The mentor can fill in my name. Thank you, teacher. Lin Qiye responded without hesitation, immediately executing the necessary actions. Once the transfer was successful on the official website, a complete version of the primordial unity Qigong, along with official insights, annotations, and copyright proof, was transmitted to Lin Qiye's personal terminal. Furthermore, a notification informed Lin Qiye that if he were to gain insights from the primordial unity Qigong, he could submit them, and the imperial authorities would reward him with credits and credit points based on the contributions of his insights. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled. He suddenly felt that this ancient text research support project was full of forgotten techniques, potentially a treasure. All right, the technique has been received. Lin Yuechan stored her terminal, her demeanor returning to its initial coolness. This concludes tonight's guidance. I have said all that I need to. You must take care of yourself. Thank you once again for your guidance, Teacher Yuechan. Lin Qiye bowed solemnly, knowing that regardless of her motivations, her guidance that evening had been sincere and earnest. As he left the training room and walked back to his dormitory, Lin Qiye's heart surged with unprecedented excitement. 8 Treasure Technique, Dragon Tiger Technique, Primordial Unity Qigong. 3 techniques, akin to 3 keys, were now firmly in his grasp. He could hardly wait to return to his dormitory and commence his cultivation. Anticipation coursed through him. Upon arriving at his dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by the warm glow of lights and a gentle figure. Baimushi was still awake, sitting on the sofa in the small living room, engrossed in an e-book. However, she appeared somewhat distracted, immediately looking up with concern when she heard the door open. Darling, you're back. How was it? Was that teacher easy to get along with? Yes, I'm back. Lin Qiye sat down beside her and naturally took her cool hand, allowing the turbulent emotions within him to settle in the warmth of home. Teacher Lin is quite nice and offered me a lot of advice. That's good. Baimushi sighed in relief, leaning closer and softly asking, what about the technique? Do you have a direction? Yes. Lin Qiye smiled, retrieving his personal terminal to show her the information about the primordial unity Qigong. I've chosen this technique. Baimushi gazed at the display, noting the B-grade classification, and the official annotations indicating ease of learning but difficulty in mastery, with mediocre power, and unclear potential. Yet, her lovely face revealed no hint of doubt or confusion. She simply looked earnestly into Lin Qiye's eyes. "Darling, your choice must have its reasons." She spoke softly, her tone resolute. "I believe in your decision." Those simple words infused Lin Qiye with strength far beyond any grand declaration. His heart warmed, and he embraced her, resting his chin gently on her forehead. Indeed, after a moment of intimacy, Lin Qiye encouraged, "It's getting late. You should go rest." "All right, but don't stay up too late yourself." Bai Mushi nodded obediently and rose to enter the bedroom. Once the bedroom light was extinguished, Lin Qiye redirected his attention to his personal terminal. Taking a deep breath, he opened the complete technique of the primordial unity Qigong. 3 hours later, Lin Qiye's face lit up with excitement. "Open the system." Host: Lin Qiye. Genetic potential: 103. Physical ability: 103. Mental state: 103. Spiritual energy: 53. Techniques: Level 10 of the 128 set of radio calisthenics, max. Level 5 of the 8 treasure technique, 3100. Primordial unity Qigong entry, unlocked. Partner: Bai Mushi. Affection level: 85. Offspring: 2. In gestation. Primordial unity Qigong. "I've entered." Lin Qiye gazed at the words unlocked with a lingering discomfort. Perhaps a donation tomorrow would remedy this? Chapter 67. Encountering Yin Feilong again, the morning sun poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming into golden rays that filled the room. Bai Mushi rubbed her sleepy eyes, awakened by the magnificent sea of clouds outside. For a brief moment, she was startled, only to remember that she was no longer in a hotel, but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. A new day began at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and immediately spotted Lin Qiye sitting cross-legged in the middle of the living room carpet. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression focused, and his hands formed a peculiar seal in front of him. As an almost imperceptible aura of spiritual energy seemed to slowly converge around him. Is this the new technique he selected, the primordial unity Qigong? Bai Mushi chose not to interrupt, quietly standing by, her gentle gaze resting upon him. Soon, Lin Qiye gradually completed his cultivation, opening his eyes and exhaling a long breath of stale air, which left a faint white mist in the air before dissipating. His expression was clear and bright, radiating vitality. "How is it?" Bai Mushi immediately approached, concern etched on her face. Seeing her, Lin Qiye broke into a radiant smile and stood up. "I've already entered the initial stage." Teacher Lin Yuechan was correct. This primordial unity Qigong is indeed quite easy to get started with. He stretched his limbs, savoring the fresh and pure energy within him. Shaking his head, "This B-grade technique feels no different from calisthenics. Perhaps this is what Teacher Lin meant by being unremarkable. However, after practicing this technique, I feel invigorated. Even after a night without sleep, I feel as if I've had a very restful slumber." Bai Mushi's eyes brightened at his words, her joy evident. "Really? Is it because the spiritual energy here is abundant?" "Perhaps," Lin Qiye nodded, taking her hand and sitting on the sofa. "But the technique's inherent effects must play a significant role. For now, it seems this technique surpasses calisthenics in that it allows for effortless cultivation without the need for sleep for 24 hours. I have yet to discover any other differences." Bai Mushi smiled, saying, "Just the ability to cultivate continuously for 24 hours without rest is impressive in itself." Lin Qiye chuckled, "Indeed. In a couple of days, once I perfect the 8 treasure technique, I will guide you." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi immediately shook her head, speaking earnestly, "Don't waste time on me. You are in a crucial period. Focus on yourself. I can practice slowly and will soon reach the martial artist realm." As she expressed concern for him, Lin Qiye felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. A husband teaching his wife is only natural." Bai Mushi was taken aback by Lin Qiye's tenderness at that moment. An indescribable wave of emotion surged through her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In the next instant, she leapt into Lin Qiye's embrace, holding him tightly and burying her face in his chest, her voice thick with emotion as she whispered, "Husband." Lin Qiye gently caressed her back, his voice soft as he replied, "We are married. What is mine is yours. Your cultivation is, of course, my foremost concern." Bai Mushi lifted her head from his embrace, her tear-brimmed eyes radiating a profound love and gratitude. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning in to kiss him softly. After a long moment, they parted. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, and even her ears flushed with a rosy hue. Unable to meet Lin Qiye's amused gaze, she shyly murmured and darted into the restroom. Once Bai Mushi finished freshening up, the pair tidied themselves briefly before calling Bai Jinfeng. "Father-in-law, We're coming down to have breakfast together. Soon, they met up with a group at the commercial street beneath the dormitory, casually selecting a clean fast food restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Bai Junfeng eagerly inquired about the previous night's tutoring session. Qiye, how did it go? Did that teacher Lin outline a direction for you? All eyes turned to Lin Qiye. He took a sip of soybean milk, set down his cup, and had already prepared his response. He did not completely conceal the truth, but rather skillfully rephrased it. Yes, Teacher Lin is very professional and offered me numerous suggestions, he said calmly. Regarding the 8 treasures technique, the teacher mentioned that its advanced path is the body refinement system, which is powerful yet costly, so she advised against it. However, I believe my comprehension might compensate for some of the resource gap, so I plan to try it myself. Bai Junfeng and Bai Jinyun exchanged glances, their brows knitting slightly. They were aware that the body refinement system was expensive and not something accessible to their social class. Nevertheless, since Lin Qiye expressed a desire to try, they chose to trust him. Lin Qiye continued, additionally, based on my personal needs, I hope to establish the most solid and extensive foundation possible in the early stages. Therefore, the teacher helped me find a technique called the primordial unity technique as my main focus. Moreover, she provided me with 3 alternative A-grade cultivation paths. Upon hearing this, the Bai family members exhaled in relief. It seemed that the expenditure of 10,000 credit points was indeed worthwhile. Not only securing a primary cultivation technique, but also backup options. Bai Muxi, brimming with curiosity, asked, brother-in-law, how is the primordial unity technique? It sounds impressive. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before replying, the most notable feature of this technique is its lack of entry difficulty. What? No entry difficulty? Bai Muxi's brother's eyes lit up, and he excitedly slapped his thigh. That's great. This suits me. When I get into university, I'll also check our school's technique library to see if it has a copyright, and then I'll cultivate this too. His words had barely left his mouth when he received a light, yet firm knock on the back of his head from Bai Jinyun. What nonsense? Bai Jinyun glared at him, scolding. That technique was tailored to fit Qiye's unique circumstances and talents. Can you apply it? What ranking do you have compared to him? Bai Muxi's brother covered his head, looking aggrieved as he muttered. Lin Qiye chuckled, shaking his head as he intervened. Uncle, it's not exactly like that. The functionality of this technique is quite weak, and its power is rather average. It was chosen mainly because of its simplicity and entry, aligning with my need for a rapid foundation. To say it has any remarkable advantages, he paused, speaking with a hint of resignation. Perhaps it grants the ability to go 24 hours without sleep, using cultivation as a substitute for rest. What? The excitement and yearning on Bai Muxi's brother's face instantly froze. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Lin Qiye. 24 hours without sleep? Cultivating all day? What joy is left in life? Seeing his horrified expression, the entire family couldn't help but laugh. Half an hour later, the group finished breakfast and stepped out of the restaurant. The gentle morning light enveloped them, creating a warm ambience. However, this serene moment was swiftly disrupted. A group approached from ahead, each individual exuding an extraordinary aura. Their movements infused with a unique confidence and pride characteristic of the martial elite. Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened as he recognized them. The leading young men and women were, without a doubt, the talented class members he had encountered during the provincial private enrollment examination. At the center of the crowd, like stars gathered around the moon, stood the stern-faced Lei Qianjun and the coolly elegant Su Qingying. Beside them was Yin Failong, who Lin Qiye had once bested, now wearing a dark expression. Qianjun, Qingying, you two are doing great, he remarked. One is in the Galaxy Martial Arts Academy, and the other in the Longting Martial Arts Academy, both top institutions of the Empire. We can only attend the Taurus Martial Arts University, which is still quite decent, right, Yin Failong? At that moment, Yin Failong's gaze fell upon Lin Qiye and his party, his expression darkening further. Who is that? One of his companions followed his gaze, spotting Lin Qiye's group, their faces revealing amused expressions. Yet, Lin Qiye remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Yin Failong's menacing glare as he and the Bai family breezed past them. Bai Junfeng and Bai Jinyun sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Failong, what's wrong? Do you know him? A young man nudged Yin Failong with his elbow, his tone brimming with mischievous delight. Yin Failong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rising anger, and emitted a cold snicker without responding. He understood that no matter what he said at that moment, it would only lead to further humiliation. In front of these so-called classmates, any argument would only highlight his own inadequacies and foolishness. They would relish seeing a confrontation unfold between him and that man. Eager for a spectacle. Strength. In this world, only strength holds true authority. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Just wait, in 3 months. The joint examination of the First Academy District will arrive. I must stand out among the freshmen at Taurus Martial Arts University and become the core student representing Taurus. By then, you, Lin Qiye, will likely be relegated to the audience, gazing up at my brilliance. You won't even have the qualification to step onto the stage. As the two groups brushed past each other, Su Qingying, who had been silently aloof like an iceberg, suddenly spoke in a voice as clear as spring water. Inquiring of Lei Qianjun, that candidate from the Grain District School? Lei Qianjun curled his lips in disdain, merely relying on an unexpected tactic to win a single round. With such a shallow foundation, he won't go far on the martial path. His words dripped with contempt and certainty, as if he had already foreseen Lin Qiye's future. The elite members of the talented class, upon hearing this, regarded Lin Qiye's retreating figure with a mix of amusement that morphed into casual disdain. To them, Lei Qianjuan's judgment was the final verdict. "Husband, are you all right?" After walking a short distance, Bai Mushi tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, concern etched on her face. Lin Qiye turned back and, upon seeing the worried expressions of her and the Bai family, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently squeezed Bai Mushi's hand and casually remarked, "It's nothing, just encountered a defeated opponent." Upon hearing Lin Qiye's nonchalant words, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun quickly recalled the young man's sullen and resentful gaze. Instantly grasping the situation, the student eliminated by Lin Qiye in the examination appeared to be a second-generation heir from a distinguished background, rather than displaying any concern. Bai Jinfeng smiled with satisfaction, patting Lin Qiye's shoulder solemnly. "The path of martial arts is fundamentally about competition. You have done exceptionally well. Do not let them linger in your thoughts. There will be far more to contend with at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, which is a good thing, signifying your ascent." Meanwhile, Bai Mujia, after digesting this information, widened his eyes in astonishment, suddenly slapping his thigh and excitedly giving a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, that's impressive. I just realized that Yin Feilong was the one you eliminated." Before the exam, the genius class was practically singing his praises, claiming he was a sure seed for the top 2. And what happened? He was knocked down by my brother-in-law with a single punch. He huffed, gazing at Lin Qiye with admiration. "What kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the true dragon." Afterward, Bai Mushi accompanied her family to stroll through the bustling city center. They were to board the interstellar train back to Haicheng the following day. So today was their final farewell and exploration. Lin Qiye, however, had his own affairs to attend to. He needed to make another donation. Until he unlocked the primordial Qigong, he felt an unsettling disquiet within. Alone, he followed the navigational map to the Imperial Fertility Management Center, located at the edge of the Scholars' Forest within the First Academy District. However, as soon as Lin Qiye arrived at the entrance of the stately, technologically advanced white building, he was surrounded by a throng of individuals. This group of well-dressed, warmly smiling middle-aged men and women each carried a stack of QR-coded business cards, swiftly thrusting them into Lin Qiye's hands. "Hey there, would you like to know more? Accept a business card, you won't regret it." A middle-aged woman with permed hair squeezed to the front, her face a canvas of wrinkles from her broad smile. "Whether you wish to provide fertility information or need high-quality fertility data, we can match you." Another middle-aged man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, followed closely, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Young man, here to donate fertility data, I presume? With your aura, you must be a student from a top university. Avoid the official channels, long queues, and minimal subsidies. I have private connections that can link you with wealthy families seeking children, and the price will surely satisfy you." "Exactly. We can also conduct a genetic potential beautification assessment, making your data more appealing and increasing the likelihood of a successful match." The young man was bewildered by this unexpected commotion, having been thrust several glittering electronic business cards. Lin Qiye regarded the overly enthusiastic agents with bemusement. Such a spectacle was unheard of at the entrance of the Fertility Management Center in Haicheng. Is this what the capital of the planet looks like? Without hesitation, he discarded the flashy electronic cards into a roadside energy recycling bin. Unsure of the agent's credibility, he sensed potential risks and traps lurking therein. For him, the benefits of official channels were paramount, prioritizing safety, reliability, and expediency. He confidently entered the grand white building, approached the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any delays. Soon, a poised nurse clad in a crisp white coat and black stockings guided him into a highly private room. Moments later, Lin Qiye emerged, feeling remarkably refreshed and at ease. He did not linger outside, and promptly took a hover train back to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. As he stepped through the dormitory entrance, the long-anticipated electronic notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: random unlocking of martial arts cultivation rights. Primordial Qi Gong cultivation rights unlocked. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt a wave of clarity wash over him. It was as if a tightly shut door had burst open, revealing all the cultivation methods of primordial Qi Gong, the routes for transporting vital energy, and the secrets of spiritual energy transformation, all merging seamlessly into his consciousness as if they were innate instincts. He immediately focused his thoughts to check the system panel. Primordial Qi Gong level 1, 0-100. Success. Yet, before he could fully relish this joy, a second notification promptly followed. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: random unlocking of martial arts cultivation rights. No unblocked martial arts. Gained 1 permission point. Then came the third notification. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: random unlocking of martial arts cultivation rights. No unblocked martial arts. Gained 1 permission point. Lin Qiye's face instantly lit up with uncontainable joy. He hadn't anticipated achieving conception 3 times in a row. Could it be that his ascension to a martial artist had significantly enhanced that aspect too? What a bountiful harvest. A tremendous bounty. Not only had he successfully unlocked primordial Qi Gong, but he had also unexpectedly gained 2 precious permission points. System, how can I utilize these permission points? Lin Qiye inquired in his mind. The system's cold, mechanical voice responded with an explanation. Permission points provide the host with additional pathways for martial arts unlocking. 1 permission point can be used to unlock martial arts that the host has self-cultivated to the entry level but have not yet been unlocked by the system. In an instant, Lin Qiye comprehended the power of these permission points. Now, if he could cultivate any 2 martial arts to the entry level, he could use these 2 permission points to unlock them immediately, initiating the progress bar mode. The thought of the D-grade martial art Dragon Tiger technique popped into his mind. What would it be like to fully master the Dragon Tiger technique and then merge it with the perfected 8 treasure technique? However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly shook his head, gathering his scattered thoughts. One cannot be greedy. The immediate priority was to diligently cultivate the recently unlocked primordial Qi Gong. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qiye wasted no time and swiftly returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi and her family were still out shopping, leaving the dormitory empty, providing him with an ideal environment for uninterrupted practice. He sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of distractions. Thus, he began his cultivation. As the cultivation commenced, Lin Qiye could distinctly perceive the pervasive spiritual energy in the surrounding air, gently and continuously being drawn into his body. Through the transformation of the martial art, it morphed into strands of the purest, most attribute-less primordial energy, gradually flowing into his Dantian's Qi Si. The entire process was like a gentle stream, nourishing without sound, devoid of any stiffness or strain. Lin Qiye was astonished to discover that the cultivation efficiency of primordial Qi Gong exceeded all expectations. As the martial art circulated around, the effort was effortless, with barely any consumption, and the progress bar was increasing at a remarkable rate, almost a point gained every 10 minutes. Time passed swiftly as Lin Qiye immersed himself in focused cultivation, losing all awareness of the outside world. After an indeterminate period, when the progress bar finally reached 100,100, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Mixed Yuan Qi technique level increased. Current level, 2,0,200. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt a tremor throughout his body, as if the mixed Yuan Qi within him had been refined, becoming more concentrated and increasing in total volume. His comprehension of this technique leaped from a superficial understanding to a new height, with previously vague details now becoming crystal clear. Ah, so that's how it is. Lin Qiye murmured, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The upgrade brought not merely a quantitative accumulation, but a qualitative leap. Upon opening his eyes, he realized dawn had broken. Outside, the moon was setting as the sun rose. Hearing the commotion outside, Bai Mushi emerged from her room, her expression filled with concern for him. He was utterly unaware of when she had returned. What time is it? Lin Qiye asked, somewhat bewildered, seeing him finally conclude his cultivation. Bai Mushi's face broke into a gentle smile. Darling, I came back yesterday afternoon. I saw you so engrossed in your practice that I didn't dare to disturb you. A warmth surged in Lin Qiye's heart. He stood up, stretching his stiff body, and pulled her into an embrace, apologetically asking, have you eaten? Bai Mushi nuzzled against him, tilting her head back with a crescent-shaped smile, replying, "The food is warming up, waiting for you." During their meal, Lin Qiye noticed a notification from the official channel of the Galactic Martial Arts University on his terminal. Notification to all new students. In order to comprehensively assess the strength levels of this year's new students before their enrollment, our school has decided to hold a comprehensive entrance examination on October 1st, the first day of classes. The specific rules for this examination will be announced 3 days prior to the test. Please note, the results of this examination will not directly affect the monthly cultivation resources, dormitory allocations, or other benefits. However, in order to motivate students to strive for excellence, the school has established the following rewards. 1. The top 1,000 overall rankings will receive a one-time reward of 100 credits. 2. The top 100 overall rankings, in addition to the credit reward, will also receive an opportunity to select a technique from the A-class technique repository. The copyright fee must be borne by the student. 3. The top 10 overall rankings will receive, in addition to the aforementioned rewards, an elixir for body refinement provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. We hope all students will take this seriously, prepare diligently, and showcase the best spirit of the new students of the Galactic Martial Arts University. Galactic Martial Arts University Academic Affairs Office, Imperial Year 40918, September 5th. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled upon reading this notification. An entrance examination? Although the results wouldn't affect existing benefits, the rewards were quite substantial. 100 credits, qualification to select from the A-class technique repository, and the body refinement elixir. Such temptations were immense for any newcomer. With over 20 days remaining until October 1st, it was ample time for him to elevate his strength further. 5 days later, within his dormitory, Lin Qiye sat cross-legged, eyes closed. After 5 days of relentless practice, the progress of his mixed Yuan Qi technique surged forward at an astonishing pace. The system panel clearly displayed Mixed Yuan Qi Technique, Level 4, 0400. As the level of the technique rose, his control over the pure energy within him increased daily. Just moments ago, when the technique broke through to Level 4, a myriad of spiritual lights exploded in his mind. A thought, seemingly out of nowhere, emerged. He slowly extended his right index finger, and with a focused thought, guided a minuscule strand of mixed Yuan Qi to his fingertip. In the next instant, a small, orange-red flame ignited at his fingertip, dancing lightly and emitting a faint glow and warmth. Gazing at this tiny flame, a brilliant smile finally lit up Lin Qiye's face. He recalled the admonition from 5 days prior by Lin Yuechan. Second, there is understanding. After cultivating the mixed Yuan Qi to an exceptionally profound level, one must comprehend the essence of the world and imbue this pure energy with an attribute uniquely one's own. Fire, thunder, space, life. Conceptually, it could embody any attribute. Yet this step is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Countless practitioners of the mixed Yuan Qi technique remain stuck at this juncture throughout their lives, ultimately fading into mediocrity. Hence, it is deemed difficult to master. More challenging than ascending to the heavens? Remaining stuck at this step for a lifetime? Lin Qiye gazed down at the jubilant flame at his fingertip, his expression one of intrigue. If Lin Yuechan knew that I had surmounted the so-called mastery bottleneck within just 5 days, at level 4 of the technique, I wonder what her reaction would be? Lin Qiye mused with a hint of mischief in his heart. With a thought, the flame at his fingertip extinguished silently, leaving no trace. After the flame disappeared, Lin Qiye eagerly opened the system panel to review the changes over the past 5 days. As he beheld the data on the panel, he was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting disbelief and astonishment. Host: Lin Qiye. Genetic potential: 121. Physical capability: 115. Mentality: 115. Spiritual energy: 101. Techniques: Set 128 of Radio Calisthenics Level 10 Max. 8 Treasures Skill Level 5, 5100. Mixed Yuan Qi Technique Level 4, 0400. Partner, by Mushi, Affinity 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. Authority points, 2, upon reaching Level 4 in Mixed Yuan Qi Technique. Not only had his genetic potential surged by more than 1, but he was also astounded to find that his spiritual energy attribute had broken through the 100-point barrier from an initial 50-something points. Did this correspond to my ability to wield fire just now? Lin Qiye's mind was a tempest of emotions. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of various theoretical aspects of cultivation, yet the startling increase in values on the system panel vividly illustrated the extraordinary transformation occurring within him. Just as Lin Yuechan had stated, while entry into the mixed Yuan Qi technique is straightforward, mastery is immensely challenging. This challenge represents an insurmountable chasm for countless warriors throughout their lives. However, for Lin Qiye, who possessed the system, this substantial drawback became his unparalleled advantage. In merely 5 days, the breakthrough of mixed Yuan Qi technique to level 4 had bestowed upon him an immense surprise. He could scarcely imagine the spectacle that awaited should he continue to elevate this technique. Clearly, 8 Treasures skill and Dragon Tiger skill would have to be relegated to the back burner. For now, his primary focus must be on mixed Yuan Qi technique. Lin Qiye resolved decisively. At that moment, he was eager to test his current capabilities. Thus, he accessed the school's public facility reservation system, intending to validate his newfound prowess in the training hall. However, upon opening the public training hall reservation page, he discovered that the schedule displayed was almost entirely marked in red, signifying full reservations. The nearest available slots stretched a full week ahead, with the few remaining openings precariously dwindling. How sought after! Lin Qiye, feeling the urgency of the moment, swiftly secured an appointment for a training session on the afternoon of the 7th day. Once he had booked the training hall, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. Would there be a practical combat segment in the upcoming entrance examination? The answer was likely affirmative. Although he had acquired a powerful technique and his spiritual energy was rapidly increasing, his fingers could even emit flames. He lacked any substantial offensive martial skills. This was a significant disadvantage in real combat. Reflecting on the previous admission test, he realized he had spent most of the time on the defensive, possessing strength but struggling to convert it into a winning advantage. With this in mind, Lin Qiye hesitated no longer and opened his terminal to send a message to Lin Yuechan. He earnestly inquired whether she could recommend some martial techniques suitable for him. He was even willing to pay for the consultation, as this was an expense he deemed necessary. An hour later, Lin Yuechan responded, "I was in class earlier. Regarding martial techniques, you have the option of online or offline sessions. For online, you can directly pay through the link I provide to purchase my introductory video course on the 12 most mainstream foundational martial techniques of the Empire. After mastering the basics, you can choose a school and continue learning its foundational skill combinations. This introductory set should suffice for your needs over the next 6 months." She continued, "For offline one-on-one tutoring, I will analyze your combat style and tailor a martial technique combination that suits you best, providing initial explanations. The price is still 10,000 credit points per hour. The first session can likely be completed within an hour. It's up to you to decide." Upon reading these messages, Lin Qiye felt little hesitation. He promptly replied, "Teacher Lin, when are you available?" While the online course was economical, it lacked the personalized approach that he desperately needed. What he required most at this moment was a professional mentor to guide him. Selecting the most suitable technique was of paramount importance. Moreover, the last offline class with Lin Yuechan had already proven immensely beneficial, particularly with the mixed Yuan Qi Gong technique. He even pondered whether he could request another martial skill akin to mixed Yuan Qi Gong, easy to learn but difficult to master, with a high ceiling for potential. Chapter 71. Encountering the second generation of Tiantai soon, Lin Yuechan replied, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "My regular classes are fully booked for the next month. However, if you don't mind, I can free up an hour for you the day after tomorrow, between midnight and 1 a.m. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, silently marveling at how popular Teacher Lin was. He quickly responded, "No problem. I will be there punctually at midnight." With the arrangements settled, Lin Qiye felt a sudden emptiness in his stomach, a strong wave of hunger washing over him. He stood up and called out to Bai Mushi, who was engrossed in her reading, cheerfully saying, "Darling, let us eat." Bai Mushi smiled sweetly. "Dinner has long been prepared. I'll bring it out now." She led Lin Qiye to the dining table and then turned to the kitchen. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, intensifying Lin Qiye's appetite. Bai Mushi emerged, struggling to carry a massive alloy tray. On it lay half a roasted whole cow, glistening with juices, its golden, crispy skin exuding an irresistible fragrance. "Dig in, today's feast is all you can eat," Bai Mushi declared as she placed the enormous tray on the table. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since he had begun practicing mixed Yuan Qi Gong, his body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, with his hunger for energy and food soaring. Without hesitation, he seized his knife and fork, indulging in the feast with fervor. He devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, while Bai Mushi sat across from him, her chin resting on her hand, gazing at him with tenderness, occasionally serving him rice, handing him napkins and drinks, her eyes radiating happiness and contentment. Before long, the once bountiful half-cow was reduced to a mere skeletal frame. Bai Mushi stared at the clean bones, momentarily taken aback before asking with concern, "Darling, are you full?" Lin Qiye rubbed his belly, feeling a bit shy, and honestly replied, I still feel a tad hungry. Bai Mushi couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Qiye's childlike demeanor, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. You're amazing, there's more. She turned and headed back to the kitchen, reappearing with another identical massive tray, bearing the other half of the equally succulent roasted cow. Lin Qiye's eyes widened again, warmth flooding his heart as he realized his wife had anticipated his appetite and prepared accordingly. This meal was a true delight. As he savored the last rib, Lin Qiye, now satisfied, patted his slightly rounded belly and sighed contentedly. I'm full. Thank you, my love. He gazed at Bai Mushi, gratitude and affection shining in his eyes. Bai Mushi beamed, though inwardly, she calculated her next move. Thankfully, Lin Qiye had mentioned yesterday that he didn't feel full when dining out, prompting her to buy an entire cow at the market today. However, she hadn't anticipated he would finish it all in one meal. It seemed she would need to make another trip to the market shortly. Raising a husband who was a swiftly growing, insatiable warrior was indeed a sweet, yet formidable task. Hand in hand, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi strolled to the bustling marketplace on the school South Commercial Street, vibrant with life and abundant in ingredients. To their surprise, as they entered the market, they encountered a group of people. Lin Qiye immediately recognized two of them, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had shone brightly during the entrance examination. In the second phase, this male-female duo had led the students of Tiantai No. 1 High School to completely dominate the genius class of Haiqing No. 1 High School, demonstrating true talent. Even Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had to yield to them. Beside them stood another pair of young individuals who appeared somewhat familiar, likely classmates as well. It seemed they had all successfully gained admission to the Galaxy Martial Arts University and would be classmates in the same cohort. Lin Qiye merely cast a casual glance before retracting his gaze. He was not from Tiantai City, had no acquaintance with these so-called second-generation martial artists, and had no interest in ingratiating himself with them, so he paid them no mind. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong sensed Lin Qiye's gaze. They curiously glanced towards him and Bai Mushi, but their eyes revealed little interest as they quickly returned their focus elsewhere. That guy seems familiar. Lu Jinlong's tall companion mused, furrowing his brow. The long-haired girl beside him contemplated and speculated. I think I might have seen him during the admission exam, but I can't recall where exactly. He seems vaguely familiar. The tall boy chuckled, adopting a tone laced with superiority. Qiye, if you don't even remember him, it indicates that his profile holds no analytical value whatsoever. There's a 99% chance he's just a dark horse from some 4th or 5th tier city. Lucky to have made it this far. Qiye nodded in agreement. Yes, then there's no need to pay him any mind. It's baffling why the school's admission policy allows such dark horses to take up precious spots every year. What is the outcome? They reveal their true nature within a couple of years. Not for the sake of resources, nor for the sake of selling oneself or one's blood, but rather, unable to withstand the pressure leading to mental breakdowns. There are always one or two who jump from buildings each year. As they spoke, they happened to see Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi selecting fresh mutated whole beef at a stall, their faces betraying a deeper mockery. Still indulging in such primitive food. How utterly backward. The boy beside Qiye chuckled, his genetic potential barely exceeding 10, still in the phase where energy could be supplemented through food. Qin Xiaoxiao, who had been mostly silent, glanced once more at Lin Qiye's departing figure, but quickly regained her composure. The tall, slender boy concurred. Qiye is right. Once genetic potential surpasses 11, the body's energy demands escalate exponentially. Relying solely on food for energy becomes inefficient and cannot keep pace with consumption. At that point, one must resort to high-concentration nutrient solutions to sustain oneself. But coming from a lower background, how long can one afford such nutrient consumption? In their eyes, Lin Qiye's future was clear. He was destined to be ruthlessly eliminated in this institution, which gathered the elite of the entire star system. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter at the tutoring class. Lin Qiye was unaware of the assessment made by the privileged students from Tiantai No. 1 High School behind him. His attention was solely focused on the joy of selecting ingredients alongside Bai Mushi. They ultimately chose a whole mutated cow that appeared to have the most succulent and tender meat, weighing several hundred pounds, paid for it, and prepared to drag it home. Just then, the middle-aged owner, who seemed honest and simple, wiped the grease from his hands and initiated a conversation. Young man, the owner said, looking at Lin Qiye with the tone of someone who had been through it all, I can tell by your appetite that you are at a critical stage of cultivation. However, I must advise you, relying solely on food for energy is still too inefficient. Soon you will find it cannot keep up with your consumption. When that time comes, You will have to switch to high-concentration nutrient solutions to maintain your energy. Saying this, he produced an electronic business card from beneath the counter and handed it over. I have channels to acquire high-concentration nutrient solutions, guaranteed to be affordable and of great quantity, fair to all. Would you like to give it a try? My regular customers have all praised it. Lin Qiye accepted the card and smiled, shaking his head. Thank you, but not for now. I'll contact you when I need it. All right, the owner nodded, not insisting, but appearing even more enthusiastic. He turned and retrieved a small vial, no larger than a thumb, containing a light blue liquid from the nearby refrigerator and placed it in Lin Qiye's hand. Since we met, I have a 10 milliliters trial size for you. Take it home and give it a try. The owner explained with a smile, though it looks small. This tiny vial has an absorption rate equivalent to consuming 10 pounds of beef. If it proves effective, come back to find me. Having sold meat here for 40 years. The owner had transformed from a youthful dreamer of martial arts into a middle-aged man inheriting the family business of butchering. He had met more students here than Lin Qiye had consumed beef. Observing the demeanor and attire of this young couple, he recognized them as likely coming from a background without much support. Such students had probably seldom used quality nutrient solutions and were still relying on food for sustenance. But as long as they wished to continue on the path of martial arts, they would soon encounter the bottleneck of energy supplementation through food. Establishing a positive connection now by offering samples might lead to a long-term business relationship in the future. Lin Qiye, sensing the owner's goodwill as he held the trial vial, expressed his gratitude once more and, with Bai Mushi, left, dragging the enormous whole cow behind them, utterly satisfied. 2 days later, at noon, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for Lin Qiye's steady, deep breathing. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flung open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Ding! Mixed Yuan Qi Gong level up. Current level, level 5, 0500. Genetic potential, 1. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, as if expelling all the impurities within. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Qiye, genetic potential, 131. Physical ability, 122. Mental state, 122. Spiritual energy, 111. Cultivation techniques, 128. Set of radio gymnastics level 10 max. 8. Treasure Gong level 5, 5100. Mixed Yuan Qi Gong level 5, 0500. Partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. Permission points, 2. His genetic potential had risen by a whole point. Now it stood at 131. The data on the system panel exhibited significant enhancements. It felt as if he were on a rocket. Lin Qiye focused his thoughts, and a cluster of orange-red flames ignited at his fingertips once more. On the surface, the size and color of the flames appeared unchanged. Yet, Lin Qiye could distinctly feel that their temperature had increased by 2 or 3 degrees. As he retracted the flames, a fierce hunger gnawed at him. Just as Lin Qiye sat at the dining table, Bai Mushi emerged from the kitchen, bearing an enormous tray. Here it comes. This time, the tray held an entire roasted lamb, perfectly cooked and exuding an irresistible aroma. Since yesterday, in an effort to change things up for her husband, Bai Mushi had switched the menu from whole beef to whole lamb. Soon, under Bai Mushi's adoring and satisfied gaze, Lin Qiye devoured the entire roasted lamb with remarkable speed. Content, he patted his belly, stood up, and took Bai Mushi's hand. Let's go, my dear, it's time to buy groceries. The couple returned to the bustling market of the school's commercial street. Along the way, Bai Mushi gently inquired, Darling, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and replied, Let's buy a whole cow. I feel the energy from beef is more substantial. Bai Mushi nodded in agreement, and they made their way back to the familiar beef shop. On their way, Bai Mushi couldn't help but voice her concerns upon seeing Lin Qiye's vibrant demeanor. Darling, can energy really be sufficiently replenished through food alone? Shouldn't we buy some nutrient solutions instead? I read online that once genetic potential exceeds 10, one must start using nutrient solutions, or it could affect the cultivation progress. Lin Qiye shook his head, tightening his grip on her hand, reassuringly saying, Not for now. My dear, I feel I am absorbing adequately. He paused and added, I'm not sure why, but it seems I am somewhat different from others. After finishing a whole lamb or cow, I feel warm and restored, without any discomfort. Hearing this, Bai Mushi could only sigh softly, replying, All right. But please take care of your health. If anything feels off, you must tell me. In truth, Lin Qiye was not lying. He himself could not quite understand the situation. Was it the unique effect of the new technique, mixed Yuan Qi Gong? Or was it the perfected radio gymnastics subtly transforming his body? Most likely, it was one of those two techniques. Or perhaps his constitution was inherently exceptional. Lin Qiye shook his head, dismissing these perplexities. He adhered to his principle of not overthinking matters that eluded his understanding to avoid unnecessary worry. Before long, they arrived at the familiar beef shop once more. "Boss, we're back." Upon seeing Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi, the owner greeted them with warmth. When he observed Lin Qiye selecting yet another massive whole cow without hesitation, curiosity finally got the better of him. As he wrapped the order, he asked, "May I pry, with all these consecutive days of feasting on whole cows and lambs, can your stomach truly keep up? I have encountered numerous novice warriors, yet few indulge as you do. I reckon that within 3 days, you would find yourself in a hospital's gastroenterology department, utterly unable to withstand such excess." Lin Qiye patted his own belly, revealing a bright smile as he cheerfully replied, "I feel quite well, my digestion is impeccable." With that, he settled the bill and effortlessly hoisted the hefty, several hundred-pound whole cow, striding away with a lightness that suggested he was merely carrying a bag of cotton. The proprietor, observing Lin Qiye's departing figure, instinctively rubbed his smooth head, murmuring in perplexity, "How curious! What peculiar method has he cultivated to fortify his digestion? To save a trifling sum on nutritional supplements by practicing such an esoteric technique seems rather counterproductive." His limited understanding left him baffled by the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Lin Qiye. Upon returning home, Lin Qiye diligently resumed his training, pushing the progress of the Hunyuan Yikigong forward more than 100 times before reluctantly pausing. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 11:30. The appointed hour with Lin Yuechan was midnight. It was time to depart. He donned the combat uniform issued at enrollment and exchanged pleasantries with Bai Mushi before making his way alone to teaching building number 10 in the heart of the school. The campus at this late hour was not as quiet as one might expect. Along the paths, he observed numerous students clad in various combat uniforms, bustling about with focused expressions, some just emerging from the training hall, glistening with sweat and fatigue, others hurrying towards a classroom, their eyes shimmering with a yearning for power. At this hour, it seemed that all those wandering the campus were fellow newcomers like himself. Lin Qiye couldn't help but marvel at the rich atmosphere of cultivation here. Arriving once more at the familiar door of room 2202, Lin Qiye gently knocked. "Come in," came the crisp, cool voice. He pushed the door open, only to discover that in addition to Lin Yuechan, there was another individual present. A tall girl stood with her back to the door, her short hair exuding a refreshing vigor, clad in a fitted dark red combat uniform that accentuated her youthful curves. She was consulting Lin Yuechan when she turned around at the sound of the door. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted slightly. What a surprise! It was Qin Xiaoxiao, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Chapter 73, Foundation of Martial Arts. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, a trace of surprise flickered across Qin Xiaoxiao's delicate features. "Do you know each other?" Lin Yuechan inquired with keen interest, her curiosity piqued. To her, Qin Xiaoxiao was one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Qin family in Haiqing, coming from a prestigious lineage with extraordinary talent. Could it be that Lin Qiye possessed some unknown special background? However, Qin Xiaoxiao merely cast Lin Qiye a fleeting glance before returning her focus to Lin Yuechan, shaking her head calmly as she stated, "I do not know him." Subsequently, she inclined her body slightly and courteously expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance this evening. I shall take my leave." Without uttering another word, she turned and exited the training room. As she brushed past Lin Qiye, a faint fragrance wafted by. Yet her gaze did not linger, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. Lin Qiye shrugged off the encounter, unfazed. Once the door to the training room had closed, Lin Yuechan's piercing gaze returned to Lin Qiye, as if she were attempting to see through him entirely. "Indeed, impressive," she remarked, appraising him from head to toe. "In just a few days, your progress is remarkable. It appears you have taken my advice and begun practicing Liang Qigong, yes?" Lin Qiye felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated her misunderstanding. However, noticing his silence, Lin Yuechan assumed he was affirming her assumption, and her satisfaction deepened. "Excellent. Your aptitude exceeds my expectations. It seems this technique suits you well. Therefore, after the semester begins, you may select my course as an elective." At the Galaxy Martial Arts University, choosing a teacher's main course was tantamount to becoming a named disciple under their tutelage. Considering your current situation, your genetic potential must be around 12 or 13, correct? As a 10-star extraordinary warrior, her sensitivity was acute, allowing her to perceive the nascent, albeit faintly, pure elemental fire energy within Lin Qiye. This reinforced her conviction regarding her assessment. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand," Lin Yuechan interjected. "The complementary martial techniques for Liang Qigong are numerous. Please demonstrate the technique for me." so I may gauge your current mastery of spiritual energy and select the most suitable martial skills for you. Lin Qiye felt a shiver of dread at her directive. This misunderstanding was quite significant. He steeled himself and began to explain, Teacher Yuechan, the technique I am practicing is Huan Yuan Yikigong. Excuse me? Lin Yuechan arched an eyebrow, her smile abruptly freezing as she regarded him in astonishment. You mean to say you are practicing Huan Yuan Yikigong? That cannot be. Have you already comprehended the elemental fire energy within you? Lin Qiye nodded, though he felt apprehensive. In that moment, Lin Yuechan gazed at him as if he were a marvel. What kind of understanding was this? Within a mere week, he had reached such a level of insight with Huan Yuan Yikigong. Could it truly be that he possessed a rare physique perfectly attuned to Huan Yuan Yikigong? At present, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Please demonstrate it for me, Lin Yuechan urged, her voice quivering slightly, unbeknownst to her. Lin Qiye complied, positioning himself at the center of the training area as he gradually executed the fourth-level Huan Yuan Yikigong. He purposefully moderated his demonstration to prevent overwhelming Lin Yuechan. Yet, as he practiced, her eyes widened in amazement, her exclamations of astonishment becoming increasingly frequent. The fluidity of his movements, the impeccable flow of spiritual energy. When Lin Qiye concluded his performance and stood still, Lin Yuechan regarded him with an expression of profound complexity. Truly a prodigy, Lin Yuechan murmured to herself, but soon, the astonishment in her gaze was supplanted by a more intricate and cautious scrutiny. Indeed, Lin Qiye was a martial arts genius. However, within the Galaxy Martial Arts University, a hub for the elite of the entire star system, martial geniuses were not an uncommon sight. In the pioneering era of 300 to 400 years ago, comprehension was the most crucial factor determining a warrior's potential. Yet now, in the 0755 star system, martial arts had long since entered an industrialized age. As the saying goes, when understanding is insufficient, resources must suffice. While comprehension is undoubtedly vital to one's martial journey, especially during the warrior phase, the significance of resources could even surpass that of understanding. Moreover, geniuses often come with a variety of flaws. Lin Qiye at present exhibited an almost obsessive tendency to choose techniques with simple entry requirements. To her, this was nearly tantamount to a manifestation of weak martial will. Such individuals might surge ahead in the early stages thanks to their talent. But when faced with bottlenecks that require steadfast resolve to overcome, such as the critical martial intent stage, they could easily find themselves ensnared in overwhelming difficulties, perhaps even becoming dispirited. Since Lin Qiye had chosen the path of Huan Yuan Yikigong and exhibited such astounding adaptability, she felt she had no grounds to offer further admonition. The current generation of youth increasingly possesses their own opinions, unlike the past, when they obediently followed the arrangements of their families and teachers. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuechan restrained her excess emotions and ceased to dwell on the matter of martial arts techniques. She composed herself and steered the conversation back on track. All right, let us discuss martial skills. Do you have any foundational knowledge in martial arts? Lin Qiye shook his head earnestly. No, I have only practiced broadcasting exercises innate treasure skill and have not learned any offensive martial techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan could only shake her head in resignation and sighed. Is it true that modern high schools teach nothing at all? With you being such a blank slate, it is fortunate that I can avoid correcting bad habits. She steadied herself, her expression turning serious as she began to explain the fundamentals of martial arts to Lin Qiye. Martial skills are the gateways to harnessing one's own strength. Countless martial techniques may appear varied, yet their essence is rooted in fundamental power generation techniques. Weapons such as swords, spears, staffs, and clubs may seem diverse, but they all adhere to the same principles. A weapon is merely an extension of your arm, a sharpening of your fist. When one masters the principles of striking, techniques such as slashing, stabbing, and hooking become mere variations of a punch. When one's footwork is refined, actions such as leaping, shifting, dodging, and turning enable the wielding of weapons with precision and power. Thus, the foundation of all martial skills must commence with the study of fist techniques and footwork. The fist is an extension of attack, while the foot is the foundation of strength. Without a stable foundation, everything is but a castle in the air. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yuechan's form shifted. With a seemingly casual step on the ground, she floated several meters away like a weightless leaf, her footwork light, yet imbued with hidden intricacies. Immediately, she bent her waist and delivered a straight punch. There were no earth-shattering sounds or dazzling effects. This simple punch, in its execution, emanated an indescribable sense of rhythm. It was as if each movement had been honed through countless trials, perfectly mobilizing her entire strength. The combination of her fist technique and footwork flowed seamlessly, a harmonious unity. When she concluded her punch and stood firm, an invisible sharpness gradually dissipated. Did you observe clearly? This is the basic fist technique and basic footwork, Lin Qiye addressed Lin Qiye slowly. This is the universal foundational martial skill issued by the Empire, the very roots of all martial arts. Do not underestimate their simplicity. They are far more significant than the broadcasting exercises you practiced. Aside from a few ancient families that have secret martial techniques from childhood, 99 of the Empire's martial artists first master these two foundational skills before selecting subsequent martial art styles based on their personal traits. She continued, I will demonstrate once more. Pay close attention. Afterward, you can try it yourself. With your aptitude, you may quickly grasp the basics. Experiencing it firsthand is certainly tenfold superior to virtual reality and 1,000-fold better than watching digital videos. Lin Qiye mused internally, Teacher Yuechan, you think too highly of me. An hour swiftly passed, and Lin Yuechan observed Lin Qiye's clumsy demonstration, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. She had not expected his performance to rank among the poorest she had encountered among her many students. This was entirely different from her expectations. His movements were stiff, his footwork chaotic, his punches lacking power, and he could not even execute the most basic principles of force generation. In 1 hour, one would expect at least to grasp the form of the basic fist technique and footwork, yet Lin Qiye's performance was unexpectedly subpar. Lin Yuechan shook her head, a hint of disappointment evident on her face. It seems your talent for martial skills is quite lacking, extremely lacking, in fact. You may want to seriously consider whether you should become a theoretical martial arts scholar. Perhaps that path suits you better. Lin Yuechan did not hold back, nor did she spare him any feelings. To her, it was better to speak firmly now than to let him stray down the wrong path and waste his potential. Lin Qiye scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he asked, Is it that serious? Serious? Lin Yuechan's tone grew even more severe. Let me put it this way. The girl you just saw was learning the A-class martial technique Crimson Snakeblade technique from me. Within the first hour, she had already formed the basic structure of the technique. Though still immature, the framework is established. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Qiye as she continued her critique unabashedly. And you, who have only learned the most basic fist and foot techniques, cannot even stand steadily after an hour. You cannot even generate force correctly. What do you think? Lin Qiye could only shake his head in resignation, refraining from rebutting her. In Lin Yuechan's eyes, his demeanor signified acceptance of his own inadequacies, and her disappointment deepened. However, Lin Qiye privately thought, all right, I admit, I might just be a little slower in grasping the basics. Poor talent. Just wait until I return and activate these two foundational techniques in the system. Then you will see how swiftly I can progress. Seeing Lin Qiye's unperturbed demeanor, Lin Yuechan felt a bit of her frustration dissipate. She shook her head, realizing that further discussion would be futile. Very well. The path of martial arts also depends on fate. One cannot force it. She calmed her emotions and stated in a businesslike tone, the techniques I demonstrated today will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, a personalized VR instructional video will be generated for you. You can download it for a fee and use it to learn based on my movements. This immersive teaching method will undoubtedly yield far better results than watching outdated digital videos. She paused, her tone tinged with pride before turning serious again. Of course, my demonstration also contained my own martial will. You can review the VR video repeatedly. It may aid your comprehension of fist and foot intentions. However, my martial intent pales in comparison to that of the martial god Lin Qiye. It is but a firefly beside the bright moon. Ultimately, the choice of how to learn is yours to make. Martial god Lin Qiye. What does that mean? Lin Qiye's face displayed confusion upon hearing this. Lin Yuechan paused momentarily, noticing his bewildered yet curious expression, and suddenly realized that she had unconsciously treated him as one of those aristocratic offspring. She quickly explained, the official instructional videos for basic fist technique and basic footwork originate from the Taurus Prime Star and were personally recorded by martial god Lin Qiye, one of the first pioneers of Taurus. This is common knowledge among most martial arts families. The first pioneers of Taurus, martial god Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, a tempest of emotions surging within him. The pioneers of Taurus. They were not on the same level as those of the 0755 star system. If the pioneers of the 0755 star system established a solid domain on Taurus Prime Star and then conquered the surrounding star regions with advanced starships and mature techniques, they were brave frontier explorers. Conversely, The first pioneers of Taurus forged a bloody path for the Empire in the face of the completely unknown Taurus star region, using only their raw human bodies and rudimentary ships, laying the foundational groundwork for the Empire on Taurus. They were the true legends, etched at the pinnacle of Taurus's historical monuments. And the martial god was the epitome of legends. One could say that it was the first pioneers who paved the way for the later explorers of various star systems, such as the 0755 star system. Lin Qiye gazed at the uncontainable awe and longing in Lin Qiye's eyes and continued, "That is merely a digital video recorded using the most ancient techniques. The imagery is coarse, far from the immersive experience offered by today's popular VR holographic tutorials. For the average person, VR may be preferable. However, for a genius like you, possessing a profound understanding of martial arts, observing the original version from the authorities may provide a rare opportunity to sense the boundless martial will of the martial god." Her voice unconsciously took on a tone of reverence. Martial god Lin Qiye demonstrated his techniques in the video, embodying his godlike martial will. Even in the oldest of recordings, that will does not completely dissipate. If you can grasp even a thread of it, it will yield immeasurable benefits for your future martial journey. Presently, the top student at our Galactic Martial Arts University has integrated a fragment of the martial god's will into their own, rendering them invincible among their peers. After delivering this discourse, Lin Qiye observed Lin Qiye's expression of confusion and could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. What was she doing? Given his earlier clumsy and uncoordinated movements, he could not even master the most basic forms, let alone comprehend the elusive and insurmountable martial will. Offering him hope might only lead him to aim too high and fall harder. Chapter 75. Basic Fist Techniques, Skill Points. Of course, Lin Qiye shifted her tone, her gaze returning to Lin Qiye. The set of punches I just demonstrated also embodies my martial intent. Compared to martial god Lin Qiye, it's akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, insignificant in comparison. Yet, precisely because of this, my martial intent is more accessible for a beginner like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called courses that promise to teach basic fist techniques in a day or explosive punches in 3 days, they are nothing but noise and deception. Utterly useless, merely bait to attract clicks and enrollment. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Lin Qiye felt a twinge of compassion and kindly advised, "I personally suggest you start with my VR teaching videos. They are far more suitable for your current stage." "All right, thank you, teacher," Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. As he exited the training room, the cool night breeze against his face helped clear his muddled thoughts. Standing in the corridor, he reflected on the hour he had just spent, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had spent 10,000 credit points, seemingly learning nothing of value. Had he known that only the basic fist and step techniques were being taught, he would not have wasted his money. However, as Lin Qiye reconsidered, his frustration dissipated. Were it not for Lin Qiye's words, he would have remained ignorant of so much information. Information, after all, is the most valuable asset. From this perspective, spending those 10,000 credit points was far from a loss. Upon returning to his dormitory on the 298th floor, the warm light dispelled the chill of the night. Baimushi was still awake, sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing Lin Qiye return, she hurried over with concern. "Darling, how did it go? Have you chosen your martial skills?" Lin Qiye changed his shoes and sat beside her, recounting the evening's lessons in detail. When Baimushi heard that Lin Qiye had taught only basic fist and step techniques, surprise flickered across her delicate features. "So, even the Galactic Martial Arts University operates this way? I initially thought only the third-rate martial arts university I got into would require students to master the basic techniques before selecting advanced martial skills based on individual circumstances. I did not expect that even a martial arts sanctuary like the Galactic Martial Arts University follows the same path." Lin Qiye nodded and further shared the insights regarding martial god Lin Qiye and martial will. However, upon hearing this, Baimushi gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting understanding. "Our teacher never mentioned this to us. The materials we use are all VR teaching videos recorded by our instructor. It's likely that our teacher believes, given our level of understanding, mentioning it would be futile. Or perhaps, our teacher has not comprehended that martial will at all." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the dormitory's living room, Lin Qiye repeatedly replayed Lin Qiye's VR teaching videos. Every movement, every detail of exertion was dissected, analyzed, and mimicked. During these 5 days, he scarcely slept, dedicating all his energy to mastering these 2 fundamental martial techniques. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and moved his body. No longer stiff and clumsy, his footwork, though still unrefined, displayed a hint of rhythm. His punches, though still lacking in strength, began to convey a sense of power. As he stumbled through the complete set of basic fist and step techniques, he focused his mind and turned to his system panel. Martial techniques, basic fist techniques, locked, basic step techniques, locked. He had made his entry. An uncontrollable joy illuminated his face. Finally, Lin Qiye exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, this mental relaxation brought forth the fatigue accumulated over 5 days, crashing over him like a tidal wave. He felt a heaviness in his head, as if it were stuffed with tangled threads, both burdensome and drowsy. He instinctively activated the Hunyuan Ichigong. A stream of pure energy circulated within him, slightly dispelling his physical fatigue, yet the drowsiness rooted in his mind showed no signs of receding. I can't go on, he thought, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. He staggered toward his bedroom, nearly collapsing onto the bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, even emitting soft snores. Bai Mushi quietly emerged, gazing at his sleeping face, her eyes filled with tenderness. She gently draped a light blanket over Lin Qiye and sat at the edge of the bed, softly caressing her still flat belly, whispering, "Daddy is working so hard, setting a good example for our baby." Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Qiye slowly awakened to the bright light of day outside the window. He sprang out of bed without hesitation, his first instinct to calm his mind and open the system panel. Martial techniques, basic fist techniques, locked. Basic step techniques, locked. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. System, use permission points to unlock basic fist techniques and basic step techniques. Beep. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic fist techniques, unlocked. Beep. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic step techniques, unlocked. As the system's notifications resonated in his mind, Lin Qiye felt a thunderous sound echo within him, as if 2 tightly shut doors had been flung open in an instant. All the techniques of exertion, variations of footwork, and the essence of the moves coalesced in an instant, imprinted in his mind as if they were innate instincts. Basic fist techniques, level 1, 0-10. Basic step techniques, level 1, 0-10. Gazing at the clear progress bar on the system panel, a wave of exhilaration surged within Lin Qiye. It was indeed just as he had hoped, just like the initial calisthenics. As the most fundamental martial techniques, ascending from level 1 to level 2 required merely 10 points of progress. Level 10 signifies the pinnacle, the ultimate completion. Chapter 76, Made? Having only just embarked on this journey, attempting to comprehend any martial will now would likely yield no results, just as before. It would be wiser to focus on leveling up the basic martial skills first. 5 days ago, when Lin Qiye began practicing basic fist techniques, he first observed that ancient video of the martial god. However, after 2 days, he found himself dizzy from staring at the blurred numerical video, completely devoid of any comprehension. He felt as though if he continued to gaze at that indistinct digital display, he might not even know when he would grasp the fundamentals. Perhaps it would take a month, 2 months. Time was a luxury he could not afford. Under such circumstances, he decisively shifted his focus to the VR instructional videos recorded by Lin Yuechan. While watching Lin Yuechan's VR, he similarly failed to perceive the martial intent she spoke of. Yet, he could not deny that her VR videos were far more refined than the archaic digital ones, with every movement rendered with remarkable clarity. The difficulty of learning was rendered almost 100-fold easier. It was in this context that Lin Qiye, over the next 3 days and nights, successfully mastered the fundamentals of both the basic fist technique and basic footwork. With this realization, Lin Qiye could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt from his bed. He positioned himself in the center of the living room and began. He commenced practicing the basic fist technique. From this moment forth, he no longer needed to ponder the correctness of his movements or agonize over the nuances of force application. He merely needed to execute the entire sequence of the technique. That alone would signify a successful training session. His movements were so swift they seemed to leave afterimages, the sound of his punches whistling through the air. One set. Another set. Basic fist technique. Level 1, 110. Basic fist technique. Level 1, 210. Merely an hour later, as he completed his 10th repetition of the technique, the familiar system notification chimed in as expected. Ding. Basic fist technique level up. Current level, 2, 020. In that instant, Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming jolt in his mind. It was as if a miniature version of himself, identical in every way, was diligently practicing the basic fist technique within his mental realm, executing each action with impeccable precision and perfect timing. His understanding of the basic fist technique suddenly deepened tenfold. So this was how to channel force. This move could be seamlessly connected in such a manner. Countless previously ambiguous barriers now stood illuminated before him. A radiant smile graced Lin Qiye's face as he quickened his pace, transforming into an indefatigable whirlwind, relentlessly practicing in the living room. Each completed set marked a successful endeavor. It was that simple, brutal, and efficient. Bai Mushi sat quietly nearby, gazing at him with gentle admiration. She had always been puzzled about how her husband had cultivated himself into his current state. In just a month, he had transformed from someone barely qualifying as an aspiring martial artist into a genuine practitioner. Just days prior, his movements had been clumsy, unable to maintain even the most basic stance. Yet now, although his technique appeared chaotic, it felt entirely different from the day before, as if he had become an entirely new person. Although his speed was somewhat absurd, resembling a frenzied display, Bai Mushi sensed that her husband had indeed made remarkable progress in his martial arts within the past hour. That intangible sense of rhythm, that coordination of power, though still faint, was visibly becoming more fluid and natural. Could this be the essence of genius? Even chaotic movements could lead to improvement? Spending time around Lin Qiye, Bai Mushi felt her entire worldview teetering on the brink of distortion. She recalled the days spent at school, laboring for days to master a single technique, only to be met with frustration. Now, looking at the man before her, who seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential, Bai Mushi could not help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes, it was truly futile to compare oneself to a genius. It could drive one to despair. 5 hours later. Ding. Basic fist technique level up. Current level, 4040. With each level gained, Lin Qiye could distinctly feel subtle, yet profound changes occurring within his body. His muscles became more resilient, his bones denser, and each punch flowed with greater smoothness and efficiency than before. He immediately checked the system panel, confirming significant improvements in both his physical and mental attributes. Host. Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 134. Physical strength, 127. Mental strength, 127. Spiritual energy, 114. Martial techniques, set 128. Broadcast calisthenics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 5, 5100. Hunyuan Qigong level 5, 0500. Basic fist technique level 4, 040. Basic footwork, 010. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level, 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. His genetic potential had actually increased. In his previous understanding, martial techniques were meant to enhance genetic potential, while martial arts were merely methods of applying force. However, it now appeared that the matter was far more intricate. Martial techniques could fundamentally transform and optimize the practitioner's body, adjusting every muscle and sinew to their most effective state for generating power. In doing so, they unleashed hidden potential long thought dormant. Meanwhile, the miniature version of himself in his mind had executed the basic fist technique in a manner entirely distinct from its initial form. Each move was steady and forceful, imbued with an undercurrent of fierce energy, no longer resembling the earlier, lackadaisical attempts. As he concluded his practice, a wave of intense fatigue and hunger washed over him, more overwhelming than ever before. How ravenous! He hurried to the dining table, where Bai Mushi had already prepared a fragrant roasted whole lamb. Grabbing a knife and fork, he began devouring it with fervor. However, upon finishing the entire lamb, he discovered that his hunger had only slightly abated. His stomach still felt empty. He recalled the bottle of nutritional liquid gifted by the butcher and, without hesitation, consumed it in one go. A surge of pure energy spread through his abdomen. Yet for his currently insatiable body, it was like a drizzle falling into a parched lake, barely creating a ripple before vanishing. "Darling," Bai Mushi said, observing his still unsatisfied expression with concern, "should we buy some more nutritional liquid? If you continue like this, your body won't be able to handle it." Lin Qiye shook his head, taking her hand and reassuring her, "It's all right, my dear. I feel I can still digest it. I'm not at the point of needing nutritional liquid just yet." He assessed his physical condition and mused, "One lamb isn't enough. Perhaps we should get a cow instead." The energy expenditure from practicing martial arts is far greater than that of internal cultivation, necessitating more energy for replenishment. Just as Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi stepped out of their apartment to procure supplies, fortuitously, the door of the adjacent room slid open simultaneously. A plump figure emerged. A young man of similar age, with a hearty build and a friendly smile, though his small eyes gleamed with a hint of shrewdness. He glanced at Lin Qiye, then shifted his gaze to the gentle and charming Bai Mushi, his eyes instantly revealing unabashed envy as he gave Lin Qiye a thumbs up. "Bro, impressive. You've got quite the connection to have a maid living with you." Chapter 77. The young man's confusion. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi were momentarily frozen in place. "Maid?" Lin Qiye looked down at the gentle and caring Bai Mushi, who managed everything for him, and recalled the whole lamb and cow she prepared for him each day. For a fleeting moment, he found a sliver of merit in the young man's remark. Yet, that thought quickly dissipated. He gazed at the overly familiar chubby man, unsure how to clarify the misunderstanding. As Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed crimson, the color spread from her face to the delicate nape of her ears. Overcome with embarrassment, she wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. Instinctively, she stepped back behind Lin Qiye, gently tugging at his sleeve. That one is my wife. Lin Qiye cleared his throat, correcting the misunderstanding. Huh. The smile on the chubby boy's face froze instantly. His small eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. He scrutinized Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi from head to toe, his expression shifting rapidly from envy to a complex mix of shock, horror, and awe. Wife. In a place like this on the 298th floor, it's mostly newcomers. It's unlikely there would be any seniors left. Even the poorest of seniors would be around the 200th floor. At their age, marriage is usually reserved for political alliances among the elite families. I can't imagine any other scenario. It turns out their connections are beyond my imagination. This gentleman must be an heir from some hidden affluent family, here to experience life at school. With this thought, the boy's expression underwent a complete transformation. His previous familiarity replaced by humility. With a face full of regret, he said, "So it's your wife. My apologies. I was blind to your stature. Please, forgive my ignorance." He then turned to Lin Qiye with a beaming smile, extending his hand warmly. "Greetings, esteemed one. I am Qian Kuan. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. If there is anything you need, just command me." Seeing Qian Kuan's swift change in demeanor, Lin Qiye felt perplexed about his true intentions. He shook Qian Kuan's hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Qiye." Qian Kuan hurriedly pulled out his personal terminal, eagerly presenting his electronic business card. "Lin Go, let us be friends and keep in touch." After Lin Qiye accepted the friend request, the trio made their way to the elevator. As they walked, Qian Kuan excitedly shared, "Lin Go, my family deals in Jianbei nutritional liquid. I'm the provincial distributor. If you and your wife ever need any, feel free to find me. I'll give you the cost price. I'm not looking to make a profit. I just want to be friends with you, Lin Go. I'll definitely rely on you in school." At that moment, a figure emerged from the elevator. It was a girl clad in a tight black combat suit, tall and poised, with a sharp bob haircut and a stern expression that radiated a palpable aura of coldness. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, Bai Mushi, and Qian Kuan, her attractive brows furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. She said nothing, merely walking past them without a sideways glance. Qian Kuan turned to look at the girl's retreating figure, disdain curling his lips. "That's the girl next door? The local tyrant of Tyla. You know this?" Lin Qiye was intrigued. They had only just moved in, yet this chubby boy seemed to know every detail about the neighbors. Qian Kuan scoffed, his tone laced with contempt. "These local tyrants of Tyla see us outsiders as beneath them. You saw her look earlier. It was as if she regarded us as trash, wishing we would stay far away from her territory." Lin Qiye chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on it. He was no stranger to regional discrimination. It seemed unavoidable in any world or era. Noticing Lin Qiye's indifference, Qian Kuan continued, "What does it matter if she's from Tyla? She still lives next door to us. But you, Lin Gu, are different, with your status living on the 298th floor. You must be incognito, experiencing life." Lin Qiye found this amusing and didn't he feel the need to clarify. As they exited the elevator, Qian Kuan cheerfully bid farewell. "Lin Gu, sister-in-law, I'm off to the training hall. See you later." Watching Qian Kuan depart, Bai Mushi quietly remarked to Lin Qiye, "Darling, that Qian Kuan seems overly enthusiastic." Lin Qiye nodded and softly replied, "This Qian Kuan might genuinely hail from a wealthy family. Quick-witted and certainly not as straightforward as he appears. Perhaps he is merely accustomed to networking and gathering connections." He paused, adding, "Regardless, as long as he harbors no ill intentions toward us, it suffices." Meanwhile, Qian Kuan was deep in thought as he walked alone. This Lin Qiye is peculiar. The surname Lin is quite common. Which city's Lin family could he belong to? To marry so young, it's typically reserved for the elite families to solidify alliances. For others, marrying at this prime age for cultivation is a foolish trade-off. Yet, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi bear no trace of aristocratic lineage. They seem more like ordinary people. Perhaps they are just very low-key, deliberately concealing their identities? Or is my social standing too low to discern? Qian Kuan shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper. Raised in a wealthy household, he had long internalized his father's teachings. Never offend those whose depths you cannot gauge. Their family motto was to have many friends and few enemies. Establishing familiarity could only yield benefits. Soon, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi returned to the student dormitory, dragging along the 3 processed mutated sheep. As they entered the hall, an elevator door slid open just in time to close. Quick! Lin Qiye hastened his steps, pulling the heavy provisions toward the elevator. Missing one would mean a lengthy wait, and he was eager to board, especially since there was only one girl standing by the elevator door. As the elevator reached the first floor and the doors opened, the girl stepped inside first. She turned her head, and her cold gaze met Lin Qiye's. It was Su Qingying. Chapter 78. Su Qingying's disdain. Su Qingying appeared slightly taken aback upon seeing Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi enter. After the two stepped in, the elevator doors slowly closed, and it began its silent ascent. Lin Qiye pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying cast a fleeting glance at the illuminated number before returning her gaze, adopting a demeanor as cold and silent as an iceberg, as if she were the only occupant of the elevator. Yet, internally, she couldn't help but think. The 298th floor is so weak. With such weakness, and being a married couple, why aren't they cultivating properly? Truly wasteful. In the elevator's quiet ascent, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Soon, the elevator halted at the 275th floor, and Su Qingying exited without uttering a word, never once glancing back at them. Once the elevator doors closed again, Bai Mushi let out a sigh of relief and softly said to Lin Qiye, "Darling, that girl was Su Qingying from Haiqingno. One high school genius class, wasn't she?" Lin Qiye looked at her in surprise. "You know her?" Bai Mushi nodded, explaining in a hushed tone. Mu Jie mentioned her. She is known as the ice goddess of their school. Lin Qiye merely chuckled at that. The ice goddess. What did that have to do with him? He could distinctly sense a hint of unease and jealousy from Bai Mushi at that moment. Lin Qiye was puzzled by the complexities of women's thoughts, but knew how to respond. He wrapped his arm around Bai Mushi, leaning down to whisper in her ear. "What ice goddess? To me, they're merely future red-skinned skeletons I'll tread upon. My goddess, from beginning to end, has always been but one." Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, her heart racing like a startled deer, yet she feigned ignorance and murmured softly, "Who is it?" Lin Qiye offered no reply, instead tightening his embrace, bowing his head to capture her soft lips with his own. The elevator ascended smoothly, and within the confines of that enclosed space, an atmosphere of intimacy rapidly intensified. Ding! The elevator halted on the 298th floor, its doors slowly parting. Even after stepping out, Bai Mushi felt her legs still somewhat unsteady. Her cheeks, so flushed it seemed they could bleed. She glared at Lin Qiye in embarrassment, her voice barely a whisper. "There are cameras in the elevator." Upon returning to their room, while awaiting Bai Mushi's culinary endeavors, Lin Qiye remained industrious. Before replenishing his physical energy, he resolved to pause his intense martial arts training. At that moment, he recalled the martial will spoken of by Lin Yuechan. Now he had elevated his basic fist technique to level 4. His comprehension of this martial skill vastly transformed from its nascent state. A thought crossed his mind, and he reopened the ancient martial god video, eager to see if, with his current level of understanding, new insights would emerge. On the screen, the figure of martial god Ling Zhan reappeared, the same indistinct quality, the same unadorned fist techniques. Lin Qiye fixated upon it, immersing his spirit entirely within. However, an hour later, the enticing aroma of a roasted whole cow wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by Bai Mushi's voice, "Darling, dinner is ready." Lin Qiye shook his heavy head and sighed deeply. A blank void enveloped him. He had gleaned nothing. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that level 4 of the basic fist technique is still too low? Perhaps I should first elevate it to level 10 before reassessing? Or is it that my basic footwork has not kept pace, causing a dissonance in my techniques?" He pondered silently. Regardless, at his current training rate, it would not take long to elevate these 2 foundational martial skills to level 10. He resolved to focus on leveling up first. With this thought, Lin Qiye ceased his internal conflict, shutting off the martial god video, and proceeded to the dining table. After satiating his hunger with the roasted whole cow, he finally felt his energy replenished. Without delay, he immersed himself in a new round of training, alternating between the basic fist technique and basic footwork. In the living room, his figure shifted from the ferocity of a descending tiger, fists roaring with wind, to the grace of a nimble cat stalking its prey. Although he was still fervently progressing through the levels, with each advancement, his movements became increasingly fluid and harmonious. Time flew by in concentrated practice, while Bai Mushi, observing Lin Qiye's fervor, began her own training in the 8 treasures skill, wondering when she might surpass her genetic potential of 10. 5 days later. Ding! Basic fist technique has leveled up. Current level, 10 max. Ding. Basic footwork has leveled up. Current level, 10 max. As the final notification echoed in his mind, Lin Qiye abruptly halted his punches. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, and an unprecedented surge of strength coursed through his limbs. He could distinctly feel that. Within a mere few days, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host: Lin Qiye. Genetic potential: 149. Physical ability: 140. Mentality: 140. Spiritual power: 120. Techniques: 128. Set of radio gymnastics level 10, max. 8 treasures skill level 5, 5100. Mixed Yuan Qi skill level 5, 0500. Basic fist technique level 10, max. Basic footwork level 10, max. His genetic potential had soared to 149. Both physical ability and mentality had surpassed the 140 mark. The speed of this enhancement was truly astonishing. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the figure that mirrored him began practicing the fist and foot techniques once more. This time, the figure's movements had reached a state of perfection. Each punch encapsulated the purest of striking techniques. Each step resonated with the most subtle of rhythms. The fist and foot techniques had seamlessly merged, no longer distinguishable from one another. Is this the realm of completion? Lin Qiye mused. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes again, and his entire demeanor transformed. If he had once been an unrefined gem, now he was a gem that had begun to glimmer. He did not immediately test his newfound strength. Instead, he reopened the martial god Ling Zhan's instructional video. This time, as the figure of martial god Ling Zhan appeared on the screen, Lin Qiye perceived the world through a different lens. Chapter 79. The Will of Martial Arts. As the image of martial god Ling Zhan re-emerged, Lin Qiye's perspective had utterly transformed. It was no longer a mere blurry image nor a series of simplistic, repetitive motions. With the two foundational martial skills perfected, he could finally grasp the essence of the martial goddess demonstration. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind each seemingly ordinary movement lay an unfathomable depth. Vast as the starry sea. That sensation was cryptic indeed. It was as if a child from the plains, who had never seen a mountain, stood for the first time upon a high plateau. Through layers of mist, he glimpsed the silhouette of a colossal mountain shrouded in haze from miles away. He knew it was a mountain, a tangible reality, magnificent and grand. He could feel the intangible pressure it exerted, envisioning its towering form piercing the clouds, surveying the earth. Yet, he remained so distant, so very far, let alone the audacity to aspire to reach its peak and behold the lesser hills. Even to arrive at the base of that great mountain felt an unattainable, despairing distance away. The path leading to its foot was veiled in impenetrable fog, leaving him lost. Unsure of which direction to take for his first step, he watched the video intently, dedicating his spirit, intent, and perception unreservedly to the endeavor. Like a greedy sponge, he sought to capture even the faintest ripple from that vast ocean of meaning. He endeavored to mimic not merely the form of the movements, but to emulate the intangible essence behind them. He envisioned himself as the martial god in the video, imagining that each punch and kick he executed contained the power to suppress the cosmos and forge the universe. However, such attempts exacted a tremendous toll on his mental faculties. The will of martial arts was too overwhelming, too pure, too elevated. His current mental strength resembled a small teacup attempting to contain an entire ocean. Each endeavor left him feeling as though his mental world were violently trembling, on the verge of being shattered and obliterated by that vast will. Time slipped away unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiye suddenly convulsed, as if struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He furrowed his brow, forcibly withdrawing from that nearly overwhelming state of observation. His head throbbed as if it might split open, buzzing with noise, and shadows danced before his eyes. This was a clear sign of severe mental exhaustion. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the primordial Qi technique. Pure spiritual energy began to circulate slowly, nourishing his weary mind, and the excruciating pain gradually eased. No, absolutely not, Lin Qiye said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He quickly calmed his thoughts and checked the system, only to find a new entry at the bottom of the martial arts list. Martial will? Not initiated. As he gazed at the words, rather than feeling disheartened, a peculiar light sparkled in Lin Qiye's eyes. Although the name consisted entirely of question marks, the mere existence of the entry confirmed that this path was indeed real and traversable. However, given his current realm, attempting to directly comprehend the martial will of a martial god was nothing short of a pipe dream. The mountain of the martial god was too high, so lofty that he could not even see its base. For now, it was beyond his reach. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. In that case, why not first seek a smaller hill to test the waters? Instantly, the image of Lin Qiye, clad in a black combat uniform, her stature tall and her gaze sharp, emerged in his mind. Although Lin Qiye herself had said that her martial intent was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, a contrast between clouds and mud, it was precisely because of this that it was easier to perceive, comprehend, and touch. The martial will of an extraordinary martial artist, no matter how weak, was still genuine martial intent. It had transcended the shackles of form and stepped into the threshold of intent. For him, the colossal mountain of the martial god felt too distant and ethereal. In contrast, Lin Qiye, like a small hill, though not towering, was visible and tangible before him, representing the first step he hoped to climb. With this thought, Lin Qiye hesitated no longer. He decisively opened Lin Qiye's VR video. As darkness enveloped him, it brightened again, revealing the familiar surroundings of room 2202 in teaching building number 10. In the vivid and clear imagery, Lin Qiye stood silently at the center of the training ground. As the video played, she moved. This time, to Lin Qiye, each of her moves became extraordinarily clear. With his mastery of two foundational martial techniques at the perfection level, he could easily discern the trajectory of her every movement and grasp the core secrets behind each step she took. More importantly, he could distinctly feel that each punch she threw carried a fierce and rapid energy, as if it could ignite and explode the surrounding air in an instant. It was a will imbued with aggression, explosiveness, and destructiveness. Although this will, in terms of vastness, was far from the encompassing and suppressive grandeur of the martial god, it was more refined, more direct, and more within reach. If the will of the martial god was an unfathomable universe, then Lin Qiye's will was a volcano on the verge of eruption. The universe inspires awe and confusion, while a volcano allows one to viscerally feel its heat and ferocity. Lin Qiye's mental energy cautiously probed forward. This time, he no longer felt crushed or overwhelmed. His mental energy acted as a probe, touching that searing will. Boom! A torrent of intense and explosively powerful information surged into his mind. He seemed to see a roaring flame suddenly exploding in the endless darkness, obliterating all obstacles in its path with unparalleled speed. Swift, accurate, fierce, explosive. This was the core of Lin Qiye's martial will. Lin Qiye greedily absorbed this flow of information, as if his spiritual world was ignited by this will, becoming fervent and passionate. The little figure in his mind practicing the boxing technique unconsciously changed. No longer did it embody the previous serene and perfect posture. Instead, it now exuded an aggressive fierceness, a rapidity akin to a wildfire spreading. Chapter 80. By Mushi's dilemma. An hour later, Lin Qiye exited the VR mode, his face flushed and drenched in sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Although he had consumed a substantial amount of mental energy this time, the sensation was entirely different. It was not the exhaustion of passive endurance, but rather the exhilaration of an active assault. He immediately checked the system again. Martial will, raging fire, not initiated, success. As he beheld this clear text, Lin Qiye felt no discouragement. Instead, a radiant smile graced his face. Martial will, raging fire, not initiated, was far more definite compared to the previous martial will. Not initiated. One was shrouded in the unknown, while the other had defined direction and clarity of the path. This also indirectly affirmed that the route he had chosen was indeed correct. Starting with Lin Qiye offered a greater opportunity. Initiation. Lin Qiye's eyes burned with fierce determination. Moreover, a bolder and more exhilarating thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. What if Lin Qiye's martial will, raging fire, had a relatively low initial level, resulting in it appearing vastly inferior to the martial god's martial intent? However, as long as he could successfully initiate it, and as long as the familiar progress bar appeared on the system panel, he could cultivate this martial will's level just like any other technique. If he could elevate this martial will, raging fire, to level 10, to perfection, then would the martial will after reaching perfection still be the original firefly? Could it potentially transform into the resplendent martial god-level brilliance? Once this thought ignited, it exploded in his spiritual realm like a newly ignited star, illuminating his entire mental world and causing his blood to boil. If this conjecture held truth, it would mean he had discovered an astonishing shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the unattainable mountain of the martial god and commence his ascent from this readily accessible small hill, ultimately reaching the exalted heights above the clouds. Cultivate. Lin Qiye clenched his fists, flames of unprecedented fervor igniting in his eyes. He no longer harbored any hesitation or doubt. Regardless, the previous 2 permission points had already been spent to unlock basic boxing technique and basic footwork. Now, his permission points were depleted. This indicated that even if he could cultivate martial will, raging fire, to the initiation level, he would be unable to unlock it immediately or activate the progress bar mode. Therefore, the urgent task at hand was to visit the Reproductive Management Center once more. When Lin Qiye mentioned going to the Reproductive Management Center, Bai Muxi's delicate face instantly flushed. Shyly, she grasped Lin Qiye's hand and softly urged, "Darling, let's not pursue that money anymore, shall we? I've heard that a martial artist's genetic data is extremely important, even requiring confidentiality. I'm just afraid. What if it gets out and is exploited by those with ulterior motives?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and reassured her, the official institution shouldn't pose such a problem, right? Moreover, every endeavor carries its risks. At least from what I can see, the benefits in this matter far outweigh the risks. He was acutely aware that without the Reproductive Management Center efficiently facilitating so many pairings for him, unlocking techniques, and activating the progress bar, he would never have achieved his current strength in such a short time. However, Bai Muxi remained oblivious to his inner calculations. She merely thought Lin Qiye was still motivated by the meager reproductive allowance, or perhaps simply unable to resist. As she thought of this, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Her voice barely a whisper. "Husband, I'm almost 5 months along, and the doctor said we can resume our intimate life. It's perfectly fine." With that, she attempted to pull Lin Qiye towards the bedroom. "No, that's not the case." Lin Qiye quickly stopped her, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He could only muster the most reasonable excuse. "The baby is important. I genuinely fear for the child's well-being." Observing the slight furrow of Bai Mupin's brow and the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes, Lin Qiye's heart softened, feeling a pang of compassion. He understood that his ongoing visits to the Reproductive Management Center in pursuit of a more prosperous lineage could not remain hidden from Bai Muxi forever. Moreover, as his strength continued to grow, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of others. This matter would eventually become an unavoidable topic of discussion. Rather than shrouding it in secrecy, it would be better to express it differently. Lin Qiye settled beside Bai Muxi, gently embracing her and gazing into her eyes. Half-jokingly yet earnestly declared, "My dear, I genuinely wish to have children, the more the better. Ideally, I want my bloodline to spread across the entire galaxy." Upon hearing Lin Qiye's grand proclamation, Bai Muxi was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Lin Qiye's earnest countenance, and her mind involuntarily wandered back to the moment they first met. It seemed he had uttered something similar back then. At that time, she dismissed it as the fanciful dreams of a young man, merely a fleeting thought. However, now, when those same words flowed from the lips of this rapidly ascending individual, it felt entirely different. Did he wish to transform that initial fantasy into reality? Bai Muxi's cheeks uncontrollably reddened once more. "All right, you may go," she finally relented, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Qiye placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly uttering, "Wait for me to return," before turning to leave. As the door clicked shut behind him, Bai Muxi slowly made her way to the sofa, raising a hand to touch her still flushed cheeks. Moments ago, her heart had been a tumult of conflicting emotions. A ridiculous yet terrifying thought flitted through her mind. Should she proactively suggest that Lin Qiye find another woman? The words nearly slipped from her lips. Chapter 81. The Reproductive Charity Gala? The Empire's marriage laws constrain ordinary men and women who cannot cultivate, ensuring the stability of the population. For martial artists, especially those with immense potential like Lin Qiye, the law's binding force is negligible. Martial artists enjoy privileges, allowing them to have multiple partners and even establish extensive familial networks, all in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Qiye has already become a martial artist and is on the path to becoming a promising genius, his journey destined to expand both in breadth and freedom. The strong possess everything. This truth is immutable throughout the ages. Initially, Bai Muxi had agreed to marry Lin Qiye not only due to practical considerations, but also because she harbored similar aspirations. She thought that as long as she fulfilled her reproductive duties and successfully advanced to martial artist status, she could free herself from the constraints of marriage laws and embrace a broader world. Yet, fate had other plans. Now it was not she, Bai Muxi, who could easily escape the bonds of matrimony, but Lin Qiye instead. Reflecting on this, Bai Muxi berated herself internally. "Bai Muxi, how foolish you are. Even contemplating suggesting he find another woman. Women in primitive societies were not as magnanimous as you are. Nevertheless, reason reminded her that as the gap in strength between her and Lin Qiye widened, such matters might inevitably arise. Would it not be better for her to take the initiative, to present herself as accommodating, allowing him to see her dignity, rather than waiting for a day when Lin Qiye might be the one to preserve her dignity? Through their time together, Bai Mushi sensed that Lin Qiye was not the cold and unfeeling man she had once feared. If she could proactively consider his feelings, perhaps he would grow fonder of her. With that thought, Bai Mushi sighed softly, leaning back against the sofa, her gaze lost in thought. Bai Mushi, when did you become this woman who needs to rely on a man and ponder his feelings? She had always imagined herself as a respected female martial artist, wielding her fate firmly in her grasp. Yet, the reality was that she had become the woman who stood in the shadow of a genius, quietly admiring his brilliance. The more radiant his light, the more it highlighted her own ordinariness. This feeling filled her with pride, yet also a profound, ineffable sense of loss. She shook her head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. What use was there in dwelling on such matters? For now, her focus must be on caring for him, nurturing the child within her, and diligently cultivating her own strength, striving not to fall too far behind him. As for the future, she would leave that to unfold in its own time. Bai Mushi rose, taking a deep breath as she returned to the kitchen. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined that when he returned, he would find a warm meal awaiting him. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye navigated the familiar corridors of the Reproductive Management Center once more. The overly enthusiastic intermediaries greeted him as usual, and the official procedures felt like second nature. Moments later, Lin Qiye emerged, invigorated and ready to depart. Just then, a tall staff member clad in a tailored gray suit approached briskly, her demeanor professional and respectful. "Mr. Lin, greetings." "Hello." Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Lin, we sincerely invite you to attend the Reproductive Charity Gala taking place the night after tomorrow at the Galaxy Tower in Terra City. In light of your enthusiastic support for the Empire's reproductive initiatives, may I inquire if you would be interested? A reproductive charity gala?" Lin Qiye's expression shifted to one of curiosity. The staff member nodded, explaining, "Indeed. Martial artists with more than 2 donation records in the recent quarter will receive our invitation. It serves as both an acknowledgement of your contributions and a high-end networking opportunity." Lin Qiye's interest waned upon hearing this. What value did a charity gala hold for him? He would rather spend that time honing his skills in the dormitory. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, the staff member pressed on, maintaining her professional demeanor. For this was her responsibility. The theme of this gala is the revival of the Empire's bloodlines, and its format is rather unique. Families or individuals in urgent need of optimizing their bloodlines will seek high-quality martial artist reproductive data through a public bidding process, in addition to direct genetic data requirements. The gala will feature exhibitions and auctions of rare dual cultivation techniques and resources that enhance offspring potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's previously languid gaze sharpened. Families or individuals in urgent need of optimizing their bloodlines. This implied that those seeking genetic data must possess substantial quality themselves. A strong alliance could yield offspring of even higher potential. This was undoubtedly advantageous for his aspirations of a prosperous lineage. Moreover, dual cultivation techniques had long piqued his interest, yet he had struggled to find a way to access them. These two aspects resonated perfectly with his most pressing concerns. "Is this gala open to anyone?" Lin Qiye immediately inquired. The staff member noticed his newfound interest and smiled slightly, promptly responding, "Due to the unique nature of the gala, in order to ensure privacy and security, we can only invite selected donors and specific family representatives." "All right, I shall attend," Lin Qiye replied without hesitation. "Excellent, Mr. Lin." The staff member swiftly operated his terminal, and an exquisitely designed electronic invitation, glimmering with a faint golden light, was sent to Lin Qiye's personal device. "Here is your invitation. The gala will take place the day after tomorrow at 7 in the evening at the banquet hall on the top floor of the Galaxy building. We look forward to your presence." Lin Qiye stored the electronic invitation and turned to leave the Reproductive Management Center. His mood had transformed entirely from when he arrived. What had begun as a mere formality to obtain permission points had unexpectedly yielded a delightful surprise. This charitable gala for fertility felt akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. On his way back to the dormitory, the long-awaited system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of successful matching of host genetic data and completion of conception. Reward acquired. Random unlocking of cultivation method permissions. No unblocked methods. Gained 1 permission point. Ding! Detection of successful matching of host genetic data and completion of conception. Reward acquired. Random unlocking of cultivation method permissions. No unblocked methods. Gained 1 permission point. Another 2 successful notifications. A total of 2 permission points in hand. Lin Qiye's heart surged with joy, eager to embark on his journey into martial arts. He could hardly wait to return to the dormitory. While still aboard the hovering train back to school, he activated his VR, immersing himself completely in Lin Yuechan's instructional videos. The bustling train cabin vanished, replaced by the familiar training room, 2202. Lin Yuechan's figure reappeared. Lin Qiye focused intently, concentrating his mental energy, repeatedly trying to feel and emulate the blazing martial will. He sensed that a small flame ignited within his mental realm. Though weak and flickering, it existed genuinely, striving to mimic that ferocious volcanic will, attempting to burn more fiercely and intensely. Outside the train window, the cityscape rushed past. Yet within the cabin, Lin Qiye felt as though he had transcended to another dimension, entirely engrossed in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. Chapter 82, Blazing Fire. The train's arrival notification jolted Lin Qiye from his trance. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Just moments ago, he sensed he had drawn significantly closer to the door known as entry. He even had a premonition that given just a little more time, he would be able to push that door open. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Mushi had prepared a lavish meal. Lin Qiye devoured his food voraciously, replenishing his energy before diving back into his training. This time, he refrained from watching the VR video. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, closed his eyes, and replayed in his mind, rehearsing that blazing martial will. His mental realm became his training ground. The small flame, urged by his intent, attempted to unleash its most rapid power time and again. Failure, restart. More failures, more restarts. He was completely immersed in this mental refinement, losing track of time. After an indeterminate period, when that spiritual flame finally succeeded in simulating a hint of the explosive essence of Lin Yuechan's martial will after countless attempts and failures, boom. Lin Qiye felt an immense sound reverberate in his mind, as if something had shattered completely. The figure in his mind, which had merely mechanically practiced perfect punches and footwork, underwent a remarkable transformation. It continued to execute the basic fist technique, yet within each move flowed a fervent, rapid, and unyielding domineering aura. Each punch seemed to carry a blazing inferno, brimming with explosive beauty. He immediately calmed his spirit and opened the system panel. At the bottom of the martial arts list, the text had changed. Martial will, blazing fire, entry achieved, unlocked. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye issued the command to unlock it. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point. Martial will, blazing fire has been unlocked. In an instant, a more majestic and refined essence of blazing martial will surged forth from the depths of his soul, seamlessly merging with his spirit, vitality, and every cell. He found he didn't even need to consciously activate it. With every gesture, he naturally exuded that fervent and dominating aura. Martial will, blazing fire, level 1, 01000. Observing this familiar progress bar, Lin Qiye smiled. Level 1 requires 1,000 points. This number indirectly attests to the formidable and extraordinary nature of this martial will. It is noteworthy that the B-grade primordial chi technique only requires 100 points for level 1. This martial will, originating from extraordinary warriors, possesses potential and difficulty far exceeding that of the primordial chi technique. Lin Qiye focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Lin Qiye genetic potential, 159 physical strength, 140 mental strength, 140 spiritual energy, 120 techniques, set 128. Radio gymnastics level 10, max, primordial chi technique level 5, 0500, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5100, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max, martial will. Blazing fire level 1, 01000, partner, by Mushi, affinity 85, offspring, 7, in gestation, permission points, 1. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in surprise. Genetic potential 1. Genetic potential, 159. When did this happen? He reflected carefully. Since unlocking martial will, blazing fire until now, he had done nothing. Though unclear which specific moment triggered it, whether it was at the moment of entry or the instant of unlocking. The increase in genetic potential was indeed tangible. No wonder he felt his senses had sharpened significantly, and even his mental state had undergone a subtle shift. This revelation filled Lin Qiye with even greater joy. Bai Mushi, noticing the uncontainable smile on his face, approached with concern. Darling, what happened? Lin Qiye opened his eyes, as if 2 flickering flames danced within them. and he nodded with a smile. I've learned it. Really? Bai Mushi's face lit up with overwhelming joy, sincerely exclaiming, darling, you truly are a genius. In her heart, she mused that although Lin Qiye used the term learned instead of comprehended, the meaning was quite similar. To grasp the elusive martial will was, in itself, an extraordinary feat. Seeing her genuine happiness for him warmed Lin Qiye's heart. He joyfully extended his arms and embraced Bai Mushi. Their eyes met, and in that deep moment, he leaned down and kissed her. In recent days, the slight unease and trepidation within Bai Mushi, stemming from the disparity in strength, was gradually assuaged by a tender kiss filled with affection. After a long moment, their lips parted. Leaning against Lin Qiye's embrace, her legs felt weak, her cheeks flushed, and with a hint of playful reproach in her voice, she said, I will go prepare dinner. Lin Qiye chuckled softly, gently stroking her silky hair. We just finished eating not long ago. There's no need to rush. Let us rest for a while. That won't do. Bai Mushi replied, breaking free from his embrace, her eyes reigniting with determination as she energetically declared, I must cultivate as well. I cannot be left behind. Furthermore, proper training is beneficial for the baby. Seeing her spirited and adorable demeanor, Lin Qiye nodded with a smile. He ceased his own cultivation and began to meticulously ponder the newly unlocked martial will, fiery momentum. How should one cultivate it? Should it be practiced in the mind repeatedly like the basic fist technique? He attempted to sit cross-legged, envisioning the essence of fiery momentum, yet the progress bar remained stagnant. Rising to his feet, he executed a set of basic fist technique. Martial will, fiery momentum, level 1, 11,000. The progress bar stirred. A spark ignited in Lin Qiye's heart, prompting him to immediately channel primordial chi skill. Martial will, fiery momentum, level 1, 21,000. Primordial chi skill proficiency, level 1. The progress bar stirred once more. After an afternoon of repeated experimentation and study, Lin Qiye arrived at a thrilling conclusion. Whether cultivating martial skills or techniques, as long as he consciously or unconsciously integrated and applied this martial will during the process, he could simultaneously increase the progress bar for martial will. The martial will was akin to a passive skill. Chapter 83. Guiding Bai Mushi, the martial will seamlessly integrated into all his training endeavors, eliminating the need for additional time dedicated solely to its cultivation. As he practiced basic fist technique, not only did he elevate the technique itself, but he also concurrently enhanced his martial will. Training in primordial chi skill not only augmented his spiritual energy and improved the technique's level, but also honed this will. It was, in essence, a delightful two-for-one offer. Lin Qiye felt an exhilarating joy within him. Thus, his cultivation efficiency ascended to an unseen level. He could concentrate all his energy on enhancing the levels of techniques and martial skills, while the level of martial will would rise naturally in tandem with the advancement of other techniques. Presently, both basic fist technique and basic step technique had been perfected. Continuing to practice these rudimentary skills, merely for the negligible advancement in martial will, would undoubtedly be a colossal waste. Before him lay two paths, either to learn more advanced martial skills and unlock new progress bars, or to fully master the remaining primordial chi skill and 8 treasure skill. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye promptly resolved to focus on mastering the 8 treasure skill. He intended to perfect it, and, once the new term commenced, acquire the rights to Dragon Tiger skill, perfecting it as well. This would provide an opportunity to verify whether these 2D-grade techniques, upon reaching perfection, could indeed transcend their bottlenecks and merge flawlessly. Moreover, it held greater significance, for the 8 treasure skill was also the technique Bai Mushi was currently cultivating. Observing her diligent training daily, yet feeling disheartened by her innate limitations as she struggled at the threshold from proficiency to mastery, stirred a pang of sympathy within him. While his own grasp of the 8 treasure skill was only at the proficiency level, and he even found himself lacking in certain nuances compared to Bai Mushi, he was confident that he would soon elevate it to perfection. At that moment, he could guide his beloved wife. With his mind set, Lin Qiye immediately began practicing the 8 treasure skill. Bai Mushi, noticing him return to the 8 treasure skill, furrowed her brow and approached him, offering a gentle admonition. Darling, haven't you nearly mastered your foundational martial skills? You could seek out that teacher, Lin Qiye, and explore a more advanced martial skill. There's no need to regress to practicing the 8 treasure skill. Lin Qiye refrained from disclosing to Bai Mushi that he had indeed perfected the foundational martial skills. Instead, he simply smiled and indicated that his foundational skills were quite proficient. From Bai Mushi's perspective, Lin Qiye's notion of proficiency likely only extended to the threshold of mastery, which was the utmost limit she could conceive. She understood Lin Qiye was a prodigy. Yet even the most gifted could scarcely achieve proficiency in two foundational martial skills within a mere fortnight. That alone was astonishing. Mastery. She didn't dare even entertain the thought. I plan to first elevate the 8 treasure skill to mastery. Then I shall guide you, Lin Qiye confidently assured her. Bai Mushi, hearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in bemusement. She had been stuck at the mastery threshold for 2 entire years. Lin Qiye's current comprehension of the 8 treasure skill was evidently still beneath her own, so how could he possibly instruct her? Yet, seeing the unwavering confidence in his demeanor, she couldn't bring herself to dampen his spirits and merely smiled. All right, I shall await your guidance. However, do take the time to consult with that teacher, Lin Qiye, so as not to delay your progress. Lin Qiye replied with a smile. There's no rush. We can discuss it in a few days. Bai Mushi, puzzled, inquired. Is there something else happening in the next couple of days? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, deciding there was no need to conceal the matter from her, and said, the night after tomorrow, I am to attend an officially hosted charity gala for fertility. A charity gala for fertility? Official? What is that? Bai Mushi's confusion deepened. Lin Qiye nodded and opened his personal terminal, displaying a meticulously crafted electronic invitation for her to see. Bai Mushi leaned in for a closer look and indeed saw the official emblem of the Empire's Fertility Management Center emblazoned on the invitation, with a clear note stating that attendance was limited to invited guests only. After perusing the invitation, she raised her gaze to Lin Qiye, her expression shifting to one of profound peculiarity. Lin Qiye felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze and couldn't help but ask, what is with that look? Bai Mushi stifled a laugh, speaking in a tone that was difficult to articulate. What is the situation? Is the official plan to showcase you as a model stallion for promotion? Lin Qiye nearly choked on his own breath upon hearing this. A wave of cold dread washing over him. Surely not. He replied uncertainly. The officials wouldn't be that absurd, would they? They've only invited me. They wouldn't do anything strange in public. Bai Mushi, observing his flustered state, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, waving her hands as she giggled uncontrollably. Haha, just as long as you don't drag me along. I wouldn't want to go. It sounds utterly embarrassing. You're still laughing. Lin Qiye, watching her laugh so hard she was nearly gasping for air, felt a surge of indignation. He suddenly reached out, sweeping her into his arms. You impish sprite, take this. Bai Mushi was taken aback by his sudden action, letting out a short gasp as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Upon seeing the playful glint in Lin Qiye's eyes, she quickly realized his intentions. No, it's still daytime, she exclaimed, blushing as she playfully struggled in his embrace. Her voice soft as spun sugar. Lin Qiye, undeterred, carried her with purposeful strides into the bedroom. The door slammed shut, sealing the enchanting spring light within. Chapter 84. Feeling defiled after an intimate encounter, Bai Mushi languidly reclined in Lin Qiye's embrace, her cheeks still flushed and her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Lin Qiye gently caressed her smooth back, his heart enveloped in tranquility and contentment. He suddenly realized that a judicious relaxation seemed to foster a more exquisite balance of spirit than relentless toil. After a moment of tender intimacy, Lin Qiye resumed his quest to cultivate the 8 treasures technique, while Bai Mushi, having regained some strength, quietly joined him in practice. She was determined not to be outpaced by her husband. 2 days later, as night fell, the heart of Tyra's city sparkled with lights, and hovering vehicles wove a tapestry of a bustling future metropolis. The Star River Tower, one of Tyra's city's iconic edifices, loomed like a sword piercing the heavens. That evening, the banquet hall on the top floor was ablaze with light and vibrant ambience. Following the invitation, Lin Qiye took the private elevator to arrive at this splendid venue. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a spacious, luxurious lounge where melodious classical music flowed through the air, and elegantly attired servers navigated the crowd with trays in hand. The guests, a gathering of affluence, whispered in clusters, exuding an air of confidence and poise befitting their elevated status. As Lin Qiye surveyed the room, he discerned that among these individuals were many composed martial artists, some of whom he could not fully gauge. His arrival barely stirred attention. After all, the attendees were either leaders of noble families or exceptionally gifted martial arts elites, clad in the standard combat uniform of the Galactic Martial Arts University. Lin Qiye felt somewhat out of place among the elite. Unfazed, he found a corner to sit and quietly indulged in the buffet. At 7:30, the gala commenced. A poised woman in a white mermaid gown took to the stage, her voice sweet and compelling as she declared the beginning of the event, passionately outlining the grand purpose of the Imperial Bloodline Revival Charity. for the future of the empire and the prosperity of the Star River. They sought to preserve and promote superior bloodlines. After her impassioned introduction, the event swiftly transitioned into the public bidding for genetic data. The first to take the stage was a gaunt middle-aged man. As he settled in, a massive holographic screen displayed his personal information and family aspirations. The Zhou family, a somewhat renowned commercial lineage in Tyra City, primarily engaged in traditional mining and held extraction rights on several resource planets. Boasting assets exceeding 100 million credit points, wealth deemed substantial by ordinary standards. However, the next line revealed a troubling truth. The family had not produced a formal martial artist in 3 generations, with the strongest member merely a quasi-martial artist. The host remarked that due to tradition, the Zhou family was reluctant to accept a son-in-law, and thus today, they sought genetic data of martial artists with a potential of no less than 12, offering an initiation fee of 500,000 credit points, solely to perpetuate their bloodline and birth offspring with martial potential. After the family representative concluded, he returned to his seat. Yet Lin Qiye sensed a lack of enthusiasm in the audience. The expressions of fellow martial artists mirrored a calm indifference. Perhaps the amount was deemed negligible in the heart of Tyra City. For Lin Qiye, however, it could alleviate immediate concerns. He recalled that Mushi had cashed in her family's assets, totaling just shy of 500,000. Now, he merely needed to provide some reproductive data. Lin Qiye desired numerous children for blessings, and this opportunity also offered financial gain. What could be more fortuitous? Regardless, he resolved to register. Subsequent families presented similar propositions, most being once flourishing, yet now dwindling commercial or martial lineages. Their commonality lay in their considerable wealth, yet their progeny had failed to produce remarkable martial artists for generations, leaving even male heirs in precarious positions. Lin Qiye began to grasp the predicament of these declining families. In an empire where martial prowess governed the upper echelons, wealth without martial protection was but a fragile edifice, susceptible to the whims of fate. Moreover, eligible women within these families were often in their 30s or 40s, having missed their prime childbearing years, and many bore unsatisfactory attributes yet remained prideful, dismissing ordinary martial artists. Conversely, the exceptionally talented martial artists regarded them and their declining families with disdain. This untenable situation led to a severe crisis in the continuity of their bloodlines. In desperation, these families had to lower their pride and invest heavily in this event, hoping to use wealth to sustain their lineage. After all, a few 100,000 seemed trivial compared to the future of their families. Amidst this context, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with the possibilities. For him, this sum was significant, and it conveniently aligned with his desire for progeny. He resolved to register for all available opportunities. At that moment, a young woman clad in a deep blue combat uniform confidently approached the stage, introduced by the host. She was tall, her neat short hair accentuating her commanding presence, and her exquisite features bore an innate haughtiness. "I am Yi Qinghan, representing Xinka Biological Group." Her voice was cool yet articulate, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Qiye lifted his gaze, recognition dawning as he beheld the familiar figure. Wasn't she the local girl who lived next door? He had not anticipated her to be the representative of Xinka Biological Group. Simultaneously, as Yi Qinghan scanned the audience with piercing eyes, she caught sight of Lin Qiye in the corner. Her brow furrowed momentarily. Her gaze lingered on him for a fraction of a second before swiftly averting. Was he here to offer his reproductive data? How utterly distasteful, she thought. Why had he been admitted to Silver University? Why did he reside next to her? In that instant, Yi Qinghan felt sullied. Chapter 85. Charity Auction. Yi Qinghan sighed, realizing she could no longer endure the dormitory atmosphere. The air there felt tainted. Her parents had always advised her to learn adaptability, yet she found it unbearable to coexist with what she deemed lower beings. A wave of disdain washed over her. However, her upbringing and professional decorum quickly subdued any overt emotions, as she regarded Lin Qiye as nothing more than an inconsequential backdrop. Clearing her throat, she resumed her prepared remarks. At Xinka Biological Group, we are dedicated to pioneering research in genetic optimization agents and the compatibility of martial techniques. Her voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, imbued with an air of unassailable confidence. Thus, our purpose here today is singular: to seek high-quality reproductive data from martial artists with a genetic potential of no less than 14. Upon hearing the figure of 14, an unmistakable wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. To be aware, a genetic potential of 14 firmly crosses the threshold of genius, placing it at the forefront among freshmen in various martial arts universities. Previously, those lesser families dared to demand no more than 12, with offers hovering around 500,000. Yet, this Xinka biological group boldly set the bar at 14, indicating their exceptional capabilities. However, her piercing gaze swept across the entire room as she emphatically stated, "We assure you, all samples will solely be utilized for internal development of genetic pharmaceuticals and lawful research projects, including data modeling of martial techniques." Pausing for effect, she declared in a resolute tone, "Xinka Biological will absolutely not utilize any samples for reproductive purposes. For every martial artist meeting our criteria, should they choose to collaborate with Xinka Biological Group, we shall offer a one-time remuneration of 300,000 credit points." What? Merely for scientific research? Not for reproduction? How disappointing. Lin Qiye instantly lost interest in the woman on stage and the Xinka Biological Group she represented. Nevertheless, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere grew fervent. Lin Qiye quickly grasped the situation. Although the remuneration of 300,000 credit points was significantly lower than the 500,000 offered by the previous declining families, the majority of proud young martial artists present likely did not wish for their illustrious bloodlines to be traded in such a transactional manner, forging an unbreakable link with a family they held in disdain. This implied unknown consequences, potential troubles, and possibly even offspring they might never acknowledge. In contrast, Xinka Group's proposal perfectly addressed their concerns. There was no risk of bloodline leakage, no potential for future disputes over illegitimate offspring, and no moral or ethical burdens to carry. Simply providing a sample for scientific research could yield a handsome sum of 300,000 credit points. This was precisely what most young martial artists desired. In an instant, many who had been hesitant began to exhibit eager expressions. Yet, the fervor in the room had no effect on Lin Qiye, who remained disinterested in the corner. For most martial artists present, it was a flawless transaction. However, for Lin Qiye, it was the complete opposite. No reproduction? What use was that? After all that, it turned out they were merely collecting raw materials, not seeking heirs. The subsequent companies presented conditions similar to those of Xinka Biological. Some were large pharmaceutical corporations in need of high-quality genetic samples to test new drugs' efficacy and side effects. Others were elite martial equipment manufacturers requiring extensive genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neural connectivity efficiency of combat suits. Their offers were uniformly for research purposes only, with no breeding involved, and the compensation ranged around 20 to 30,000 credit points. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly animated. For most young martial artists, it was a windfall, allowing them to earn a considerable income without the worry of bloodline leakage or subsequent complications. Only Lin Qiye sat idly in the corner, filling his mouth with exquisite delicacies while privately scoffing. The lively scene held no relevance for him. An hour later, the genetic bidding segment concluded harmoniously. The elegant host returned to the stage, beaming with an even brighter smile. "Thank you all for your generous support of the Empire's Bloodline Revival Initiative. Next, we shall enter the most thrilling segment of the evening, the charity auction. All items in this auction have been generously provided by our esteemed guests, families, and enterprises. The entirety of the proceeds will be donated to our Empire's Fertility Management Center to support families with exceptional genetic potential but limited means, ensuring the Empire's future boasts more brilliant stars." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye could not help but think, what a lovely sentiment. Isn't this just a disguised admission fee? Every attending faction must contribute, all under the guise of charity, which serves merely to flaunt their strength and resources in this elite circle. Soon, the first auction item was respectfully presented by a stunning attendant dressed in a cheapao. It appeared to be an unremarkable, somewhat aged silver memory chip. The host introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our first auction item is provided by the Zhou family of Terra City. This memory chip contains an incredibly precious video recording of the late extraordinary martial artist, Zhou Tianheng, the first head of the Zhou family and one of the initial pioneers of our 0755-star system, recorded 150 years ago. This video features a training session on the Zhang Hai Hung Lu knife technique specifically for the benefit of future generations. It is widely acknowledged that Zhou Tianheng's Zhang Hai Hung Lu knife technique is unparalleled and has achieved remarkable feats in the exploration of the 0755-star system. This video was left as a treasured legacy by Elder Zhou to aid future practitioners in mastering the technique and comprehending martial intent. The opening bid is 10,000 credit points. Listening to this introduction, Lin Qiye mused that this was quite comparable to the VR instructional videos he had previously purchased from teacher Lin Yuechan for tutoring. However, 150 years ago, the 0755-star system lacked advanced technology to create immersive VR videos, resulting in the necessity of using this antiquated digital format for documentation. The commemorative value of such an item likely far outweighed its practical training worth. Yet, as Lin Qiye's thoughts settled, the reality unfolded in stark contrast. 15,000. Before the host could finish, a young martial artist, seemingly of similar age and also clad in a plain combat uniform, confidently raised his hand and called out the bid. This ignited a flurry of enthusiasm. 20,000. 25,000. Calls for bids erupted across the venue, transforming the formerly quiet atmosphere into a bustling one. The martial artists at Lin Qiye's adjacent table began to whisper excitedly, "I can't believe the Zhou family actually put this up." Expert-level insights on the Tsang Hai Hung Lu knife technique start at no less than 100,000 on the market. Though this video is digital, it was personally recorded by a pioneer for the benefit of his successors, imbued with immeasurable martial intent. Zhou Tianheng likely had no intentions of concealing anything. He could not have anticipated the decline of his lineage. Indeed, today's instructors often withheld knowledge in their VR tutorials. These discussions reached Lin Qiye's ears without omission. Why did it feel like the expenses these martial artists incurred for training were on an entirely different plane from his own? Reflecting, he recalled that he had only consulted Lin Yuechan twice, spending merely 20,000 credit points. Meanwhile, the training tutorials and videos these martial artists mentioned frequently started at 80 or even 100,000. Was it possible that, due to his status, Lin Yuechan had provided him with substantial discounts? Lin Qiye remained uncertain about the accuracy of his speculation. Regardless, he held little interest in the Tsang Hai Hung Lu knife technique video. 90,000. A voice rang out. 100,000. Another voice followed suit. Ultimately, this historically significant memory chip was auctioned off for 110,000 credit points. Lin Qiye turned toward the source of the bid, discovering it was someone seated at the Zhou family's table. It appears that the Zhou family was initially reluctant to allow this video to be released. The funds involved seem more akin to a transfer between hands, simultaneously fulfilling the process of charitable donation. Just then, the host's voice rose in pitch, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Esteemed guests, the next segment will be the highlight of the evening. It is particularly special, as it is not an auction item. The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, leaving a single spotlight illuminating the center of the stage. On the enormous holographic screen behind the host, all images faded away, revealing 4 ancient and enigmatic characters. Xian Su Heart Sutra. The host, wearing a confident and charming smile, announced loudly, "Tonight's finale is not for bidding, but rather a limited-time sale for all distinguished guests present. Each esteemed guest may place an order through the terminal within the next 72 hours. She paused, seemingly allowing everyone enough time to absorb the information. Xian Su Heart Sutra. Those who understand, understand. No related cultivation methods will be introduced. The final price is set at 1 million credit points. No other conditions required. Furthermore, the imperial authorities offer a zero-interest installment payment plan for 3 to 10 years. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled upon hearing the announcement. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breathing momentarily halted. The characteristics of the technique struck a chord deep within him. Just 1 million credit points. He recalled that when he redeemed the B-grade Hunyuan Qigong, he had only paid a deposit of 100,000 credit points. Yet, this B-grade Xian Su Heart Sutra was priced at 10 times that amount. However, as he glanced around, he noticed that the guests in the banquet hall maintained mostly calm expressions, some even appearing unsurprised. There was no shock, no uproar. Lin Qiye suddenly understood. Clearly, this so-called highlight was already a known secret to the vast majority present, though he felt a surge of desire. The price of 1 million credit points was still a substantial sum for him. He glanced at his balance of less than 100,000, and the impulse within him was swiftly extinguished by reason. Fortunately, he had 72 hours to contemplate this decision. There was no need to rush. This matter could wait for further discussion upon returning. As the evening progressed towards its conclusion, guests began to mingle freely, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall became more relaxed. Just as he prepared to rise and blend into the crowd, a staff member in a gray professional suit approached him briskly, her expression a mix of professionalism and slight astonishment. "Mr. Lin, please hold on." Lin Qiye halted, looking at her with curiosity. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" The staff member's gaze was inquisitive, yet her tone remained respectful. "We have received your application regarding the 12 projects seeking martial artist genetic data to continue your family lineage. You submitted applications for all of them, correct?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Lin Qiye nodded calmly. The staff member quickly clarified, "There is no issue. It is just that the circumstances are rather unique. All 12 families you applied to have unanimously agreed to cooperate with your request upon reviewing your information. All 12 have agreed. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. All of them, the staff member affirmed. This means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. Such a situation has never occurred in previous events. Therefore, I need to confirm whether you are fully aware of the project content you applied for and whether you indeed wish to proceed with all 12 projects. Additionally, we will need to establish an order for them. Lin Qiye instantly grasped the significance. This was not a troublesome confirmation. It was a tremendous opportunity. 12 projects. This meant he would soon have 12 chances to acquire permission points. This was far more efficient than going to the fertility management center sporadically. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he decisively responded, I confirm, I will take on all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no objections. Seeing his determination, the staff member's eyes glimmered with admiration. She swiftly recorded his decision on her terminal, smiling as she said, Very well, Mr. Lin. Your decision has been noted. Our specialist will contact you through your personal terminal regarding the detailed scheduling. Thank you very much for your cooperation. At that moment, a steady yet fervent voice resonated from behind Lin Qiye. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Qiye? Turning around, he saw a well-dressed, refined middle-aged man smiling at him. It was none other than Zhou Tianheng's descendant, the head of the Zhou family, who had previously taken the stage to make an introduction. Beside him stood two elegant women in exquisite evening gowns, sharing a striking resemblance, both appearing to be around 35 years of age. The head of the Zhou family extended his hand warmly, stating, I am Zhou Wenin, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin. These two are my beloved daughters, Zhou Linye and Zhou Linjing. Lin Qiye politely nodded and shook his hand. Zhou Wenin's gaze scrutinized Lin Qiye with open admiration as he straightforwardly said, Mr. Lin, we have reviewed your information, and we would like to know if you are interested in becoming a son-in-law of our Zhou family and joining us.